trainers decide to bring. Let's see who made the right calls.
All right, here we go. Game number 2, Corviknight on the side of Junebug, Corsola on the side of Elam. This is a very neutral matchup, but that payback is really what matters here.
Payback is potent. Galarian Corsola's got a lot of bulk, but it does not want to take a super effective dark-type attack. So here comes Elam with a Nightshade. Early shield from Junebug.
Yeah, I really like this shield because not only are you ensuring that your Corviknight can stay healthy for later matchups, but you're also dictating the pace of the match, right? Now, if Elam wants to fight back in this matchup, he has to shield himself, and he doesn't shield. The payback goes right through the shields.
Yeah, right through the shield there. I guess that was an early call that Elam did not want to make. He wants to save those protect shields for later on in the battle, which is totally understandable. Nightshade number 2 coming off here. Do we see a switch out though at some point? Because Elam, I mean, he's going to absorb another payback pretty soon.
Yeah, I think what Elam is playing for here is maybe baiting Junebug into thinking that he doesn't have an answer for that Corviknight in the back.
Well, we see the no shield on the air cutter there. It looks like this Galarian Corsola is going to get a bit more energy and a bit more damage to boot, but can it get the Nightshade? Junebug is forced to throw more energy to prevent the charge attack. Yeah,
this is a really nice play from Junebug, getting this knockout, but unfortunately he's down a shield now, and there's 2 really good answers to Pokemon in the back for Elam.
Junebug is able to get another boost off the air cutter there. He's going to chip down this Wigglytuff as soon as it hits the field, but I do think that Wigglytuff needs one more charm to pick up the KO in kind, and it does. Wigglytuff with the 2 charm advantage. There's a Gourgeist and a Politoed. Here comes the Gourgeist. What a great call.
Yeah, really, really nice call. Maybe expecting something like that Quagsire in the back because Junebug has seen it time and time again. He's got Quagsire on the brain.
Exactly right. C-Bomb does pull the shield away from Elam, and that's progress for Junebug 97, but the Icy Wind is pending. Here it comes. Junebug can probably withstand it, but does he think it's worth it?
Yeah, it's going to be really close. Actually shields the Icy Wind, making sure he does not take that super effective damage. And now, here comes the Quagsire, met with the Politoed. This is exactly what Junebug needs to get back in this matchup.
Still a Protect Shield for Elam. Does he go for a double Stone Edge here in the Politoed matchup, or does he offer Earthquake plus Stone Edge? He's got to know his damage calculations.
Yeah, I think the better play, if you want just one charge attack, you know that Earthquake is going to be the right play. But Elam knows that he can survive 2 Weather Balls, so he's actually going to go for that double Stone Edge that you talked about.
Stone Edge number 1 connects into the Politoed, does about 40% or so. Elam closing in on a second one. Junebug finding the charge tech priority, pushing this Quagsire to its absolute limits. And as you pointed out, House Stark, I do think Quagsire will hang on, but it's going to be really close.
Ooh, Quagsire hangs on, takes that double Weather Ball for super effective damage, and is going to fight back now with that Stone Edge. It might just barely knock out, but we're not.
Yeah, exactly. The counter swap at the same time, though. Gourgeist comes in, and the Icy Wind is ready, but the Seed Bomb is ready first. That final Protect Shield finally coming into play.
Yeah, this is a huge Protect Shield, but unfortunately for Elam, there's another Seed Bomb waiting in the wings. Oh, but actually, Wigglytuff wins a charge tech priority.
Wigglytuff gets to go first here. That Icy Wind will be super effective damage into the Gourgeist. It takes down the Ghost Grass type. Politoed comes in, fights back with the Weather Ball, but does it have enough to take down the Quagsire too?
I don't know. Quagsire's pretty bulky and Mudshot doesn't do that much damage. Is the Poison Sting going to be enough to knock out before? Yes, it is.
Wow, 2 Poison Stings pick up the KO there for Elam as he is able to win game number 2. Everybody, Elam is on the precipice of winning the Houston Regional Championships. He needs to win 1 more game, but I gotta tell you, it's nearly impossible to sweep Junebug 97.
I agree. I don't think many people have done it, and Elam is on the precipice of doing so. He's just so locked in. Honestly, I didn't realize that Gourgeist was going to win that charge attack priority into the Wigglytuff. I thought it would be the other way around, but Wigglytuff must have a little bit more attack.
Exactly. Well, as we move into game number 3, let's reflect briefly on battle number 2. This matchup right here that you called out, Alex, this is a key moment. The double Seed Bombs, the Sword Energy, but Wigglytuff got the better in the end.
Yeah, and Junebug was forced to throw that Weather Ball. It was enough to knock out the Wigglytuff, but there was that Quagsire. We've seen the song and dance before. There's a Quagsire in the back. Quagsire being so oppressively good into Junebug's team. A slightly off-meta pick in today's meta.
Oh, yeah.
But it's put in so much work for Elam, especially in these Dunebug matchups.
The question becomes, will Dunebug overcorrect for the Quagsire, leave himself open to other vulnerabilities? How can he beat it if Politoed couldn't get the job done, if Gourgeist couldn't cut it? Which Pokemon will take down that Quagsire that has been so key for Elam? And on the opposing side, Elam's got no reason not to keep bringing the Poison Ground type. It's been incredible for him all weekend.
Yeah, it's been his MVP so far, especially in these battles. It's just been his ace in the hole that he's been able to hide in the back and pull out and say, hey, I've got the ace of spades.
Exactly right. Just when you thought you had a chance, Quagsire flops onto the field and it's all over. But Dunebug is going to do his best to fight back here. We're heading into game number 3, everybody. This is match point. Elam on the precipice, but Dunebug stands in his way.
Elam's got Dunebug on the ropes. Here comes that Licky Licky. Here comes that Wigglytuff. We've seen this matchup. It's pretty neutral, and it's really going to come down to those body slams versus do you go for the Swift or do you go for the Icy Wind?
I think Icy Wind is the more common charge attack that we see, but it depends a lot on how Elam wants to execute. As we take a peek at the back lineups, as our normal types duke it out on the field, we do have a Galarian Corsola for Elam and a Guzzlord for Dunebug. So in my mind, I'm keeping track. Whoever controls Switch Advantage has a massive leg up in the end game.
Absolutely. Here comes that Icy Wind. It's going to debuff that attack stat of that Licky Licky. And now, here comes the Body Slam spam. We've seen a Lickitung in the meta. Now Licky Licky has evolved, and these Body Slams are going to be doing chunks into Wigglytuff.
Licky Licky is at the next Body Slam, but it would likely lose the charge attack priority, so Dunebug holds his energy. Does he want control of Switch Advantage? Important decision point. Let's Licky Licky go, opting for energy advantage, but that might be critical.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough because now Politoed has a huge uphill battle. It's going to want some energy in case something like that Altaria is in the back to be able to threaten with double super effective Ice Beams. At the same time, if there's a Quagsire in the back, now it's going to be really difficult for Politoed to meet its match.
Yeah, this is going to be really tricky. We see the Shadow Altaria and the Galarian Corsola. Oh, Elam brings in the Galarian Corsola, recognizing this is a safe place to put it. If there is a Guzzlord in the back, the Corsola is much better into the Politoed. I really like this decision.
Yeah, and calling that there's no Alolan Ninetales in the back, which is a really huge call. We know the teams, we can see behind the scenes, but they have no idea. And here comes the catch. Dunebug making the huge catch on the Guzzlord.
This is massive. Dunebug 97 trying to fight his way back into this series after losing the lead. He now finds himself in a Dragon matchup. Dragon Tails, Dragon Breath, damage every direction.
Yeah, but we talked with Elam during his interview. He said he has Altaria, Shadow Altaria specifically for this matchup because of the Dragon Breath damage that's so oppressive. Now Altaria with that Shadow can win this matchup specifically.
Altaria's Sky Attack will command that Protect Shield from Dunebug 97. This is a very critical moment of the Grand Finals matchup, and Dunebug needs to fight if he wants to get back into this series. He's got the Brutal Swing. He's going to look for the knockout, and Elam will deny it.
Yeah, here comes the shield. Brutal Swing coming through, connecting with that shield, and unfortunately, Altaria is still there. Here comes the Weather Ball, the switch. Politoed switched out with so much energy, and now it's going to come down to Politoed. Can it take down the Altaria? Can it take down the Corsola?
Sneaky swap. Politoed tries to get the element of surprise, but Elam reaches for that Galarian Corsola. It's so bulky. These Weather Balls aren't going to do much. Galarian Corsola waits as the Weather Ball is surely just going to bounce off of it.
Yeah, this Weather Ball is just not going to be doing enough damage, and here comes the Corsola. Those Astonishes just keep adding up. It does so much fast attack pressure.
It's going to come right down to the wire, you guys. We've got another Weather Ball queued up here. Politoed doing what it does best and spamming off that energy. In comes another Astonish. Can he get the farm down? Dunebug allows the farm down. He wants his Guzzlord to get the energy back. Dragon Tails coming through.
Beautifully done by Dunebug, allowing that Guzzlord to get that energy from that Corsola, and now hitting Altaria with a Sludge Bomb, payback into the other Dragon type.
Toxic gameplay. GG from the Guzzlord gamer Dunebug as he fights his way back into the series. That's one win on the board, and he's not out of it yet.
Beautifully done. I think that was actually super high level that we don't really see too often, where you allow your opponent to get that fast attack damage on your Pokemon and let it faint so that you can come in now and get the energy on the Pokemon that you need in order to secure your win condition.
Doombug took so much damage. His Pokemon were getting punished by the barrage of charge and fast attacks from Elam, but in the end, saving that shield, catching this Nightshade, those small decisions added up, and it allowed Doombug to put that barrier between himself and Elam, land the brutal swing in the end, and win this game.
Yeah, one of my favorite things that Doombug did there is not only did he swap to catch the move on that Guzzler, but he also left with almost 2 Weather Balls worth of energy to be able to come back in later and just put on so much pressure onto the Altari once it got low and onto the Corselet to allow Guzzlord to finish the game with that Sludge Bomb.
Elam had energy there, but the thing is, you can fire a charge attack, sure, but when you do that, you allow your opponent to get another fast attack through, and even if Elam threw the Nightshade there, he would not be able to withstand the Dragon Tail damage. All right, everybody, we're going into game number 4 here. Elam still just 1 away, but Doombug is looking to reverse the odds.
Here we go. Guzzlord into Fortress. We actually see an immediate switch out into the Wigglytuff, and in comes the Corviknight to match it. With this is the exact same team that Elam played in game 1.
Yeah, there's a lot of play here, a lot of neutral flexibility, especially seeing the Wigglytuff early on. If Doombug can clear this matchup, it clears the runway for his Guzzlord later.
Oh, and we see another attack boost for Doombug's Corviknight. It's taking a little page out of the accent book of Corviknight there.
Exactly, getting boosts almost on demand, but it looks like the Icy Wind will bring it back down to ground level.
Yep.
Another Air Cutter coming through. Corviknight, again, just working its way through this matchup.
Yeah, one thing I love about this team composition from Elam is he's trying to bait in the Corviknight every single time to open the door for the Clodsire. But the thing about Corviknight is it's just continuing to boost his attack. This might be enough to knock out now.
Yeah, this is crazy. I think Elam might even need to shield, but he doesn't. Maybe Wigglytuff will hang on. Maybe he's confident in letting it go. And it does get KO'd. Finally, not a boost, though, for Doombug and his Corviknight.
It just kept getting boost after boost after boost, and now we'll see here, does he go for the payback? Does he go for the Air Cutter? And now Elam has a huge decision to make. He's going to shield up the Fortress, but now this doesn't allow him to shield up that Clodsire later.
Great timing there by Doombug to get off the payback. Does not bail the Corviknight out. Instead wants to maintain his switch timer. Guzzlord, counter swap. Clodsire, counter swap again. Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, on the Alolan, this is a very neutral matchup. Both Pokemon doing super effective damage into each other with both fast and charge attack pressure. But Clodsire has the defense point to be able to resist a lot of these charge attacks, even though it's super effective. However, Alolan Ninetales outpaces severely.
I mean, severely is almost like an understatement, right? It is blazing fast. It's going to run circles around this Clodsire. The Stone Edge would hit so hard, but Doombug saved both of those shields. I would not be shocked at all to see him use both of those shields as he finds a charge attack priority.
Yeah, this is a huge charge attack priority tie. I think this actually allows Doombug to take control and the stranglehold of this entire matchup. It's going to be really tough for Elam to come back now.
Elam taking a mental snapshot. He knows it's going to be tough sledding, and Doombug sends out the Guzzlord to absorb the Rock Tomb and save his Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, that was a beautifully executed catch, and now I think we're going to see another Brutal Swing come through and start chipping away slowly but surely at this Fortress, the Fort Knox of Pokemon Go.
Exactly, but Fortress can take the punishment just as well as it can dish it. 2 more charge attacks. Here we're going to see another charge attack from the Fortress. This time it's a Sand Tomb.
Yeah, debuffing the attack, now debuffing the defense of the Guzzlord, and now it's going to be really, really tough for this Guzzlord to do a ton of damage, but at the same time, this Fortress is just getting way too low.
Yeah, this is a war of attrition for sure. The Fortress is getting weaker and the Guzzlord is getting stronger, it seems. And now the Ninetales comes out, fires off this Weather Ball, and Elam lets it go.
Yeah, conceding the match, realizing that there was too much of an uphill climb to get through this matchup, but Fortress really put in a lot of work, but Ninetales just did a little bit more.
Elam almost at the peak, almost reaching the summit, but his grip is slipping here in Houston. We are now tied up 2-2 in our grand finals. As a reminder to everybody, if Elam wins this decisive game 5, he is your Houston regional champion. If Doombug wins this next battle, he will force a bracket reset and another best of 5.
2 things that I really loved about what you said. It's hard to 3-0 someone like Doombug. We've seen it now. It's impossible.
Right?
He just he's too consistent. He's too good. You can't just overpower him. He will run circles around you, kind of like the second point, the Alolan Ninetales running circles around the Quagsire. It gave me such a visual of Alolan Ninetales just dancing around, setting up Aurora Veil, getting those weather balls through. That's great.
And Quagsire can only kind of flop side to side. It doesn't know what to do, but Elam's got to figure out a plan, and I do think that the Quagsire and the Galarian Corsola have been great for him all weekend long. Does he go back to the signature picks, or does he reach for that Shadow Altaria, that tech that locked down multiple matchups for him? Is that the answer in a very, very tough question?
Yeah, and I think for Dunebug, his Corviknight was actually a huge player into that matchup because it's one of the few checks into that Wigglytuff that allows his Guzzlord to really stand out. Here we are, game number 5, decisive game number 5. Who's gonna take this? Is it gonna be Elam or Dunebug?
A story of stone and ice. Rock Tomb Fortress meets the Gourgeist swap in, and he's met again by the Galarian Corsola.
Yeah, this is a tough matchup for that Gourgeist, but it does have Shadow Ball to be able to fight back.
We're going to see the Shadow Ball get fired off. Elam does use a Protect Shield. Great call out early on in this Ghost versus Ghost face-off, and the Galarian Corsola does have the Nightshade, but Elam is ever disciplined, goes for 3 Astonishes for 9 turns, and then the Nightshade.
Yeah, the nice thing here for Gourgeist is that even though you're taking super effective fast and charge attack damage, you're able to fight back so quickly with these Shadow Balls. Incinerate is just one of the most amazing moves in PvP. And we see another shield come up. This is what Gourgeist does. It either will charm or incinerate down a fortress, or it will force shields from any Pokemon.
But look at that energy advantage that Elam now has. Yes, he gave out 2 Protect Shields, but the Galarian Corsola is loaded and ready to go. And if you look at the back line, we don't see the Guzzlord like we have time and time again. Dunebug went with a different strategy here.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. Alolan Ninetales does not appreciate super effective power gems. That does a lot of damage. And now, Weather Ball is just not going to be enough.
Well, he did go on charge attack priority, and I agree with you. Weather Ball might not have the reach to pick up a KO against a bulky Galarian Corsola, and it absolutely does not. Dunebug looking for the swap, but he's going to be faced with a decision instead. Does he shield this?
And if you don't shield it, you're going to realize that it's impossible to go through that Fortress Wigglytuff core, because both of those Pokemon are going to be able to lower your attack. So needing to shield there in order to preserve the ability to switch in and out of matchups so that you're not stuck at -1 attack for the rest of the battle.
Fortress comes in and it bows out. Wigglytuff, the top usage Pokemon all weekend, the king of the Open Great League meta so far in the Memories in Motion. It is bearing down on Licky Licky, and Dunebug looks deflated. I don't know if he's got a chance to win this game or not.
I think the Wigglytuff has the advantage here. Not only that, the Fortress waiting in the wings with a lot of energy for that Alolan Ninetales. This looks like it's written in stone.
It's very daunting.
Against it, and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Haven't heard of you, then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road.
He goes on the high speed. Reset
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Buenos dias, todos! Welcome in to the official broadcast of the 2026 Championship Series. We are here in the beautiful and colorful city of Sevilla in Spain, getting ready for some exciting battles, the first battles that we have in Europe in the Motions in Memories season. My name is Martin. You may know me as Inadequate, and I am joined here by Marcus Arceus Aurelius, Matthias Pokegains.
Hi, chat.
And Leonard, Koning Lionard. Can I get a hi from you all real quick?
Hi!
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you are just as excited as we are to get into some battles very soon. And yes, you know, it's very sunny here. We have around 100 competitors competing in Sevilla today. Leo, just real quick, how are you feeling? I know it's been a while since I've seen you.
Well, I've been mostly competing this season so far, so I'm feeling great. It's also fun to be behind the desk, of course, but I have this itch that I want to be out there and play, actually.
Matthias, second time you're here casting. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. I'm really excited to be in Spain. Spanish community is truly amazing. They all stick together. They all cheers for each other, so I'm super excited to be here.
Marcus, good old Yapper, tell me your thoughts.
Well, I'm just excited to be here with you. Every time I've been on the desk this season has been with you, and I mean, he has a favorite, and I cannot blame him.
Good to have the atmosphere going here, but we have more events coming up as well, and let's take a look at how far we've come. Perhaps one of these events is nearby you.
Yeah, we've just recently been to London at the EUIC. Of course, plenty of events before, but now we are here in Seville in March. And the next up is gonna be Prague. That's gonna be very exciting. After that, Utrecht, Turin, then NAIC at New Orleans, and of course, at the end of the road, there lies the Pokémon World Championship together with Pokémon XP for the first time in San Francisco.
Yeah, those last two events are very notable because New Orleans is going to be the North America International Championship, and after that's the World Championship. So of course those are the bigger events that we're going to have coming up. But let's look back at the Europe International Championship. I believe you were there as well, Marcus. What were your thoughts on what happened there? We had a restricted format.
It was an incredible format, which we won't maybe ever see again. So if you missed the action of the EUIC, I mean, you missed out on something big. It was an incredibly fluent meta where even if you had like a somewhat bad situation, you could always claw your way back, like that Spiritomb gameplay that we saw in the grand finals.
I think clawing back really was the topic that we had going in that tournament. If you've missed the Europe International Championship, take a look.
The 2026 European International Championships introduced a new limited meta to Pokémon GO PvP. The field was swarmed by bugs, dragons, and normal-type Pokémon, but it was Spiritomb that proved to be the key piece of the format. 3 European trainers dominated the competition as they made their way to Championship Sunday. Europe's final boss, Colin 6, 2026 Lille champion Hikami, and boy wonder Paman for his 5th consecutive Championship Sunday. Colin 6 kicked off the day with a statement 3-0 win to send Hikami down to the losers finals. There, Paman lay in waiting, having already won 14 rounds back-to-back. In a stunning showcase of experience and expertise, Paman also claimed a 3-0 victory to set up a grand finals for the ages. Colin 6 vs Paman, a match worthy of the World Championship stage. Paman quickly reset the bracket with a 3-1 win, leaving everything to play for in the final best of 5. The 2 finalists fought it out until the 5th and final game, exchanging blows amidst cries and cheers alike from the London crowd. As the dust settled following an explosive ending, it was Paman who emerged victorious. The reigning champion defended his crown and cemented his name in EUIC history.
Winning for the 2nd year in a row!
Back-to-back EUIC champion, Paman claims the title in London. Nobody's ever done it like the Spanish prodigy.
To keep up with all of the incredible action, make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete.
Keep your eyes out on those international championships. The atmosphere there was absolutely incredible. And Paman, you know, if we just looked at the pop-off from him, right? Winning the Europe International Championship back-to-back. I think that he really is just the epitome of Pokemon GO PvP. If we take a look again, Spiritomb. Spiritomb is one of my favorite Ghost and Dark-type Pokemon around. It was so good to finally see it come out in action here. Yeah, Paman, right? We're going to see him again this weekend. Going to be super exciting.
It's also really fun to see all of those Pokemon that you don't really see at the Special Championships or Regionals. It's so cool to see those creative picks seeking for glory.
But also, Paman, he went down in the losers bracket early on in day 1 in winners round 3, I believe. And then he had the longest losers run in history to make it into the grand finals and win it all.
As you can see here, Paman getting that first medal, Colin in second, and Hakami actually like very known in the community, but finally also got his third placing right here, playing absolutely flawless against Paman.
After winning in Liu as well earlier this season. Now, these are not the only trainers in Europe that have done very well. We also have the European regional champions, which we are now going back to, as we are now in the special championship in Sevilla.
And here, as you mentioned, Ikami won his first title in Lille before that third place finish. We have 2 sets of inadequates here, but I don't recognize the Stuttgart one that well. It looks, there's something else coming to mind, but never mind. We also have Maximilian P taking his first regional title after that devastating loss in the grand finals in Utrecht last year.
Yeah, versus Nickname.
Versus Nickname, exactly. And then, of course, Paman winning EUIC. But there are still 4 champions left to be crowned here in Europe. And the Seville one, we will crown this weekend.
Europe is not the only continent where we have these events, though. Let's take a look across the pond. Last weekend, we had Houston. And these are some of the trainers that have been crowned as champion in North America.
Yeah, with Elam winning at Houston, played an amazing finals against Doonbak, which also he won Las Vegas. Doonbak always like in the finals, 3rd, 4th, is always there, but like Elam was too strong for him in the finals in Houston.
I think Doonbak is just inevitable.
And there's also a European here who took a regional championship in NA. That's Stone Collection. It was his 45th tournament, but his first win. Now he has turned those 9th places, 8th place, 3rd or 2nd place finish and turned them into a win. This could be a pivotal moment for Stone Collection, and maybe he will be one of the top contenders for the World Championship this year.
Let's zoom in a little bit more on Houston, the latest regional championship in North America, because we only see the name of Elam here, but obviously the top 3 there was absolutely amazing. Elam, again, like you said, Doonbak is just always there.
Always.
And yeah, he tried taking that from Elam with that pick Politoed, a very unique pick, but Elam didn't want to have any of that, and he was like, you know what, it's time for my 3rd regional championship win. Here it is.
And I feel like Elam, this is his 3rd regional championship, I believe, and he's always a contender for winning as well.
Yeah, of course. We talked a lot about Elam and Doonbak now, of course, 1st and 2nd place, but there is also the Nighttime Clasher. Is he from NA? Is he from Europe? At this point, we don't know anymore. He's competing everywhere, LAIC champion in there. And as you can see, there's some cool new Pokemon as well that we haven't seen too much of before. So this is already telling a story that we're going to show this weekend as well.
I feel like Nighttime Clasher is just like the type of trainer that really defines the meta. And I think if we take a look very soon at that meta that we had in Houston, Nighttime Clasher, the picks, Metachamp, Quagsire, Wigglytuff, Corviknight, Guzzlord. How many of those do you think are going to be in that top 6?
I think pretty much all of them, but I'm really excited to maybe we could see like the Politoed from Doonbak that he played last weekend. But as you can see, all of them are right there, top 6. What a coincidence.
5 out of 6 are in the top 6. And then there's Medicham on the top 8. I mean, Nighttime Clasher and his team-building friends really know how to figure out what the meta will shape out to be before it even exists.
Yeah, definitely. And then you can see in the 3rd spot, I think one Pokemon that is really defining the meta almost alone. It is Wigglytuff, a Pokemon that has been infamous for its performances before.
I love that Pokemon.
Martine has been crushing Worlds and has been crushing a regional championship with the Wigglytuff before, and now it is everywhere.
Okay, well, this is really cool what the North Americans are playing. But let's take a look at what the Europeans are playing. We have the day one usage already for Sevilla. Let's take a look if Nighttime Clashers team is just as meta-defining here. We have Wigglytuff at #1 again. Look at that. Is this Nighttime Clash? No,
it's
just
5 out of
Guzzlord.
6.
Yeah, 5 out of 6 again of Nighttime Clashers team.
We would like flying types here in Europe, and Altaria is overtaking Guzzlord for that usage here in Europe. Otherwise, it's 5 out of the 6. And Wigglytuff keeps dominating the usage paired together with Quagsire. Fairy and ground typing go so well together, especially when it's covered by those steel types and that Corviknight and the Fortress.
Let us know in chat what you think is going to be really good here. We asked some top players globally what they thought is going to succeed here in Sevilla.
Yeah, as we can see, we have Paman and his Corviknight. You know, the Sand Attack Air Cutter
Very
playback.
spicy.
A very, very, very spicy Pokemon, but very versatile. Even has coverage for Sand Attack versus the Steel types. It's truly amazing. Colin 6 with Shadow Talonflame. Shadow Talonflame, we haven't seen much, but I mean, it can do pretty well into Wigglytuff, and those also counters Corviknight there.
It destroys a lot of the steel types and the fairy types here. It's just the Quagsire it needs to be scared of. And there's another pick that needs to be scared of the Quagsire. Actually, two. It's just the Shadow Magnezone taking double super effective damage from the ground attacks and really cannot hit the Quagsire back. And then we have the Emolga from Nighttime Clasher. I'm curious to see if Emolga will make a splash this weekend.
I feel like it's just kind of more of a fan favorite than Nighttime Clash is hoping, or maybe he's been coaching someone here to bring that Pokemon. Let's take a look at some of the top trainers in Europe. How far have some of these trainers come here?
We have, of course, in #1, Paman. He has been crushing it this season. Second place at Birmingham Regional, EUIC, W, of course, second place at LAIC. Who else could it be? But then, of course, also all of those other fantastic trainers. In these rows there, you can see Hikami, who has had a phenomenal season. Before that, he was a regular contender for some top cuts, for some day 2s. But this season, Hikami is really crushing it.
And when you see the gold ticket next to their name, that means that they have earned a direct invitation already. We'll get to that later as well. But if you are kind of new to all of this, who are the trainers that you want to look out for? Well, we selected 3 trainers that are very likely to get quite far here.
Yeah, as we can see, again, Paman, and we talked about Stone Collection, but the person in the middle, Chris, has been coming up as a new Spanish top player, good friends with in the Spanish community, but Chris is like a special trainer who can like make his statement pretty much against all the top players that we already know.
And Chris has had an incredible season. He's top 4 on the European leaderboard, as we just saw. And I know he's got a fiery and intense rivalry going against Paman, both being from Spain, and they, of course, want to be the best, both of them.
Then, of course, we have Stone Collection as well, who just won over at NA in Seattle with a crushing performance. But this time around, he is not probably going to play his Shadow Caesar, the Pokemon that he used in the entire last season. He caught it. He was like, oh my goodness, this is such a good Caesar. I'm going to run it everywhere. And now he has to come up with a different strategy.
It is the Memories and Motions season after all now that we're in. So yeah, if you want to make sure that you don't miss out on all this action, because I know we are having different time zones. Perhaps we have some North Americans watching. Check out all the action and everything you want to know on Pokemon.com/broadcast. Follow us also on all our social media so you don't miss out. You can follow us on YouTube, on Twitch, on X. Use #PlayPokemon if you're posting on X. If you want to get involved as well, perhaps we might feature some of you on the broadcast too. Now, of course, I know that we're all here for battle. So are we, actually. And I hear some rumbling right behind us. I think that the competitors are also quite excited. So shall we get ready? Don't go anywhere just yet. We'll be back with you in a minute.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon GO matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a bring 6 pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Thank you, Rosemary, for reminding me to stay up to date on the latest Pokemon action, because there's so many tournaments happening in the next coming weeks.
Yeah.
Every weekend is basically a high-profile event from Pokemon.
Yeah, if you're sitting at home and you don't want to participate in those tournaments, or you can still enjoy the show. You can watch all of those high-caliber battles.
And I am one... I would say I'm a lover of high-caliber battles, but I also like when battles go south or west or whatever direction they're heading. I like all kinds of battles.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I have been in some battles that went west and east at the same time, so definitely those are also a lot of fun. Not every play has to be perfect. After all, this is a game. We're here to have fun. But if you want to win the titles, if you want to win the championship points, then you're gonna have to play a little bit better than me, perhaps. But of course, you can see how much you can win at these events.
And your battles cannot go west if you want to place first. That is regarded as the best finish.
Wow.
Because it's all above everyone else. And as you can see, you're taking home a lot of championship points. And to qualify for the World Championship, you need to be in the top 65 here in Europe. And I mean, it's a tough threshold to make. There's so many great trainers here.
And those championship points, they don't only give you access to, you know, participating in the World Championships, but you also can get travel awards for it, because if you are placing very high in your region, you're actually going to get a big amount of money to just travel to the ICs or Worlds.
And you also get a stipend. The $1,000 prize for finishing 5th to 8th, the tier 2 pricing, that is new of this season, because last season I went to NEIC, I was 5th on the leaderboard.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and Zwalis overtook me by 1 place when he finished 2nd at the UIC.
And that is probably because one of your matches just went east or west, right?
Oh, yeah, well, don't throw Aquatel into Superior, people.
Boy.
But I gotta say, the battle that goes straight west, those are the ones you remember, sadly, as well.
Exactly, but they are also happy memories, right? So
oh, yes, so much happiness connected to those.
What was your
memories.
funniest memory of a battle that you just did something very odd?
Throwing Aquatel into a Superior certainly is standing out as we are discussing it. So I would say that is the moment that stands out to me. It was on stage, it was against the Natiquins, it was for top 8 at the UIC, and not to be that guy, but to be that guy. If I throw the crunch there, I think I win the UIC, and that's just I'm gonna leave it there.
And winning UIC would also come with great prizes. Of course, you can also win prizes here in Seville, where you can get, of course, at first place, a golden ticket, a direct qualification for the World Championships, and 108 booster packs.
I love the booster packs. Now there's a Mega Evolution theme going on, and I'm a lover of Mega Pokemon. I think there's been some cool mechanics in Pokemon throughout the years, the Terra and the Dynamax, but we all love the Megas, don't we?
Yeah, that's cool. But I am a big believer that the superior, gimmick of a generation is Z-moves. Just have a little dancey dance before an everything obliterating attack that you can have there.
I think Leo has actually done for today, people. That C-moves is my least favorite of all the mechanics.
Oh no,
actually.
I absolutely love it.
The Go.
Yeah, you're absolutely going to crush your opponent, and you're dancing before. I think that has some kind of aura. Speaking of aura, we are of course in Spain, and everyone expects Paman to put up a performance. And if there is one player in Pokemon Go that has aura, it's gonna be Paman, right?
Yeah, Paman has. I remember his first ever tournament back in Liverpool 3 years ago now. He went second place in his first ever tournament, and then he lost to Human Catcherbug and that Shadow Charizard that we all remember so well. But Paman, he has really, since day one, he has brought something special to the Pokemon Go community.
And I think even in his second tournament, he also went second place there. I believe that was in Gdansk, but maybe I have something mixed up there, because later on he won Gdansk as well. But of course, if you're coming to these tournaments...
I believe he won. Didn't he win Gdansk?
Yeah, he won Gdansk, I think 1 year later. I think he went 2 second places first.
But he won with the Shadow Alolan Ninetales when Tonto Batusa had the Seeking.
Exactly.
That's 2024, man. I think so. I can't remember exactly. We will figure this out for you, and maybe Chad can let us know when Paman won Gdansk.
Absolutely. But of course, also we want to tell you, if you're not here, what you're missing out on, because you get special spawns at these events. There are so many cool Pokemon that you can catch, which you might not be able to catch normally. And of course, also something that is very important next to catching some Wimpod, and Wild Lapras spawns are always amazing. Charge TMs.
Oh, yeah. I love that Lapras. I love that Turtonator. But the charge TMs that are available here in Sevilla, that really is so important for the Pokemon Go traders. Spin the stops, guaranteed charge TMs drop from these. Maybe not guaranteed, but highly likely you will get charge TMs from these stops.
You know, I remember sitting on 4 to 5 charge TMs just before the updates, and now I'm living in prosperity. 300 charge TMs. I don't know where to go with all of them. You know what? Sometimes I'm deleting charge TMs.
No way. I don't believe it. But actually, I will take the risk of TMing my Mew these days. Because I'm playing in a grassroots tournament where Mew is actually viable, and Mew has a plethora of charge attacks, and I'm willingly spending some charge attacks and getting my Mew set up for the perfect moveset. Or the Mew set, if you want.
Perfect Mew set. I love it. But now let's go back to Seville. Do we expect some Mew here?
I don't think we're going to see a lot of Mew. But I don't think it's the worst pick either. With a moveset of, for example, Shadow Claw and Psyshock, and then you can pick last coverage attack, maybe Flame Charge for this meta. I think that could be very interesting to see.
Yeah, I think you definitely need something to hit those steel types. If you want to go with the Psyshock, of course, same type of attack bonus boosted for you, but you also need something to deal with a possible Fortress or some Corviknight, because Corviknight has payback, and Corviknight is so strong. Paired together with a Shadow Quagsire, it is absolutely insane. These two Pokemon cover each other perfectly.
And there's not a single typing in the game that resists both Psychic and Fire. So maybe the Psyshock and Flame Charge combination from Mew can be what can break up that tough Corviknight with its unique typing and also hard typing to break apart, as you mentioned.
Are we cooking, Marcus?
Watch me stir the pot here, Leo, because I think we're onto something big.
Yeah, I think maybe in the next tournaments that I'm going to play this season, I'm going to bring a Mew or a different legendary. I don't quite know yet.
I know you're a fan of legendary Pokemon. You don't care if they're good or if they're not, but...
they're all good. What are you talking about?
I mean, performance-wise, some of the legendaries have struggled because the lack of bulkiness in the Great League for a lot of these legendaries. It's tangible. You can feel it.
You know, sometimes bulk is... I mean, bulk is kind of king in Pokemon Go, right? Having
so.
more bulk is always better. Of course, some of the more fragile Pokemon, they can shine when they have specific charged attacks or fast attacks or in combination with each other that are just absolutely insane. But usually, the bulkier the Pokemon is, the better it is. And that is one thing that I'm quite curious about, because, of course, we all know the story of Inadequance with the Giratina. And Giratina is incredibly bulky. It has really good defensive typing. Why is Martine the only person... Nothing against Martine here, right? We all know he's a phenomenal player. But why is he the only person who can make Giratina work?
Well, I mean, that is... one of his biggest strengths is making those weird Pokemon work. He finished top 4 EUIC with Shadow Palkia as well, but never mind Oh, look at... Never mind the Shadow Palkia. Here we see a lot of interesting Pokemon
That
here.
is so cool.
Valdicat has the Aegislash. That is a very interesting Pokemon with its own unique mechanic where it changes form. You see Valdicat here. He is a really known player in the community, been doing well in the Go Battle League leaderboard. And that Aegislash, I just want to take a moment to appreciate. It is in the shield form as it stands here. But when it throws a charge attack, it changes to its sword form. Its defenses are incredibly high when it's in shield form, but when it changes to sword form, the defenses and attack are flipped.
And it profits so much off of the Shadow Ball buff going to 50 energy, so you can double up on attacks. But here is Judith, of course, also well known in the Pokemon Go community. I had the pleasure of playing versus her in a grassroots tournament. I really don't want to disclose the result of that. But she is bringing a Shelgon. We have seen Shelgon last weekend in Houston, so that is nothing completely new. But of course, with Twister being buffed to such a phenomenal attack now, it's also a force to be reckoned with.
I think Shelgon could really put up a fight here against Valdicat.
Where's Wigglytuff?
There is no Wigglytuff. There is a Clefable.
Where's Wigglytuff?
There is a Clefable because Clefable is the fairy type with the better matchup into Wigglytuff of the fairies, because Clefable has that Meteor Mash, that Steel type attack, hits Wigglytuff insanely hard.
Meteor Mash is such a strong attack now as well. I was wondering when Clefable is really going to have its breakthrough, because the pacing is good. It is decently bulky. It's not missing out on too much attack. And of course, you can also have the Moonblast. Meteor Mash is so good. The attack, I mean, Meteor Mash is its bait attack, right? 90 damage on a bait attack? Are you kidding me?
We're not kidding. It's an incredible attack. And here you see the players are getting ready to lock in. Judith smirking at the camera. Maybe it's nerves. Maybe she has a trick up her sleeve. We just have to wait and see. But we see the Licky into the Furret.
Oh, two normal types facing off against each other. Furret, of course, also a great answer into the Aegislash, but that is a Pokemon that Judith doesn't have to fear in this game. So I think we're going to see the players playing this matchup out very much normally here.
And the Valdicat throwing the Body Slam. Better choice here not to throw the Shadow Ball into the normal type Furret, and he goes for the right way. Judith boosts up the Furret's attack.
Yeah. Furret is really chilling here. Body Slam did not do too much. You're not even at half HP. Now, Rollout, of course, fast energy generating attack, but it is not the highest damage one as well. So Furret, if we're playing the Zero Shield scenario here, it's gonna come out with a decent amount of HP, actually, if this Swift knocks out. But no, we're swapping, and a Swift connects into the Corviknight. That is, of course, resisted damage.
And Judith is looking up, and she's contemplating how to play out this Corviknight. She has shown very little respect to that Florges that is lurking in the back, because and Valdicat lets Judith get a Hex through. Judith shields up the payback. Very good shield from Judith.
That is huge momentum. This matchup can be iffy for the Jellicent because payback is hard hitting, super effective. But if you're shielding up the correct attack, you're so far ahead in energy because Shadow Ball just comes out naturally after 4 hexes.
And Judith is already at another Shadow Ball. Will Valdicat double shield his Corviknight here? He does to put even more pressure onto this Jellicent.
Wait, does he have to bait here, or is he going to get outpaced if he throws another payback? Judith, is she going to call the Air Cutter bait, or is she going to straight shield again? Because that would leave the Jellicent at an enormous amount of HP. No, gets knocked out immediately. Now, Medicham with a shield up is not the worst of all things. However, there is a Florges lurking in the back.
I think the Florges is what can win this matchup for Valdicat, but here he's already putting pressure on this Medicham. Judith decided not to shield against shield the Jellicent with a payback. Now she's putting up the shield on the Air Cutter. Maybe she wished she had put up the shield a bit sooner. Here comes a Dynamic Punch. This will threaten a knockout on this Corviknight.
And there is no shields left remaining, so what are we even talking about? This is definitely gonna knock out Medicham in a decent position now with an energy advantage. There's, of course, also the Licky in the back, but at this matchup, it is looking grim if you're not ahead super far in energy.
I think Judith recognizes that this Florges might be problematic for her Medicham and Furret to deal with. Here comes a Chilling Water. This does not do the most amount of damage, but the Medicham will now have its attack nerfed.
And the problem is that the Swift got caught on the Corviknight for Judith, right? Because Valdicat made this fantastic catch. The Furret is sitting in the back with 15% HP and no energy to work with, so that is also not the most useful Pokemon in the back for Judith. But maybe she can get a catch here. No. Well waited out by Valdicat. Farms up a lot of energy, almost at 2 attacks now. And now a Swift is going to be thrown by the Furret. Does that even knock out?
It will not. So. I will not knock out this bulky Lickitung. And Valdicat, he is ready, has a Body Slam prepared for the Furret. But Judith can now farm down this Lickitung with her Medicham. Maybe there is a way back into this for Judith if she can stock up on the energy. Oh, but Valdicat barely makes a Body Slam. This is clutch. This might be changing the entire game because now the Medicham will be so low.
Yep, and the charge attack priority is going in favor of the Florges. I'm very sure of that. So it is going to knock out the Medicham on such low HP. First match and we already have such a banger.
Surgically played by Valdicat. He managed to get the most value out of his picks over Judith. Even though Furret can win that matchup against the Licky, he threw in the Corviknight, his safe swap.
Yeah.
And because Corviknight is really safe into Judith's team. So Judith spent a lot of energy hitting that Body Slam into the Corviknight.
Yeah.
And I think she could have gotten more value out of that Body Slam elsewhere. But it was closer. This game was closer than it seemed because that Florges is not as tanky as you'd like it to be.
Yeah, and I think the pivotal moment in the game was the no shield of Judith versus the second payback of the Corviknight. If that went shielded, you could overfarm 3 more hexes actually, and then just leave with a Shadow Ball, knock out the Corviknight, and then continue to dominate the game.
See, there was a Licky still in the back.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. I think Judith, I think she took a gamble that the Jellicent would be lined up against the Licky and therefore maybe didn't value it as much. And also, it's very scary to let go of all of your shields against an Aegislash team. Because Aegislash is so tanky when it builds up energy, just takes a hit, and then when it goes into the shield form, it does so much damage. But Aegislash has a way to return back into shield form after throwing a charge attack. That is by using a shield or by switching out. So Aegislash, maybe you could say a standard form of operation is that shield form. It starts in the shield form, and then when it protects itself, it goes back into shield form. But when it attacks and when it strikes, it pulls out the sword and is incredibly threatening.
I mean, it looks like they're just 2 steel types, Aegislash and Corviknight, but in reality, Aegislash, just by its sheer existence, is boosting up that Corviknight. Your opponent is very much less likely to shield those paybacks that you want to throw, because let's face it, Air Cutter, its same type attack bonus boosted, it can give you a boost as well on your attack, but it is not the hardest hitting attack. And if your opponent never shields the paybacks, Corviknight is just so strong. But that is a good lead for Valdicat once again with the Medicham led into this Acid.
Oh, she gets a catch! Valdicat decided to wait a turn to see if Judith was staying in, but he waited a bit too long and Judith managed to catch the Dynamic Punch on her own Medicham. Great play!
Yep, and now Valdicat, of course, is outpacing a little bit, overfarmed 1 Psycho Cut, but Judith is throwing, an Ice Punch. Usually, if you're playing the Medicham Mirror Match, you want to throw 2 Dynamic Punches and 1 Ice Punch to exactly knock out. Here, Valdicat was probably hoping to catch a Dynamic Punch. However, I think Dynamic Punch should still deal more damage than Ice Punch versus the Florges, huh?
You could be right, actually. Dynamic Punch is an incredibly efficient attack, but here we see the Florges is getting lower and lower against this Medicham. And here comes Chilling Water. This will not threaten a knockout on the Medicham, being a neutral attack. And we see that Judith is tapping that Cradily and one wanting to go back into it.
That is so good. Already at the attack with the Medicham and with the Cradily, and now there's another Chilling Water coming through. Perhaps could have thrown a charged attack earlier, but of course, if you're playing a Pokemon like Cradily and you're just farming down an opposing Pokemon, double dynamic punch loaded on the Medicham is going to be super tough to deal with. Is all the energy on the Cradley for nothing?
If you want to come out of this, Cradley, then, oh, well, it wins charge attack priority against the Medicham. This does not threaten a knockout. It's a debuffed Cradley. But if you want to keep your Cradley healthy here, you need to put up another shield. And Judith, she's going down 2 shields. This is bold by Judith.
I was thinking the Clefable in the back looks so fantastic to just deal with this Medicham, but then again, there is the Corviknight in the back. I think Judith is very much aware of a Corviknight being in play against her team because it's just so incredibly safe. Swaps into her own Medicham, now uses the energy of the Ice Punch to chip down on Valdicat's Ice Punch. Are you going to get a farm down after this, though? Oh, that is a little bit too much HP, if you ask me.
And Valdicat stores up a charge attack and then goes into his safe Corviknight. Judith grimacing. She knows that this is not the Pokemon that she enjoys seeing here. But there could be a way, because Valdicat doesn't have any attacks to hit the Clefable hard in the back, because you have to throw those air cutters. They are come out quick, but they're not the hardest hitting attack.
That is true. However, versus the Cradley, that's a different story. You can just throw the payback here. You can farm up so much energy before throwing that payback. I mean, you don't want to go over 100, but I think this Corviknight is pretty much fine with the amount of energy it is at. And now all hope is on the Clefable. Clefable, its attacks are resisted against the Corviknight, but Moonblast is still pretty strong.
Moonblast is a very strong attack. Meteor Mash as well. Clefable, I've seen it do a lot of miracles before, but here it looks very tough, and Valdicat is in a driving position. He has all his 3 Pokemon left. He had a shield, and now he's spending it to protect his Corviknight against this Clefable.
Do you think at some point you can get a knockout with one singular Moonblast against this Corviknight in this position, or do you need to land 2 Meteor Mashes?
I think 2 Meteor Mashes is the way to go. I don't think the Moonblast will hit enough. And here we see the Clefable is getting lower and lower. This Corviknight from Valdicat has put in so much work into Judith's team. And here we see the Air Cutter, and the Clefable gets off a parting Moonblast. This will knock the Corviknight low, but not threaten a knockout, and Judith is realizing that this was as far as it goes. Valdicat is taking game 2 as well, and the entire round against Judith.
Well, so well played with the Corviknight, identifying in the team, looking at the team saying, hey, this is just absolutely fantastic against Judith's team. Corviknight is the way to go, and he put everything on its back, right? The pressure of the Aegislash from the bench was there as well. So basically, we, except for the Clefable matchup, we never saw an Air Cutter.
And I think Valdicat, he made a great job just realizing that what pressure he could put on Judith, and he managed to find the ways out with his Pokemon. Even though the Licky interfered in that game 1 was pretty neutral, he realized, I have my Corviknight. I can do so much stuff with this Corviknight. Wherever it lands, it will go somewhere.
I think maybe an answer to the Corviknight could have been the Shelgon because of the flamethrower. I don't think it's the best matchup, but you can hit it for super effective damage, chunk it a little bit low. Another saying answer would be a massive overstatement, but Furret actually does have some play into the Corviknight because you can boost up your Sucker Punch once, deal more damage, and then throw Swifts. If you invest a shield at some point, you're getting it low at least, but other than that, if you're looking at the team of Judith, it seems almost unbeatable. You kind of need Cradley on it.
I think Cradley is, how weird as it sounds, the grass type against the flying type and the steel type is probably Judith's best answer to the Corviknight. Even though she played very, very well, catching a dynamic punch and playing fluidly with her Pokemon going in and out and in and out, Valdicat just had all the answers in the back, tanking this final Moonblast on his Corviknight and advancing to round 2.
This is how creative you have to get in Pokemon GO sometimes. There is a Pokemon that exclusively has Poison type, Grass type, and Rock type attacks, and it's your best answer versus a Steel type.
Yeah.
Make that make sense.
Make it make sense, but Judith could have made it make sense if she led the Cradle into the Corviknight. But is Judith's run over now
No.
because she lost?
Of course not. She's now in the losers bracket, which means it's basically double the battles that you have to do. It's a lot more work if you want to still get into day 2, but it is still possible. We've seen it before that trainers like Tragicomics back in Dortmund, he just went round 1 losers bracket and then just went into top 8.
Yeah, and I went into losers before day 2 and I won the entire thing. And
Wow.
Paman went on a loser streak at EUIC, so it's not over until it's over, trainers. And you came here to battle, and in the losers bracket is where you get the most amount of battles.
So if you keep winning, of course. If you lose in the losers
Obviously.
bracket, the run is over. Then you get to have a great time at the event. Check out the Pokestops, get some charge GMs, catch some of the spawns that we have at these events, and of course, connect with the community. That's always the best thing. I've lost plenty of times in these tournaments, and then afterwards, you hang out with your friends, with the new people that you got to meet in the tournament, and you get to watch the stream, you get to enjoy the show. You play some side events, maybe you play a Cup 8 challenge, all of those Pokemon.
I played a side event at EUIC actually, and it went so well, and I had such a great time with my friends. When I talk about EUIC with my friends that I was there with, we were 3 of my teammates in that same tournament, and we finished all 3 in the top 8. So yeah, I know. It was an incredible experience.
Proud of you.
And I'm not gonna lie, it was one of the best tournament feelings I've had in so long in a side event at this tournament. So even though your main event run might be over, there still could be so many prizes left to win because there's prizes in the side events as well, and memories to be made.
Exactly. You can hang out with your friends, but you can also play the other games, of course. You can play some TCG side events. You can play VG side events if you brought your console. So there's plenty of cool stuff to do.
Have you played a TCG side event ever? Or a VG side event?
I mean, I played main events in both of those games, actually.
Have you?
I played a TCG regional in Offenbach 2018 and a VG regional 2019 in Bochum.
We have a committed player here, truly. I've played one VG side event and that's it, and I got wiped out. But I did have one win, but I also got ruined by Trick Room, Fluttermane, and Torkoal.
Oh.
It was a horrible experience.
Actually, back in 2019, I also competed in a side event because the main event did not go my way, and then we won that in a 3v3 competition, which was really cool. Team competitions are amazing.
I love team competitions. We have them in Pokemon GO as well, where usually there's one player playing Great League, there's one player playing Ultra League, and then there's one player playing that coveted but also so scary Master League, where you can power up Pokemon all the way and use them to their full potential, like a Dialga or Zacian or Lunala.
Yeah, and everyone plays the league they like the most. Maybe we are going to find out what league Valdicat likes the most, because we have the winner's interview ready with Martijn.
Thank you, Leo and Marcus. Yes, I'm here with the winner of the first broadcasted match that we had today, Valdicat. Felicidades por ganar. Sorry, my Spanish is not super good, but congratulations on that victory. Can you tell us, how did you feel going into your first broadcasted match?
¿Cómo te has sentido yendo a tu primer combate en stream?
Pues la verdad es que muy nervioso. No me esperaba salir en primera ronda en stream. Y la verdad es que me ha sorprendido mucho. Además, habíamos jugado la semana pasada en Battle Frontiers contra Judith y me ganó. Y ha sido como un poco la revancha, pero bien, me he sentido bien.
He was surprised because he didn't expect to be the first match on stream. Besides, he played against the opponent before and he lost, so he didn't expect this result.
You have played in a couple championships before here in Spain. Do you have any goal that you have set for yourself for this weekend?
¿Tienes algún objetivo que te hayas planteado, ya que has participado en algunos campeonatos en España?
La verdad es que no. Estoy en un equipo donde hay gente muy buena y yo solamente vengo para pasármelo bien. O sea, de momento no tengo objetivos más altos que pasármelo bien.
He hasn't. He is in a team with so many pro people, and he's only here for the fun. He hasn't have any goals.
Yeah, the casters, Marcus and Leo, were talking about teams in the grassroots forms. I see you're wearing a shirt. Can you tell us a little bit about your team and the friends that you're with here this weekend?
¿Puedes hablarnos un poco de tu equipo y de los amigos con los que has venido?
Tenemos muy buen rollo, es un equipo súper bien acogido. Estoy muy contento de formar parte de este equipo y nos ayudamos entre todos a todo lo que podemos y se nota. Yo creo que estamos muy bien.
They are so happy in this team. ¿Puedes decir el nombre otra vez? Que no me he quedado con él.
Majada Ravens.
Majada Ravens, it's the team, and they have so much fun and they train every day they can.
Before I'll let you play your next battles, do you have any shoutouts that you want to give to friends, family, friends?
¿Alguien, algún amigo, familiar que quiera saludar?
Saludo a mi mujer y a mi hija y a todos mis amigos que están en Barcelona. A todos por ellos un saludo y muchas gracias por todo.
Wife and daughter, and also all the friends that are in Barcelona.
That's awesome to hear. I wish you the best of luck in your next battles. We are moving on to the casters as well for our next matches.
Thank you so much, Martijn, and Valdicat, of course. I mean, he said that he doesn't have goals for this tournament, but saying him and his team, they practice every single day, that sounds threatening. That sounds like they are going to compete very well in this tournament.
And buena suerte a Valdicat. I think he's... that means good luck. I hope he goes as far as he can. I know the Majada Ravens, the team that he's part of, they recruited some really, really well-renowned players in Paman and in San Judigo very recently, at least. I think Chris also is there playing there now. So yeah, incredible team. But we have now Divax against Super Yule coming up here on stage.
Yep, and we are going to see actually our first Wigglytuff of the tournament on both teams. We are going to see some Fortress, so this looks a little bit more meta heavy. But there is one Pokemon that people are so hyped to see again. Those old heads from the first few seasons, right? Everyone loves to see some Cresselia.
I love some Cresselia, but here we have Divax. And Divax, he has been playing in a few tournaments before. I recognize the name well from Grassroots as well. This is a player who is coming up to be a veteran almost in the Play Pokemon circuit. I think he has a lot he wants to prove to the audience how good of a player he actually is. We see he's brought the Drapion. Do you think Drapion is in a good spot in this meta?
Yeah. 100%. Ever since Mudslap got nerfed a little bit of damage, it's less attractive to just throw a Gastrodon or a Kanto Marowak on every single team, and those were the absolute enemies of the Shadow Drapion. If you're not getting Mudslap down by everything, this Pokemon is so incredibly flexible. The pacing is fast, the damage is high, the bulk is okay, and the typing is great.
I love to see that Cresselia though. It's one of my favorite Pokemon of all time. It helped me to win Dortmund back in the day. It's been a staple in so many teams. It's so bulky, and even though we cannot hit steel types, the sheer bulk of Cresselia makes it able to withstand so many attacks. I even took out a Registeel once with a Cresselia.
How many Moonblast debuffs did you get?
I only threw Future Sights at that point.
Oh, wow, okay, that of course helped. That ramps up the damage.
Cresselia has a lot of variety and a lot of options in its moveset. But here we see Super Yule. I'm not as familiar with this trainer, are you, Leo?
Yes, I've heard the name quite a bunch, so I've seen him play, definitely also from the Grassroots circuit. But I'm quite curious to see how they perform at this level. You know, this is the highest stage we have in Europe, apart from EUIC, of course. But this is already pinnacle of Spanish gameplay almost, this tournament. We have so many players from Spain competing here to show who is the best. Of course, the obvious answer would be Paman. But I think that other players are trying to claim that title for themselves.
Oh, they're challenging him for the title of Best Spanish Player. And here we see Double Sire on Super Yule's team. And what can I say? I do think that it's interesting to bring a team here in Gdansk with the Cresselia and the Quagsire. I think they pair so well together. They're so tanky, but can they deal with the Altaria, with a Corsola on the opposing side?
I think that combination of Pokemon has a different problem, which we're not seeing on the side of Divax, and that would be Empoleon.
Ooh, Cresselia can actually beat out the Empoleon if you have high enough defense to make the metal sounds do less damage.
Oh, wow.
But never mind, Cresselia or Empoleon. We see Wigglytuff into Corsola. Great lead for Super Yule.
But if your opponent does not have a Mud Slapper, you can save swap the Shadow Drapion every single day. And Super Yule does not even want to throw in the Shadow Quagsire on it. If you are behind on energy, actually Shadow Drapion, it really hits hard.
But here comes Super Yule with his Fortress, trying to whittle this Drapion down. Maybe he can store some momentum. I think maybe he's reading Divax's team and realizing there might be a Fortress in the back, and I want to save my Quagsire for that.
Fortress is still chilling there, and of course you sometimes need this Shadow Quagsire. It's an incredible safe swap. It's a Pokemon that many people use nowadays, but sometimes you need it to do a designated job. One specific Pokemon that you want to target. Sandtomb gets shielded, but the damage is just so high of Volt Switch now, but you're going to get off a crunch. Are you going to? Yep, absolutely taking that last shield.
No doubt or hesitation from Super Yule. He wants to keep the alignment with the Wigglytuff into the Corsola, which is very understandable.
Yep, and also a little bit almost lucky, I want to say, getting that crunch debuff there for Super Yule, because now the Corsola is going to get a little less farm. However, the damage of it is not just going to be so big against the Wigglytuff anyways. Divax already saying, hey, please let me swap out of this. This is another Volt Switch Fortress. If this was Bug Bite, I think Divax would be in a really decent spot as well.
Bug Bite Fortress would go hard on this Quagsire. Divax knows this is just an Aqua Tail. He can, he doesn't have to shield this charge attack. Throws the Sand Tomb immediately. Rock Tomb, not efficient into the ground type Quagsire, and that is why he's throwing the Sand Tomb.
I think Sandtomb is the most efficient when it gets shielded, actually. This attack has been buffed, has a little bit of damage, so it's not as painful anymore when your opponent doesn't shield it. But of course, even if it's neutral damage, it really doesn't hit that hard. And I think you almost want to throw a Rock Tomb here, because the next Aqua Tail might be close to knocking out. And as soon as your Corsola is locked in on that Wigglytuff, things are getting wiggly tough.
Watch now, trainers. There might be a combination play coming in. Divax's hair comes in with his Corsola, but he throws our Power Gem into this Quagsire. Maybe it's to cover for the Wigglytuff swap. It's still enough. The double debuffed Quagsire goes down. And here, now, Divax has saved his Fortress in the back to still maybe have a shot at dealing with his Wigglytuff. Great play.
Yeah, and Super Yule is immediately throwing here, so that means that there is not too much residual energy that can be thrown into this Fortress when it comes out. You're trying to charm down the Corsola, of course, now, but is it going to be enough to be at one Swift versus the Fortress, or are you going to throw perhaps an Icy Wind, try to charm down? Because while Fortress is a Steel type, it doesn't have the Steel type coverage that you need for the Wigglytuff, so this matchup is not as easy as it seems for the Fortress.
I think Super Yule could have thrown, could have gone up to an Icy Wind, because preserving the HP on this Wigglytuff will be so important. But now the Rock Tomb might be able to knock this Wigglytuff out. This is going to be close. Divax, even though he had a terrible lead, he has found a way to come back in this game. And this Rock Tomb, it's almost close enough. Can he get there? The Fortress hangs on through the charm, and Volt switches down the Wigglytuff in game one.
Wow, the difference an Icy Wind could have made there, it is incredible. Divax really needed a lot. He had to play perfectly to get back into this game, and he just found the way with the Fortress and the combo play, the combination play of the Galarian Corsola. Also, I really liked how he covered for that Wigglytuff catch.
Incredible play by Divax. I think when you see Corsola leading into a Wigglytuff, that Ghost type, relying on Ghost type damage into that normal and Fairy type Wigglytuff that deals neutral damage back, it's a battle of attrition, and Wigglytuff will almost always come up on top against the Corsola, but Divax managed to wiggle his way around with the Fortress and then shielding against the Quagsire, but debuffing it, storing energy on the Corsola to then throw into the Quagsire instead of wasting the energy on the Wigglytuff. I think it was an incredible display by Divax.
And things like that are also thanks due to the new introduction, or not new introduction, but the reduced timer that we've seen a few seasons ago. Now the game is much more dynamic. If you're locked in those matchups, like a Corsola versus a Wigglytuff, I mean, they were in the lead now before, but you can just swap in and out so many more times. There's no longer this guaranteed switch-keeping play of just staying in with your Pokemon when your opponent save swaps, and then you stay in for a little bit of time, you throw a charge attack to deal some damage, and then you swap into your answer to guarantee the switch. That doesn't really happen that much anymore, because if you're staying in, you're dealing damage, you're throwing a charge attack, that is a lot of time you take away from the timer with those animations. Then your opponent's like, well, now I can play around, I have like 20 seconds in the bad matchup, and then I can swap out again, you're locked in for 20 more seconds. The whole new game is different.
Wow. There's so much to this game.
Right.
And you took me through basically every stage of the game right there. And someone else is ready to take us through the next stage of their game. And it is, well, it's about to be Divax and Superhued. But right now, they are contemplating what to bring. Superhued, even though he had the favorable alignment, Divax managed to get this game back from him. What does he do? How does he adjust? And here we see Fortress into Altaria. Altaria has that flamethrower to threaten the Fortress. How does this matchup go?
I was going to say, you would think that this is favorable for the Steel type that also has this Rock Tomb that debuffs and is super effective. But a Flamethrower is double super effective on the Fortress. It is such a strong attack as well. This is a decent matchup for the Altaria.
I think
you can take a Rock Tomb as well.
Yeah, exactly. Altaria is very tanky. So taking this Rock Tomb, it will do 50% roughly. Yeah, I thought so. And here we see Fortress trying to build up to another Rock Tomb. Will it get there before the Altaria? Charge attack priority. Fortress wins it. Altaria puts up the shield.
And I think that is the best case scenario that Superhued can get out of this matchup, right? Altaria is low, double debuffed, and now you can consider to let this Flamethrower go. No, shields it up, wants to preserve the HP on this Fortress, because Fortress might be incredibly important later. Divax now gets out of the matchup, brings in his own Fortress, but oh, it's gonna get defensively debuffed here. And I like this play of Superhued. He can now go into the Shadow Quagsire to resist those Volt switches and force your opponent to throw basically Sun Tombs as well. They don't deal as much damage.
And now with the debuffed defenses, the Aquadells will do significantly more damage. But if I'm Superhued and I see an Altaria lead from Divax, what am I thinking? I'm thinking my Wigglytuff might be not as valuable in the back. So how does he... I think preserving the Fortress was a good play. Oh, he goes for the Stone Edge. If Divax shields this up, it will be a very good play. But he decides to let it go. He's banking on the Altaria and his Drapion to clean up this game.
But Altaria is so low, and Aqua Tail might actually knock out.
But here you see, and here comes the swap. Incredible catch by Superhued, catching the Sky Attack on the Wigglytuff and preserving his Quagsire in the back.
You said it, Wigglytuff might not look as useful if the Altaria is already out, so might as well use it to catch there, keep some more HP on this Shadow Quagsire. But if you're looking at the team of Divax, Wigglytuff looks quite strong into every single Pokemon except for the Fortress maybe, and that was just out.
Yeah, so when the Fortress is gone, then you can maybe safely come in with the Wigglytuff. But here you see the Shadow Drapion. It is a Poison type. It does Poison type damage. Gets rid of the Wigglytuff. But now it needs to take out the Quagsire and the Fortress. And oh, here Divax. Superhued could have thrown this energy immediately. It decided not to. Now Divax will win charge attack priority with the Drapion. Now Divax has a Drapion with a lot of energy and a shield and health left. And Superhued does not have a shield. And this Crunch is going to threaten the knockout on the Fortress. Divax, has he turned it around again?
Excelente. Really big knockout here. Divax winning 2-0 over Superhued. Again, showing how good he really is. You said he's a veteran of the game. I would say he might be a legend.
That is a statement for sure. Divax 15 really putting in some exquisite gameplay here against Superhued. And I'm very, very impressed how he turned around that game number 1. And then game number 2, he got a favorable lead, but Superhued played it very awkwardly and made it awkward for Divax.
Yeah.
He swapped around to try to get an advantage. and he did. Eventually, the shield advantage on the Drapion led him to win the game.
A really good catch there as well by Super Yul with the Quagsire baiting his opponent. You know, sometimes when you know you get outpaced, you are so keen to just throw your charge attack when you feel like, oh, my opponent might have made a mistake. They might have miscounted. I can throw the Sky attack with my Altaria. I would have never thought, oh, they caught.
And
I fell for it. I completely fell for it. That happens to me so many times.
One of the worst feelings in Pokemon GO PvP. But Divax did not lose his cool. He managed to keep his nerves under control, and he realized that this Drapion is now his win condition. With a shield to spare and the fast charging Drapion, he managed to pull out the win in what was an incredible game by both of these trainers. Super Yul made it so difficult for him.
Definitely. Now, there is currently a review on the game, so we are currently checking if everything went the way it should, or if Super Yul had some disadvantages in that matchup. The judges are going to tell us as soon as possible, but still, already, the tournament is looking really cool. We've had good matches so far. We haven't seen the Cresselia being used, but when I looked at Divax's team, it also didn't look that strong, right?
I mean, there was a Fortress, there was a Corsola, there was a Drapion. Cresselia does not enjoy going up against Dark types, Steel types, or Ghost types. So I totally understand why Cresselia was
good thing we barely have any of those in the meta, right? But I mean, Cresselia has performed in the latest tournaments, right? The Pokemon has definitely some applications here in the meta, even though it looks a little bit hostile towards it, because most teams actually, by now, run 2 Steel-type Pokemon. There's so many Corviknight Fortress teams combined with the Shadow Quagsire, and that is a good matchup for Cresselia.
That is where you want Cresselia. You want to...
Grass Knot!
That Quagsire. It takes it out immediately. So 100% damage. 100% of Quagsires are going down to that Grass Knot from the Cresselia.
Exactly.
Say bye to the Quagsire.
Right, if you get it on there. If you don't get it on there, if you have, for example, something like a Bug Bite Fortress, let's discuss that for a little moment. We have only seen Volt Switch so far. What do you say about Bug Bite Fortress? I mean, of course, it completely nibbles down a Cresselia fully without basically taking any damage in return because you resist everything it does. But what do you think about it in the meta right now?
I think Bug Bite Fortress is really interesting because it... The issue is that it's way worse into the Steel types, like the opposing Volt Switch Fortress, and also, even though it's playable into Corviknight, it's worse than the Volt Switch Fortress, but it's so much better into the Quagsire.
Yeah.
And I guess it's also worse into Wigglytuff, because Wigglytuff resists the Bug Bites. So I think it's less of a generalist, maybe, but way more of a specialist, because that Bug Bite fast attack combined with a defense debuffs from Sand Tomb really makes Fortress a threat.
The funniest thing about the Fortress Mirror matchup is if you're playing versus Volt Switch as the Bug Biter, you're still gonna get your second Rock Tomb off. If you're playing the Mirror match in Bug Bite and you lose the Charge Attack Priority event, you are going to not be able to throw your second Rock Tomb. So that is a little bit of a liability. Those were little Bug Bites here. But also, Bug Bite is so much stronger against the Pokemon that has risen up in usage a little bit. It was the king of the meta once, Cradily.
Cradily?
Now, with Volt Switch, Cradily is an answer to Fortress all of a sudden. With Bug Bite, you're just getting farmed down. You have no way of handling the pressure. I've been there. I played versus Paman's Bug Bite Fortress. That was
uncomfortable. But there's also that Guzzlord. Guzzlord has a really good matchup into Volt Switch Fortress, but a horrible one into Bug Bite Fortress. But then Altaria. Altaria is really good into the Bug Bite, but then not as good as we just saw into the Volt Switch. I mean, it seems like Bug Bite and Volt Switch both have
different
merit,
Pokemon, though.
Basically. So I really love when a Pokemon has more strings to play on than just the one. So if it can, if you need a Volt Switch Fortress and it fits your team perfectly, then that's where to go. But if you've got the Steel types and the Flying types covered, maybe you want something for Dark types like the Guzzlord or the Cresselia, and then Bug Bite is where you want to go.
Marcus, I really like your analogy of saying it has more strings to play on. How would Fortress play a guitar?
Well,
you chose the worst Pokemon to play a guitar ever.
I disagree, because I believe that, well, it cannot do like the different tones and the notes.
I know where you're going.
But Fortress is spinning, and with his pointy fingers, or whatever it is, the spikes going out of his signs, when Fortress spins, he plays the guitar. He just needs some helps to do the chords.
Yeah, someone hold the guitar, have the chords, and then Fortress is going crazy. A rapid spin would make for a beautiful song, I would say.
Ring, maybe a volt switch over there. Just flip around. When you see Fortress do its spin on the field, yes, I was thinking this could be a great sitar player, maybe.
Oh, that's really good shot. But now that we have covered my spice pick for the event, which would be Bug Bite Fortress, what would you think could be incredibly spicy picks? Because in Houston, we've seen a very dense metagame, right? So we had so many Pokemon with a high % usage, and then it dropped down really fast when you were just looking at the top 12 Pokemon. If you had to bring a really spicy pick, what would it be?
I think my spicy pick maybe would have been Shadow Zapdos.
Shadow Zapdos!
It has a playable matchup into the, what's it called? The Quagsire, because Drill Peck is really fast. It can hang on through an Aqua Tail because it resists the Mud Shot, so even though it's an electric type, it's also a flying type. Obviously, it cannot take a Stone Edge, but it has the Heat Wave to just one-shot the Fortress.
Where's the electric type coverage coming from then?
Thunder Shock. You don't need anything else. So, and because you have a fire type charge attack, you are hitting that Corviknight as well, and you're outpacing the Corviknight, so you will land a Heat Wave before the payback comes through. Yes, the Guzzlords will be annoying, but I think Zapdos could be a Pokemon to bring in this tournament.
You know what? I see it. Actually, I just thought maybe the Empoleon matchup gets worse, but Empoleon really doesn't have a lot of fast attack pressure if you're not playing Waterfall, so I think you are going to outpace to Drill Pecks and the Thunder Shocks adding up. But we have a rematch, of course, as you can see here, of Divax 15 versus Super Yule, and that is going to be massive. Are we going to see some Cresselia now? I think when it hard loses against 3 of the 6 Pokemon, it is a little bit of a tough bring.
But it is one of the few Pokemon that can break up the Altaria and Quagsire core.
Yeah.
Maybe Super Yule wants to try something different. He has now played Fortress, Wigglytuff, and Quagsire in 2 games in a row. It did not go that well for him, so maybe he's trying something else, or maybe he's sticking to what he knows. This is, though, Divax's 15th tournament. He's accustomed to this. Super Yule has only played 1 tournament before, and that was Sevilla last year.
Okay.
So Divax, maybe a bit more experienced in the play Pokemon circuit. This might be Super Yule's first time ever on stream. While Divax, he's been traveling around to get the experience he needs to keep his nerves calm in situations like this.
Maybe the pressure could overcome Super Yule, but maybe Super Yule overcomes the pressure as well, knowing, okay, my strategies in the first 2 games, they didn't work. Maybe I need to catch my opponent off guard. Maybe I need to switch things up. Sometimes you need to take a little risk. So I'm just throwing a name in here, and you're telling me what you're thinking, okay?
Okay,
Clodsire.
I love that Clodsire pick. Has the Stone Edge for the Altaria. I believe it's on Stone Edge, right? I think, yes, it has the Stone Edge for the Altaria. Is really good into that Volt Switch Fortress. Is also good into that Drapion. And here we see Wigglytuff lined up against the Altaria. This is not looking great for Divax. What is he doing? Going into the Fortress. Oh, a great call by Super Yule. Now coming in with a Clodsire against this Volt Switch Fortress.
Now watch this. Super effective damage on the Clodsire. How much damage are we gonna see?
Oh, barely
That's
tickles that Clodsire. And here we see Super Yule throwing the Earthquake into that Fortress. It's gonna take 2 charge attacks to knock this Fortress out. But what I also like is that this Clodsire can carry on momentum into if the Altaria comes back in.
The thing is, if the Shadow Quagsire comes in, it's gonna be... I mean, you're giving your opponent a lot of energy, but you're also forcing them to throw at some point. I don't think the Mud Shot down would work that well. Now, are we going to see a Protective Divax? Kind of one switch. You can't really have the Altaria on the Wigglytuff, but then again, what are the other options here? I don't even think you win the 2 versus 0 shields almost. But now, I think it is time to bring Altaria back in. That is going to be a lot of damage. Everything is put on the back of the Shadow Quagsire.
And here we see Divax. Will he shield the Stone Edge on the Altaria? No. He knows that Altaria has a really tough matchup in the back, so he decides this Altaria is not worth shielding. I will put it all on the back of the Quagsire.
Yeah, but you are... Okay, you cannot farm this down at all. That Stone Edge is being reached. Altaria is at full energy. Is going to throw a Sky Attack here, and I think that now we're going to see an easy bring-in of the Wigglytuff. The thing is, Wigglytuff also doesn't have the worst time versus Shadow Quagsire. Swaps out immediately, goes into the mirror, but now Divax is just a teeny tiny bit faster.
I think Superiole's play is not shielding his Quagsire at all.
Yeah.
All its cards on the Wigglytuff, that's where you allocate your resources. Divax, he knows he needs to protect this Quagsire for what it's worth. He cannot let it get low because then the Wigglytuff will charm everything down, so he starts shielding.
Yep, and I mean, that is the way you play Wigglytuff, right? You put 2 shields on this Pokemon and it is going to do you well if you don't get it against Empoleon, which is technically impossible in this matchup. Oh, a non-shielded Aqua Cola. So the Aqua Tail connecting here. Divax is now at 2, and I think, yeah, Superiole, he resorts to the one thing that every Wigglytuff player loves to do.
Put 2 shields on it.
Put 2 shields on that Wigglytuff and charm, charm, charm. This looks decent for Superiole because look at how low this Quagsire is. It had 1 Aqua Tail stored, but also this Altaria is so low. You're going to fully farm this Quagsire down, and then, wow, gets it immediately. You have the Icy Wind, throw it immediately, and I think you can even let this go on the side of Divax because I don't see how you're getting back into this game.
I mean, Divax is not giving up.
No,
He's going to try everything in his power to get back on this Wigglytuff. But now, even it is debuffed, attack debuffed after this Icy Wind. Superiole knows he can let this Sky Attack go. Wigglytuff hangs on and will charm, 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 and Altaria is going down.
Very well put. Wigglytuff with the beautiful bow tie dominating here. If you give this Pokemon an inch, it's gonna take a mile? I don't know how you say
it's going to take a mile.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's what you're doing.
And you saw how much value Superiole got out of that Quagsire, which was a great suggestion by you. When it got onto that fortress, it kept putting pressure on the Altaria. It's so tanky that even though it was double debuffed, it did not get farmed down before threatening 2 Stone Edges into the Altaria. So Altaria had to throw a Sky Attack to avoid either spending a shield or getting knocked out by the Quagsire. Very, very good Pokemon choice by Superiole.
Quagsire can be so strong, especially into Altaria. There was a time when people played higher attack Altarias to deal 1 more damage per Dragon Breath onto a Quagsire. Now that Quagsire has shifted out of the meta a little bit, I think there is a higher likelihood that you have more defensive Altaria, which, you know, deals way less damage to a Quagsire. If it had done more damage per Dragon Breath, I think we could have seen a farm down even.
And that maybe could have led Altaria to have 2 charge attacks stored up, and maybe that could have swung the game if Divax also got off that Aqua Tail that he had, that he barely lost in that endgame. So yeah, this game was not over immediately, even though it looked hard for Divax.
But this Quagsire bring is what I meant earlier with sometimes you have to take a little risk, because if you get Quagsire locked in on the Shadow Quagsire, tough times. That is a matchup that is almost impossible to get out of ahead, or it is somewhat okay. But if you get it against everything else, you can get so much value out of it. Even the negative matchups, technically, like Corsola, when you're just looking at the typings. Fine.
Yeah, I think Quagsire can even beat that Ghost-type Corsola.
Yeah.
So it's just the Quagsire that you want to avoid with your Quagsire. And, I mean, Superiole, he played 2 games that he lost. Obviously, one of them was granted as a rematch, and then he decided, you know what? I need to change something up. I need to do something else to put pressure on Divax. And Divax, he has to adjust as well. Here comes the fortress, but it's into that Quagsire. Oh, this is not what Divax wanted, but Superiole, super happy.
And there isn't even a Quagsire, perhaps reading that there might be a Cresselia or a Furret, because Quagsire was so tough to deal with for Superiole that he just now brings 2 answers. But what does that mean for the rest of the game? Also, Divax is staying in here.
I'm not sure what the plan is here, because that Quagsire is so devastating to Divax. I think if I'm Divax, I think you need to go into the Drapion and start putting pressure on with Aqua Tails to try to get it low. And then just hope that Superiole is gambling on that there will be a Quagsire in the back. Superiole, he's questioning what is going on here. Why is he staying in with the fortress?
The funniest thing is, you said, of course, the Quagsire looks insanely good into Divax's team. But what about the Shadow Drapion into the backline of Superiole? There's a Furret that hits it for resisted damage with fast attacks, which is the main damage source. And then there's Cresselia. We discussed this beforehand.
I think This game is so open. Even though it seems like this Quagsire can just win the game for Super Yule, there are 3 Pokemon against 3, and now this Quagsire is getting so low. I think Divax has actually found a way to neutralize this Quagsire well. Super Yule, do you shield this low health Quagsire?
You kind of have to. You have so much energy, and also, I mean, what else are you going to bring in on a 50% HP Fortress, right? So, I think maybe at this point a Stone Edge could have been enough if you really hit hard with the Quagsire, takes it out with an Earthquake. You're not even a shield up here, and this is low energy. It looks like you are in a very good spot on the side of Divax all of a sudden.
Yeah, this Ferret is not looking that great, but maybe he can put in some work against this Wigglytuff. But now, Divax, he is clawing his way back into this game. This Drapion with the energy is looking incredible for him.
It's very interesting to see that just playing out the ones with a Volt Switch Fortress against Quagsire is not even that bad, because you're a charge deck priority tying in the end there. So Ferret is now having to play versus Wigglytuff, which is one of the worst matchups for Ferret for this normal type. Now another Swift is going to connect. It's not going to quite knock out here. You're going to get rid of the Wigglytuff. But how are you dealing with the Shadow Drapion?
I don't think you can throw this energy. Super, you needed this energy on the Ferret, because now the Drapion can start building up even more energy. Swapping out here would have been to the Cresselia to get a head start against the Drapion. That would have been maybe a better play in my opinion, but here comes the Drapion. This is now so threatening. Can the Drapion take out 3 Pokemon Super Yule side? Look at this crunch, and it gets a debuff as well.
A very well played to not shield the first one, because it might be able to get a debuff. You definitely want to shield the second one, unless you want to put everything on that Quagsire, because Quagsire takes no damage from Poison Stings. But now, of course, Super Yule is without a shield, is throwing this heavy hitting Moonblast, takes the shield back.
And Divax, he knows the Quagsire does not have a lot of energy, and there's not a lot of fast attack pressure on this Drapion. So keeping the Drapion healthy, and now the Drapion can outpace the backline of the Super Yule. And Divax, he has found a way back. He went triple weak to that Quagsire, saw it in the lead, but he's figured out a way to deal with it still.
Can Super Yule get a catch here? Because, of course, you're not going to get farmed down. Oh, the Aqua Tail is ready, but no, the Drapion just hangs on with the Poison Stings. Poison Stings throws the Aqua Tail immediately after one more Poison Sting on the charge attack priority, making it closer than it had to be, but Divax takes game 3.
And Divax, what a display of force we saw here in game number 3. Incredible way of disrespecting a Pokemon completely, but what he did was overloading the Quagsire. Yeah. He went, you know what, you're going to need the Quagsire to take out all 3 of my Pokemon. So what did he do? He made when the Quagsire got low, then there was no resources left to deal with the Drapion in the back.
Yeah, and he had such a good read that his opponent was going to bring Ferret and Cresselia to final deal
and
with
bench
this
that
Quagsire. Yeah, benched it, brought in the other Aqua Tail fast-paced Pokemon in the Shadow Drapion, and just completely overwhelmed his opponent.
Both of our trainers here benched the Quagsire in the final game. If Super Yule had that Quagsire against the Drapion in the end, maybe it could have been different. If Divax had that Quagsire, maybe it could have been a little bit easier for him. But you know what? Divax found the perfect way to deal with that Quagsire in the end.
Yeah, it's just the ones with Fortress against the Quagsire, apparently really fine.
I'm so surprised at how well that matchup was for Fortress.
Yeah, I mean, the zero shield scenario is terrible, right? The Quagsire exits with 50% HP, but just the fast pacing of Sandtomb, the buff damage, and of course, the debuff defensive stats on that Quagsire, really important.
And yeah, I just gotta say, this Fortress really has impressed me. Even with double resist Volt Switch, because electric into a ground type is not very efficient. It's double resisted, it does barely any damage at all, but the super effective Sand Tombs and the debuffs that keep adding up really let Fortress put in a shift against the Quagsire.
Yeah, who would have seen that coming, Fortress being good in this tournament here in Sevilla?
Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. I did not expect Fortress to be this good when we saw the meta shift from a couple weeks ago, but I gotta say, it has really impressed me.
Now there's the question, would have Bug Bite been better against the Quagsire? Because yes, you're dealing more fast attack damage, but you are not reaching that 4th Sand Tomb before the...
I think the Volt Switch... I'm not sure, actually.
I also don't know, because maybe you're getting like a damage boost on your Bug Bites from one of the Sand Tombs.
Yes.
And then, of course, it really changes the dynamic.
Maybe you
game.
just need 3 Sand Tombs then.
I'm pretty sure,
because of the added fast attack pressure. That could be true. But Divax doesn't really care. I mean, he's super happy with his Volt Switch Fortress, and there's no reason for him not to be. When it managed to wiggle down the Quagsire as low as they got, what else do you need? That's all there is, and then the Drapion could clean up the rest of the game.
Yeah. So Divax should be now in winners round 3, which is already in the group stages. We have quite far, actually. I think there's just 2 more wins after round 3. So 3, 4, and 5, and then you're already maybe in day 2.
Yeah, if you go through day 1 undefeated, you only have to face 5 opponents in total.
Yeah.
And if you drop in the first round, then you need to play 10 opponents in total, I believe.
That's a lot of opponents.
Oh, it's so many. At least it's 7 or 8. It's a lot more. And it's so nerve-wracking as well to when you're in that loser's bracket and every round you're in the face of getting eliminated if you don't win. And also your opponent that you do beat will get knocked out from the tournament. It's the highest stakes. That's where it all matters.
And I mean, these tournaments are stacked. So if you're getting to that losers bracket early, there might be some names waiting for you. When I lost in Gdansk, I lost winners round 2 on stream versus Tomahawk.
Okay.
Then I played in losers round 2 versus Blissfully.
Okay.
And then after Blissfully, there was Paman, so that was absolutely incredible. Dropping into the losers bracket early does not guarantee that you are having easier matchups necessarily, because these tournaments are stacked. Every single of these players, of these trainers, is just so incredibly strong. And sometimes you even have the biggest names in the game.
But here we see also a few trainers, the Lawrence and Marcy, bring some of those picks that we are familiar with. We see the Empoleon on Lawrence's team, and Marcy, he's taking a page out of Nighttime Clasher's book and is bringing those coveted 6 that Nighttime Clasher has deemed the best Pokemon in the meta.
Yeah, the Medicham that we have seen in the first round of Judith as well, maybe it might be better positioned this time around. There is a Quagsire that likes to play versus that. There is an Altaria that likes to play versus that. There is Empoleon. If you land a Dynamic Punch, you're good to go. Licky is good. There's a Medicham Mirror. You just basically need to avoid the Wigglytuff. I think Empoleon might be tough if you are playing the same shield scenario, you're on even energy.
But one Drill Peck is not enough to knock out that tanky Medicham, and one Dynamic Punch will threaten a knockout on Empoleon in return. So I think Medicham is looking really good here for Marcy 454.
It's just a matchup where you need to be a little bit careful, because if you get shipped on your Medicham before and then a Drill Peck lands and knocks out, you have done no damage on that Empoleon with Psycho Cuts.
Oh, that is true. That is not a situation I would like to be in, and you should not either, trainers. Make sure to land the Dynamic Punch on the Empoleon, because Empoleon wins charge attack priority. That means he will get the Drill Peck off first, always. That is non-negotiable. It's inevitable. It will happen. And that means your Medicham might get lower and lower, while the Empoleon does not get lower, that much lower from the Psycho Cuts. So I think Lawrence, he needs to create a game plan where he has play into that Medicham. So his Empoleon safe swap could be a thing into this team, because Empoleon can fight back against Corviknight and also against the Quagsire.
That's true. Fortress is a little bit tough with the Volt Switch damage, of course, and Sand Tomb, but you also need to invest some shields, because one Sand Tomb doesn't knock you out. So if Marcy just wants to play for some shield advantage, the Fortress is a very welcome answer to the Empoleon. But I also think, just going through this matchup in my head, if you're throwing 2 Ice Punches that get shielded from the Medicham versus the Empoleon, I think you should reach the 3rd charge attack, the Dynamic Punch, after 4 Psycho Cuts, right? Because you're saving up 5% max energy on every Ice Punch.
You double...
You bait twice?
Yeah, you need to bait twice. That is correct. So you can outpace the Empoleon in the 2 shield scenario. If you get both shields on the Ice Punch, then yes. But that is a tough task. And here comes Lawrence. He has the Altaria on the Corviknight. This is a really good matchup for the Altaria, in my opinion. But here comes the Medicham safe swap. Of course, it's so safe for Marcy, but he's faced off against the Wigglytuff, not where he wants to see his Medicham.
It is relatively safe, I would say. It's really good against 5 Pokemon, but as a safe swap, I don't think it is enough, even though you have 2 Steel types on your team to basically prevent this Wigglytuff from coming. Wigglytuff still, it does fine versus Corviknight, it does fine versus the Foragers as well, and it really wants to be on this Medicham or the Guzzlord even.
Whoa, but look at Medicham in
wow.
this Zero Shield scenario, just took out this Wigglytuff. I'm sorry, Medicham, I was not familiar with your game.
Absolutely, Medicham just completely knocking it out of the skies. Now gets outpaced to the Sky attack, and Marcy just lets it go, says, hey, I'm very much fine if you want to have your 0 energy Altaria there, because I have a Wigglytuff on my own.
Oh man, now Lawrence would like that Altaria to be a Talonflame, because here's a Fairy and a Steel type. Empoleon is not the worst into Corviknight, but now, oh, it's a Waterfall Empoleon.
Oh, that is good into Corviknight, I assume.
Yes, this is way more comfortable for this Empoleon now, because you're dealing Water-type damage instead of that Metal Sound Steel-type damage. Waterfall got a buff in the more recent move update. And
more energy.
And Marcy here is baiting. And Lawrence fall for it because he needs to preserve the HP on this Empoleon so he can deal with Wigglytuff as well. Here comes another Hydro Cannon. Marcy, will he shield?
This is such a bait-intensive game, right? Because you really need to connect a payback or get some early attack boost on the Akata so your sand attacks deal more damage. Because as soon as you bring in that Wigglytuff versus the Empoleon, if it's not super low, you're gonna be in some trouble.
Oh boy, this is such a great play from Marcy. Now maybe can reach the playback. Oh, but Lawrence swaps out too soon and now is faced off against the Wigglytuff with his Altaria. The Shadow Altaria gets to a Sky attack, but this does not threaten a knockout. Can the Empoleon do enough here? Can Lawrence claw his way back with his Empoleon?
I mean, does a Hydro Cannon even knock out from that range? Of course, also, Marcy says, I'm gonna farm down completely. I am just going to throw charge attacks at you. Double Swift should be enough to knock out. So you need to throw here. Otherwise, I have a Corviknight in the back as well that can throw a payback. So Marcy really playing well here versus Loudons.
Lawrence could not throw. Even though he had energy here against the Wigglytuff, he could not throw the energy because he knew he needed to keep a Hydro Cannon for the Corviknight in the back because it had a payback that would knock out the Empoleon. That's why, even though it looked a little bit weird, Lawrence recognized how he could win the game, and there was no point in going for a play that would 100% lose him the game. So farming down the Wigglytuff was his only option. And still, when it came there, he knew the Wigglytuff had too much energy. There's no point in me throwing this Hydro Cannon because I need it for the Corviknight.
Yeah. You know what? This is actually a little bit of a revenge match, so to say.
Is it a grudge match?
Almost. Because in one of the more recent tournaments, I think in Lille, we had a round 1 live match of Loudons versus Killyboy. And Loudons dominated him. It was a 2-0 victory. Killyboy did his best, but couldn't overcome, I think it was a Pangoro. And Marcy has close ties to Killyboy, as far as I'm aware. So I think he's trying to get revenge for his friend here. And so far, doing a really good job at it.
But has Marcy competed in any Pokemon play Pokemon tournaments
I
before?
don't think so. It's like if you go around the corner once, then it's a grudge match, right?
Okay. So he's avenging his friend, is what you're saying. Because I believe this is Marcy's first tournament. This is his first ever play Pokemon tournament. It's on stream. And he leads Corviknight into Shadow Altaria, and he turns it around. And here, game number 2, he does the same. He's faced off against the same lead. Will he go for the same strategy as before the Medicham save swap? And he does immediately, faced by the Wigglytuff.
So risky. And now Loudons just, I think what he needs to do is to just shield one Dynamic Punch.
And he starts off shielding. Lawrence, he has learned. He is adapting. He knows that switch advantage is important for him here.
I like also shielding the first one. You're going to get the Icy Wind off before the next Dynamic Punch. Now you're saving so much damage. It doesn't quite knock out, so there's going to be one parting Dynamic Punch and shield advantage on the side of Marcy. So I think while safe swapping the Medicham, he was also aware that this could be one of these scenarios that this matchup plays out in. So there might be a plan on the side of Marcy to just crawl back from this. However, That is a healthy Wigglytuff, dude.
It's not going to be Sand Attack down, I will tell you that. Corviknight has a lower attack stat, and Sand Attack does not do that much damage. So I think Marcy definitely has to throw at least one Air Cutter to get this Wigglytuff out. And he throws it right before the Icy Wind. Great timing by Marcy. He's counting well.
Yeah, but if you don't have a lot of energy on that Corviknight, how is it going to deal with the Altaria? And then most importantly, since you did not get Switch, you can have all the shield advantage that you want. If your Wigglytuff is on an Empoleon on equal HP, tough.
Wigglytuff. Oh, you're so clever. And here we see Lawrence keeping his Switch advantage with that Empoleon into that Wigglytuff. And here comes a Hydro Cannon. Now Marcy, he's in a tough position. Will he shield up his Wigglytuff? It's not looking great here. So he decides to let it go. He's going to put it all on his Corviknight. He knows he will have to land a lot of energy into that Altaria because the Sand Attacks do nothing.
Yeah. That is true, and you might want to have a payback hitting it. It is the Shadow Altaria, so it takes a little bit more damage. But, I mean, you're already at half HP. There is an Empoleon that has energy. This is looking rough, so maybe the Medicham safe swap into a Wigglytuff team also has some downsides.
It does have some downsides. So here we see Lawrence. He's now going into the Altaria. Altaria can take one payback. It cannot take two. So, Lawrence, will he shield? This does not threaten a knockout, whatever it is. So Lawrence takes a risk, and he goes, oh, but here comes a...
I think that was the higher risk, that your opponent is actually going to get a buff and then is going to throw a buff payback, and that might deal some incredible damage. But
so yeah, the safest play was not shielding there because there could be that attack buff if there was a bait. Great recognition by Lawrence. And here he puts up the shield. Can the Corviknight now outpace the Altaria to a payback?
Oh, I do not think so, but you're going to reach an Air Cutter. But that is so close. Flamethrower is going to connect at this range. It is going to knock out. And Loudons is taking back the second game to his name. So now it's 1-1. Loudons doesn't want to get avenged.
He does not, certainly. He realized where he went wrong in game one. And I got to say, he found the way to play this. Marcy, he trusted his strategy to work 2 times in a row, and Lawrence said, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Which is the opposite way of that, how that idiom usually goes.
Wow, hey.
Yep. So, or I guess, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Could also be said, but Lawrence did not want to get fooled.
Full disclosure, can't follow you anymore on the fooling thing. The question is, do we see some swapped up teams now? Marcy doesn't really look like he wants to swap up the team, if I'm reading that face correctly. However, you know, in the first game, this really risky strategy worked because he got out of this rather bad matchup there and had his own Wigglytuff on an Altaria, so that was great. In game 2, he couldn't contest the switch, and then really lost the game hard there with Empoleon on Wigglytuff with the Altaria on that Corviknight. What could your answer be? Is it just switching up the leads, or is it something else? Is it bringing a different Pokemon? What have we seen so far? We've seen Empoleon and Altaria and Wigglytuff. If you're reading those three together, the logical answer would maybe be Fortress.
I think Marcy is also on Volt Switch Fortress. That means you could play a line with Volt Switch Fortress, the safe swap Medicham that will lure out the Wigglytuff potentially, then have a Guzzlord in the back. Because the Empoleon is on Waterfall, the Guzzlord is way safer into the Empoleon than if it was on Metal Sound. So I think maybe Marcy can, if he can lure out that Wigglytuff with a Medicham, because Lawrence's only answer to that Medicham is his Wigglytuff, then get rid of it with the Fortress, then maybe have his Guzzlord. Shields up, potentially, can win in the back against an Altaria and Empoleon team. Unless Lawrence decides to change it up too.
I can see that. However, we have seen how dangerous it can be to bait out a Wigglytuff with your Medicham, because it just comes out with energy and 50% HP, and that is not necessarily the scenario you want to bait out a dangerous Pokemon for you, right?
But I think the Fortress can handle the Wigglytuff slightly better than the Corviknight, because it resists the Icy Winds, and also you do at least some fast attack damage with a Volt Switch.
That is true.
So I think maybe Fortress is the adaptation Marcy wants to go for. But maybe Lawrence also adapts. Here we see Medicham into Medicham from both trainers. And is Marcy happy with this? I'm not sure if anyone's happy with this.
Quick, someone call It's Excellent ask if there is a breakpoint in the mirror match with Psycho Cut now. If you can deal 1 more damage per Psycho Cut. That's what breakpoint means, by the way. Dynamic Punch is now going to land here. 2 Dynamic Punches plus an Ice Punch is always enough to knock out in the mirror match.
I think Lawrence has been very brave. He does not have a clear Corviknight answer on his team here because he's dropped the Altaria. But there is a Wigglytuff in the back for Marcy, and there are 2 very resistant Pokemon here from Lawrence in Quagsire and Empoleon. Marcy, he realizes he needs to shake things up, and here comes a Dynamic Punch from Medicham. How does Lawrence reply? Empoleon.
Yeah, Empoleon, now that you have landed some damage, does a lot with those waterfalls, right? So you are forcing your opponent to shield one of those Hydro Cannons and then still be in a decent spot. Air Cutter is being called, does nothing but the attack boost. There is more sand attack damage now.
And here comes a boosted payback. This will threaten. Oh, and Lawrence decides, no, I don't need this Empoleon. This is going to be another bait. But it is a boosted payback. Marcy, he's raising his eyebrows. Can he pull this back?
Marcy loves that no shield, but of course the Medicham also has no fast attack pressure, so you cannot farm down that Corviknight. You can get rid of it by using this Ice Punch. Farmed up a little bit more energy, of course, didn't take too much damage from the sand attacks. But now Marcy has the chance to bring in Wigglytuff, deal some damage with those charms, and then later on have Medicham on this Quagsire. Going for the charge attack priority. I don't think Dynamic Punch knocks out from this range.
But it's going to be close, and Marcy, even though he's gambling there is an Altaria in the back, at least that's what it has to be. Why would you save your Wigglytuff when the only Pokemon weak to Fairy, not Medicham, being the Altaria? But here you see the Quagsire. Marcy, he's now realizing he made a mistake. He let his Medicham get too low.
He had it in the palm of his hands, but again, Wigglytuff is such a fighter. It can fight back even against a Quagsire. You can throw super effective Icy Winds. You're maybe even going to get to 2. Lawrence, of course, has more shields. I think at some point you will have to start shielding up because Ice Punch of the Medicham also doesn't do that much damage. But Medicham in the back for Marcy is still relatively healthy.
Lawrence, incredibly fortunate here, getting his Medicham on the opposing Medicham, because Medicham can really hang with both Quagsire and the Empoleon that was in Lawrence's backline. And Lawrence had the perfect responses to this Wigglytuff with his Quagsire and the Empoleon. And now Marcy grimacing. He knows it's not over, but it's looking tough.
Wigglytuff. We have used already 1 shield, but saved up on the second one. Now the Medicham is going to be swapped as an answer. Can you get the full Thunder on the side of Marcy?
Oh, he barely gets it. And Lawrence now. Oh, he does not like the look of this anymore. Marcy, can he pull it back? He has a shield left on his Medicham.
Yeah, double Ice Punch plus Psycho Cuts might as well be enough. That is some decent damage. 2 is not going to knock out, but Psycho Cut has been buffed. More damage per fast attack. Gets another one off. Is going to shield the next attack that Lawrence is going to throw. This looks decent for Marcy.
And the Quagsire is so low, but so is the Medicham. Can the Quagsire hang on and deal with both the Medicham and the Wigglytuff? It looks Wigglytuff for Lawrence. And here, Marcy is nodding. He has managed to bring it back. He was looking so tough, but he managed to claw his way back on the back of his Medicham. What a performance from Marcy.
Medicham looking incredible in every single matchup. You know what? This Medicham took out the Medicham, it took out the Corviknight, and it took out the Quagsire.
Wow. I am impressed by Marcy. He knew, of course, that Medicham would be his most important Pokemon here.
Yeah.
But he managed it. But I couldn't even imagine. I couldn't fathom how great of a pilot he would be of that Medicham. Maybe we have a contender of best Medicham player in the world right now.
Marcy, incredible with this. But I also want to say,
Tell me.
Wigglytuff was so good here. It swapped into the Quagsire at the same time, and you would look at the typings, you would go, oh, that's a horrible matchup for the Wigglytuff.
That's over.
Double debuffed, dealt some damage, and after the first Icy Wind, it managed to just take the Stone Edge like a champ, saving one of those shields for the Medicham, knowing full well, okay, my Medicham is still in the yellow. You have a Medicham and a Quagsire. Both of those don't really deal fast attack damage to my Medicham, so I can just sweep it with my Medicham. And that was fantastic. Wigglytuff setting up Medicham. What a team.
And we saw in the end there that Lawrence barely did not get to his Ice Punch because the Medichams were unsynchronized. So Marcy's Medicham was getting to their fast attack quicker than Lawrence because they were unsynchronized. Marcy swapped immediately after a charge attack. That does not cost you any turns, any time, while Lawrence swapped in the middle of after a fast attack, and that led to his Medicham. Then a swap takes a turn, and then Medicham, his own Medicham, just got farmed down as it got to the Ice Punch, and that was game. That was all she wrote.
Even though I want to say that even if the Medicham got to the charge attack, I don't think Lawrence was quite at the Stone Edge yet. So Medicham would have gotten off the double Ice Punch, and then you can bring in your Wigglytuff, even though you don't have the shield anymore.
Oh, the Quagsire had almost 2 Stone Edge. It was
okay.
1.5
Never
Stone
mind
Edge.
me then.
I'm not minding you. So the Quagsire could have won the game if Lawrence had gotten his Ice Punch. But because of the unsynchronized swaps, then there was no way that the Medicham would get an Ice Punch. But we have a review of the game. The judges will take a look because it was so tight in the end that taking a look just to make sure that everything went by as it should is worth a look.
I mean, maybe that was also because of this unsynchronized swap. I don't exactly remember the situation, but maybe Lawrence before threw a charge attack and then swapped out, then you should not have the 1-turn swap. So maybe it should have been synchronized. He should have gotten to the Ice Punch. Would have, of course, changed the outcome of the game. So that would have been a reason for a rematch, of course. But we don't know yet.
I mean, if you're unsure, ask the judges to take a look. But we have confirmation there will be no rematch. Everything happened according to plan, and Marcy wins his first ever Pokemon Go tournament win. His first ever round.
On stream.
On stream as well. What a way to deal with the pressure.
Yeah, that is fantastic. That is, it is a lot of pressure. I mean, we've both sat on that side of the table as well quite sometimes, and I think sometimes it's a little bit overwhelming. You know, you're a bit self-aware. You know, there are cameras pointing at you, and you know that you kind of want to play perfectly in those matches, especially.
It's more comfortable to be sitting here behind the desk than on stage.
Backseat gaming.
And I can backseat all day, man. And here we see game number 1, Marcy and his safe swap Medicham work to perfection. But Lawrence he realized what Marcy's plan was and what his mistake was in game 1, adjusted, and then pulled it back game number 2. And then both of the players realized there's going to be adjustments here. What I just did will not work anymore.
Yeah.
So let's try something else. And it was looking so good for Lawrence until this is the moment where Marcy swaps in, and Lawrence barely does not get to the Ice Punch. And this Stone Edge would have knocked out.
Yeah.
And there, I believe the Quagsire would have gotten to a Stone Edge to take out that Wigglytuff, and then could have pulled the game back. So, losing that Ice Punch because of the unsynchronized timing, that really was what cost Lawrence the game. But it's how the game was supposed to work, so it's unfortunate for him. But it was this tight. Incredible set by both trainers.
It really sometimes comes down to just half a second in this game. You know, you are going to those tournaments. It's double elimination, so every loss is really, really tough to deal with, to come back from. And then in your first round, even you have an opponent who's completely on par with you. You're like, okay, this tournament, it's already incredibly hard. And then you're losing to half a turn. Sometimes that's just how it goes. But Marcy, of course, is on the winning side of that. So he is thinking, wow, that is, of course, a little bit fortunate in the end there, but well, honestly, perfectly planned.
But I want to hear from Marcy, and maybe Matthias has a chance to speak with him. I wonder if you can see that right now.
Thank you, Marcus. It is Matthias, well said. I'm here with Marcy. Marcy, how do you feel after this win?
Really good, really good.
Is there anything specific when you were team building, Pokemon-wise, strategic-wise?
Honestly, my first team I tried to build around was around Galarian Weezing with Sludge and Overheat, but like it didn't really work out for me. So I ended up using a team I actually stole from Nighttime Clasher from Houston. So yeah.
Eric, classic Eric. He makes teams, everyone steals his teams. He always says it's their team as well. But yeah, congratulations on your win. Is there anything like you are afraid of facing with your team, or you don't want to specifically tell anyone?
Maybe Florges. Other Florges could be a bit tough for me.
Yeah, with the debuff Chilling Water and the Trailblaze combination.
Yeah, maybe even Desiring Voice.
Exactly, yeah. Is there anything specific shout-outs you want to give to the people at home, in the crowd, in chat?
At home?
Chat?
At home, my family who's watching. Also, everyone who helped me practice for this tournament. There's like a lot of people who helped me, so mainly thanks to Nighttime Clasher for helping me yesterday with some advice and everything. Then also Killyboy, Withered, PV Potato, everyone. Yeah, thank you very much.
So many people, so exciting. Congratulations again, Marcy, for that exciting win. And back to the casters, Marcus.
Not Marcus, but almost. It's Mark time.
I'm Marcus now. I'm Marcus now.
All right, Marcus. Thank you so much for being here with me. Of course, the youngsters, they are really taking over the game. Those shoutouts, you could hear it there with the Nighttime Clasher and Withered and everyone. They're just, I like how they are all like uniting and team building together.
Everything just really comes together. You see how far we've come, and trainers like Nighttime Clash have been helping other trainers. It just really builds up the community that we have here.
Definitely. And shoutouts to the community. This is what I love about it so much as well. Last round, I just asked, hey, is there maybe a breakpoint in the Metagame mirror match where you can deal 1 more damage per Psycho Cut? And immediately I got messages from the Mega Junko player of the community as well, who told me, hey, I'm here to tell you there is no way to deal more than 3 damage in this mirror matchup, because having a breakpoint in that matchup has been a big thing in the past.
That's how it's Axon, or partly because of that, it's Axon had a specific Metagame with a very different spread of attack, defense, and HP when you go to the praise stat on your Pokemon. And that's something you use to win the World Championships in 2023. So those stats can sometimes be really impactful. And yeah, of course, we're here to tell you all about that this weekend. Of course, we're going to get more battles coming up very shortly. Our next matchup is going to be Borja versus Nashet, and that's going to be a really good match. Borja has been around for quite a while.
I hope he's playing the Malamar again. It was his breakout performance with the Malamar, a 3rd place finish. I don't quite remember in which tournament it was. Was it in Italy or was it also in Spain?
Either one.
Yeah, one of those.
One of those.
But Borja was phenomenal with the Malamar. Told us he was a dancer as well, which also just fits the flavor of Malamar, you know? What do you think of Malamar in this meta?
Very interesting choice. There's not a lot of Dark-type Pokemon that we have currently, but I must say that, you know, as someone who really likes Giratina, I look at the amount of Normal-type Pokemon and the amount of Dark-type Pokemon. There's not a lot of third anymore. Galarian Moltres, Mandibus, nowhere to be seen. But Wigglytuff is everywhere right now. The thing with Malamar is, however, you have access to Superpower, and Superpower hits for decent neutral damage as well. This time we don't see any Malamar from Borja on the left and Nashetti on the right. A very meta team here. We saw Empoleon with Waterfall earlier. I'm curious to see if it's Waterfall or Metal Sound this time.
Yeah, that was really cool to see both of those sets in action already.
That.
Oh, wow, really?
I did.
But we're seeing the Ferret that you talked about that was maybe perhaps a little bit underused as well right now in this meta.
Brick Break!
I think Brick Break is really strong right now, because against Corviknight, against Forretress, your Trailblaze doesn't really do too much. Then again, if you're playing versus a Quagsire, you might want to have the Trailblaze.
Sludge Bomb Quagsire!
That should be Sludge Bomb Stone Edge. I have heard that this is the superior moveset.
I've seen that from Stone Collection before. But yeah, Borja potentially opting for some... Yeah, that's a good one, Leo. You would have run Fate Attack, right? But yeah, interesting choice there. And yeah, I do like that. Brick Break for Steel-type Pokemon. We see here Empoleon with Metal Sound, not Waterfall this time. No spicy movesets on the side of Nashetti. But yeah, I think that Quagsire is a really solid Pokemon and safe Pokemon that we have here. The thing is that you don't have Stone Edge on Quagsire means that you won't hit something like the Shadow Altaria that we see here for super effective damage.
That is true. And Corviknight is also a lot tougher to deal with if you only have...
You're walled entirely.
You have to throw Earthquake, which is still a reasonable source of damage, but of course you're pacing to it very, very slowly. You're even getting outpaced by Payback, and it's kind of embarrassing, actually. But also, I'm going to make a bold prediction here.
Okay, go for it.
I'm not going to see a Galarian Corsola against this team of Nashetti, because there's double normal.
Well, the thing is, And I'm not saying this really helps the case for Galarian Corsola. It does quite well into the other Pokemon. Of course, the Corviknight has access to Payback here, but Shadow Altaria, fine. Empoleon, pretty fine. Shadow Quagsire, I think it's a pretty lovely matchup for Galarian Corsola, as the fast attack pressure from Quagsire just doesn't deal that much damage. Mudshot, I believe this was a couple seasons ago, maybe even last year. Mudshot deals less damage again, but generates more energy.
Yeah. It's back to default settings, basically.
Yeah, basically default setting, yes.
We have old Swampert back, and of course, the Aqua Tail Quagsire is now so incredibly fast, which is no news to everyone in the circuit here, because we have seen already in Houston what this Pokemon can do. Makes a case for it to be the superior, we call them Mud Boys, the water ground types. It is everywhere to be seen, and
Do you think Clodsire is a Mud Boy?
Did I say Clodsire?
Did I just throw you off?
I meant Quagsire. If I said Clodsire, I'm very sorry. But, we have both of the sires, actually.
Yes, exactly. So is Clodsire also a Mud Boy? It literally lives in the mud. Very important details that we have for this matchup. I just want to point out again, by the way, the more I'm looking at these, now that these teams are side by side, looks like Borja's focusing just a little bit. But third with Brick Break, what do you need Trailblaze for? It's just Quagsire, but even then, with fast attack pressure, you probably can just sucker punch through that.
I think you're fine in that matchup. You're not forcing all of the shields in the world there from this Pokemon again. If you're playing with the Trailblaze, you're also getting outpaced after a shield.
Yeah.
It's kind of iffy.
Yeah,
but
it really is.
Against Empoleon, you're better off with Brick Break. Against the Licky Licky, you're better off with Brick Break. Against the Wigglytuff,
kinda, maybe? Maybe.
I don't really think
against
so.
Corviknight for sure.
Yeah, against Corviknight for sure, and against Altaria,
okay.
Throwing Spoon.
But listen, important detail here.
Okay.
Borja has no hard counter to Shadow Quagsire. So maybe you did need Trailblaze, right? There's an offset here.
That's true.
But what about Brick Break plus Trailblaze? Am I talking crazy here?
Yeah.
I
think you're being a little bit crazy. I was gonna say sometimes those generalists of the meta, like the Shadow Quagsire, you don't necessarily need a hard counter on your team if the rest of your team is not super weak into it. Sometimes you're like, okay, this Pokemon is a super neutral safe swap into me, but it's not gonna dominate all of my Pokemon. However, Borja, he has the Forretress with Volt Switch, I believe.
Yes, it is Volt
and
Switch.
He has a Clodsire. So bringing those Pokemon against one of the most dominant Pokemon in the metagame, like the Shadow Quagsire, it's gonna be tough, right?
It might be. We'll have to see how Borja will deal with that. I know Borja is someone who prepares a lot for these kind of tournaments, so maybe he's just inviting the weakness and then try to play neutrally around it. I would not be surprised if we see like a combination of third Shadow Quagsire and Wigglytuff from Borja, just because he's expecting that Shadow Quagsire to come out. And you know, we saw there's Sludge Bomb and Earthquake on that Clodsire. I'm not sure if it's even playable into any team with both Shadow Quagsire and Corviknight.
Yeah, it's really walled by everything, basically. I mean, Quagsire is not walling you, you're getting a Earthquake off, definitely.
But it's not a positive match.
Yeah, you don't want it, because even if you land the Earthquake, you're not dealing a lot of damage with your fast attacks. You're dealing a decent amount of damage, but your opponent is still going to be in the yellow, and then they are going to overfarm so much before they are throwing the second Aqua Tail that you're getting out of this with basically 1.5 Aqua Tails into the next matchup, and that's not really how you want to play out your lead.
One of my friends, Ross, he is actually a fan of the non-Shadow Quagsire. But the thing is, Aqua Tail doesn't deal as much damage as you'd hope. Here we see both Shadow Quagsire. Ross must be very happy to see both of those. But let's see if both trainers are also happy with this match. This is going to come down to who wins the Charge Attack Purity tie. This is when both Pokemon throw their Charge Attacks at the very same time. And who's going to get that first? It looks like Nasheta has the Quagsire with slightly higher attack.
Yeah, is it just me, or does it look like Borja's
Sorry?
Quagsire is a lot bulkier?
It just might be. We're about to see after this Aqua Tail who has more HP. I'm not sure if there's a lot of extra damage to achieve in this matchup, but actually I feel like it's the opposite. Maybe we're just seeing things here, Leo. Anyway, another Aqua Tail is coming through, and this time Borja doesn't throw just yet, but he does put up the Protect Shield because otherwise he would lose his first matchup really hard. And look at the backline. He actually did bring Fortress, so Borja probably wants to get rid of Shadow Quagsire here.
Yeah, this seems like a matchup you're absolutely okay with. However, if you're losing the Charge Attack priority here...
Oh, it attempts to catch, but Nasheti doesn't throw!
Oh, brings in the Ferret, farms up more energy on the Shadow Quagsire and brings in the Corviknight. Usually the energy is completely walled by the Ferret, but now with a decent amount of energy advantage, I think Brick Breaks are going to start to really add up.
the thing is, you don't have any same type attack bonus here. You really rely on Sucker Punch just being a really good fast attack in general, but the same type attack bonus really helps some of these Pokemon. Firth doesn't use any normal type charge attacks in this matchup specifically, so it's not going to do as much as with other charge attacks it normally does.
Oh, the Spanish name of Brick Break is Demolición. That is really, really cool. Gonna see one of those Demolitions now, and I think that at this point you are in definitely in...
Oh, makes the catch, but that's on Fortress, and I'm not sure if you want to make that catch. Perhaps Borja is reading that there could be Licky Licky in the back. He might need that Firth for later. Firth already has been chipped a lot though. In comes Licky Licky, not the Quagsire. Keep in mind that Nashetti still, I believe he has a Stone Edge stored even on Quagsire.
Yeah, Quagsire is at a lot of energy. Perhaps doesn't really want to throw it in there because then he has problems getting rid of Borja's Quagsire because the rollout fast attack damage is not going to cut it.
And throwing the Shadow Ball before the Rock Tomb is very important because otherwise your Shadow Ball would have been dropped in attack and it would have dealt less damage. Now you can get a rollout down with this Licky Licky and come out with a full Shadow Ball. No, can he actually? Oh, barely goes down with the Sand Tomb. That is huge for Nashetti. Where do you come in with? If you can catch a Shadow Ball on Firth, that'd be great. But at this point, I think Nashetti doesn't even need to throw any Shadow Ball.
Yeah, the thing is how close... Oh, immediate body slam, spam off Nashetti here, making sure that there is no Stone Edge reached or anything if a Quagsire would come in. Now is so close to the second one as well, gets it off. Borja is trying to reach for that Brick Break to deal super effective damage, has to put up a shield on this low HP Ferret.
Nashetti's in a great spot. Keep in mind he steals a lot of energy on Quagsire. In comes the Quagsire! In comes the Aqua Tail! And even though this is not the strongest charge attack, it will be enough to knock out this Ferret. And then, I believe he's one much off another one.
Yep, and Borja comes in, also has a Aqua Tail stored, but there is a protection on the side of Nashetti, so he takes this game, no problem. Dominance of the so-called Shadow Quagsire.
Shadow Quagsire is such a good and safe neutral pick in this meta. There are basically no grass-type Pokemon, and when you're pseudo-grass-type Pokemon that are not actually grass-type Pokemon but have the coverage, this time Firth doesn't have Trailblaze, so you have nothing that can actually really threaten Quagsire here. That makes it so hard for Borja to play Fortress and Clodsire here. I mean, we didn't even see the Clodsire, we did see the Fortress.
Yeah. You just throw it in everywhere. It is such a good generalist. Even if you have a horrible matchup in the lead, with Quagsire as your safe swap, even if you lose the matchup afterwards, right? Even if your Quagsire gets beat, you can have so many Aqua Tails in the meantime. You can play around with the timer, you can make the game more dynamic and difficult for your opponent to just basically abuse the matchup that they had in the lead.
Let's zoom in on a mechanic that we saw at the start of this match, which I think was meta-defining. And listen up, Leo, because I think you need this advice as well. The charge attack priority tie.
Yeah.
This is when two Pokemon throw their charge attack at the very same time. We saw the Shadow Quagsire mirror there, and that matchup is basically defined by who can throw the charge attacks first. Because if you are able to throw first, you basically are telling your opponent, okay, are you going to shield this or not? So you dictate the shield play. And we saw in this case that Nashetti wins the charge attack priority tie. So somewhere during the second or third Aqua Tail, we saw Borja make an attempt to catch the charge attack and basically giving up the switch advantage.
Yeah. The thing is, you know, the Shadow Quagsire of Nashetti looks already amazing in this matchup versus Borja, but now that you know it dominates the mirror match, makes it so much stronger. You know, Borja, if he even gets into this matchup, he wants to have a little bit of energy advantage. So you would say if your opponent's best answer to my Quagsire is also their own Quagsire, you would want to save swap yours. But then again, there's an Altaria. Altaria is tough.
But it is a Shadow Altaria. And have you ever seen how much a Stone Edge does to a Shadow Altaria from a Shadow Quagsire?
It almost knocks out.
Yeah, the Shadow Altaria will not like it. It will probably fall out of the sky. Both trainers now have locked in for game number 2. Let's see if Borja can get the comeback that he needs here. Shadow Quagsire is going to be a very tough Pokemon to overcome, but he's getting a great lead here. Wigglytuff into Shadow Altaria. Fairy-type Pokemon are notoriously good into Dragon-type Pokemon, so we see Nashetti swap out. Surprise, there's Shadow Quagsire, the safest Pokemon on the line here.
Now that is the situation that we have talked about before. Shadow Quagsire coming in as the safe swap, and now the timer is so misaligned already. You get to the first attack. Borja really wants to deal some damage. Now you swap in your own Quagsire behind on energy. Technically, you think you would only need to land one Aqua Tail here, but I don't even think that's enough. I think your opponent can really overload.
important question. Can you get the mud shot down? It doesn't even matter. Nashetti is going to try and flip this potentially. He has the energy advantage, but he was down a shield as well. Going for the Aqua Tail now. And, you know, with the charm damage, you already put the opposing Quagsire, the one from Nashetti here, into Aqua Tail range. But he knows he wins Charge Attack pretty tight. You see it again here, where Borja tries to get rid of the opposing Shadow Quagsire, but Nashetti is optimizing his gameplay by getting as many fast stacks in as possible and then launching the charge stack as soon as the opponent got it as well.
The question is, does this Aqua Tail knock out, or is Borja
barely
going to get... Oh, we're going to see another shield. The switch timers are up. We can see potential catches. Nashetti is now going to throw immediately. I can only imagine that there is going to be another shield. Borja now maybe has the option to wait a turn to guarantee connecting the Aqua Tail.
Oh, and we see Shadow Altaria coming in. Borja is staying in for a little bit, farming up. Now swapping into Wigglytuff. I love this play. This is, like you say, you could have not said this better. Perfectly swapping after getting a Stone Edge into the Ice Wave before Altaria even gets to an attack. But I think Altaria is still going to get to the Sky Attack.
Yeah, that is still going to deal a hefty amount of damage, so maybe you could have swapped out immediately to get more charm damage in, because, quite frankly, Mudshot really doesn't do anything, but you're also getting... Oh, that is dangerously low. That might be rollout down low.
Well, can you get to another Swift here? Perhaps you can even get to an Icy Wind. It looks like Borja's not going to take any chances. I don't think he would have reached the Icy Wind anyway here. But this is very nice chip damage. Yeah. I talked about the same type of attack bonus in that first game. Wigglytuff does have that on Swift. And you can see that just for such little energy, you get a decent amount of damage still.
I think that Ferd's job is now only to get to one Brick Break that you have to land into the Licky Licky. No catch shenanigans there. If it gets caught, you might be in a little bit of trouble. That could be a Licky Licky sweep. But if you land the Brick Break here, I think you can just safely bring in the Quagsire and just press Aqua Tail as soon as you get it.
I think you're overestimating how much Brick Break does exactly. In comes Quagsire, but it has no energy. So Quagsire is going to swiftly leave the field here. It's all in the hands of Licky Licky now. It doesn't really have big hands, so it has a lot of work to do here. But keep in mind, there's also the Stone Edge still on that side of Quagsire. I don't think Borja's even going to need this. This Brick Break, I think, is barely going to knock out. Otherwise, one more Sucker Punch going to do it.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close. And then you're going to have the game. Oh, that is
1
HP
One
energy. But you're going to definitely, as you said, get Sucker Punch down here. Borja and wins game 2, gets it back.
Yeah, he needs to get back in the game there. It's only round 1 here, and Borja, he has won a medal before, so, you know, he has high expectations to get far in this tournament here. And yeah, this is a great step here. I do think that it's going to be a little bit tough, right? I think that he made an incredible prediction here simply because he expected to Shadow Quagsire safe switch. Okay, if I expect that in the back, what do I lead? What does my opponent lead? And he made the correct call with that Shadow Altaria into Wigglytuff.
Wigglytuff is so dominant this tournament. Already in the first few rounds, we've seen it everywhere, even in matchups versus something like a Clodsire. It is not scared to play those out, plays out the ones, debuffs it, and then it is so strong. It can set up other Pokemon. If you put it on 2 shields, it can just sweep the entire game. Wigglytuff is just... there's a reason why it's most used Pokemon at the moment.
And I was talking earlier about that achievement of Borja. We talked about his achievement at the time. That was last year in Sevilla, actually, that he won his first medal with that Malamar, with a lot of attack on it at the time. Borja's dream is to become the actual Pokemon trainer that travels the country, travels the continent, and wins those Pokemon tournaments. And of course, Nashetti, the same goes for him. How do you come back here? Of course, Quagsire, I think we can always expect, if it's not just the whole tournament, it's definitely going to be in this battle.
I think it can be Quagsire from both sides, right? Nashetti, of course, has the ultimate safe swap there. Made it really hard for Borja to just keep the switch on the Wigglytuff versus Altaria lead. But we're going to see a Ferret into Shadow Quagsire lead. If it was a Trailblaze Ferret, this would be a really, really, really strong lead for the Ferret.
Let's find out how this goes. Even with Trailblaze, you take a while to get to Charge Sticks, and Nashetti is going again for Charge Stick pretty time, but here we see a Ferret with a higher attack than this Shadow Quagsire. It will be able to launch the Charge Stick before the Shadow Quagsire can.
That is some good knowledge. You're going to throw the Aqua Tail here just to find it out, because you are definitely outpacing with your Aqua Tail. How much damage does it do? It still chills in the green, brings in the own Shadow Quagsire on the side of Borja. Knows the energy's a little bit misaligned. Oh, brings in Corviknight as an answer after farming up to a Stone Edge.
Interesting choice here. Now, Corviknight is flying in the sky, but it's not exactly that great into this ground-type Pokemon because Quagsire relies mostly on water-type damage output. As you can see, 3 Aqua Tail will get very close to knocking out here.
And then, of course, Nacheti is at the payback, which you can throw, and it might almost knock out. But if the 3 Aqua Tails are already applied, no, goes for one more Mudshot on the side of Borja. No shields. That is going to deal so much damage, but you're still probably going to live this and get off the Aqua Tail. Oh, you can actually get to double Aqua Tail again.
If Borja can flip this, Nacheti has seen the Ferret and he has Wigglytuff in the back. He might not even go for Switch. No, he does actually go for Switch advantage. And let's see, this Quagsire is just so fast. It is so spammy. And letting the next one go. Is this going to knock out?
What is 9-turn Air Cutter pacing when you have 8-turn Aqua Tail pacing on the Quagsire? Knocks out the Corviknight in the 1-0 shields with just a little bit of energy advantage.
Borja still has another shield here. In comes Quagsire, in comes Galarian Corsola, giving up Switch advantage now. There is the Wigglytuff in the back from Nacheti, but he decides to expend some energy here anyway. This is a perfect opportunity, however, to set up your Wigglytuff and potentially get some debuffs into the, not just this Galarian Corsola, but also in the Pokemon in the back. Because this Wigglytuff is not just good against Galarian Corsola, it's also good against Ferret.
It's really, really strong. It's showing why it is so dominant in this metagame. Power Gem connects. Power Gem still, if you're not debuffed, does a decent amount of damage. So if you're throwing 2 and they get unshielded, you are okay-ish in that matchup. However, Wigglytuff is always going to get out with energy if you're playing the full matchup. And you're getting really, really close to completely farming down here.
The Astonished are not ending up though, barely getting to the Power Gem. The thing is, in Pokemon Go, we don't have immunities like we have in Pokemon video games. So here, oh, actually puts up the final Protect Shield. So here, the double resistance, we have double resistance instead. That's why this Galarian Corsola didn't do as much as you think into this Wigglytuff. Ferret still has a good amount of energy, I believe. Oh, actually, I'm lying. He has no energy at all. But Borja does have 2 protections. Is he going to use that?
The question is, if you have, you're shielding up this Aqua Tail, you don't want to get farmed down in the process later on. The question is, can you fully farm down this Quagsire? No, you can even outpace to a Swift before the next Aqua Tail is going to land, so you get to keep the shield. And now things are looking decent for Ferret.
Let's take a look here. The Wigglytuff still has some energy. Can get to the Ice Wind. No, going for the Swift instead. And the reason why is because you get to those Swift quicker than you get to Ice Wind. Even though Ice Wind would drop the attack of Ferret, so you take less damage, you might just want to get to the Swift as quick as you can here. But this Swift is going to add up. You might almost be a Sucker Punch down range here on the Wigglytuff now.
I want to say it's a race with fast attack damage. That is doing decent amount of damage. That's even still the Quagsire in the back.
Wait. He has a Swift! I think he has a Swift! He tried to catch, but I think Borja miscounted, and now Wigglytuff is going to wiggle its way through!
Axel Nacheti grasped this game with the last HP on the Wigglytuff. A missed catch of Borham and lets him lose this game, and Wigglytuff reigns supreme once again.
The thing is, I'm just not sure if you even would have reached the Swift on the Ferret at that point, because you were just so low on health there. It was looking so good, but this is something you may have faced in the Go Battle League as well. If you just no shield until you see the very last Pokemon, and that very last Pokemon deals a lot of damage with fast attacks like Scissor or Wigglytuff, you might just end up not using those shields or using them too late.
Sometimes the fast attack pressure in the back can really catch you off guard if you're thinking, hey, this is a bait, this is not hitting too hard. The combination of Pokemon that are spammy, that are flexible, plus Pokemon that are maybe a little clunky like Wigglytuff, but even if you resist the damage, especially if you do not resist the damage, they still take away your last HP.
I think the perfect team consists of a blend with both fast attack and charge attack. Yes, stop it there. The fast attack and charge attack pressure. And I think Nacheti did have that here. You charge up really quickly with something like a Quagsire and a Shadow Altaria. But from Pokemon like Licky and Shadow Quagsire, you don't want to use Protect Shield against those. And when Borja is not using any Protect Shield at some point, Wigglytuff just charms through.
Yeah. We have seen so many triple KOs by Pokemon, like in the past, Shadow Scizor, or the Alolan Marowak, or the Kanto Marowak rather, and the Wigglytuff, of course, as well, after people decided that some attacks are just not worth shielding. But then again, if you do shield those bait attacks from other Pokemon,
Yeah.
Wigglytuff is also going to throw some
Exactly.
Swifts.
Yeah. I'm not sure if third would have gotten there. It was going to be very tough. He needed 5 more Sucker Punch to get to that charge deck, 5 or 4, and I think that 3 Charm would have been enough. So Wigglytuff likely would have gotten the Charm down regardless. There was not much you could do. I think the least you could try was maybe, and maybe that is what Borja was trying, to transfer the damage of the Charm to the Quagsire, but yeah, it didn't really work out either.
Yep, he just got the KO on the Quagsire, no damage applied there as well, and then goes for the Swift against the third, knocking it out. But that's also the beauty of these tournaments, right? You have these sometimes rather newer players as well, that you're playing versus world-class players like Borja that you can even then beat on stream. How cool is that?
There's a lot to learn from both those newer players, but also trainers that are absolute veterans. And you know where those two meet? Not just at the special championships, the regional championships, the international championships, but also at the local tournaments. If you want to compete in one of those, check this out.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Just scan this code to find the nearest events that you can play. It's absolutely stunning to see those trainers play from close. You know, last time I played locals in Dortmund, the finals matchup was actually Nighttime Clasher versus Stone Collection, so sometimes they're absolute titans of the scene.
Must be nice to have Nighttime Clasher still going to your locals. He doesn't even come to ours anymore.
Well, I mean, he travels a lot, right? And then sometimes he just wants to visit his close friends and play some Pokemon Go, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I don't count, I guess.
That's what I was implying with this, yes.
Our next match, Leo, is going to be a good one again. We have some trainers that have won medals in the past, but neither have won a championship yet. I'm not talking about Tomac UK, I'm talking about a Mind Joke versus Dinoski, a trainer from the UK, and a Mind Joke, a trainer from Italy. And I know both trainers have some spicy picks. Blastoise, we have not seen in a while. A Mind Joke has one.
Yeah.
And then I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we saw Aegislash earlier on the broadcast. I believe Dinoski has Dublade. Let's see, production is just telling me. Yes, I am correct. There is the Dublade from Dinoski. It's a Steel and Ghost type Pokemon with access to Shadow Claw as the fast attack, and then it has Sacred Sword and I believe it's Gyro Ball as the charge stacks.
It's really good and flexible. The typing is really nice, especially if there's Mud Slappers. But also we're going to see our first Annihilate with a low kick that we haven't seen in Europe so far. But again, another Quagsire player.
But Annihilate is going to have a tough time. There's Grumpig, and I know that a Mind Joke just loves Grumpig. But what a Mind Joke doesn't love is going to be that Dublade. Dublade just looks quite solid into his team, or at least into the Pokemon that he's very comfortable with. Blastoise and Grumpig are both Pokemon that generally lose to Dublade, but the thing is, we talked about the same type attack bonus before. Sacred Sword doesn't have that for Dublade. It's a fighting type charge attack, and Dublade is like I said, a Steel and Ghost type Pokemon, so it doesn't have any of that. That's why it can be a little bit lackluster when Gyro Ball is not the preferred attack to throw.
Yeah, but usually when you play a Shadow Claw Pokemon, you want to throw Shadow Balls at some point. Shadow Ball is just every time you see a Ghost Pokemon, you're like, okay, Shadow Ball is just the way, because it's so incredibly efficient. But then again, Annihilate, another Ghost type Pokemon that doesn't have Shadow Ball. It has Rage Fist, super fast pacing, ramps up the damage, really, really dangerous if you let it go. But Annihilate, usually we know it as a counter user Pokemon, you know, a lot of fast attack pressure, and then Ice Punches. No, not this time. We're gonna see some close combats.
But what are you going to need that for here? I think close combat could be a nice surprise damage, but there's a Wigglytuff and a Grumpig, both Pokemon that a Mind Joke could use. I'm not going to say that Wigglytuff looks the best here per se because of Dublade, but there is Altaria and Shadow Annihilate, and then the other three, Shadow Quagsire, Florges, and Licky are still neutral for Wigglytuff. I would not be surprised if a Mind Joke is going to play that Pokemon.
Martijn,
yes?
Have you ever played against people with Annihilate? They always bring it, doesn't matter how it looks.
Yeah, well, depends. I of course, I'm also a lover of Wigglytuff, so I always brought that Pokemon, and generally it destroys Annihilate, so I've not seen it as much, but yeah, it's a Pokemon that can really put in a lot of work. Rage Fist just really, it just fits with its angry nature.
Yeah, it can just go out of control really, really quick, bringing some chaos to the table. But I'm quite curious to see how the Grumpig is going to perform. I think it has a decent matchup versus the Quagsire, of course, versus Annihilate, versus Florges should also be fine, and of course, very strong versus Licky.
Let's see how this goes. We're going to have Corviknight into Florges. This is, on paper, good for Corviknight, but actually, it's not that bad for Florges. You have a Steel type on the left, a Fairy type on the right. The thing is, this Florges is not relying on Fairy type damage. It has the neutral Chilling Water dropping the attack of Corviknight. So this first air cutter might just be important. Oh, looks like Dinoski is swapping out immediately into Shadow Quagsire. Mindjoke does not exactly have an answer. I mean, it makes sense. It's like the safest Pokemon in the meta. But we do see Wigglytuff and Grumpig in the back. Mindjoke has a lot of neutral play into this Shadow Quagsire, but also into Florges. But he must know that there's going to be Dublade in the back.
Yep, and so he keeps the Wigglytuff around. Normal type versus Ghost types usually sound great, but against the Steel typing, Wigglytuff really has problems. If the Doublade is in the back, I think you want to preserve the Corviknight a little bit
you
more.
have to get out. As a Mindjoke, I think you have to get out. And this might just be what Dinoski is looking for. He might just be looking at the team sheet now. Okay, if my opponent's not switching out of here, perhaps it's his own Quagsire. No, he's now going into the Grumpig. And the timer's almost up. Dinoski is going to launch a charge attack here. The thing is, now Dinoski can switch into Dublade and start ramping up with energy. You have to be careful of Shadow Ball. It will probably take Dublade out in one charge stack here. If this is... okay, I was gonna say, if you go for the bait here, that'd be crazy. But the Mindjoke is not taking any chances. Can you get to another Shadow Ball here?
That's the question. Maybe a bait would have been really beneficial there, even if it is risky. It would also be risky to absolutely no-shield this attack. But Dinoski just says, hey, you know what? I'm not gonna take the risk of you reaching another Shadow Ball. I'm just gonna Sacred Sword.
You cannot shield here. Yeah, because he has 2 Sacred Swords. So if you'd shield there on Grumpig, you'd have to shield twice probably. Now Corviknight took so much damage from the Aqua Tail. Not yet at 2 Sacred Sword. Dinoski needs 1 more, but the Sacred Sword is not going to do as much damage. The problem is, if you no shield here and you let Corviknight go, that Florges is going to buff your drop the stats of the Wigglytuff for the rest of this match. So you have to use protection here.
That is true. You want to get rid of this Doublade as well. Let's it go. Wigglytuff is going to have such a hard time. But again, the miracle recipe for every single Wigglytuff player is just to put 2 shields on it and then chomp down everything.
Not going for the bait here. It's a full Gyro Ball. Mindjoke not taking any chance. He knows that this will deal the most damage. I don't think that Dublade can get to another charge stack now. I'm actually surprised that Dinoski didn't swap immediately to debuff the attack here of this Wigglytuff, because now Wigglytuff might have a chance to close out this game.
The Mindjoke is considering to no-shield this. No, his Chilling Water is not doing too much, but he's now going to start debuffing the Florges, so maybe shielding this could have been the right play, because there is a good chance that the other Pokemon... I think Shadow Quagsire actually has another Aqua Tail stored.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Shadow Quagsire just charges energy so quickly. The problem for this Wigglytuff is, though, you have to expend energy here. Yeah. Can you get the charm down on everything else? Dinoski still has to... Oh, he knows, though. I think Mindjoke knows that there's energy on the Quagsire, so he cannot use protection. Timer's not up. He's going for the Swift here, but this has been double dropped. Will one charm after this knockout? If yes, then Florges will not get to the charge stack.
Oh, there could still
be... I think he'll hang on.
That is so tough that there is still some HP left on that Florges. The Mindjoke is shaking his head, knowing this Florges was just a little bit too bulky defensively. Another debuff. Yeah. Now, there is the Aqua Tail Storm that is going to KO the Wigglytuff.
Very important point in this match here is that if you do not keep at least 1 Pokemon around, you cannot clear a debuff. And that is what happened in this match here. A Mindjoke losing the first game. Dinoski took advantage of a Mindjoke letting Corviknight go and ramping up on that Dublade. And yeah, led him to a 1-0 victory here. Very well played.
Dinoski, he has been known for bringing a Guzzlord everywhere. I just don't see it on his team. But he also, I think, when he got his 2nd place medal, which he played versus Colin in the finals of a regional, could have been Stuttgart, perhaps, he played Poliwrath.
He did run Poliwrath.
Where is Poliwrath?
And
Regular
Pelipper.
Poliwrath. Everyone else was running Shadow Poliwrath. he was running regular Poliwrath. Where is it now?
Was a very interesting pick. I mean, Poliwrath now also has that faster energy generating Mudshot again.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if this is going to be the play for the current meta. He also had a Pelipper at the time. Wing Attack is also back to generating more energy. So definitely some interesting points there. Yeah, I kind of predicted these picks from Amaiju to come out because he needs to play as neutrally as possible into that Dublade. Yes, Wigglytuff is okay because it double resists Shadow Claw, but you have to be careful of Gyro Ball. And yeah, chat, this is just a great example. Keep one Pokemon around if you know that your opponent has also has a Pokemon that will drop the attack or defense of your last Pokemon, because otherwise you cannot clear it.
It's fine if your Pokemon has 1 HP left, that is all good as long as you can swap out your Wigglytuff to just get back some of your damage, because this was triple debuffed at the end, so there was really nothing to get from those Charms and the Swift.
Looks like Dinoski is opting again for Dublade. This might just be... I'm not too fond of the Pokemon because of Sacred Sword not dealing as much damage as you'd want it to most of the time, but this is exactly the matchup where it's good. Let's see if Amaiju can think of a plan to come back and take care of this Dublade.
Wow.
This is definitely a rough start. It's going to be Quagsire into Quagsire, swapping into Corviknight. Dinoski doesn't exactly have a hard answer because he didn't bring his Altaria, but you can just do the infamous chip and dip here.
Yeah, I think you can just throw an Aqua Tail and then maybe even go into your own Florges, because that one is not threatened by a payback. There could be some cheesy moments with Corviknight throwing a payback into the Dublade. But now you are just sitting there with some damage advantage, and before the next Air Cutter, you might even be able to debuff with a Chilling Water.
Yeah, if we saw an Air Cutter attack buff there, because it's a 30% chance per Air Cutter to raise the attack of Corviknight, this could have been very crucial for this match, as Dinoski is going to need 2 more Chilling Water. But now that the attack's been dropped instead of this Corviknight, Air Cutter is not exactly going to be as threatening either. This is looking very tough for Amaiju. Oh, he swaps, he takes care, or he makes advantage of the switch timer being misaligned, so he's going to get that energy advantage on his Quagsire and keeps the Corviknight around.
Also very good for him that Dinoski just right before the timer was up had to throw a charge attack, so the timer is even further misaligned. However, this is still a tough ask for the Quagsire. There is a Shadow Quagsire. You're locked in it for at least 20 more seconds.
Both Pokemon, they're looking very derpy, but they're very dangerous too. This Octils is going to get close to knocking out Quagsire. It's very bulky. I'm not sure if you can get a Mudshot down, however. You probably can before the next Earthquake, but Amaiju's Switch Clock is almost up again.
Oh, that is not as much damage as you would have hoped. Has to throw another Aqua Tail. So actually, Quagsire did the job here, getting out this Shadow Quagsire, draining it of its energy and putting it in the yellow. I don't think you can ask for more from the Quagsire in this matchup.
Well, this Quagsire is also going for another Aqua Tail now. Give this Quagsire a briefcase, because it is going to work in this matchup here. Amaiju putting on a Protect Shield here. Corviknight has to take care of a lot here. There's still Dublade in the back as well, and Dublade loves it when shields are down and there's a Wigglytuff in town.
Yeah, but if the shields are up, it's still a decent matchup to play around. Now the Quagsire finally goes back to its Pokeball, and Florges is coming out again, immediately throwing an Air Cutter. I think this is the moment where Dinoski maybe just swaps in the Dublade.
Yeah, but also if you swap into Wigglytuff now, you could debuff immediately. In comes that Dublade, but giving an energy advantage here is kind of tough. Going for the chip damage here. Dinoski might know that this is just an Air Cutter, but the chip damage might just be very important, because one Gyro Ball is not going to take out Wigglytuff in one charge attack. Dinoski knows it's going to be Wigglytuff in the back. Here it comes, and this is what you use the protection for. How much does a Gyro Ball do here?
Oh, Wigglytuff is really bulky. It has so much HP. We're not going to quite find out, hoping to shield the Gyro Ball here, but I mean, your charge attack damage, it's just not there against the Dublade, so there's definitely going to be another Gyro Ball even before the debuff. I think this is going to deal about 70%.
This is going to deal a lot of damage and definitely put you into Sacred Sword range. I'm not sure if you can get... No, you cannot get a Shadow Claw down here, but... Oh, man, I think Amaiju needs to make a catch here to have a chance in this matchup right here. Dinoski still has Florges around as well. Amaiju is shaking his head. His timer is not up yet. This Dublade is about to close the game for him. Oh, he's waiting. He's trying to wait. And we see no catch there. Dinoski is just waiting for Amaiju to try and make that catch successfully. Dublade wins the charge attack pretty tight. Gyro Ball's coming through. This is going to ensure a knockout on this Wigglytuff.
Well played by Dianoski, really making us fall for it in the end there. I could have sworn that he would just throw a Sacred Sword as soon as he has it on the decent timing, so Mindjoke couldn't catch, but he just did not intend to throw ever. Maybe not even being sure when the timer is up completely, but Dianoski with a 2-0 steamrolling a Mindjoke. What a performance.
Yeah, Aegislash didn't exactly come out on stream earlier, but looks like the Revolution Dublade was putting up a show here. I mean, it was very good into the team of a Mindjoke, so it made sense that we saw it here, and it just put on a show there. The Steel and Ghost typing is just so good into that team.
What do you think of the evolution line? Which Pokemon would you rather play, Aegislash or Dublade?
Neither.
No, you have to pick one now.
I guess Dublade, the charging on Aegislash, like, just for the records, Aegislash is the favorite Pokemon of 2023 World Champion. It's Axon. Even he doesn't play it, okay? I'm not saying Aegislash is, like, bad. It's just really difficult to play with.
But I think it's also really tough for your opponent to play around it. When you have it on your team, you're forcing your opponent to expand. No shields, basically. You really want to shield those Shadow Balls or Gyro Balls from the Aegislash. But here we are seeing how much pressure, how differently the Dublade really plays. It's so spammy. It has fast attack pressure. It's basically polar opposites.
I mean, honestly, I think this was just the team for Dublade to face. Yeah. Because any other meta team, I'm not sure if Dublade would really put on a show. I do like the coverage of having Ghost and Steel, because you tackle... yeah, well, in this case, a Grumpig, but you're also pretty fine into Wigglytuff and also Quagsire because it doesn't have any ground-type charge attacks, right? So just a really unique coverage, and I like this play from Dianoski. Basically just going to farm up more and more until a Mindjoke was going to swap out, basically. He was just expecting a Mindjoke to make the catch attempt.
Well played, well executed, good foresight from Dianoski. Congratulations on advancing to the next round, and for our Mindjoke, of course, it is not over yet. He is now going to have to do a big losers run.
Well, a Mindjoke, he is really keen to get that medal, so we'll see. And Dianoski, of course, I believe his last medal, the second place, that was about 2 years ago in Stuttgart. So, of course, for both trainers, there's a lot on the line still. And we are in a double elimination format, so maybe we see a Mindjoke later today still.
My question now is, where was the big man? Where was Blastoise?
I'm not sure. I think that a Mindjoke was just really scared of the Dublade, but I still think that Blastoise could have some play there, just because it has a lot of bulk, charges quickly, can get to those Hydro Cannon. Hydro Cannon definitely takes out Dublade into Hydro Cannon, so yeah, maybe we should have seen a little bit more Blastoise there, but also, of course, the Florges just outpacing you and having super effective Trailblaze. It's just not really convenient to get in that position, and maybe that's just what a Mindjoke was expecting.
Florges is such a strong Pokemon. I think Hikami started basically with the Florges. I think as soon as it got its community day and was legal to play in those tournaments, started dominating. It is so fast-paced. It doesn't have the hardest hitting charge attacks or fast attacks, but it can ramp up in positive matchups with the Trailblaze. But it can also, if you're trying to play around with your energy, if you want to swap out, you can debuff your opposing Pokemon into oblivion and then going out of the matchups or just staying in there, whittle down your opponent. It is, I think, maybe the most flexible Pokemon we have in the game right
Well, that's
now.
what we saw in game number 1. A Mindjoke didn't keep Corviknight around, and when you have one Pokemon remaining, you are unable to clear a debuff, because you can only clear a debuff by either having the Pokemon faint, so it's not even around anymore, or you have to switch out. And I guess a Mindjoke went for that first option. Unfortunately, that meant he lost the battle.
Now, please tell me why we do not see more of Florges in these tournaments, because when I'm just thinking about it, of course, it's a fairy type, so it doesn't love steel types, but we've seen the matchup versus Corviknight. That's fine. Versus Forretress, you are not getting hit for super effective damage. You are faster with debuffing your opponent, so I would imagine this is also not the worst matchup. And versus Quagsire, you have a fast-paced Trailblaze, so I would say that this matchup is favorable for you. You're forcing maybe even a shield with a Trailblaze, so you can get an easy chilling water debuff. Why is Guzzlord is played a lot? You can have a lot of fast attack pressure there. Do I need to deliver more arguments to you? Why are we not seeing Florges everywhere?
Yes, you do actually. Because what you are forgetting is that Florges can feel very underwhelming in neutral matchups. And the problem is, yes, Florges can ramp up, but what if Florges cannot ramp up? Have you thought of that? Have you thought of your Florges being behind on energy? No, you haven't, have you? And that's where the flaw of Florges lies, while Wigglytuff is a little bit bulkier, has a better typing, and in that regard, just does a little bit better into the general meta. I do agree that Florges, at the very least, is better into most Steel-type Pokemon. I guess we could say that against Empoleon, both Fairy-type are equally as terrible.
Yeah, that is true. As soon as you get one of your Fairy types onto that Empoleon, it's gonna be
fun,
really,
yeah.
really tough. Metal Sound there really pays off. Would be better if they had the Waterfall, but even then, defensively, most Steel types don't really do Steel type damage. I think the only exception that we had that was really meta once was Shadow Scizor.
If you've been liking it so far, we have many more events coming up. If we take a look how far we have come so far at these events, right? Because Sevilla is one of the championships that we have now in March. We're going to have one in April in Prague. We're going to have one in May in
May in Utrecht.
Very decent pronunciation. I approve. As Dutchman, I approve.
I try.
We have New Orleans, NAIC. We have Turin, Italy. There's going to be a lot more. So.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. There are so many of these tournaments. 2 of them have been won by you already. What's your plan for Utrecht? Huh?
Yeah, we'll find out. I think there will be Giratina.
No, so Giratina definitely has won Utrecht before. It is a Pokemon. And now I think I asked this to Arceus Aurelius before. I think you're maybe the person that is better to ask about this. We've talked about bulk being king in Pokemon Go. If your Pokemon is really bulky, that's really good for the Pokemon. Giratina is so bulky. It's such a good Pokemon, has good defensive typing. Why are you the only one who could make it work? We've seen other trainers making it work, like Paman.
Well, it's a difficult Pokemon to utilize when there are so many normal and dark-type Pokemon. Now, we see Wigglytuff being the #1 used Pokemon here. It looks like, you know, Marcus Shiny also has one. Paman, to our great surprise, looks surprised, has... now you don't see us.
I look so surprised.
He has Togekiss instead. Interesting pick.
Yeah, Togekiss has been rising in usage lately. It's just really, really fast-paced and sometimes a little bit more flexible. However, it does not always feel like the fairy type that Wigglytuff is, right? If you're playing versus something like a Altaria, for example, you're not as dominant as you would like to be.
We see Shadow Piloswine having Icicle Spear. I remember the times that it has Avalanche. Avalanche is one of the strongest charge attacks. So, yeah, interesting going for Icicle Spear. And the reason why is just because Icicle Spear costs less energy, so you get there a little bit quicker.
And the Piloswine, of course, is already a hard-hitting Pokemon. It is not the most fragile Pokemon, but it's not the most bulky one, meaning it has a decent attack to it. So Avalanche most of the time would probably knock out Pokemon, but landing an Icicle Spear and farming down ever since Powder Snow got buffed as well in its damage, I think that's a very decent strategy. We haven't seen too many Ice types. I think Piloswine is a very interesting pick.
Okay, but look at this. Shadow Talonflame. Do you think this Pokemon has a lot of play in the meta right now? I think that there's always at least one Steel type on every single team.
And there's so many Wigglytuff, so I think Talonflame is actually quite fine, especially also since Medicham is rising in usage. However, there is almost always going to be a Shadow Quagsire on your opposing team. Now, is that the worst matchup that you could have?
You tell me.
I don't even think it is that much, because there is a good chance that you're hanging on to one Aqua Tail. Machop really doesn't do any damage to you. So if you land a Fly and some Incinerate...
Shadow on Shadow, I think that Shadow Quagsire might actually do it with just Aqua Tail at some point. I know that non-Shadow Talonflame can definitely hang on to an Aqua Tail. And I remember that at the time that, right before Shadow Talonflame was released, that regular Talonflame was actually okay-ish against Quagsire. I mean, look at this. Accolades to spare. You have any left, Patamon, for us? He actually has 4 trophies in a row at big tour. Is it 4 or is it 5
It's 5 now.
It's 5. It's actually insane. I could never dream of this, honestly.
Yeah, and he just won EUIC back-to-back. When has that ever happened? Never! Patamon is just incredible. I mean, in the last regional, he made 2nd place as well. It's not even on there.
It's not even on there, yes. They're just the small tournaments now for him. Patamon is only here for trophies.
Yeah, and in the last one, he actually played a Shadow Fortress. Wonder why he switched to the regular one, because I still have nightmares from his Shadow Fortress. That was...
The niche of Shadow Fortress here is that you actually defeat Altaria in the even shield scenario when you have Volt Switch. Oh, that is the niche of Shadow. Regular does a little bit better into Guzzlord, on the other hand. Neither Pokemon are on the side of Marcus Shiny. Ooh. This is a great lead for Marcus Shiny, however. Bringing the fire, in comes the Shadow Quagsire Safe Switch. Surprise, the safest Pokemon in the meta. And now Wigglytuff comes back in. But I don't think that he really needs that advantage here. We see Mud Bomb actually on the side on this Shadow Quagsire.
Now, has Marco Shiny read the team sheet properly? What is his reaction going to be to this Mud Bomb? This is very unconventional, but it looks like it is going to knock out a Wigglytuff in 2 attacks.
What is this tech? Someone tell me what this tech is. I had no idea Mud Bomb is a thing now. 2 of these will knock out.
Yeah, the Bomba Fango is hitting really hard on this Wigglytuff. And now, if you want to keep your Quacks around, no! Patamon accepting. Okay, you get switched, you get your Shadow Talonflame on to my Corviknight, but maybe the Corviknight is not even going to be the win condition. Maybe Togekiss is going to be all the rage. Whoa! Swaps in the Talonflame, gives up the switch himself.
I like that play from Marcus Shiny, because when the Shadow Quagsire is out of the way, there's no hard counter to the Shadow Talonflame anymore on the side of Patamon. And now, I actually think this is a better place for this Togekiss to be for Marcus Shiny, because Togekiss has access to Aura Sphere, which is super effective on Licky. So even Licky doesn't do that well into into Togekiss.
Yeah, Patamon really disrespecting the Shadow Talonflame lead with the team that he brought.
I love this.
Oh yeah, that Flame Charge might be shielded, but then the next Incinerate is definitely going to knock out. It was already close with this one, but throwing before Patamon could, I think that we're going to see a double shield on the Shadow Talonflame.
And well, there's no shield anymore, Leo. I don't know if we're watching the same game.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing is, now Patamon actually went for only 1 pack, so this Incinerate doesn't land because this Psyshock knocked out the Shadow Talonflame. In comes Wigglytuff. The timer is up. And oh, the catch though on the Swift there. If only you threw the Icy Wind now, then this Corviknight would be debuffed. But, however, this Licky still is going to have a pretty fine time here.
Debuffed. And neutral damage.
The only problem here is that Togekiss still has energy and the clock is misaligned. Perhaps at some point for Patamon, Togekiss can come back in and launch an Aura Sphere.
Yep, and this Licky, I mean, it's not going to be threatened by this payback. It's not debuff payback, by the way, because Icy Wind would have been so good there. But now this is definitely Aura Sphere range. This Togekiss might turn it around. It is still, in my opinion, looking good for Marco Shiny, but if there is one player in the world who can turn games like this, it's Patamon.
Oh, he's going for the Body Slam. Interesting choice. Marcus Shiny is counting sand attacks here. Very tough, those 1-turn fast attacks. But he just wants to get as much damage in here as possible so he can actually charm down the rest of the team. In comes the payback. Can Patamon get to another charge deck on either the Corviknight or the Togekiss? There's a lot of fast attack pressure from this Wigglytuff.
But this looks like, because it's resisted, this might just be all transfers. The damage to the Corviknight tries to get the farm up to the energy with the Togekiss, but no, Wigglytuff reigns supreme, knocks down the Corviknight from the sky.
You asked, why do people run Wigglytuff and not Florges? I don't think Florges would have done that with the charm down.
Absolutely not. Also wouldn't have gotten rid of this Togekiss or this Corviknight. Would have maybe gotten to some more charge attacks, so different ballgame there. But the Wigglytuff just showed how good it is. It got Marco's Shiny there.
So 2 things here, Leo. Patamon had really rough alignment here. Let's be real. That was going to be a tough match from the start. But I really loved how Marcus Shiny also recognized, okay, Patamon has only one real answer to Shadow Talonflame. If Shadow Quagsire is out of the way, I don't care what's going to happen, because now I can just swap back in Shadow Talonflame. It's free. Patamon has nothing that can comfortably take care of it.
Patamon has 2 Pokemon that can be considered, I want to say, answers. And that is, of course, the Shadow Quagsire and the Galarian Corsola. It also plays well. But Galarian Corsola into a team with Wigglytuff and Licky, which Marco Shiny obviously is not afraid to bring, is so hard. So Togekiss and Quagsire are possibly the only Pokemon that he can bring to deal with this Shadow Talonflame.
And on top of that, Patamon has 3 weaknesses to Shadow Talonflame, Corviknight, Shadow Piloswine, and the double fire weakness in Fortress. I mean, yes, it's very cool that Fortress has electric type and rock hit super effective on flying, haha, but here's an Incinerate. It will do like 50% damage almost. So Patamon has a mountain to climb here. Both trainers are locked in. Let's see for game number 2. Can Marcus Shiny take down the EUIC champion? He leads again! Shadow Talonflame into Corviknight!
We're going to see a rematch of the first
Right,
game
the
there.
same
It got so close. Throws a Sand Attack first and then swaps into the Shadow. Quagsire has a decent amount of energy advantage here. The question is, can you go for a Mud Bomb and then maybe an Aqua Tail bait to reach another Aqua Tail later on?
I just love this so much from Paman. This Mud Bomb play. No one even thinks of playing Mud Bomb right now. And go for the Swift immediately. I think this will make absolutely zero difference unless Marco Shiny now thinks, okay, I can hang on to a Mud Bomb, I'm not going to shield, and then gets knocked out. But if you think this is the same team, he's going for the Aqua Tail. Can you get the 2 attack? No, he no shields actually! This will do less damage than Mud Bomb. Can you get the Mud Shot down, or does Wigglytuff get the Charm down?
You're gonna get 2 Mud Shots in. I don't think that's enough because there's so much HP. You have to throw an Aqua Tail, but this might be 1 HP.
But it doesn't matter, he's not going to shield.
Oh, wow.
The thing is, this is only better for Marco Shiny. We talked earlier about if Quagsire is out of the way, Shadow Talonflame is free. It's free! It's so free here! And in comes Togekiss. I think you can get a full Incinerate down here.
Oh, that is so much damage from the Fire Fast Attack. Incinerate so strong there. Paman is trying to compete, of course, with a faster pacing there. Of course, Marco Shiny also wants to free the Licky from this Togekiss, and now a Psyshock is never going to connect here.
If you go for a Flame Charge after your next Incinerate, will the second Incinerate knock out? Oh, he's actually going for the Fly. And the tech behind this is because to be as efficient as possible with Flame Charge and Fly combining, you throw Flame Charge first and then go for 2 Flies, so your next Charge tech will also be 2 Incinerates.
Oh, we're going to see a Psyshock just before we get the energy. Another shield from Marco Shiny. Is he going to throw a... Is he going to swap in the Licky, or are we going to keep on incinerating? Oh. Transfers the damage onto the Quagsire.
But you still don't have the energy on Togekiss to get to another Charge Deck here, so you basically transferred a swap for a swap. He's trying to get to a Charge Deck here. Oh, it gets there! That is very unfortunate here for Marco Shiny, because normally if this Incinerate had registered, Togekiss wouldn't get to this Charge Deck. But can Corviknight actually defeat the Licky now?
Well, you're dealing so much damage with this rollout as well. 1 pack damage might make a difference, it might not. This is a 0 shield scenario. How many Shadow Balls do you need to take out the Corviknight?
Shadow Ball is one of the most efficient charge decks in the game, but it doesn't have the same type of attack bonus. And we have 2 bulky Pokemon opposing each other. I think you're going to need, 2 Shadow Ball and the rollout. Is that going to be enough? I think you need a Body Slam as well.
Yep, and I think that Payback might be a 2-shot in this situation. Of course, Sand Attack is also not adding up too much, but Payback is slightly harder hitting. This is looking good for Paman, but can you perhaps deal some more rollout damage to knock out before the second Payback is reached?
Marco Shiny only needs a Body Slam now, and I think that Paman needs a full Payback here. Both Pokemon pace really quickly. I think that Corviknight is just a little bit faster, and Paman on the brink of defeat. He manages to tie up the score here. Marco Shiny is sitting there in disbelief.
Gets the Aura Sphere in. Paman really happy about that one. We take a win when we get one. Corviknight takes out the Licky, and the almighty Shadow Talonflame on the Corviknight couldn't quite close it out. I think it didn't want it enough.
That is crazy what we just saw. Marco Shiny was in such a good position there, and somehow he still lost that game. Paman has too much plot armor nowadays.
Definitely. This is Paman has been the hero of the stories of so many of the last tournaments. And now he wants to qualify for day 2 again. Marco Shiny still in disbelief about what just happened. However, you're playing the winner's semifinals versus Paman. You need to lock in ASAP.
I think when you become the hero too much, at some point you become the villain. Hasn't this guy won enough tournaments yet? That's how everyone's looking at Paman right now. And Marco Shiny's really looking to take him down in his winner's semis. He has the tools for it. He had the alignment for it. How do you make it happen in game number 3? Or is Paman going to do what we expect from him to usually do?
Also, Marco Shiny has had big successes in the past making day 2s, has had a little bit of a rougher season more recently, so this is his chance to get into day 2. He has a decent team comp versus Paman. This is your moment for redemption. You can get into day 2 of the Seville Special Championships. You just need to overcome Paman, and it's just gotten way harder.
You know, we've been talking about this Shadow Talonflame being so good, right?
Yeah.
But Togekiss also just kind of really good into Marco Shiny. Fine against Metagame. okay-ish against Shadow Talonflame, fine against Quagsire, fine against Togekiss, fine against the other two, Licky and Corviknight as well. So that's why that Pokemon's also just been putting up such a good fight. We are going to have the Corviknight mirror here. We have one bird shining, the other one is looking rusty, but I think they're equally strong about here.
I know which one I am rooting for. The shiny one looks so cool. Corviknight, absolutely a fan favorite as well. Also, there's still the assumption that sometimes when your opponent plays a shiny Pokemon, they might have some more attack onto it. So Paman is not even bothering to throw on charge attack priority. Swaps in the Togekiss.
And we see on the side of Marcus Shiny, no Shadow Talonflame. And I think the reason why is because Marcus Shiny is always expecting Shadow Talonflame, so he doesn't want to get that alignment-dependent matchup out of here. He's just going to stay into this matchup a little bit. This is kind of awkward because I think Marcus Shiny doesn't want either of his Pokemon to take any of this energy of this Togekiss. Aura Sphere is one of the most efficient charge attacks in the game as well.
Yeah, but it is non-same type attack bonus boosted, which would really put this over the edge of being absolutely broken on the side of Togekiss. Marco Shiny now got the attack boost, so the next Air Cutter is 100% going to knock out if it then lands.
Let's take a look. Paman counting perfectly, going for the Aura Sphere just before the next attack here. And yeah, this is going to knock out Corviknight if you use no protection and lets it go actually. Probably going for a rollout down. This energy is going to be really good, but I don't think that Paman is going to accept the farm down, and he might just swap out after this. I mean, Shadow Quagsire is such a safe Pokemon after all. You could basically swap it in at any point, but if you're Paman, you might also be very much fearing this Shadow Talonflame that could be potentially in the back. We, as the viewers and the commentators, we know that there's no Shadow Talonflame, and that this Wigglytuff is going to have a tough battle. Looking forward to this.
Definitely. Wigglytuff, of course, also looking not too great into the Mud Bomb Shadow Quagsire, as we figured out that Mud Bomb takes it out in 2 hits, but now gets the Aqua Tail on to that Wigglytuff.
Right, we just literally said 5 seconds ago that Mud Bomb might be the play here, and Paman now opting for 3 Aqua Tail potentially. I mean, this Quagsire had so much energy to begin with anyway, and in the hands of someone like Paman, he optimized the energy so well here. The timer is almost up, but you can get to a Swift before the next Aqua Tail. Is Paman going to use Protect Shield here?
I think he might, but he also might not. Well, 50-50, right? But he can't just swap out. He got rid of the timer as well. He still has the Aqua Tail based. He has so much energy on this Corviknight.
You have to launch a charge attack here because the fast attack from Corviknight hardly does any damage. Wigglytuff has a lot of HP and Sand attack does about nothing. Do we see a boost here? We see no boost. There's a little bit of energy on this Licky. Air Cutter bait is incoming. And Marcus Shiny immediately puts out the Protect Shield. And I like that play because you know that if the first attack is an Air Cutter, the payback after would do way more damage. And we see no boost here. Oh, he's going for the bait actually, and another Air Cutter coming through. Both trainers are baiting too much here.
Yeah, Marco Shiny is not even going to throw here because he just now gets out that Body Slam. And now Paman, is he calling a bait?
Oh, he's calling a bait! This might be a game-winning call.
The Shadow Ball would have knocked out the Corviknight, however, the Body Slam really doesn't. And now at this point, after you connected 2 Air Cutters, you might as well continue to do so, because 3 Air Cutters is a lot of damage.
This just won Paman the game because Rollout doesn't hit on this Quagsire either. We don't even get to see the Quagsire. Togekiss carries Paman and he wins this match. He's moving on to the winners finals of his group.
The Togekiss that got him to the finals of LAIC is also continuing to carry him into day 2 of the Seville Special Championship. Paman again overcoming every obstacle in the way. A Shadow Talonflame that looked unbeatable, he managed to overcome there in Game 2. In Game 3, he did not have to worry about it. Wow.
Honestly, it just looked like in Game 2 that the game was over.
Yeah.
Shadow Talonflame after Shadow Quagsire was just so free in the sky there, and then getting the energy advantage as well. Paman did everything. He saw one win condition, which you may not always get, and he got it. And it kind of reminds me when he played against one of the Japanese players at the World Championships. That's where Paman pulled this off twice, where he got to a charge sack that you don't always get to. And it was crazy. That run, that particular match, winning that actually led him to get to 2nd at Worlds last season. So these could just be very crucial.
Another trophy for the cabinet. Tries to go for another medal in Sevilla. I think he also has plenty of those by now, but more don't hurt you. There we can see it reaching the Aura Sphere. Just at this point throwing any
just
charge
can't
attack.
believe it.
Yeah, that really threw him off guard there. And again, in the third game, he connected the body slam, which was unfortunate. After calling 2 air cutter baits, then baiting yourself.
Here's the thing. If you just swapped in your Leaky into that Togekiss immediately, your rollout just knocks out before Togekiss can even throw the Aura Sphere. So I feel like Marcus Shiny perhaps could have anticipated, even though it doesn't always happen. You might just want to think ahead, okay, maybe I should play it safe. Playing it safe is usually a very safe way to win a game.
What?
Yeah, I know.
But sometimes playing it too safe also means that you are missing out on advantages. And if you're playing versus a player of the caliber of Patoman, you know, you never know what they can pull out of their sleeve. You know, you have the same attacks as them, but sometimes they just do it better. I don't know.
It's world's finest difference.
Absolutely. But I mean, we have talked about Patoman enough now. We want to hear from possibly the best European player in Europe. I wanted to say the world. Let's hear it from Patoman.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Patoman, and I saw you full of adrenaline when you came up here on stage. Tell me what this win meant to you.
I mean, it always means a lot to win, especially in your home, right? Because this is my hometown. I live near to Sevilla. So yeah, also winning against a friend, it doesn't feel super great. And also like with the DRE in the, you know, but it's okay. I mean, a win is a win, I guess. So really confident for tomorrow. Let's see what's come.
You always seem to get to the necessary charge attack that you need. In the most necessary situations, do you feel lucky, or do you feel like, why do you always get lucky? Is it a skill? Is it something you do?
I mean, I cannot say if it's lucky or not. I guess so, because you don't normally get that thing in the specific moment I get them. Sorry. So yeah, I don't know what to say, honestly. I honestly like shaking a bit and calming. I try to calm down after that matchup, so I don't know what to say.
I think it's definitely, you put yourself in a position to get lucky, and that is, I mean, that is certainly a skill. But you have a very interesting team as well. I saw the Togekiss, not the most common fairy type, that is Wigglytuff. You have the Shadow Piloswine. You also have a weird Quagsire moveset, or an uncommon one. Can you tell us a little bit about your team? How did you end up on that?
So basically, I came to the idea of the Shadow Piloswine like 2 weeks ago when I saw like the meta in practice tournaments. Also, then I saw like Houston, and they were playing like super weak to Piloswine. So I thought, okay, I can like bring this Pokemon and then try to cover it from counters like, for example, Empoleon. That's why the Mad Bomb Quagsire. Also for, you know, you improve a lot of matchups that you maybe don't win with the Stone Edge. Also, I have Forward Trade, which is pretty common. I have Corviknight, also for fairy types. I have Corsola, which was a last-second adjustment for my team. And Togekiss, which is like a super great Pokemon. I love playing Togekiss, to be honest. I also enjoyed a lot when I was playing LAIC this year, this season. And also getting to play Togekiss every game, it was like super great for me. So yeah, that's basically the thing of my team.
And as you can hear, trainers, it's possible to become a favorite of one of the best Pokemon trainers in the world if you perform on the biggest stage. So Togekiss, this one's going out to you. And this is what we had from Patoman. Good luck in the tournament. Thank still. You, and back to the casters.
Always good to hear from one of the best in the world. Thank you, Marcus, for that interview. And thank you, Patoman, for your thoughts, of course. Yeah, I switched Leo for a newer model. I have Pokegames here.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah,
it's the first time together.
It is actually our first time. I'm from the Netherlands, he's from Belgium, so I make fun of him the whole time. Do not be surprised. We're still friends though. So anyway, our next match is going to be Dinoski versus Fran Luigi. Going to be super exciting. A trainer from the UK invading here in Spain, and yeah, Fran Luigi is going to defend home turf.
We've seen Dinoski already play
with Dublade.
Dublade. Thoughts on Dublade? Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, he played against a Mind Joke, and a Mind Joke was exactly the trainer that was super weak against Dublade. It's an interesting Pokemon. I always feel like that Sacred Sword, the fighting type charge tag that it has, feels very underwhelming, and it doesn't really have the bulk to back up a good performance. But, you know, he made it work, and maybe he can do it again.
I was pretty shocked that the Gyro Ball, how much damage it did to Wigglytuff.
It did do a lot. I mean, super effective gains.
Hey, but what do we see here in Eloquence? We see...
Whoa!
Is that Kanto Ninetales?
That is a Kanto Ninetales, and it's a Politoed and a Charjabug. Opinions?
Spicy.
Spicy.
Cool.
Would you run this?
Of course.
Yes?
Only run Spice. You know me, Martin. As you can see, we see Shadow Politoed with Weather Ball and Ice Beam. Great coverage moves. And we see Energy Ball on the Ninetales, which was a previous community attack. Exactly.
Correct. It also has access to Solar Beam, which I think is cooler, but Energy Ball just comes out a little bit quicker, and you don't need a Solar Beam for example, a Quagsire. So I really like the coverage on this Shadow Ninetales. The problem is that because you only have the elementary typing, which is Fire and Grass, you are easily walled by Pokemon that are Dragon-type Pokemon. And Dinoski is notorious for running Guzzlord, but there's an Altaria instead.
As we can see, as well the Kanto Ninetales, how well it's gonna do into Dinoski's team. It's good against Dublade, but we have Altaria, we have Florges with Chilling Water, we have Quagsire as well with Aqua Tail. So it's gonna be an uphill battle for Ninetales, but maybe we'll see some gameplay.
And keep in mind that this Ninetales has Ember as the fast attack. It doesn't deal a lot of damage. So into a Pokemon like Florges, you think, okay, Ninetales resists Fairy Wind. Ember's not gonna deal that much damage either, so I'm curious to see if we're even going to see Ninetales, or maybe he relies more on Politoed or Charjabug here.
Yeah, he did opt for a regular Kanto Ninetales instead of the Shadow version, so it does less damage, but he takes it soaks up more damage after all. So maybe he has a strategy behind of that. But I'm also excited to see the Politoed, very spammy for much just a Weather Ball. Am I correct?
I think it's a great core breaker to Shadow Quagsire and Altaria, and that is exactly what Dinoski has here. So we're probably going to see that Pokemon a lot. And maybe as Dinoski, you just need to force your way through with Annihilate. Annihilate can just boost its way up and deal more damage with low kick as the fast attack. So kind of the strategies that we might be looking for. And really on Fran Luigi's side, Chad, what do you think Fran Luigi's going to use here? Because these Pokemon are not exactly the ones you see every match.
Yeah, low kick got a new buff update in this season, so I'm very excited to maybe see some Annihilate gameplay as well. It looks like trainers are cooking and looking up their team, and there we go. We see Annihilate on the Dinoski's team versus the Florges.
That's a great lead for Fran Luigi here. We'll likely see a switch from Dinoski, goes into Licky, but this is the annoying thing about swapping into Shadow Drapion actually. I was expecting Fran Luigi to go for the Chilling Water, the chip and dip here, and then swap into something else. It looks like Fran Luigi might just not really care about switch advantage and swap in Shadow Drapion to soak energy from Licky.
Exactly, the chip and dip strategy. But you see the Crunch going to land on the Licky. Licky can definitely soak this Crunch. Depends if we get a debuff to see a debuff here or not. And the Licky doesn't get a debuff, but Licky spamming out these body slams left and right.
I think an Aqua Tail would have been enough if you would have gotten that Crunch debuff here, but didn't get that. Shadow Drop is not exactly bulky. I'm not sure if you can get to 2 Aqua Tail here. Looks like Fran Luigi is going for the first one. Do you want to flip this as Dinoski? The problem is you cannot use shields. You have a Shadow Quagsire in the back, and Shadow Quagsire, do you know how much Triple Ace does to Shadow Quagsire?
How much does it do?
I don't know, I was asking you. But
it does,
I think
exactly
it does a lot.
64% if I'm correctly here. But as you can see here, the Body Slam is going to land Drapion, and Drapion gets knocked out. And there's Licky wins this matchup very cleanly.
It still has a little bit of HP here. Now you can get some energy advantage from Luigi. Probably brings in that Florges and now can start debuffing whatever comes in now. The problem is you cannot take the energy anywhere. Oh, actually, that's not Trailblaze.
It has Disarming Voice, exactly.
Yes,
so
why didn't you see that?
I saw that, but I was testing if you actually saw it, but I did see it as well, and so did Chad. But here we see the first Chilling Water landing. Quagsire is currently debuffed tech drop, and we see an Aqua Tail from the Quagsire going to land on Florges. Florges doesn't have the shield here. The Aqua Tails are debuffed. We're going to see if he's going to drag out his matchup as a Florges.
Quagsire is very spammy here, and making the catch on the Shadow Politoed. This won't deal as much damage. It is resistor, but it does allow Dinoski to now bring in Annihilate and start ramping up.
Let's see if this Politoed is gonna spam these Weather Balls. It takes only 4 much to get to the first Weather Ball, and here comes the first Weather Ball. It's gonna do quite a lot of chip damage to this Annihilate. Annihilate can definitely take 1, but it doesn't take more than 1, I suppose.
Here we see, it actually does way more than I thought it would. Going for the Rage Fist, this could be a close combat. Let's see if Luigi is going to respect that he's thinking. If this is a close combat, it will knock out Shadow Politoed. He lets it go, calls the Rage Fist. Great call, now you can get to another charge stack, and after your next Weather Ball, the timer will be up. You can bring back in the Florges.
Yeah, the Florges is gonna most likely ramp up as much energy, overload on energy as much as possible to get this Annihilate. And then, here comes a combo play with a Chilling Water. What's he gonna do now? Is he gonna let this go? No, he's gonna put up the shields.
I don't think that would even knock out, to be honest. It's only a Chilling Water, not a Disarming Voice. And now the timer is up, but no, going for another Rage Fist first. Dinoski is expending energy because there's still 2 shields on the side of Luigi.
Yeah, Florges definitely, most likely the Wincon here is going to put up the shield against Florges. Florges overloading energy. He's going to go to the Chilling Water first, and there we go. This is going to knock out the Annihilate, and then we still have a pretty healthy Florges left.
How much energy does this Quagsire have? Perhaps Quagsire can spam out some charge stacks here. No, it has no energy, and this Florges still has a Protect Shield to hide behind. So Florges looking really good here.
Yeah, Florges without Trailblaze, Disarming Voice, kind of different, maybe like more like for an Altaria answer as well, so the energy doesn't get completely walled. But here we come with the Disarming Voice, knocking out the Quagsire.
If Dinoski hadn't seen this attack before, if he also thought it was Trailblaze like you did, then now he will see the Disarming Voice, and it knocks out Shadow Quagsire. Luigi takes game number 1.
Luigi with the spicy Shadow Politoed. Pretty spammy. We didn't see much action from Politoed, but it did spam out some
It did what it
balls.
needs to do, I think.
Yeah. Take a shield from Annihilate. It did tremendous, a lot of damage. You were surprised by the Weather Ball damage on the Annihilate, didn't you?
Well, Weather Ball is only so little energy, right? 4 Mudshot. You wouldn't think a charge stack is that strong, but yeah, I guess Annihilate isn't exactly the bulkiest either. Politoed just kind of did what it needed to do there, which was set up Florges. Luigi really taking advantage of that good lead here.
What is interesting is that Politoed versus Quagsire, the 2 water types, but the advantage that Politoed has, the Weather Balls are actually neutral versus Quagsire because of the ground subtyping, but the Aqua Tails on the Politoed, it needs to land the Stone Edge to do some meaningful damage.
And it takes a little bit longer to get there. I think 2 Weather Balls will just knock out Shadow Quagsire, so you're just way quicker. And you likely cannot even get the Mudshot down. Mudshot, a ground type fast stack, doesn't do as much damage. So yeah, I think that's really the purpose of that Politoed here, having the coverage into both Dragon-type Pokemon, but also covering Shadow Quagsire, which we see basically every single match.
Do you think we're gonna see the cancel Ninetales?
It's a very interesting Pokemon, but I don't think it's even that good against Florges, so what does it really gain here? I mean, you have double Weather Ball, you could run it for the theme, for the style. Definitely get style points, but I'm not sure it's going to be the Pokemon that will carry you this game. I mean, Dinoski didn't run Dublade, so Canton Ninetales would not even have had 1 target.
Exactly, just for style points, we might see it, but who knows. The Politoed, I'm quite surprised if we won't see it the next game. I think is going to bring it, but we'll see here. So Trailblaze, no Trailblaze.
No Trailblaze.
No Trailblaze. So it's kind of fine, right? It's kind of fine. He can still like threaten debuffs with the Chilling Water, but the Disarming Voice, not a bad move at all. Have some great coverage as well there for Florges, and having a stab move.
It's exactly meant to tackle Pokemon like Altaria. Otherwise, Altaria resists all your charge stacks. Let's take a look at what both trainers bring for game number 2.
We see Licky into Politoed. Politoed, I call it, Martin. I call the Politoed.
No, you said you thought he wouldn't bring it. Anyway, you thought that Licky was fast? This Politoed's even faster. Look, there's the first charge stack already. No, he's not even throwing it just yet. Looks like Luigi is farming up some more energy and now going for the first Weather Ball. As Dinoski, you kind of want to throw your energy immediately, otherwise you have to like it becomes clunky with timing.
The difference here is the rollouts are actually neutral instead of Quagsire. They would be resisted because of the ground typing. But we see another Weather Ball. But we did see something in the back that we call for style points right there. And we also see something from Dinoski there in the back as well. But here comes, trying to go. He catches the Shadow Ball. No, he catches a Body Slam, Martin. I got you right there. I got you. I got you. He fell for it, Chad. He fell for it. I can't believe it. But he's connected Body Slam on the Drapion, doing some good chip damage right here. And then here comes Quagsire right here on the Drapion.
I'll get you back later on that one. Shadow Quagsire already now with his chip damage. The Aqua Tail is almost going to be enough to knock out, but especially with the super effective Mudshot, will put this Shadow Drapion quite low. And with the pacing, Shadow Quagsire can farm up a little bit more energy here. But like we just said, you need a full Stone Edge to actually deal relevant damage on the Politoed. So it's becoming a little bit awkward. How much energy is there on the Politoed? I think he has about 1 Mudshot here. So this Shadow Quagsire will be able to get to another Stone Edge.
Quagsire overloading our energy, and here comes the Stone Edge. Will he actually call this? He actually puts up the shield versus the Stone Edge here. This is a great call to keep the protection on this Politoed.
Timer's not up yet. There's energy on this Licky, and now going for the Weather Ball. Not yet, no. This is only an Aqua Tail though. And he knows. He knows his counts. He's like, okay, I'm gonna let this go. I keep my energy on my Politoed, and I'm probably gonna keep overloading here. They're gonna get a swap. You see the Licky combo play to Bonnison. This is a great play. Have in the back for both trainers. You thought that Ninetales wouldn't come out. We see Ninetales in the back, and in the back from Dinoski. This Ninetales has only one target, one purpose, and it's going to find its target very shortly. Luigi will be very happy to see this final Pokemon come out very shortly. It's going to be the Dublades.
But we see Dinoski still has 2 shields, 2 protect shields, but this matchup always to the Dublade. Here we see the Nantale Ninetales. Look at this Ninetales go! Ember after Ember, and it gets to another Weather Ball again. But Dublade first gets to the Sacred Sword, which won't do as much damage.
This Fox is on fire, and the Sacred Sword's not dealing as much damage here. Oh, the timer was almost up there, but Dinoski still has 2 shields here. He's using 1 now. Can this Dublade do enough damage here? I think that Sacred Sword is just a little bit... It's not going to deal with enough damage.
And the Ninetales also is a costume right here.
Oh,
it gets to the Weather Ball now! The Quagsire, are you kidding me?
Is that going to be game winning here? Luigi still has a lot of energy on the Politoed as well. So Dinoski needs to manage the energy perfectly here. I think you have to get to 2 Charge Attacks to potentially win this game here. Charge Attack Purity Tie. Dublade has a high attack though. It wins that.
Politoed overloaded energy, Dublade overloaded energy. We need to see who's gonna get on top of here. We got the Dublade has already a Sacred Sword, winning Charge Victory, and he goes a Weather Ball, but the Sacred Sword is first, and Dinoski takes his game.
So much energy on that Shadow Politoed. He had 2 Weather Balls stored, and Luigi now lost all that energy and the game with it. This is why you sometimes throw energy before swapping out, especially if your opponent has a Pokemon with a higher attack stat, because it will mean that your Pokemon that you have all this energy on, that's really, really cool, but it just loses all the energy when you lose Charge Purity Tie.
Yeah, 2 Weather Balls thrown away. He can't use it in the next game either, so that energy is gone. I loved how Dinoski played, like, constantly like putting pressure on Luigi, making combination plays with a body slam with the Licky, like, oh, what do I do now? I have all this energy, I have to shield, but eventually he didn't even use the energy on the Politoed.
Perhaps throwing the energy first to get the chip damage or potentially some shields down, because in that very end game, Dinoski had 2 shields on this closer with a higher attack. And, you know, if you had missed it, previously we saw that as well in a Shadow Quagsire mirror. The Pokemon with a higher attack stat will launch the Charge Attack first when both Pokemon throw that Charge Attack at the same time, which is just a crucial component in Pokemon GO PvP. You need to know which Pokemon of yours will win the Charge Attack Purity Tie here.
But Martin, what if we have 2 of the same Pokemon? Who's gonna win Charge Attack Priority then?
That depends on... So if you open the Appraise stat, listen clear, because I know you don't know this.
Okay,
but open the Appraise stat on your Pokemon, like do it right now, and then you see a menu with the attack, defense, and HP stats. So if you have 2 Pokemon of the same species, like Shadow Quagsire, for example, then the Shadow Quagsire with a higher attack, more attack in that specific bar, has a higher attack stat. So it will win the Charge Purity Tie against the other Quagsire if that one has less attack in it.
But Martin, what if they have the same attack? What happens then?
It's going to be 50-50.
50-50?
Yeah, lovely, isn't it? Let's take a look at the next game here. Game number 3. Dinoski on the left, Luigi on the right.
And we see Florges on Medicham, but that's a great lead for Dinoski. Definitely doesn't want to see it. And also, the Florges has Disarming Voice, so even better coverage. And we see a swap here from Drapion, and he responds with the Quagsire.
Just expected the safe switch. Dinoski was lightning fast there. Wants to keep the switch advantage here, but Shadow Drapion is not exactly helpless here. It paces about equally as fast, and after this, an Aqua Tail will knock out.
Let's see here, he goes, Quagsire goes for Aqua Tail. He gets a defense drop from the Crunch, which is a low chance, but we here see the Drapion is gonna probably no shield here because he knows he survives, and he's gonna probably go for the Aqua Tail, and he goes, but Dinoski doesn't fall for it because he knows he loses charge move priority.
It's such a tricky moment because if Dinoski went for a cheeky Stone Edge there, it would have knocked out the Shadow Drapion. But if you go for Stone Edge and it gets shielded, Shadow Drapion can actually flip this matchup consistently. Now you get the full Mudshot down. This energy is good on about anything, but I think you're just putting your Metagame here because Metagame is quite bulky and has a negative match into Florges. Now, here's an important detail that I thought would happen in the first game of this. Dinoski has Florges. He actually has Trailblaze. And in the back, we see Politoed.
This is so cheeky, just like you said. But here comes an Aqua Tail from the Quagsire on the Metagame. Metagame can easily tank this, but I mean, Luigi has to use his shield somewhere, so he's gonna first Aqua Tail, is gonna land, he's going for the second, and he goes for the second! This is so spammy, so much energy from this Quagsire on the overloading here on the Metagame.
Let's Metagame go entirely. It's all in the hands of this Politoed, but now you can actually debuff this Politoed entirely, and I think that's exactly what Dinoski is going for here. Florges going for the resisted chilling water. Fran Luigi might call this. No, he actually does put up the Protect Shield. I don't think it would have even mattered, because when you're debuffed this much, you have a full Licky in the back to go through as well.
This is a 2-shield Politoed, but this is not enough. The Florges just keeps debuffing. Politoed is gonna spam these water balls, but there's, like you said, a Licky still in the back with so much health. Licky is so bulky. Here comes another water ball. Florges like, I can tank this. I debuff you, I can keep going and going here.
You know, watering flowers should actually make them more powerful, and that's why this Florges just doesn't mind at all. Now going for the Trailblaze, I think Fran Luigi's might be thinking, my only win condition might be another one of those. No, it's a Trailblaze. He actually puts up the protection correctly, but in comes Licky. Good luck with this one, pal.
Licky with his shields, all this bulk, all his HP. Here comes another Weather Ball, but Luigi knows these Weather Balls will do lot of damage because it was debuffed prior from the Florges from the Chilling Water. Look at this damage. This is, Martin, this is not a lot of damage here.
Even though Shadow Ball is the more efficient charge attack here, Dinoski goes for Body Slam. You need 2 charge attacks anyway, so you may as well go for the one that costs less energy. I like that play from Dinoski, very heads up.
Yeah, that's matchup knowledge for sure. And here comes another Body Slam. He just like, I'm gonna throw, don't care about my move timing here, and he's gonna take out the Politoed, and Dinoski wins this matchup.
A very convincing victory here from the trainer from the UK, making it to the winners finals in his group. A great performance there. And from Luigi, let's be real though, bringing a team like that, very bold.
GG's trainer, yeah. I mean, the Ninetales, fun, spicy. The Politoed, fun and spicy. But, I mean, even though the Ninetales was versus the Dublade, honestly, the Ninetales didn't get all of action.
Right, because with 2 shields up, that Dublade still put in a lot of work. Maybe we need to put some respect on the name of this Pokemon.
We're gonna put respect on it for sure.
Yeah. Everyone who thought this Pokemon was a fraud, CC Home Slice Henry, this Pokemon seems to be more legit than I thought actually, and might just be a decent Pokemon to be both. It's a Ghost and Steel type Pokemon, so it actually has play into Wigglytuff and Annihilate, for example.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we saw how much Gyro Ball did to Wigglytuff. I mean, lots of damage. With Sacred Sword, kind of spammy as well. And Shadow Claw is such a great move. Only it's not as super effective against the Wigglytuff because of the normal typing, but still, like, being able to spam those Sacred Swords does really help in a lot of matchups. And, I mean, this was a great series. I mean, both had Florges. One had Trailblaze, the other one had Disarming Voice for other coverage, as we can see right here, Disarming Voice.
I think you just described this battle in a beautiful way. Spam.
Spam.
It was just a charge attack every 5 or 4 fast attacks.
It was very
here.
spammy, this is true.
It was Weather Ball, Body Slam, Crunch, Aqua Tail. These were all charge attacks you get to in 2 or 2.5 seconds. And that's what just what you saw there. That's when bulk becomes important, that you are able to actually take these charge attacks. This was a game-winning catch here, because otherwise this Firefox right here would have gone to another charge attack there. But what was most important in this match was that Fran Luigi kept all the energy in the back, but Dinoski knew that he would win the charge attack 30 time, and then he won that second game.
Yeah, all that energy just completely gone. And here's you see here, the game-winning victory play. The Body Slam lands on the Politoed, and I mean, very impressive gameplay. Unfortunate for the Ninetales, but I mean...
But happy for the Dublade.
Happy for the Dublade, yeah.
Is this the first time ever that Dublade in Pokemon GO reached the winners finals? We're writing history here.
This is actually insane.
Yeah?
This actually might be insane.
And we are here to witness it. If you ever thought that Dublade was not a good Pokemon, we just saw that Dinoski can actually get quite far with it. Core breaking team after team, it seems, with his picks. And yeah, Dublade, it's the evolution of Honedge. You can get that through the Go Battle League as well. So maybe open your phone and get that Pokemon if you don't have it yet. I actually traded with a couple friends of mine. I actually have a few of those. And I got a Honedge, a Dublade that I could use for the Go Battle League. So very happy with that. Of course, here at the championships, you have many fellow trainers that are also interested in PvP. You could keep those Pokemon if you're attending a future event and potentially get a good one as well.
Could you explain the evolution line of Honedge? because they're two viable Pokemon, right?
Aegislash and the one we just saw, Dublade. So Honedge is actually usable. Wouldn't recommend. Has a worse moveset than the other two Pokemon. We have the Dublade that we just saw with Sacred Sword. It also has access to Iron Head, but Iron Head is the same energy as Gyro Ball, but does less damage. So why would you run that attack over Gyro Ball? No reason to. Now, Aegislash is a Pokemon we don't see as much. We're going to see it very soon in our next match, actually, but more on that later. Aegislash is a very specific Pokemon with two forms, the Shield and the Sword form. So when you're going to see it, it's just going to be like charge in a shield form. And it will charge energy really slowly. But when you launch a charge attack, it will pop out the sword and it will deal heavy damage. While in shield form, it's like a Bastiodon kind of bulky Pokemon. It's a very niche and unique Pokemon. It's going to be hard to make it work. I think Aegislash is a Pokemon that works the best when shields are down. It does not work well when shields are up, because when it is in sword form, it has no bulk. That was my monologue.
I mean, it was very interesting, not gonna lie. I mean,
do you remember all of it still?
Of course, I already knew. But the thing is, like the thing is, you have to. It's a Pokemon that has an attack form and a defense form, right? So it's basically 2 in 1. But you also have to strategize and know when to throw a move, because you're gonna change form the moment you throw a charge move.
It does, yeah. So
like, what kind of trainer do you have to be to like use that kind of Pokemon? It's very hard, right? I mean, I think you could pull it off.
Really?
Yeah.
And you?
I want. No, I can't.
No, you
but
cannot.
I want to glaze you right now.
Really? That's
I'm gonna glaze you for a bit. Yeah. But then we'll later on.
Belgian glazing Dutch.
Belgian glazing.
What's
exactly.
new?
Yeah.
The trainer we're going to have very soon is going to be Tomahawk UK. And he has Aegislash on his team. Yes, it's a Pokemon that's very difficult to use. We saw it, I believe, in the first matchup of today as well. But that trainer didn't use the Aegislash. Maybe that's why they won.
Ah, Tomahawk, interesting. Tomahawk, also one of our fellow casters.
Yeah.
A very known trainer. Very close to winning few regionals, but just not enough. But maybe this is his tournament.
I think he's here to prove to its Axon, whose favorite Pokemon is actually Aegislash, that it's a playable Pokemon. Its Axon has said before that this Pokemon is no bueno, not good, do not use. And then Tomahawk was like, yeah, well, maybe I'm better than the world champion and I can actually make it work. So he brought it this weekend, or maybe he just was looking for inspiration or something.
He 100% definitely said that. I can recall he said that 100%.
At dinner yesterday, yeah?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, So curious to see if he's going to make that work. His opponent Snork, a trainer from Poland. The Polish trainers have been doing really well lately. Quagsire, we know he's not here this tournament. Nickname a Polish trainer as well. Really decent battles that we have here. But it looks like Snork went with the hard meta team. I believe this is the same stuff that Nighttime Clasher ran in Houston.
Nighttime Clasher, known for his team building, and everyone stealing his teams. Pretty much, he sets the meta, Martin. He deliberately sets the meta.
When you look at a team from Nighttime Clasher or Out of Pocket, you basically are looking at the top 6 Pokemon of the tournament.
Always. They know exactly what to run. But Tomahawk UK, what is that spicy Pokemon there in the middle? Is that a Shelgon?
Is that a Shadow Fortress? I don't know which middle you're looking at.
Well, obviously I'm talking about the Shelgon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it has access to Crunch, Twister, and Flamethrower. Very unique coverage. So you kind of have to choose which kind of attack you want to run. Looks like Tomahawk UK is opting for Twister and Flamethrower. Flamethrower probably for all those pesky Fortress.
Yeah, it's actually a great moveset. And Twister also got a newly fresh update.
Yes,
doing way more damage. It used to be such a bad move, like doing almost no damage, and people using it were kind of trolling. But now it's like such a hard move. Like, oh my, yeah, I forgot. Like, this move does so much damage now. I have to prepare for Twister. But yeah, we saw also Aegislash for Tomahawk UK. Can he do it? Like, kind of like two fun Pokemon to see on stream here for sure.
I'm curious to see how Aegislash is going to make an appearance here, if at all. It's a very tough Pokemon to utilize in this meta, in my opinion, because when your opponent uses 2 shields immediately, you basically deal no damage, so that makes it kind of tough.
Yeah, and Shelgon, being a Dragon type, it actually, instead of Altaria, it resists the Volt Switch, while Volt Switch would do neutral damage to Altaria. But Shelgon also has a Flamethrower, Altaria has a Flamethrower, but Shelgon kind of a unique pick here. But let's see if these trainers are going to lock up and what are they cooking. And we see the Shelgon in the lead against the Fortress, and it's a purified Shelgon.
And this Shadow Fortress has Volt Switch, so the Fast Attacks won't be dealing as much damage. And I think Tomahawk UK wants to even see this Fortress right here. Do you go for a bait? He goes for the bait. This is diabolical. Do you use a protection here, Snork? Yes, he does. He basically shielded a resisted charge attack. While this could have been a charge attack that would knock you out entirely.
What a great move by Tomahawk UK. Here comes the Sandtomb actually lowering the defense from the Shelgon. And Tomahawk actually also used the Protect Shield. He goes back and forth with the baits here.
Yeah, what is he expecting in the back that you shield that charge attack? It doesn't even deal as much damage. Now going for the Rock Tomb. Shelgon is not exactly a bulky Pokemon. I'm not sure this would knock out, but it would put the Shelgon very, very low. Yeah, it's interesting that both trainers are staying in this matchup right here. Tomahawk UK, you must know that there's going to be Talonflame counters in the back, so it's kind of a scary moment here for Tomahawk UK. Does Snork put up another protection here? No, he lets it go.
Yeah, knowing that Tomahawk baited before, maybe he's gonna bait again, but it didn't, and there goes the Fortress. So what's he gonna bring in now? Is he gonna bring in the Quagsire or the Guzzler? And he actually brings in the Quagsire here, but Quagsire, Martin, it has Mud Bomb!
It has Mud Bomb. There's more moveset shenanigans here, by the way. Just already a heads up for our chatters here. This Shadow Fortress from Tomahawk UK in the back has Bug Bite. Not Volt Switch, yes. And the Talonflame has the bravest bird attack.
And here comes a Twister, but this Twister is debuffed from the Rock Tomb earlier, Martin, if you recall here. And this Twister does still so much damage. It doesn't look like it's even debuffed here. But the Quagsire overlaying energy, going for the Awkward Tail, will definitely knock out and gets the Shelgon out of the play.
Yeah, only resisted, but with the debuff, this Awkward Tail is definitely going to be enough to knock out. Shelgon basically took out 1.5 teams of Snork here. In comes this Fortress, and at this point, Snork must get very, very nervous here. But are 2 Muppon going to be enough? In fact, we might not even see the next Muppon go through if the Bug Bite is going to knock out here.
This is actually where Bug Bite is so much better than Volt Switch, because Volt Switch being
he gets
so
it
resistant, he gets another one off. Will this knock out, or will the Fortress hang out with like 1 or 2 HP?
It's very crucial because you might need some Bug Bites to actually put this Guzzlord into Brave Bird range, and he's getting to the Sandtomb. Is that going to be important for the remainder of this game? Because now as Tomahawk UK, you probably can knock out this Guzzlord with just a fly from the from the regular Talonflame.
This Sandtomb might be actually very crucial here. We see a regular Talonflame, not Shadow, rocking Brave Bird and Fly. As the regular Talonflame, you rather run Brave Bird and Fly instead of Flame Charge, because you don't have really that insane damage from Incinerate. But here comes the Brutal Swing on Talonflame. Talonflame easily tanks it, and here comes another Brutal Swing, but I'm not sure, is this Talonflame gonna hang on?
Yes, and I think this is exactly where regular Talonflame is going to pull through. Shadow Talonflame would have been knocked out here. The Brave Bird's coming through. Now you just have to make sure, I was going to say, you have to hit the bubbles here to knock out. Now the Brave Bird is going to drop the defense. Are the matches going to be enough? I think that Talonflame will be able to hang on. Quagsire is only 1 HP, and Talonflame, the Fire-type Pokemon, takes down the Water-type Pokemon Quagsire.
Damn, there goes Tomahawk. I mean, he could have probably went for the Fly there instead of Brave Bird, but he knows, like, okay, Quagsire does some energy. I'm going to do the safe play and just go straight for the Brave Bird.
You say this, but then he forgets to swipe half of the bubbles.
I did notice that. I didn't really know what he was cooking there, but
it may have just done the same amount of damage as Fly. Because so just in case for, like, if my mom is watching who doesn't know the game as well, you have to swipe the bubbles if you want to deal the full damage. You only miss a few bubbles if you want to undercharge between stars. And undercharge basically means that you want to deal less damage with your charge deck, so you can get like a farm down afterwards.
Yeah, Tomahawk, I mean, maybe he forgot to swipe the balls. Like, oh yeah, I have to swipe my bubbles here.
It's like already won the game.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, my bubbles. Yeah, but I mean, great. I mean, getting to the Sandtomb there might have actually helped him a lot. To eventually like lower down the defense of the Guzzlord. But very fun to see a regular Talonflame, but Bug Bite, very unique. And we're gonna see these trainers lock in for game number 2.
Yeah, Tomahawk UK might just be throwing off his opponents with those movesets. And let's take a look. We have him on the left with that Shadow Fortress lead, this time into Metagame. Now, Metagame is meant to counter the specific Pokemon, but I don't think this is as bad when you have Bug Bite.
Yeah, look at this Bug Bite damage. Does so much damage to Metagame. Look at this.
Oh,
and we got a catch on the
Incinerate!
From Incinerate! What a heads-up play, Tomahawk! Looking at the camera, he knows. He knows.
That was a thumbs up right there because he knows he caught the resisted charge stick. But the thing is, Shadow Quagsire still outpaces you. This Aqua might just barely be enough to knock out. But looks like both trainers are overcharging a little bit here. You don't have Stone Edge to actually take it out from full health. So I feel like Tomahawk UK is just feeling very safe with this Shadow Talonflame.
Yeah, the Dynamic Punch landing on a Talonflame, even though it is resisted. It puts the Talonflame perfectly in Aqua Tail range, and here comes the first fly here, and Quagsire puts up the shield, thinking like, okay, this trainer has Brave Bird, I have to be careful here.
Right, do we see another Protect Shield here from Tomo UK trying to preserve that bird? And yes, there is another shield on this Talonflame. Now you can throw another charge stack and then your timer is going to be up. No, he swaps out immediately into Ferret. This Ferret has Brick Break! He has all the different charge attacks that you'd expect. He tries to catch the Brick Break Snork, but in comes Metagame. But do you realize what just happened? Now, this Fortress will be aligned to Mr. Gus in the back.
This is really good for Tomahawk right here. And the Ferret is like, has so much energy, and this Dynamic Punch will not knock out. And Ferret might even get to another Swift, taking out this Metagame, and then we know what's gonna happen in the back. As you can see, the Ferret hangs on easily here, is making sure he's as low as possible on the Ferret, so Snorlax doesn't get much farm afterwards.
I like that play. To get your health as low as possible, so this Guzzlord will only get one Dragon Tail, but it's also possible that Snork comes in with Quagsire instead, knowing he needs energy for Fortress instead, and Tomo UK realizes, so he's trying to hit that switch button here. Little does he know how much he's going to need this Fortress. This Sandtomb is going to put the pressure on the Quagsire, though I think you have to use a protection here, actually.
Have you seen how much energy the Quagsire has here? He has already 2 Aqua Tails loaded. Here comes the first Mud Bomb.
Goes for Mud Bomb. This is crucial. This is very important. Tomo UK is trying to guess what is going to be in the back, and he will realize that he needed this Fortress just a little bit more than what it's about to do here. I think that this Shadow Quagsire can even get to a charge attack on Talonflame.
Yeah, this Mud Bomb is probably going to take out the Fortress, and Fortress, there he goes. And there's a Talonflame left, but we can see a Guzzler in the back, and I don't know what the Tomahawk is thinking here, what could be in the back here, but we see Snorlax actually tapping his Guzzler as soon as possible, and here comes a Talonflame on the Guzzler. Tomahawk going for the fly.
But you need to over-farm here. I don't think this is looking very good for Tomo UK. Snork is in a great position here, because all he needs to do is land that Brutal Swing, and with the Dragon Tails probably will be enough. Tomahawk UK tries to catch a charge deck, but you can't fool Snorlax like that. Snorlax is an incredible player. He wants to show that this tournament as well, and he's going to tie up the score with this Sludge Bomb.
With the heavy damage Sludge Bomb. Tomahawk waiting a turn there, trying to find a win con, making sure like, okay, if I catch this move here, maybe there's a way I can win, but Talonflame needed so much energy in the end, taking out the Guzzlord plus the Quagsire. It was too much for Talonflame to handle.
You say waiting 1 turn. He actually was waiting 3 turns there, and that's because, let's be real, it's almost impossible if you play against a veteran player to catch a charge deck while you use Incinerate. Because what your opponent will do is just look at your Pokemon and see if they're moving. And if they are moving, if they are in their fast attack, they cannot switch. You cannot switch while your fast attack animation is still going. So it's like impossible, because your Incinerate takes 2.5 seconds. That's basically equal to 5 minutes. So you cannot swap out during Incinerate.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Tomahawk, I mean, it was trying, you know, trying to find a way to win the game. But like you said, like the waiting the turns are just wait for the fast move to come. And then, like, if you don't see it coming, just don't throw your energy.
You just don't throw your energy, because you know what your opponent is going to try and do. And if Tomahawk UK on the left would be cheeky, waiting, and then doesn't incinerate anyway, you just throw your charge deck before the incinerate. So it's just, like, very easy to look at and very tough with an incinerate user like that.
Very, very cheeky. But a very known trainer once told me, if you never throw your charge move, they can never catch.
True, until you faint.
It was Smash King who told me.
Really?
Yeah, he told me. And here we come with game number 3. Ooh. We see Shelgon into Guzzlord, the 2 Dragon types going head to head right now.
When shields are up, Guzzlord is kind of fine here, because the Dragon Tail damage will add up. When shields are down, Shelgon is definitely going to take this, because you actually have a... Oh, that's a full Dragon Tail through, though! The timing from Tomahawk UK. We saw a thumbs up earlier in the previous game. Can we get a thumbs down for that timing? Because the full Dragon Tail went through there. Now, that might just be crucial here.
That was definitely a thumbs down, probably. But here comes the Brutal Swing. Shelgon, not the bulkiest, but he can definitely tank it. Will Shelgon actually get to another Twister? I don't think it will, because of the Dragon Tail that's stuck in the Shelgon. There he goes.
Yeah. Can we talk about this composition from Snork? Snork is leading Guzzlord, and he has Metagame in the back. Both Pokemon are so bad against Azumarill, but Tomahawk UK actually has it in the back. He brings in Talonflame, actually! Incredible! I like that call, but the thing... Oh, he tries to catch again, but now takes the Sludge Bomb. Tomahawk UK a little bit too much overthinking there. Kind of unfortunate for him, because this Azumarill is like the most important component on his line right now.
Yeah, he tried to catch a move, but not successful. Here comes another Sludge from Guzzlord. Sludge Bomb, not same type attack bonus, but still does quite a good of chunk on Azumarill right here. As you can see, like, yeah, it is a great chunk here on Azumarill. Azumarill overcharging on some energy here.
Dude,
It's a true move.
What's this man cooking? Hydro Pump?
What is man cooking here? I don't know what he's cooking, but here comes a player on Medicham. This will knock out. Snorlax knows. No, I don't know. Use a Protect Shield here.
I feel like when a Pokemon has 3 charge attacks, you have 2 standards. Tomoc UK is like, okay, what is the third option actually? I'm just gonna go with that.
Maybe he forgot the TM, I don't know, but we need to ask him later why he's opting for Hydro Pump. But here comes the Dynamic Punch. Dynamic Punch and Ice Punch, both recent moves. But here comes the Talonflame, overloading on some energy here. This is actually pretty smart because he knows his energy from Talonflame goes everywhere.
But you also know that if your opponent is bringing in Medicham out of all Pokemon in the world, that there has to be Shadow Quagsire in the back. So great call from Tomoc UK. Snorlax did not reveal any Fortress, so it has to be that Pokemon that is the Quagsire.
Very unfortunate for Tomahawk here. Snorlax gets to another Ice Punch. I think he needs to let it go. He hasn't seen a third Pokemon yet. The Talonflame being in there very low. And here comes the Guzzlord. He needs to show energy because he cannot incinerate down this Dragon type.
You also cannot Mudshot down. You cannot easily Mudshot down this Quagsire. I think Tomoc UK might actually still be in a decent position here. Keep in mind, oh, he goes for that Brave Bird instantly. Does Snorlax call this? If you have seen Hydro Pump on that Azumarill, you might actually know shoot. No, he puts up the correct Protect Shield here.
That was a great Protect Shield. Brave Bird would have done so much damage on the Quagsire. And here is, maybe here could we see the Hydro Pump here? No, here comes
bait.
He's gonna call it.
There's no way. There's no way to know. Yeah, there's no reason pretty much to no shoot here. I mean, that would have been a great call regardless, but Hydro Pump now coming through. This is a very, very hard-hitting charge deck, but Quagsire is fast and it's not too fragile. If it can get to Aqua Tail, Snorlax can potentially win this game, and that does not do enough. Tomoc UK, I think, is already saying good game here. Mud Bomb is coming through, and I think that the Talonflame is dry on energy.
Yeah, Quagsire being a little bit too healthy to get incinerated down. He's gonna land the Mud Bomb on the Azumarill. There goes the Azumarill, and if you can see, there's a race to the charge move. He's gonna get it first, and then Quagsire gets to the Aqua Tail first, and there goes Talonflame.
Whenever there's a race, Quagsire is always going to win that race. It is just so fast, and Snorlax puts up a show here with the Quagsire Mud Bomb, just like Paman, and he takes this game against Tomoc UK.
Very well played by Snorlax here. Amazing gameplay. We did see the Hydro Pump landing on the Quagsire, but it wasn't enough. I wasn't impressed at all, Martin.
I was not impressed either. I mean, Azumarill is known to be a bulky Pokemon, but regardless, I mean, Tomoc UK had all the hard-hitting charge attacks. Perhaps if you stay in with the Talonflame a little bit longer, because you cannot get much shot down. If you go for another fly there, you maybe land an Incinerate damage. I don't know. I mean, Quagsire is not exactly the most fragile Pokemon, right? So it was going to be a tough position to begin with. You needed to land a Brave Bird there.
Yeah, and also we saw Brick Break on the Ferret from Tomahawk. I assume it is for the Fortress to have some neutral damage on the Fortress, but we didn't see it being used.
For Fortress, it's fine against Empoleon, against Corviknight. It really works pretty well in the meta. It's just that you don't have the potential to threaten Quagsire as hard. But the thing is, if Quagsire starts shielding all your Trill Base correctly, Quagsire is just going to overload you with Aqua Tail, and Ferret might still lose that.
It's such an impressive Pokemon, the Quagsire, getting all of this. And also we saw Mud Bomb again on the Quagsire, not opting for Stone Edge. I guess like the Mud Bomb is so nice in certain situations, instead of having the Stone Edge. But I don't need it. I can have Aqua Tails for a Talonflame, so why do I need Stone Edge?
Yeah, we saw earlier today where Paman had his Shadow Quagsire into Wigglytuff. Mudshot plus 2 Mud Bomb are actually enough, which is a crazy tech. Yeah, one more thing about this match. That's a nice thumbs up.
Thumbs up for Tomahawk right there.
But where was Aegislash then?
We saw no Aegislash. I think it was probably scared to run the Aegislash for some reason. Maybe knowing like, okay, there's a Quagsire, but against the Guzzlord, I mean,
I don't think Quagsire is that bad of a match.
Yeah, I mean...
Actually, you don't have Sacred Sword. Not on this one.
No, not on this one. Exactly.
Yes.
Testing your knowledge right there, Martin.
No. You didn't know, bro.
Definitely knew. I was definitely testing, but good testing by me on Martin there for knowing exactly what Aegislash is running.
I'm keeping my eyes on you, bro.
Keep them on me, please.
Incredible win by Snorlax. He's moving on to the winners finals here in the Special Championship in Sevilla. So incredible performance by him. And yeah, we're gonna have many more great battles to come. I believe our next match is also going to be a winners semis. We have another familiar name, Zweilous.
One of the classic known names in the community, Zweilous. Is there a Zweilous? No! But oh my god, Martin, what's that on my screen? That's a lot of hair. I don't know if this Pokemon can even see.
That is a Piloswine indeed.
How does it battle? How does it battle? It doesn't see.
Well, I think it just throws ice and just hopes that it hits something. I
Okay.
mean, if you look at the battle screen, you basically see two Pokemon opposed to each other. They never move to the side, so no one is ever really dodging, actually.
Ah, this makes sense. But we see Piloswine. This is, I mean, Piloswine, Icicle Spear, and high horsepower, heavy hitting move right there. Icicle Spear, very spammy as well. We see a Corsola on his team and also a Charjabug. Interesting.
Zweilos is known to really like Charjabug. He has been using that Pokemon so many times, and I think it looks pretty fine in the meta. I mean, we know Volt Switch has been buffed a while ago, and now actually deals very respectable damage to make it worthwhile to use a fast attack that just takes so long. Here we see Empoleon. I saw earlier one today with Waterfall. This one is Metal Sound. Why do we run Metal Sound over Waterfall?
I guess, I mean, for the Corviknight matchup, I assume, like the Waterfall, at least having neutral damage, but I wasn't really, I don't know what to expect from the Waterfall, because it was the first time, like, wait, what, Waterfall?
Yeah.
But, I mean, it did, I mean, Lawrence actually played it very well. I was actually quite surprised how well it did, especially to Corviknight, having at least some neutral damage there. But we see here another Shadow Quagsire, this one with Stone Edge, and Shadow Altaria. Shadow Altaria Flamethrower, very nice for that Fortress. So, like, even though it's a Steel type, it doesn't look that great for the well, for the Fortress, because Flamethrower and Altaria.
Now, what's also interesting here is that there is no Fortress on the side of Nashiti. So this Piloswine is going to look really, really good. It can actually defeat Shadow Quagsire, I believe, in the 1 and 2 shield scenario. So I'm expecting this Pokemon to come out a lot. Now, do keep in mind that there is Empoleon on the side of Nasheti, and that is one of the Pokemon you want to avoid, especially when... actually, this one does have high horsepower. I've seen a Piloswine before that had Stone Edge instead. And here we have the match.
Game number 1, Medicham into the Shadow Quagsire. Very neutral lead for both opponents.
Let's take a look at how this is going. Quagsire, we know, is very, very spammy, and this is not exactly where Nasheti wants to see this Medicham. He has Wigglytuff in the back and not putting out the Protect Shield on Dynamic Punch. It's one of the most efficient charge attacks in the game, but Shadow Quagsire can hang on and can get the 2 Aqua Tear. There won't be enough to knock out this Medicham, but Medicham can hang on and you get it low.
Medicham, very bulky. Here comes the first Aqua Tail. There's another Aqua Tail already loaded. He's gonna up to he's gonna try to catch on the Wigglytuff, but here comes Wigglytuff on the Medicham. And here comes a Corviknight, which is a Steel type into a Fairy type, Martin.
But it's not as good as you think it is. You have to go for the Air Cutter before the first Icy Wind, which is exactly what Zweilos is doing. He's nodding. He has no idea what's in the back, though, so I don't know why. But if you can get a buff here, then you can actually nod. No, he's not getting the buff, unfortunately. That makes this matchup quite awkward, because Air Cutter is just not going to deal as much damage, and Sand Attack, the damage is invisible, basically.
Basically, yeah, no charge attack, stab on the Sand Attack right from the Corviknight, so it doesn't do a lot of damage. But here comes another Air Cutter. We didn't see a boost yet. Wigglytuff can definitely hold on. There's no Iron Head on the side of the Corviknight here, so Air Cutter lands, does a lot of damage. He got Ice Wind before, so this even does less damage than before. And here comes another Air Cutter. I mean, Corviknight very spammy. I think it's 9 Sand Attacks for an Air Cutter. Is this correct, Martin?
This is correct. It's like I'm watching my own Go Bell League games, because I also never get the Air Cutter boost. And it looks like Zweilos isn't either. Look at this. Wigglytuff is about to overtake this Corviknight almost.
This is kind of insane, like for a Fairy type being so oppressive against the Steel type. Here comes another Icy Wind.
Oh,
the Corviknight is going to... Oh, get a catch on the Azumarill! What a great catch from Zweilos!
Oh, he's not here to just take part, Zweilos. He's here to take over. And this catch is incredible, because now you can just get an entire bubble down, and the energy will be useful everywhere. In comes a Stone Edge. You gotta know it's a Stone Edge, but no. This is the bulkiest Pokemon on my team. Zweilos is not going to use a Protect Shield just yet.
This is why we love bulky Pokemon. They don't have to use Protect Shields that often. It tanks a lot the champ. Azumarill has lots of energy. Here comes a Leaky, and here's the first move from Azumarill being a Play Rough.
Play Rough does a little bit more damage than Ice Beam. That is because Play Rough has the same type attack bonus. Azumarill's a Fairy type Pokemon, Play Rough is a Fairy type charge attack, and it will be a little bit more efficient in this case. This Body Slam, even a Shadow Ball would not have been enough to knock out, so naturally we see Zweilos still not putting on a Protect Shield. He is known to be a shield keeper.
Is it okay? And here we see two very bulky Pokemon, Body Slam, and then reaches another Play Rough. These Pokemon have so much HP, Martin. It's crazy. And here actually puts up the shield on Licky. Maybe thinking, okay, my Licky can be very healthy. But here comes a deep dynamic punch from the Medicham on the Licky. Is he gonna call this?
Can you even Psycho Cut down the Wigglytuff? I feel like you might run a little bit out of HP here as Zizwilos.
Here's another Shadow Ball going to land maybe on the Medicham, but no. Zizwilos has two shields. Uses the protection right here, very wise protect shields, and it might probably overload on this Medicham to make sure he gets something on the Wigglytuff. And here comes the Wigglytuff, but oh, okay. Zizwilos goes for an Ice Punch. I think this is great because like he doesn't want to take the charm damage.
You have to expend energy here. Psycho Cutting down might just be your only lose con if this Wigglytuff would land 2 more charms and somehow Licky gets like a rollout down. Now you just ensure that you can hide behind a protect shield if Licky would get to a charge deck, but it doesn't even get there. So in comes the Dynamic Punch. Poo, 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 poo. And it's gonna knock out this Licky in a few seconds.
Eventually, it will be knocked out, and there goes a Licky. Great gameplay from that Medicham.
And from Zizwilos.
Of course, yeah. I mean, he's the trainer of the Medicham. But I also have to give the shout out to the Pokemon,
I just want to make sure that you knew as well.
Okay, yeah, for sure, yeah. I know these trainers are training their Pokemon, but the Pokemon are battling on the screen right now. But great gameplay from the Medicham.
Are they training their Pokemon, or are they training with their Pokemon?
They're training with their Pokemon.
Yes.
They're buddies.
Yes,
it's their buddies. They are buddies. I mean, Martin, what do you think of this gameplay of the Medicham? Do you think Medicham was crucial for Zizwilos here?
Well, I mean, if you're always expecting something like Empoleon or Licky to come out, Medicham will always have a role. Even though Licky has access to Shadow Ball, it hits really hard. I think for Zizwilos, he was probably expecting Nashetti to bring Empoleon to counter Piloswine, because Piloswine looks so good into the team of Nashetti, and then Zizwilos just basically pulled a trick, right? He was like, okay, Piloswine, we're gonna do this, pal. On the bench. You're going on the bench, and the others are going to do this. That's what he did here.
Reverse psychology from Zizwilos, not using his Piloswine. We might see it in the next game. And then Nashetti is still thinking, like, what am I going to do to counter the perfect gameplay when I saw earlier from that Medicham. But looks like trainers have locked in for game number 2. And we see Medicham again from Zizwilos versus the Wigglytuff of Nashetti.
A very tough lead for Zizwilos here. Now, important detail is that Medicham could win the scenario where both Pokemon don't use any shields. And it looks like Zizwilos did 2 Psycho Cut, then transferred the second charm onto Corviknight and answered by the other Corviknight here. The important detail here is that after this, even though it's just a little bit of charm damage, 2 payback are definitely going to be enough from Nashetti to knock out the Corviknight from Zizwilos.
Corviknight on Corviknight action, throwing paybacks after payback. This matchup, I mean, we saw Medicham getting 2 cycles earlier, which might be crucial for later gameplay, and maybe Nashetti won't take track of the energy there. But here comes another payback on this Corviknight, and this is a obviously very neutral matchup. But Zizwilos Corviknight had a little bit more energy head start.
Yeah, but Nashetti had a little bit more HP though. Are you going to use a Protect Shield here? That would allow Zizwilos to flip switch advantage if he would really want to. Let's take a look here. I think that switch advantage and taking this energy into the next matchup might be really helpful there, and looks like Zizwilos is exactly going to do that. And if we take a look at the back lines, we see that switch advantage is going to be really important because there is that Empoleon lurking in the back, and this Medicham will have a great time against that.
There's nothing much that can really farm on this Corviknight without taking lots of charge moves. We see Empoleon having Steel Wing, not Waterfall, but here comes Empoleon actually taking super effective from the Sandex, not doing much damage.
The bait?
He goes for the bait?
Okay. But why? The thing is, the Night Punch does so much more, so I don't think you shield it. Oh, he does put in the Protect Shield!
Oh, he shields, he's gonna get the boost, right? He gets the boost! Oh, hell, more Sand Attack damage coming through. But Hydro Cannon is gonna be landing in on his Corviknight, and Corviknight gets knocked out even though he got the boost. He did his job.
The bait paid off there. Zizwilos can now align his Medicham here, and then the Azumarill on this Wigglytuff. He's building up a little bit more energy. Even if this would get caught, this is still really valuable damage on the normal and fairy typing of Wigglytuff.
Yeah, Dynamic Punch still does a tremendous amount of damage on this Wigglytuff. As you can see, half damage on this Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff has a high hill to climb right here. He's going to charm his way through, going for the Swift right now. This Swift is not going to knock out the Medicham, and he still has an Azumarill in the back.
Well, this is the thing. This Swift does way less than the Drill Pack, so you don't have to shield that. You don't get Metal sounded down by Empoleon later. So I really like that play from Zizwilos. And I actually expected that from Nashetti earlier, because you know Dynamic Punch does more than payback, that you don't shield that. But yeah, now we're here with Azumarill into Wigglytuff, and Azumarill is just really bulky and potentially can get this whole bubble down and all this chip damage. But the same thing here. you know that Empoleon is not going to need shields against these charge tech. You can just keep it for against the Medicham.
Yeah, as a Zoomerl, you can just like farm this Wigglytuff all the way down, have so much energy when the Empoleon comes back, and here comes the Player Up, and Player Up, even though it's resisted, I mean, it still does a good chunk of damage because Empoleon is not the bulkiest Pokemon around.
As we see here, two players are getting pretty close to knocking out, but both. Oh, swapping immediately though is an interesting play. You have to use a protection here as Zweilous. Thing is, Nashetti has to throw 2 charge stacks as well here to get even rid of this Medicham, and then you need to get to another charge stack on Azumarill as well. So you need to farm perfectly here as Nashetti.
Is he going to call the bait? No, he's not going to call the bait. Obviously, he puts up the shield against Empoleon. We see Medicham losing the charge tech priority because Empoleon has a higher attack. And here comes the Drill Peck on this Medicham, taking out the Medicham. And the Azumarill still has to get this Empoleon out of the field here.
But Nashetti did not over-farm on energy here. Does Empoleon have enough here? And ooh, this player of, I don't think it's going to knock out, but the bubbles might put this Penguin down here. Let's take a look. Is Empoleon sturdy enough here to get to the Drill Peck?
It's going to be so close as he get there. No, he doesn't get there. Somewhere bubbles down the Empoleon. And Zweilous, 2-0 victory.
The reverse engineer. He shows a Spineless Swine. He's like, look guys, I did it again. I brought the spice. And then he uses hard meta only. Fraud, but he won, and that's what counts here. Zweilous, one of the best trainers in the world, in Europe, that we have here, and he does it again. He's moving on to the winners finals. Excellent play there from Zweilous. I do think that if you farm a little bit more with his Empoleon on the side of Nashetti, a Psychic Cut does less than a bubble, you could potentially have reached another charge stack there as Nashetti. But if you look at a battle that takes like 3 to 4 minutes, it's hard to keep track of all the energy. And that's what makes some of these trainers just so good at it. They have a good memory. And some of them, you see them writing down, they probably write down like the counts of where their opponent's energy is at. That really helps you keep track of energy and maximize your own.
Yeah, exactly. But we saw like Azumarill, like Piloswine wasn't used, unfortunately, but like him winning means we might see some Piloswine action later. The Piloswine probably has to cut his hair because it couldn't battle Martin, he couldn't battle at all.
Maybe that's it, yeah.
I think that's the reason exactly. But as we can see, like Azumarill did so much, actually using as a third shield, what like we used to say, right? Like, it doesn't have to shield, it's so bulky, you can soak up all the damage and having so much energy. And energy, like we saw the Play Rough, still did like good chunk on Empoleon since it's not the bulkiest mon around. And here is with the first game we see here, the Dynamic Punch landing on the Licky Licky. Great Medicham gameplay. And then here we saw amazing Corviknight gameplay as well. With the shield right here, with the bait, yeah. And then he gets a boost after.
And this was an important moment because you know that Dynamic Punch does way more than Payback. So you might not even need to shield there. Psychic Cuts don't add up. So I think that there was a little bit more to get out of this Empoleon. And Empoleon almost got there. Look at that. If you had like a shield or you had one more Metal Sound, you win that game as Nashetti. So it's just super punctual to defeat some. If you want to defeat the best of the best, you need to play like the best of the best.
Yeah, one more Metal Sound. Over farming on that Medicham prior, he would have potentially got to the Drill Peck. Potentially. But
it's
we
one
never
of your
know.
favorite words, right?
Potentially, yeah. This might be true. Potentially true. But yeah, we saw like Medicham, like if you got like one more on the Empoleon, it would have gotten that game, but Azumarill too bulky, the bubble too oppressive. I mean,
important question.
Okay.
For you and for chat.
Chat. Listen.
Is Medicham back?
It's back. 100%.
Yeah?
It's back. 100% back.
On a scale of 0 to 10, how back is Medicham?
Okay, it is.
Okay, let me ask different.
Okay.
If it's Axon would use Medicham, would he win a tournament with it? How back is Medicham?
Ooh, okay, yes, he would win a tournament with it.
Really?
I think is it his favorite Pokemon?
No,
he win
it's
Worlds?
Aegislash, but he doesn't like to use his favorite.
When he won Worlds with Medicham, am I correct?
Yeah.
So, like, he's actually probably the best Medicham player in the world currently?
I don't know. The next tournaments with Medicham didn't go super well.
Maybe, like, he needs to, like, cook a little bit more with the Medicham being new in the meta, kind of.
Yeah.
It's, like, back.
Well, you need to balance it out, right? You need to lower the expectations so you can come back harder.
Okay, I agree with that, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's the same for Zweilous, right? He hasn't won a medal in a while. We saw Zweilous yesterday, and we were joking. He said, yeah, Barcelona was my best performance ever. And I'm like, well, yeah, that makes sense if that's the only tournament you've won. That's gold. You cannot surpass gold, really, right? So yeah, he won one tournament in Spain before, and he's really looking to do that again. In that grand finals in Barcelona at the time, he won twice in the grand finals against Paman. Paman, we know, one of the best trainers in the world. It's going to be very exciting to see not just the winners finals, but also who's going to make it to day 2.
Well, it's fun to see Azumarill back again as well. We haven't seen much Azumarill in the past anymore. And look at this, I have the Azumarill badge
What a
right
coincidence.
here. What a coincidence, yeah. And this is also the Gengar Light's favorite Pokemon to use in the Go Battle League.
The Gengar, I only know the Spurs life.
Oh, the
anyway,
Spurs life, exactly. Yeah, the
enough
Spurs
about other trainers. Let's talk about Zweilous. He's ready for us to tell a little bit more about that matchup. Maybe he can tell us a little bit more about Azumarill.
Indeed, thank you. I am joined by Zweilous. Winner's side in Europe on day 2. How does that feel for you?
It feels a little unusual because honestly the last time I made a day 2 on the winner's side here in my home continent was 13 months ago. That was EUIC last season. So yeah, it's been a while, but I'm happy to be back.
Of course, I mean, Zizi, you are absolutely well known in the community, especially for the spice that you always bring. What the flip is a Piloswine?
Well, I've been like a little bit surprised that Pato also has it, but I guess it wasn't that difficult to come up with because when you look at the team that Elam used to win the Houston Championship, that team is essentially 6 times soft to Piloswine, especially with the slight energy head start. And in this season, we don't have Shadow Scizor anymore. We don't have the Bullet Punch user, but instead we have a lot of Volt Switch Fortress. And the Ice type with the ground subtyping is the perfect answer to that.
So we haven't seen that on your match right now, but has it come up in this tournament so far?
It has not come up in this tournament. However, I am confident that it will come up in the next round.
So what would you say was your MVP so far? I mean, Medicham looked fantastic in that last matchup.
I think it's probably just Medicham again, which is like a little bit of a throwback. We're in the Memories in Motion season, and my only championship title I did win in Spain with this Medicham. So maybe we can go 2 for 2 with it.
I mean, if there are signs that that is one of those. I want to go back to your teal building real quick because Wigglytuff is the most used Pokemon and you're not even running a normal type. Why is that?
Because you have to pick and choose with your weaknesses on your team. Like normal types would be really nice to counter opposing ghost types, but I already have my Piloswine that is weak to fighting, so I don't want to go too weak to fighting with that. And also like dark types, also great answers to ghost types, same issue, so I just went for neutral play into ghost types. I know if the opponent has Corsola, it's coming every time, but I know how to play against it.
Yes, sometimes you're soft into something, but that's not the end of the world. You just know how to prepare for it. Thank you so much, Zizi, for that interview. Good luck tomorrow. Maybe you're going to go 2 for 2, who knows? But we're going back to the casters.
Welcome back, trainers. I'm here with Marcus. Another Quincy is out. Marcus is in. How are you doing, Marcus? How are we feeling?
Now I'm feeling way better. I was sitting back there, hanging out, just chilling. But now that I'm here with you, wow, I'm doing so good.
How do you think of the battles prior we saw?
I was honestly baffled that Zweilous managed to find a way to win that endgame. And when I saw the leads Medicham into Wigglytuff, I was just like, if he managed to win this, he can go on to win the entire thing because that was a really tough matchup to navigate.
Yeah, the Medicham gameplay was absolutely crucial there. And also his Azumarill usage, using as a protect shield pretty much. But here we see Polasha, and again, is that a Piloswine on my screen again? What are these trainers cooking? Like, they know something we don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what they know. I know that something they know is that with some attack, the Piloswine can flip the Quagsire matchup. So if you can get a Powder Snow Breakpoint on the Quagsire, then Piloswine can actually win that matchup. So maybe that is what they know. And I'm just spreading the knowledge.
That is crucial information, actually. I didn't know that. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm just here to enlighten and brighten your day.
And we got Polasha also bringing Gourgeist, very interesting Pokemon. We haven't seen much of Gourgeist yet, with having Seed Bomb as well as Shadow Ball, both being the same type of tech bonus moves, but Incinerate as his fast move, not the same type of tech bonus, but it generates energy so quickly as well. And we also see a Feraligatr. We haven't seen this Pokemon in a long time, I feel like.
I'm not gonna lie, I love Polasha's team. But Gourgeist, I love it. Gator, I love it so much. Joninho's team, also a bit more common picks on his side, but he has that Talonflame, and he has the Altaria instead of the Guzzlord. I think this is a David versus Goliath matchup. Polasha, not been as consistent this season as she has been in the past, but she used to be the queen of PvP, winning left, right, and center. Joninho, a bit He's looking for his first great finish, and he leads a Wigglytuff into the Piloswine from Polasha. Finally, we see it.
Finally, some Piloswine gameplay, as you can see, where the Powder Snow and Icicle Spear pacing to the charge move pretty quickly here. Wigglytuff just charming its way through, and Polasha is going to show the first Icicle Spear on the Wigglytuff.
And this can go no shielded from Juninho. He knows this is just an Icicle Spear, but it does really chunk the Wigglytuff. And here comes the Swift.
Yeah, actually, I'm quite surprised about Icicle Spear, how much damage it actually did to the Wigglytuff here. Here comes the first Swift on the Piloswine. Piloswine can easily tank this, knowing, okay, I can get to another Icicle Spear. It's going to overload some energy, maybe get to higher star, but no, opts to go for the Icicle Spear here would be enough to take out this Wigglytuff.
But Juninho is in a peculiar position. He lets this go, but now he has two Pokemon very soft to the Feraligatr in the back. How is it? What's his plan to deal with this? He goes in Medicham. I'm surprised, but now the Medicham can outpace the Feraligatr. Oh, and Polasha answers with her own Medicham.
She's definitely calling something. She probably has a hinge, like maybe there's a Talonflame in the back, so I'm going to bring in my own Medicham, knowing that, like, okay, the charge moves don't do much damage. Dynamic Punch is resisted, but it does slightly more damage than the Ice Punch. It's a little bit more efficient than Ice Punch, even though Ice Punch is neutral. First Dynamic Punch landing. Here comes an Ice Punch from Polasha on Juninho.
And Juninho knows he cannot spend his shields here. Talonflame is where he needs to preserve his shields. Talonflame looks incredible into Polasha's team. There's just the Feraligatr there to beat it. And Polasha, she has a tough task if she's going to beat this Talonflame. But the Feraligatr, maybe that, I mean, she has to rely on it.
Yeah, exactly. Here comes another Ice Punch from Polasha. I wonder when the trainers are going to swap out either of their Pokemon to get ahead of some energy. And here comes the Talonflame, potentially. Here comes the Talonflame, overloading some energy. And in comes Feraligatr. But this is not a Shadow Feraligatr. This is a normal Feraligatr.
But this Feraligatr still cannot really hang on through the flies. So, oh, and there comes a Shadow Claw through. Juninho, he strips the first shield away from Polasha. She knows she needs to invest in this Feraligatr.
Yeah, this is actually pretty okay. Look at how much energy this Feraligatr already has. Already 2 Hydro Cannons plus 2 Shadow Claws. Here comes the first Hydro Cannon. I mean, Juninho has to shield this Hydro Cannon because otherwise this Talonflame is out.
Okay, I see it here. Juninho, he needs to strip away the shields from this Feraligatr and then come in, combo play with his Medicham to knock out the Feraligatr with a Dynamic Punch. That is the way Juninho can still win this game, but his Pokemon are getting dangerously low.
Yeah, here comes another fly from Juninho from the Talonflame. I mean, I assume Feraligatr is going to put up a shield. Here comes the shield, Protect Shield on the Feraligatr. Polasha is opting to stop here on the Medicham and slightly overloading. And here comes another Ice Punch, but this Ice Punch will not knock out the Talonflame. And Talonflame still has a lot of energy.
So Polasha was expecting the combination play. Juninho now goes back into his own Medicham. He needs to get rid of Polasha's Medicham. But now, Juninho can he farm down the Medicham with his Talonflame?
I think this is what he's thinking right now. Like, one Incinerate looks like it's enough and has enough energy to take out the Feraligatr. I don't think Feraligatr... Perfect farm down here. And here comes the Brave Bird. No, he has the Hydro Cannon! Oh, Polasha had the energy. She knew I win charge attack priority. I don't care. I win this game.
Whoa! Incredibly piloted by Juninho, but Polasha, with a higher attack for Feraligatr than the Talonflame, still managed to clutch up that endgame.
Wow, perfect energy management from Polasha, knowing, okay, if I have a Hydro Cannon, I am safe because I know I win charge attack priority, so I'm fine.
I don't think she knew because Feraligatr and Talonflame are in the same charge attack priority bracket. They basically, a high attack Talonflame can win charge attack priority over a Feraligatr. So I think Polasha was relieved to find out that her Feraligatr actually beat the Talonflame, because if that Talonflame wins, she loses that game. I think it was perfectly navigated by Juninho as well. But it came down to that charge attack priority. And I gotta say, I'm really impressed by both of these trainers.
Yeah, great energy management. Also, we're gonna see, I think, a lot of Medicham on Medicham just trying to soak as much energy and damage as possible because the moves don't do much damage there. And like, Polasha knew, like, okay, if I just bring in my Medicham here, I don't have to take anything on my Feraligatr. My Feraligatr is pretty healthy, and I can just soak all this energy from this Medicham, making my Feraligatr still healthy for endgame. Maybe she thought, she knew there was a Talonflame in the back.
But look at this Talonflame against Polasha's team. The Talonflame goes really well into the Grass-type Gourgeist. It goes very well into the Steel-type Corviknight, the Fairy-type Wigglytuff, resisting the Charm damage. Super effective damage into the Piloswine. Super effective flies into the Medicham. I can go on the entire day. It's just the Feraligatr that is that can really deal well with that Talonflame.
Yeah, she's pretty weak to Talonflame, but still, she managed to avoid the Talonflame, but on a Feraligatr. So, like, she still won the game, even though she was so weak to Talonflame. But here we see game number 2, Wigglytuff into Corviknight, a Steel type, but we already know this is not that bad for Wigglytuff.
How does Juninho decide to play this out? Because last game, he let his Wigglytuff go, and Wigglytuff is his best answer to that Feraligatr. Will he allow himself to be as weak to Feraligatr in the back as he was in game 1?
Here comes the first Air Cutter. Do we see the boost? We do not see the boost. And here comes the Ice Wind from the Wigglytuff, debuffing the attack set of Corviknight. And like, this is not that bad for Wigglytuff, as you can see. Look at the damage we're going to see in the Ice Wind here, doing the first debuff here. And Corviknight is already in the half. Here comes another Air Cutter spamming away on the Wigglytuff.
I think Juninho knows that he needs to dip into his own Medicham and keep his Wigglytuff healthy this time. But he decides not to. He wants to stay in a little bit more, take another Air Cutter on this Wigglytuff. But I think Polasha is very happy to get rid of this Wigglytuff in the lead because she has Medicham, weak to Charm in the back. Shadow Claw for Feraligatr, not touching that normal type Wigglytuff anytime soon.
Yeah, she's very happy to see it in the leader. And here comes another Ice Wind. It will not knock out the Corviknight. The Corviknight will definitely hang on. And most likely get to another Air Cutter on the Wigglytuff. Here comes another Ice Wind. Do we see a swap in? No, trainers are opting to stay in here and here's an Air Cutter. This is actually really good for Polasha right here. So she like basically won the lead. Wigglytuff is out and her backline seems so safe.
But now the Talonflame is coming in, right? Is the Talonflame not coming in from Juninho to get an energy head start against the Feraligatr? Yes. Polasha decides to not swap out the Medicham. And now Talonflame has and Feraligatr, they time similarly to 3 charge attacks. This will come down to another charge attack priority tie if it goes to the 2 shield scenario.
Yeah, and the Talonflame being one Incinerate up definitely helps. Here comes the first charge attack from the Talonflame. It is a fly. Polasha puts up the shield because she knows that my Feraligatr is very valuable here. But we haven't seen like the backlines yet for both the Medichams. And here comes another Hydro Cannon on the Talonflame. Obviously Talonflame is gonna shield her, knowing that okay, my Talonflame can be very vulnerable here.
We saw Juninho throw his fly immediately with Talonflame to get the shield, and he does it again. That lets the Feraligatr catch up, meaning the Feraligatr now will outpace on Polasha's side. So Juninho, he will not be able to build up to another fly. So he dips out into his Medicham. Polasha knows she has to soften up this Medicham and keep a Hydro Cannon for the end game. So she will build up. Oh, but here, yeah, this is actually great play by Juninho. He will now need to double up on flies so he can knock out the Feraligatr in the end.
Yeah, it needs to knock out the Feraligatr. We see Dynamic Punch landing on the Medicham. This is gonna just soak up all the energy. It's resisted charge attacks right here. We see like both trainers overloading. Here comes the Dynamic Punch from Juninho on Polasha. This is not nearly gonna knock out at all. It can definitely take maybe 3 total Dynamic Punches on this Medicham. But the key right here is energy management. Who has the most energy and where it's gonna be efficient for a Talonflame? Are we gonna see a combo play? Are we gonna see some overloading on the Feraligatr? The Gator looks very, very dangerous.
Oh, and the Medicham goes down for Juninho, and his Talonflame is getting so low. He won't be able to farm this Medicham down with his Talonflame. And Polasha might be winning this on the back of her Medicham. Can she get to another Ice Punch? She doesn't even care. Juninho throws the fly into the Feraligatr. Yeah. And Polasha is celebrating. She thinks she has this. She knows she is one Psychic Kite away from an Ice Punch. And here he comes, and there's an Ice Punch. Good game, both of these trainers. Polasha taking it 2-0.
Polasha winning very cleanly, so weak to Talonflame and still able to clutch this game with a 2-0 victory.
So brave of her to play Corviknight in the front and Medicham in the back against the Talonflame team. She went there, she got the Gator on the Talonflame in the end, but Medicham, my goodness, it is proving itself so good in this tournament.
Yeah, what you said earlier was right. Like having the Talonflame, the Talonflame letting the Psychots, the Shadow Claws go through from the Feraligatr basically was like catching up with the Talonflame, even though the Talonflame had an Incinerate. So that's why move timing is so important. Like those little details where you have one extra fast move can completely change a game.
Completely change it. And I've just got to say, I'm so impressed by Medicham. Were you expecting Medicham to be this good this weekend?
Actually, I was not expecting it at all.
What were you expecting to be good this weekend?
Corviknight, Wigglytuff, and Quagsire, I guess. But like the Medicham, I mean, Nighttime Clasher, as we talked about earlier, like Nighttime Clasher just sets up a meta, and now everyone is like, okay, well, Medicham will be everywhere right now, so we have to expect it.
Yeah, that is a great point. And I mean, what can I say? When it's a Quagsire Fortress meta, maybe Medicham is the call, but I was expecting Talonflame to be good, but it has not really done that well on stream.
No, exactly. And Medicham, Psycho to Ice Punch, it gets there pretty quickly as well, so he can spam out those Ice Punches on Talonflame, and it's very awkward for Talonflame to like, oh, another Ice Punch, okay, oh, another Ice Punch. So where do you put your shield? You have to also think about the move timing. Do I let the fastballs go through? When do I throw a 5-turn move like Incinerate? Is that easy to use?
It's a million things to keep track of.
A million things.
And with a Psycho Cut buff as well, maybe Medicham is a bit safer into Talonflame these days than it used to be in the past, but I don't know. I'm sitting here behind the desk. The players, clearly, they know disrespecting Talonflame, that is okay.
With the Piloswine, we saw it in game 1, and I don't know, like, what these players are cooking with the Piloswine. I do love it. I do really love it when we see it, because like it's a Pokemon I've never seen everything in a regional before. I've never seen a Piloswine. I think this is the first time I think I've seen it.
You've never ever seen a Piloswine in your entire life?
Well, I've seen it in my life, obviously. I'm a trainer. I train Pokemon. I do
every day, right?
I do, yeah, of course. I have some Piloswines in the game, obviously. But like actually on a regional, on stream, winning games? Not really, no.
No, me neither. And also, I mean, we've seen trainers bring it on their team, like Zizwalis, and there was another trainer, I believe it was Paman who brought it on his team as well, but they didn't bring it to the battle. Palasha, even though she was as weak to the Talonflame as she was, she still decided to bring the Piloswine, and I mean, she won.
Yeah, she wasn't scared at all to use it, and she was going for style points as well with the Piloswine, and Aegislash Spear on the Wigglytuff. A tremendous amount of damage. I was actually surprised how much damage it does, because we don't, as we told about, we don't see much Piloswine, so we don't really know how much damage it actually does to the Pokemon. It's kind of new to see.
And there's not that many Pokemon with the moveset that Piloswine has, because we saw Walrein in the past with Powder Snow and Icicle Spear, and at least I remember how good that Walrein was back in the day, but Piloswine, I was not expecting it to be this
Piloswine also having more weaknesses than Walrein. The Ice type and Water typing is such a great defensive typing, but Piloswine weak to Steel, to Fire, to Fighting, to Grass, lots of weaknesses to cover. But I mean, if it works, right?
That is true, and also Walrein has the same coverage as Piloswine with the Ice and Ground type coverage, but because you have that water typing instead of that ground typing, you're weak to the Volt Switch from Fortress, which Zizwalis mentioned in the interview previously. The Fortress matchup, when it's on Volt Switch, of course, I'd rather be Piloswine with the ground typing than the water typing Walrein, wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly, resisting the Volt Switch damage, heavily resisting the Volt Switch damage. Yeah, but like Medicham, I mean, the Pokemon, like even in Wigglytuff, we saw it's not that bad. 2 dynamic punches with the side cuts is pretty much enough to take out the Wigglytuff, and Wigglytuff takes so long to get to these charge moves. Just like if a Swift and Ice Wind, not super effective charge move as well into the Medicham. So yeah, Medicham might, I think, be the top Pokemon so far we've seen after day 1.
And a lot of these trainers have been practicing to find out if Medicham or Piloswine or whatever was going to be the best Pokemon to bring into this tournament, and they probably did it at their local tournaments.
So they can practice at local tournaments?
I believe so. Check out here.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
I always come to play at my local Pokemon League. And if I was practicing for this tournament, I would definitely scan this QR code. Or if I'm practicing for the next tournament, I would scan this QR code and check out local events in my area. This is even if you're not playing Pokemon Go, you can find other activities there as well. TCG, VGC, but of course, it's the Pokemon Go action I'm all here for. And scan this QR code. It's on your screen right now. Trainers, what are you waiting for? You gotta scan it. Scan it now. You're scanning it, aren't you, guys?
I am definitely scanning. The last time I scanned, I had a local tournament.
Oh, yeah?
In my home country, Belgium.
Okay.
And guess who I saw there?
Nighttime Clasher?
He was actually there.
Of course
I couldn't believe
he
it.
was.
Like, of course he was there. Like Nighttime Clasher, being at my local tournament. And like these local tournaments are so good to practice the game. And also, besides the local tournaments, you can also practice at home. Go Battle League. You can invite friends. There's so many things you can do. But doing the local tournaments does help you get like the vibe, how it is to play from person to person. Like getting to know the environment of Pokemon Go Battle League and the environment of playing.
If you want to face Nighttime Clasher, go to your local Pokemon event and he will be there, most likely. Look at Nessa Beathen. He's cooking with a Skeledirge on this team. And a Digger's... I'm not... Bullet Seed Cradley, incredible. Nessa Beathen, he's a real chef.
Can't believe we're seeing so many different Pokemon in this tournament, so many different spice options. Skeledirge, we haven't seen one yet of those. Diggersby, we haven't seen any of those yet. This looks tremendous. And Bullet Seed Cradilly, I wonder why he uses Bullet Seed instead of the asset that we usually see on Cradilly. I assume it's like for a better matchup against the Quagsire?
That is what I assume too. You still probably win against the Volt Switch Fortress. Maybe, I'm not sure about the Wigglytuff matchup, but Quagsire can be really annoying with assets. And here we see against facing off, we see Swampert facing off against Nessa Beathen. And with it, Guzzlord, Corviknight, I mean, we all remember back in the day when Skarmory and Whiscash was the common pairing. The Water Ground typing was with this Steel and Flying typing. And here we see Swampert and Corviknight.
Swampert, the OG Groundwater typing used to see.
Yes.
So very exciting, like Sludge as well. Good coverage now with Sludge versus like the Azumarill against the Wigglytuff, as we see, but like Swampert, very nice throws there of Alphonse there. We see the trainers locking in, checking like what their team are going to use, and we're going to see right now Guzzlord versus Skeledirge.
And you would think a Dragon type is good into a Fire type, but this Skeledirge is packing Disarming Voice, and that will one-shot this Guzzlord if it goes through the shield.
Even though Incinerates are heavily resisted here for the Guzzlord. For Guzzlord, this is like a very like good matchup. As you can see, the Blue Swing doesn't knock out, but the Dragon Tails are neutral. I mean, trying to see for a catch here, but doesn't fall for it. Here comes the Bullet Seed Cradilly, and this is why we have Bullet Seed. Look at the Bullet Seed actually doing some meaningful damage instead of Acid doing absolutely nothing.
But look at this Swampert. The pacing is incredible with the upgrade to Mudshot it got recently. It's already at 2 Hydro Cannons, and that's almost enough to knock out. Here comes another.
Here goes for another Hydro Cannon. This Hydro Cannon, I don't think it will knock out, but very close into Mudshot farm down range. He opts to let it go. No shield here. He's going to opt for a bait for a Grass Knot or a Rock Tomb. He goes for the Grass Knot, which is the safer play. Let's see if he puts up the shield.
And Alfonso decides to shield. He wants to keep his Swampert healthy. He knows he doesn't have that many options against the opposing Skeledirge. And here comes a Charge Act priority. This Cradley might be hanging on single-digit HP, maybe 1 HP only. And then a shield would not be the wisest decision.
There goes Cradilly. Here comes Medicham. Medicham is going to start overloading Umsa Energy. We haven't seen the other Pokemon yet of Alfonso. Here comes another Hydro Cannon from Alfonso on the Medicham. Medicham puts up a shield because, I mean, there's a Skeledirge left with some energy, but very low health, so he has to put up the shield somewhere, and it shields his Medicham from the Hydro Cannon here. Does he get to another Hydro Cannon? Gets a farm. Oh, he gets a farm now. This is an amazing amount of energy right here. And Medicham has done a punch for the Guzzlord, but now we see the Corviknight coming in the Flying type, but this Flying type is also a Steel type, so these dynamic punches will do a good amount of damage.
And Nessa Beathen has now this Medicham that has been the most valuable Pokemon for so many trainers this weekend. But it's up against a very healthy Guzzlord and a very healthy Corviknight. Well, the Corviknight is losing health by the minute.
even though the Air Cutter are super effective. Air Cutter is not the strongest move. After a buff, after an attack above you, it's probably a little bit more meaningful. But here the Air Cutter lets it go. Medicham tanks it like a champ, doesn't do much damage. But here comes Dynamic Punch, but this is a catch on a Guzzler, but this is super effective!
But this is exactly what Alfonso wants, I think, because now he keeps the Corviknight. Oh, this did a lot of damage.
This did so much damage right here. You see the Guzzler actually putting up a shield. He might get to another Brutal Swing, or does the Skeleton outpace to a second Disarming Voice?
And the Skeledirge barely does not get there. And Medicham, can it now hang on? Can it Psycho Cut down the Dark type? I don't think it can. It will be so close.
I mean, it's already at 2 Brutal Swings. Brutal Swing will not knock out. I think the Medicham has this farming down the cycle, but there's still a Corviknight in the back for Alfonso. Here comes another Brutal Swing. This will not knock out, but the Medicham is so low right now.
It's so close. Can Alfonso hang on? And here comes the Corviknight. And Nessa Beathen gets to the Dynamic Punch. Can the Psycho Cut farm down the Dark type Guzzlord in the back?
I think Medicham has this. It's going to be so close. Psycho Cut resisted on the Guzzlord, but the Guzzlord gets taken down. Psycho down by the Medicham. I cannot believe it.
What a game. Nessa Beathen, he really pulled it back. He has no fast attack pressure into that Guzzlord. So Guzzlord with shields is so threatening and hard to deal with for Nessa Beathen. But Nessa Beathen, he was the runner-up at EUIC in the 2023 season. And he is an immaculate player. He also won the Buenos Aires special event in 2024. So there's no doubt that Nessa Beathen, he's an incredible player, a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, he is very known in the community. He's really strong. But like, the Psycho Cut down on the Guzzler, Guzzler being a dark typing Psycho Cut, being heavily resisted on the Guzzler, but still, the Medicham is so bulky, it just farmed down the dark type completely with the Psycho Cut there for the win. It was a great gameplay. Very unfortunate for Alfonso, but good for Nessa Beathen, obviously. But let's see, these trainers are gonna make some change now. We saw the Skeledirge. Skeledirge actually put in a lot of work. Having all that energy, it went pretty much everywhere. It made scare off the Corviknight a little bit, but having Disarming Voice for the Guzzlord is not that comfortable for the Guzzlord either.
I'm pleasantly surprised to see how well the Skeledirge did there. Alfonso, he's not running that Quagsire, he's running the Swampert. It will cleanly wipe out the Skeledirge, but it needs to land the charge attacks. And if the Swampert is not on the Skeledirge, then, I mean, the Skeledirge looks very good into the Fortress, into the Wigglytuff, into the Medicham. It can hit the Guzzlord as well with Disarming Voice, and then Corviknight is also really good for Skeledirge.
Yeah, these trainers seem to be locking a team, and as we can see, we go for game number 2. We have Cordilli, Bullet Cordilli against the Swampert, the underground type.
And Alfonso shaking his head. This is not what he wanted to see. How does he deal with this? He decides to stay in for a little bit, maybe trying to chip down this Cradily before leaving.
This doesn't look, honestly, it doesn't look so bad for Swampert. The Hydro Cannons do so much damage, and you can always call a bait. I mean, Cordilli users like to Rock Tomb bait to lower the attack, but here comes a catch actually on the Guzzlord, but this is not a bait. This is actually a Grass Knot.
And he also got the sneak through of the Dragon Tail. So, but now this also means that Dynamic Punch will knock out. And this Medicham, we've seen it do so much. It's so bulky and it hits so hard with the Dynamic Punch, and the Psycho Cut buff, it's a menace.
Yeah, Nessa Beathen, like, he probably gonna up to... Oh, I actually see a shield from Guzzlord. I was thinking, like, maybe he's gonna let the Guzzlord go down and the Medicham can overload him some energy, but the Guzzlord actually put up the shield. This might be the way of, like, maybe he wants to keep the Guzzlord alive and bring another Pokemon to, like, to swap and dance around a little bit.
But the Skeledirge can basically one-shot everything on Alfonso's team, and now here comes the Swampert. Okay, there's a charge attack priority. Swampert with a higher attack will get rid of this Medicham if it goes unshielded. And Nessa Beathen, he wants to save his shields for the Skeledirge.
Yeah, Skeledirge with energy looks insane. We also saw here, okay, we see another Hydro Cannon. Like, it kind of has to push up the shield because the Skeledirge cannot incinerate down this Swampert. Here comes the shield, first shield of the Cordilli here. He's gonna see another catch or not? No, he's gonna see another catch. He's gonna overload some energy. Actually goes for the Rock Tomb. is enough, so you can go for the debuff here. This is, I guess, is a safer play unless, like, maybe the catch on the Corviknight, don't want to catch the Grass Knot, right? So here goes the Swampert, and we have a Guzzlord and Corviknight versus a full health Skellydirge. Here comes another move, another Rock Tomb for the Guzzlord.
How will Nessa Beathen deal with this Guzzlord? Can it incinerate down after a Rock Tomb? Oh, maybe, baby. But the Guzzlord will get to a Brutal Swing here. It will get to 2. So this Skellydirge is threatened with a knockout here.
Great timing from the Guzzlord here, doing 3 Dragon Tails for 2 Incinerates. Here comes another Sink, can he farm it out? No, here comes another Brutal Swing. Like, they have, I mean, he has to shield here, but the thing is, like, there's no Blast Burn on the side of the Skellydirge, but it all depends on how much energy it has to take down the Corviknight in the back. And here comes the Corviknight having super effective sand attacks. Here is the first Shadow Ball. Let's see if Alfonso is gonna put up a shield.
Putting up a shield here, correct decision by Alfonso. Can the Skellydirge hang on through the sand attacks and the air cutter? That is definitely coming through. Oh! Alfonso decides to not go for the air cutter immediately. He knows this Shadow Ball is probably not enough to knock out, so he wants more energy to hit the Cradily in the back. Here comes the Cradily. Alfonso, he's charging up. He wants to get to an air cutter to hit the Skellydirge before an Incinerate lands.
This is a very smart play. Like, didn't shoot the air cutter either on the Skellydirge because he knows he don't take it. And he gets the boost as well. This air cutter actually will be enough right now. And the Corviknight might have this game.
And Corviknight takes out the Fire type, and Alfonso celebrating a little bit for himself. He knows it's a bit of a tough matchup for him, but he has the Swampert and Corviknight core. That is treating him so well right now.
Yeah, it's definitely, his Skellydirge was definitely stabilizing there, but like the Corviknight was a bit too strong, overloading on so much energy, knowing, okay, I'm not gonna throw my charge move, I'm gonna wait when it pivots out to something else, overload him some energy more, and then have double air cutter, like, and they got the boost. That was enough to win the game.
I think maybe if Nessa Beathen had the opportunity to play that game again, maybe he shields the Medicham against the Swampert, because the Swampert really put in so much work into his Cradily as well. He decided to shield his Cradily, but if he gets shields down, then that Skellydirge, I think, has an easier way to maybe deal with that Corviknight. I'm not sure, actually. Here we also saw the problem with Incinerate. It's a 5-turn attack, so Corviknight could do 2 or 3 sand attacks and then throwing the air cutter before the fire type damage would register.
Yeah, the Swampert and the Cradily in the lead as well. We see a Grass type, double super effective on the Swampert. I mean, the Swampert put in so much work, having all those Hydro Cannons, and like Cradily doesn't like to take those Hydro Cannons either. And there was also a great catch on the Guzzlord from the Grass Knot there. Usually Cradily users like to bait, but this time they didn't, and then the Grass Knot was resistant on the Guzzlord there. Was a great gameplay, but looks like these trainers have locked in.
And Alfonso's flipping, Water type into Grass type lead, game 2. What will go down now? Nessa Beathen with a Medicham into Corviknight.
A flying type versus a fighting type. I mean, the air cutter, if you get the boost on the first air cutter, I think this is very nice for the Corviknight, but if it doesn't, like, it's very awkward for the Corviknight. I feel like the Dynamic Punch does so much damage.
And we see the air cutter is not even going to be a 2-hit KO, so Medicham is definitely getting to at least 2 dynamic punches. How close will that be to a knockout here?
I think it needs 2 and an Ice Punch, or maybe 1 dynamic punch and 2 Ice Punches, but here comes another air cutter. Medicham knows, okay, I can hold on, I don't have to shield anything yet here. I'm just gonna keep doing some Psycho Cuts and make sure I get enough energy here. Here comes another dynamic punch. This will not knock out the Corviknight. Corviknight knows, I'll let it go.
I think Nessa Beathen will want to swap out into his Diggersby here, because that puts the pressure on, oh, maybe not. Let's see how he decides to play this. Is he going to let his Medicham go? Yes, he will. And now he's going to farm down with either Cradily, a Grass type with Grass type fast attack, or the Diggersby with normal type fast attack.
Yeah, Diggersby gets a lot of energy here. I think, yeah, he gets to another air cut here, but Diggersby obviously super bulky. It doesn't need to shield anything. And this Diggersby with energy is actually pretty nice here for Nessa Beathen.
And what does Alfonso do? He swaps in his Swampert. He expects there to be a Skellydirge in the back, but Nessa Beathen has benched his Grass type this time, or his Fire type this time.
Here comes the Scorching Sands, and we see an attack drop as well. Oh no, this is actually food for Cordelia right now. We see an attack drop, so that the Hydro Cannons won't do nearly as much damage as it usually does. And now actually puts up the Protect Shield here for the Hydro Cannon, but I mean, like, maybe he wants to keep the Cordelia alive, and most likely going up to completely farm down his Swampert, and comes out with so much energy, stabilizing like crazy right now.
I think Nesabethan, he knows if he can debuff that Guzzlord in the back, because he's expecting there to be a Guzzlord, then he knows he can win. I really like his play of throwing the Scorching Sands and then going for the full farm down. Incredible play by Nesabethan here.
Here comes the first Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb will debuff the attack of the Guzzlord. We see another shield from the Guzzlord right here. But, I mean, Cordelia has so much energy, and Nesabethan waits a turn, makes sure the Rock Tomb doesn't get caught, see the Dragon Tail, and throws another Rock Tomb on the Guzzlord. And Guzzlord is already debuffed twice, but he still has a Corviknight, so he can clear his debuff if he wants to.
Yeah, but I don't think Nesabethan would want to swap out here, because now he's just debuffing and debuffing and debuffing. And there's still a very healthy Diggersby in the back. And Diggersby is an incredibly tanky Pokemon.
Yeah, so much bulk left for Nesabethan here. Nesabethan still also has a shield. Here comes another Brule Swing, but Brule Swing, the Guzzlord is so debuffed right now. This Brule Swing is not nearly gonna knock out. He needs to throw another one to make sure this Cordelia is out of the game.
Oh, it tickles the Cradily.
Here is another Brule Swing. This Brule Swing will definitely knock out, but I mean, Nesabethan still has a shield, and there is a very, very bulky Diggersby still left in the game. It doesn't knock out, man. Oh, there goes the Corviknight. Clears his debuff, though, from the Guzzlord. But now, I mean, the Diggersby with a shield up for this Guzzlord is not nearly going to be enough. Here comes another brutal swing from Guzzlord. A little bit of party gift here on the Diggersby.
And Alfonso is shaking his head. He knows that this Diggersby is so tough for him to deal with, but can he hang on? Diggersby now throwing the Scorching Sands right before the final brutal swing. Alfonso, he's ready to give up. This Diggersby proved so tough for him to deal with. The Guzzlord barely hangs on.
A few more quick attacks and it's over, and there it goes. This was a little party gift here for the Diggersby to like show like, hey man, I just want to hang out here a little bit with you. I don't want to finish the game yet, and Diggersby takes the win here.
And Diggersby, I mean, the adjustment from Nesabethan, he let switch advantage go. He knew he was gonna get the Diggersby on the Swampert, but with the energy advantage that he got on the Diggersby, then Swampert was threatened so much, and Alfonso switch-locked the Swampert. Nesabethan farmed it down, debuffed the Guzzlord. The tankiness of the Diggersby, it fought back so well, and Nesabethan, incredible adjustments.
Yeah, I liked when the Scorching Sands from the Diggersby land on the Swampert, putting it in perfect farm down range for the Credilli, having all that energy, the Rock Tombs in the Guzzlord, debuffing it. It was in such a prime position. There's where Bullet Seed was actually very helpful, because if it was Acid, like, you can't farm down the ground type right there.
Not at all, and even though Nesabethan doesn't have a fast attack to really pressure the Guzzlord, he has the energy of Cradily that hits hard, and of the Medicham, and of the Skeledirge, and even the Diggersby hits it for neutral damage. So he decided, you know what, I'll be fine into the Guzzlord.
Yeah, very, very nice gameplay. As you can see here, it's a Medicham into the Corviknight here. It's in our catch. This Dynamic Punch did so much damage on this Guzzlord. It was actually disgusting, but this was also the game where we saw the Psycho Cut down from the Rule Swing, and here we see the combo play. Another Dynamic Punch here on the Corviknight, and I mean, it was very nice to see a Psycho Cut, like a small little move on a Dark type, farming it down was really nice.
Yeah, Nesabethan really piloted that game one incredibly well. It was such a close game. Alfonso, he really made it so close. And then game two, Alfonso, he used his Corviknight as an answer to that Skeledirge. I mean, shocking.
Yeah, this could have been definitely the other way around. The first game was so close. Then we saw Alfonso here taking the win, overloading on energy on a Corviknight. Perfect gameplay, but the Diggersby was too much to handle for Alfonso right here. Too healthy, too bulky, and I mean, a great call by Nesabethan to bring it, to be honest. Like, because it has great matchup against the Corviknight, and it's not that bad into the Guzzlord either, right? Because like the Scorching Set, especially if you get the debuff, it's perfect.
And I would say Alfonso still played incredibly well in that game 3. Sand attacking down the Cradily with a loaded move. I think Alfonso did what he could, but Nessa Beathan just had his number in that game.
Yeah, it was great. It was fun to see so many different Pokemon in the tournament. When I saw the top usage, I was kind of skeptical of like, are we gonna see the top 6 every single time? But like, every single game has been completely different. I didn't think a Diggersby would be in this meta. I didn't think, obviously, a Pillow-Swine wouldn't be in this meta. But it's really nice to see some different picks and people like thinking a little bit outside the box.
I really like the diversity of the ground types that we have now. Before it was Kanto Marowak or Gastrodon. I mean, you could go with Unova Stunfisk as well, but these are some Pokemon that we haven't seen in such a long time. Maybe ever with a Piloswine. I mean, we've seen a lot of Diggersby before.
We have, yeah, but it's been a while for sure.
It has been a while, and it's refreshing to see some old veterans come back as well, like Medicham. Because now Medicham plays very different from when it was so common back in the day. Before, it used Counter as a fast attack, a fighting fast attack, and then it had Psychic as the charge attack. But now it has the Psychic fast attack with Psycho Cut and the Dynamic Punch fast attack. So, I don't know, which Medicham do you prefer?
I like the Psycho one more, to be honest. I like it more, yeah.
It's less dominating.
Let's see what Nessa Beathan was thinking when it was cooking up this team in his next interview right now after his win.
Yes, thank you. I'm here with a creative artist, with Nessa Beathan, who just has won his run with his very unique team. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Before I ask about your team, how many times have you Psycho Cut down a Guzzlord?
How many times? Not many at all. Not many at all.
That was a very close game. Just for the record, Guzzlord has like 250 HP, right. Psycho Cut does 1 damage. Right. So a very close game that you had there. About your team. Bullet Seed Cradilly. I believe that was Diggersby with Mudshot. How did you get to all of these Pokemon decisions?
I went through a strange team building process. At one point I was looking at a Togetic, which was the last thing I dropped from the team, so it could have been even spicier. But the Diggersby Mudshot improves the Empoleon matchup. Altaria usage has been dropping recently in favor of Guzzlord, which I faced, and obviously it has a better Guzzlord matchup than some of like Licky, some of the one of the other Ghost Resists. So I thought maybe it had a good chance. It's fairly good into Corviknight. So I liked some of his matchups in this meta. And the Bullet Seed was, I mean, it helped against the Swampert, right? I didn't want to be too weak to, I was thinking more about Quagsire, but I didn't want to be too weak to like a Quagsire safe swap. And obviously he was using Swampert safe swap against me a lot. So that was partially what the Bullet Seed was for.
Did it change anything for you that he had Swampert over Quagsire? Because of course they have like different secondary attacks.
Yeah, it made the Azumarill matchup a lot worse. So Quagsire I could potentially like manage it with an Azumarill, but it's much harder to manage the Swampert with Azumarill. So that did that. I mean, the Swampert was probably more annoying for my team than a Quagsire. But I mean, the Cradilly still did some useful work against it. I got a lot of Bullet Seed damage on it. Game 2, I made the good call getting it on the Swampert lead, but obviously he caught the move, which was pretty detrimental to me.
Yeah, that was very tough. It's because the switch clock obviously has been shorter.
Yeah,
and that makes it tough, right? Like you win lead, you win switch.
Right.
I wish you the best of luck in your next matches. We're definitely going to see more of you because you're on the win side and with spicy Pokemon as well. I love to see that. Good luck in your next matches.
Thank you.
We are going back to see some more.
Great insights from Nessa Beathan. Thank you, Martijn. I know Nessa Beathan, he's such invested in the Pokemon GO community. He's been making custom metas for grassroots tournaments. He goes deep, he's analyzing. And the insights that he brought now about his team and about the meta, you could tell that he's really going scientifically to work.
He definitely learned something new this game. He said like he never cycled it down a Guzzlord before, and today he did for the first time ever.
I mean, there's got to be a first for everything, and this was, I mean, this is the moment you don't want to miss, trainers. When Medicham Psycho cuts down a Guzzlord, I want to be there when that happens.
I want to be, I want to be the other guy then. Very unfortunate. But as we can see here, we got one of our top trainers here that we call on the beginning of this stream. We have Chris.
And Chris, he is number 4 on the EU leaderboard. He is on our players to watch, so you better be watching now, trainers. He's a younger trainer, and he's just starting his journey, but he has already come so far just from how he's been performing. And look at his team. He is bringing a Shadow Alolan Sandslash and a Shadow Malamar.
This meta is kind of wild, man.
It is kind of wild.
Another matchup. Other Pokemon that we haven't seen before currently on our screen. Shadow Malamar and Shadow Sandslash. Shadow Sandslash takes me back many seasons ago when he got its Shadow Claw for Community Day, fast move. Perfect also with the Drill and the Ice Punch, great coverage there. And then we see a Quagsire, a Corsola, Wigglytuff, like the more mana mounts we have seen, the Wigglytuff, the Quagsire, Fortress, and Guzzlord, like a staple Pokemon in this meta.
And the Alolan Sandslash looks really tough for Jose to deal with here. So Jose Hill he's facing off a real challenge. The Quagsire should come to deal with that Alolan Sandslash, but then there's the Florges on the opposing side rocking that Trailblaze. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Jose deals with Chris's Alolan Sandslash, because I think it looks really good here.
Yeah, Alolan Sandslash looks really good here. It can force to make sure he brings his Quagsire even. Like, the only thing he has gotten for him, like the Shadow Claw from Alolan Sandslash, is resisted on the Dark typing of the Guzzlord, and on the normal typing, double resisted normal typing on the Wigglytuff, even though it's Steel versus a Fairy type. I mean, the Shadow Claws being resisted is not that great for Sandslash, but still Sandslash is definitely the #1 target here for Jose. But we see here, game #1, we actually see the Sandslash in the Quagsire. This is a great lead right here for Chris.
And Alolan Sandslash does not care about the poison stings that this Quagsire is rocking. So Chris, I assume he's going to shield up his Sandslash here.
This Sandslash looks so strong. Here comes the first attack here, the Ice Punch on the Quagsire, which was a third attack priority from the Quagsire, which actually was going to throw a Stone Edge here. We see the Ice Punch landing, doesn't take it out, but I mean, it looks like 2 with some Shadow Claws will be enough.
Oh, it will for sure. And Jose he's brought the Wigglytuff in the back. That means he is pretty weak to this Alolan Sandslash. Quagsire, can it get to 2 charge attacks here? Yes, I believe it will, if Jose decides to shield up this Ice Punch.
Perfect counting from Chris here, throwing just before it reaches the Earthquake. Here comes the Protect Shield from the Quagsire. The Quagsire still has so much energy, and he goes like, oh, he actually catches on the Earthquake on the Corviknight. Are you kidding me?
Incredible play by Chris. And I mean, Jose, he needs to preserve some energy, but no, he decides to not build up anymore because the sand attacks do so much. In comes the Quagsire. Doesn't he need this Quagsire to deal with the Sandslash, though?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, this is such a tough position for Jose right here. The Corviknight doesn't... The Mud Shots do no damage. The Aqua Tails are adding up, but it looks like 2 Aqua Tails still not enough. The Corviknight has so much energy, goes for the payback here, doing a good amount of neutral, heavy damage.
And Jose now has to get rid of this Corviknight. This Wigglytuff does not want to see it. Oh, a charge attack priority. Great counting by Jose Gil.
Will this Aqua Tail actually be enough?
I think so.
It might hang on with 1 HP. Let's see here. And it is enough. The Corviknight is out of here. And here comes the Sandslash. Here comes another Aqua Tail from the Quagsire. But, let's say go. Okay.
I'm surprised that he's not coming in with the Florges into the Sandslash. But maybe he believes there is a Florges. Oh, but he gets a perfect farm down. And now the Wigglytuff, though, is looking tough to deal with. Here comes the Quagsire. This will not farm down the Sandslash.
No, exactly not. There's only a Wigglytuff left for Jose's side right here. Here comes the first Ice Punch, taking out the Quagsire. Here comes, and he actually goes for the Forges immediately, and he knows his last month, so like the best thing to do right here is just to keep Chilling Water, but he actually goes for the Trailblaze, boosting up his own attack.
Wow, maybe this lets the next Chilling Water to threaten a knockout. Chris will know. He has perfect matchup knowledge. See, now this attack booster Florges is now threatening a knockout on this Wigglytuff.
This is why Chris is so good. All this knowledge, he puts up a shield against the Swift, knowing that my Florges is so valuable to me right here. But I'm currently Trailblaze attack boost. Here comes another Chilling Water. Chilling Water is going to do a little bit more damage now, but also is going to nerf the Wigglytuff in its attack set. Wigglytuff puts up the shield. Here comes the first Chilling Water. And here's another Swift from the Wigglytuff. But I don't think this will be enough.
I'm not sure either. It might be close, but there is a Sandslash in the back. Oh, barely hangs on. But there is a Sandslash in the back, and it has a Drill Run, and this will knock out the Wigglytuff. Chris is pulling game number 1 into his pocket.
Perfect gameplay from Chris. Overloading, farming down a Quagsire, getting all the energy, and knowing my energy goes literally everywhere. That was an amazing game by Chris out there. But like you said, the Sandslash is so hard to deal with right now.
I think Jose needs to pay more respect to that Sandslash. when he was soft in the front and the back with the Quagsire and the Wigglytuff, because Quagsire cannot deal fast attack damage to it, and the Sandslash has all its shields, then the Wigglytuff will struggle to take it out. And you saw how well Chris did with the energy from the Sandslash.
Yeah, Shadow Sandslash doesn't take an Earthquake very well from Quagsire. Normal would, actually, but we see like the Sandslash having all that energy, knowing his matchups, knowing that that energy goes literally everywhere is so key. Also, the Corviknight did so much work for Chris here. Jose really needs to cook something up. Like, how can I deal with the Sandslash? How do I deal with this? He's thinking, like, how do I deal with the Sandslash?
And there's one answer at least, and that is the Quagsire. But Chris has that Florges to answer that Quagsire with the Trailblaze. So this looks like an uphill battle for Jose, but we will see. If he can solve it, then I mean, it will be very, very impressive.
And we're gonna see it right now in game number 2. The trainers have locked in a team, and we see Florges from Chris against the Quagsire.
Oh wow, this is what Jose wanted. Chris thought he had scared away the Quagsire lead, but no, here it is with a floor against the Florges in the lead. Sandslash save swap.
Yeah, he knows essentially is safe, and maybe he wasn't expecting a Quagsire, or maybe trying to bait it out, but like he actually went for it for the save swap on the Sandslash, and the Sandslash up energy is so strong into the entire team right here. We see the first Ice Punch landing on the Quagsire. Quagsire getting very, very low. Quagsire overloading on energy. We might be able to see a catch here. No, he actually goes for the charge attack priority on the Ice Punch, but Sandslash wins that.
And Jose will need to shield his Quagsire if he wants to keep it up, and he does. Here comes the Stone Edge. Will Chris shield, or is he? Yes, he protects his Sandslash. It's his most valuable Pokemon in this matchup.
Definitely his most valuable Pokemon. This is a great shield, and because like he swapped out, now the timers are almost aligned again, and so the Quagsire is going for Earthquake here. He's gonna respect it. Yeah, he knows, okay, my Sandslash is so important right here. He can keep overloading energy, knowing that all the energy goes well into the back. Let's see if Jose is gonna try maybe to catch or go into another Pokemon and keep the Quagsire alive, but it looks like he's not going for it, and actually goes for the Ice Punch here, taking out the Quagsire.
And Jose, not in doubt, he lets the Quagsire go. How does he plan to deal with this Sandslash? Maybe with a Fortress? Is it on Volt Switch or is it Bug Bite?
It is Volt Switch,
Volt Switch, yeah.
So we see here a German, great coverage move for Sandslash. It will do some good damage, neutral damage on this Fortress, but like I said, this Sandslash has so much energy still. It's still so healthy. The Fortress has to throw a Sand Tomb to take out the Sandslash. I don't know if this will knock out. It will be very close.
This Fortress is pretty good positioned for Jose now, because there's a... Oh, it doesn't knock out. Sandslash can get to another attack.
Perfect timing here, doing one Shadow Call out during the Volt Switch animation, 2-turn versus 4-turn move. Here comes the Drone Run. I think this Drone will knock out the Fortress, and the Fortress is out, and there's only a Wigglytuff on the side with a shield, but there is another Florges here, and he's gonna just keep on debuffing, I suppose, and here's the first Chilling Water debuff.
And now Chris knows he has this in the bag. Look at his Alolan Sandslash. It took out 2 Pokemon and a shield from Jose's side. And now there's this Soul Wigglytuff up against the world. It's a Florges, it's a Corviknight, and the slight remaining Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, you can always try to clear your debuffs by swapping out a Pokemon. The problem is, Jose only has a Wigglytuff left, so he can't even swap out and getting Chilling Water debuffs off. So Chris is doing what everyone we're doing right now. It's throwing Chilling Water after Chilling Water, debuffing the Wigglytuff, and there is still a third Pokemon left for Chris we haven't seen yet.
And he barely does not get to the third charge attack here, but there is a Corviknight, and this Wigglytuff, its damage output is so nerfed from all these Chilling Waters. Taking out a Flying Steel Bird is going to be tough for this little Wiggly.
It is very wiggly for sure. The Wigglytuff is still smiling, like, okay, maybe I can hang on here. This is my trainer. I want to keep smiling in this battle, but the Wigglytuff is definitely out. Here comes the payback. Does a little bit more damage than Air Carter maybe. It's resisted, but oh, doesn't take it out. But he comes on Sandtech, and he knows, like, okay, I am safe here. And Chris takes his game very, very comfortably.
Very clean play by Chris. He realized what his win conditions were. Invest in the Sandslash, and you will be rewarded.
Man, these trainers know exactly what they are doing. They are using Pokemon we have never thought they would ever bring. The Sandslash, was so detrimental for his victory. Like, he was like, okay, I can just bring this. This is so safe. Like, basically have a free card here, maybe winning every single game.
But I think there were options for Jose to deal with that Sandslash, but it was just so tough because all these picks that could deal with the Sandslash was answered by something else. So Chris really put him in such a weird position where dealing with the Sandslash or dealing with its partners it was going to be so tough.
Yeah, we saw in game 2 that he safe swapped his own Sandslash, knowing like, okay, if I have a little bit of energy and a Quagsire comes in, I'm actually pretty okay there.
Yeah, because if you can outpace, the Muchas aren't doing that much damage, and you could probably take an Aqua Tail. We've seen some Quagsires on Mud Bomb. That would be horrible for the Sandslash. But Sandslash still, I'm really impressed by how good it was looking in this matchup.
Yeah, I feel like this meta hasn't stabilized yet at all because we see so many different Pokemon on the screen all the time. And as you can see here, the Sandslash is dominating. Like, Quagsire lead is such a great lead. And we see the Earthquake catch on the Corviknight. What a great catch. This is like a single resisted on the Corviknight, doing no damage at all.
And that saved Chris from spending a shield on his Sandslash because the Corviknight obviously could take that Earthquake a lot better. But it's just, this was the Sandslash show, man.
And even though there's lots of Medichams in this tournament, Medicham with Psycho Cut and Alolan having Shadow Claw cycles being resisted, it might actually not be that bad of a matchup. Okay, if you let one Dynamic Punch go, your Sandslash is gone, for sure.
Absolutely.
But the Shadow Claw, plus the Ice Punch constantly doing damage, I think it's not that bad of a pick of Chris. A very smart pick, in my opinion, to bring in the Sandslash.
I actually think that Alolan Sandslash wins Medicham in the 2-shield scenario, unless Medicham gets 2 baits with Ice Punch. Because Medicham needs to outpace the Sandslash. So Medicham is not a Sandslash counter. If Sandslash is on the safe switch, for example, and you answer with a Medicham, you're going to lose the 2-shield scenario and you've only done Psycho Cut damage.
So what if you call the Ice Punch on the Sandslash?
Oh, well, then it's just game. But who is that brave? Who's that brave?
There are brave trainers out there, but maybe I can't say it because I don't want to predict anything, but maybe we'll see someone brave enough to call an Ice Punch on his own Sandslash because I think Chris is doing amazing work and we probably see more battles of him.
I would like to see some real high-quality trainers that maybe would call an Ice Punch bait on their Sandslash, and maybe some of the trainers at Worlds would.
Hello, trainers. My name is Will Dunphy. Let's take a look back at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships in Anaheim, California. Pokemon like Credilli, Lapras, and Dusclops were meta staples, but picks like Galarian Moltres, Shadow Marowak, and Tinkaton set themselves apart. There were plenty of meta surprises too, like Senhudigo's Turtonator and Toedscruel, Lyle Jeffs III's Shadow Dusknoir, and Tonton Batus's Dragapult. After 2 days of extremely hard-fought battles, only Spain's Patoman and India's Beelzeboy remained. These two trainers were destined to meet on Championship Sunday, in the arena, for the very first time. On a Sunday morning unlike any other, the roar of the crowd was carried onto every street corner by the soft California summer breeze. As the palm trees swayed and Pokemon fans took their seats, Patoman and Beelzeboy clashed on center stage. Beelzeboy struck first, and he struck ferociously, dominating Game 1 with a triple Brave Bird barrage. Patoman rebounded in Game 2, overwhelming Galarian Moltres and delivering back-to-back Sparkling Arias to knock out the Shadow Steelix. Beelzeboy clamped down in Game 3 with a lights-out bait call on Patoman's Shadow Marowak, and then leaned on his mighty Shadow Steelix to win Game 4, forcing the bracket reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Patoman brought both of his Rock Tomb users to corner Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres, but the trainer from India was one step ahead.
He gets the resistant Grass Knot on his Moltres here!
Patoman's strategy unraveled completely when Shadow Steelix connected a stadium-shaking crunch onto Galarian Corsola. After stumbling in Game 2, Beelzeboy unleashed his fury in Game 3, leading Shadow Annihilate for the first time in the entire series. This decision paid off, big time. Patoman's Cradilli outlasted Beelzeboy's team in Game 4, and the table was set for a decisive Game number 5. In the final battle of the 2025 season, Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres and Shadow Steelix shattered Patoman's shields and shredded through his Pokemon's HP. Then, with Patoman's 3 remaining Pokemon and Beelzeboy's championship dreams on the line,
Beelzebub turned to his final Pokemon, Lapras. Beelzebub's Lapras reverse swept Patoman's entire team, striking decisively with Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria. The crowd cheered as Beelzebub became our 2025 Pokémon GO World Champion, proudly hoisting his trophy for India.
It's Beelzebub in 2023 World Spectator. It's Beelzebub in 2024 World Competitor. It's Beelzebub, your 2025 World Champion.
Beelzebub proved to countless trainers that the key to becoming a world champion is trusting in yourself and your Pokemon. The future of competitive Pokemon is incredibly bright, and we can't wait for you to be a part of it. Visit Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you in the arena.
There's no experience like the World Championships. And of course, all the events that we're looking at right now, this special championship, are leading up to this very, very specific and unique moment. We've seen Worlds competitors already. We've seen Paman earlier. Chris is likely going there as well. And the two competitors that we're gonna have coming up very shortly are also Worlds competitors.
Yep, we have had some players to watch already on our stream, but of course also the next players. Jocks versus Stone Collection. You saw it before. Jocks in the last season with a phenomenal Worlds run. I believe he made top 16, something like that.
Top 10.
And of course, top 10 even, wow. And then of course, Stone Collection, he has just been crowned the Seattle Regional Champion. And of course, he is dominating in Europe again. He has played, I believe this is his first win after 45 regional tournaments or special championships or ICs. That's like 5 Psycho Cuts.
Yeah, okay, but look, he is the only European, this one is for European viewers, he's the only European who has won a championship in North America, and that counts like for 5.
That is definitely true. He's been really on a run recently, but now, without his beloved Shadow Scizor on his team, things might get a little dicey.
Used once, his beloved Pokemon.
He loved it so much. I've played against him in a bunch of cups and challenges. I've seen this multiple times.
Did you win?
Anyways, he's playing versus Jocks now, who is also an accomplished player. And Jocks also has been on a run recently, right? He has been competing quite a bit, and he's performed really well. He also made day 2 in Birmingham.
He actually hasn't done super hot compared to many of the other Worlds competitors, but at the World Championships, like we just said, he got pretty far. And he has 2 unique Pokemons here, Lapras and Shadow Dusknoir. 2 Pokemon we actually haven't seen for a little bit. He's reviving some of those older meta picks again and bring them here. So, unique picks by Jocks here. And also, just like we saw with Tomac UK, not Shadow Talonflame, it's regular Talonflame with the charge attacks Fly and Brave Bird. And we see Florges, this time I'm not missing it. Chilling Water and Moonblast. No Trailblaze, no Disarming Voice.
Oh, that is big. You want that big damage. We've talked about that before. Florges is incredibly flexible. But I actually do like this choice, even though it makes the Quagsire matchup a little bit iffy. But just being able to defend yourself against all the other Pokemon better is quite nice.
Well, I think that Jocks really relies on Dusknoir and Lapras and Guzzlord for that, which the 3 of them pair quite well, but I could see some problems if you face like a Wigglytuff to utilize 2 out of 3 Pokemon there. Luckily, the fairy type of choice for Stone Collection is Togekiss, so Jocks won't have to deal with that. Togekiss we saw earlier as well from Paman with the Fast Attack Pack, the Charge Attack Psyshock and Arsphere, a very, very efficient moveset and just very versatile in general. Here we see Shadow Talonflame, but this time with Flame Charge, and the reason why is because the Shadow variant, it has more attack, so you want to ramp up that fast attack damage.
Yep, it has been farming down Pokemon ever since it was released. I remember in the beginning people were neglecting the Shadow version of the Talonflame. They were saying, yeah, it doesn't really do anything much better than the regular one, and then people realized, hey, there's a 2-shield scenario that I can play. I can give this Pokemon 2 shields and Flame Charge, and then everything changes.
At the time, and those Pokemon we've seen today as well, Empoleon and Cradily, would just fall to Shadow Talonflame's Incinerates, despite having Charge Attacks that would take it out in 1 Charge Attack. Let's take a look here. We're heading into game number 1. Stone Collection on the left, Jocks on the right. We have Togekiss against Lapras. This is a very neutral matchup. Both Pokemon can deal super effective damage against each other. Lapras seems to be a little bit more comfortable when shields are down just because it can take the R-Sphere better than Togekiss can take an Ice Beam. In fact, it cannot take that at all.
But I believe that if you are using some shields on your Togekiss and you can get some packs in, there is a chance in which Aura Sphere knocks out the Lapras before it gets to another attack, maybe even. Let's see how much damage this really is going to do. Well, we won't find out.
Jocks is going to respect the R-Sphere here, probably wants to play for switch advantage. The thing is, Lapras gets outpaced by Togekiss regardless and trying to catch an R-Sphere on Florges unsuccessfully as now the Psyshock is being launched. But Florges, it only really does well when it's ahead in energy, not behind in energy. As you can see, it is quite fragile. And look at this, you're basically throwing away your best asset because Florges is so good in the back.
Yep, Florges really looking strong against this team, so I think Stone Collection is even rather happy that he sees this. Whoa, it basically barely hangs on to this charge attack to the Psyshock, gets off a parting Chilling Water.
Wouldn't get to the Moonblast here, so throws a Chilling Water, which doesn't knock out just yet. Now you can get a Farna, but the thing is, I think that this Togekiss will get to another charge attack. Well, maybe not against Dusknoir.
Unless the Dusknoir gets off a big Astonish, that might be a game changer here. Gets it off, and the Psyshock is not reached for Stone Collection. Looked a little dicey there, but now it's Stone Collection. What do you want to bring in here, of course, is going to be that Quagsire, because Medicham does not want to play versus Shadow Dusknoir. I believe that
both Pokemon are taking a little break here. They're just chilling out and now trying to punch, but the punch is actually an Astonish. And now has to decide to put up a Protect Shield or not. The thing is that this Dusknoir is not exactly the bulkiest. A Stone Edge would knock out. Aqua Tail will probably put it barely into the red.
Yeah, it smells like a rematch here. I'm gonna be honest there. This match has some issues here. It's a little dicey with the connection, but we are going to see how this is going to turn out. So far, I think we can start discussing the matchups a little bit. Who do you think is the better Pokemon in this matchup, Quagsire or Dusknoir?
I think Dusknoir, just because of a stronger moveset here. Astonish is really good fast attack damage, while Quagsire has Mudshot, and Mudshot does not add up at all. You don't have anything as Quagsire at all. You also have access to, well, maybe Earthquake. You also have access to Sludge Bomb and everything, but they won't do enough to you know, knock out the Dusknoir that easily. So, yeah, I think both trainers just need to train their tapping skills a little bit more, right? This is what happens when you don't train your fingers at home.
Dusknoir is just chilling right now.
It's like, what is he cooking? He's trying to get some wind in or something, or maybe he's doing some ball movement there.
I mean, it's not even understanding that it is knocked out at this point. Jocks trying to go for a little combo play here. I think, you know what? I think this is going to maybe be a rematch granted for Jocks there, but I'm not completely sure.
Yeah,
hard
to say, honestly. Trying to switch there, but both Pokemon are just chilling out there. I mean, there we go. The Stone Edge goes through, and now we can actually move on.
I think Jocks is still in this.
Yeah, they might be in the battle still. But yeah, I don't think there's any question about that they're still going to look at this, and likely we will see both Pokemon try at it again, and both trainers as well.
I think in the one shield scenario, I think actually Dusknoir always beats the Quagsire in this scenario, right? So Jocks might have been in quite the decent situation there, because when you get out of that matchup...
I just don't know. I just really doubt the qualities when you are just not getting fast attacks through. Like, how do you win championships like this? You need to do fast attacks, right?
Yeah, that's why Stone got them off and Jocks didn't.
Yeah, maybe that's how we won a tournament before. I mean, if you play like 40 tournaments, at some point you'll know that you have to like tap the screen and get those fast attacks through to actually deal some respectable damage.
Yeah, definitely. Even though if you're playing the Shadow Quagsire, your respectable damage from fast attacks is debatable. At the very best, but I think that the Shadow Dusknoir really looked interesting for Jocks in the back there versus, say, Medicham. This is one of the hardest answers you can actually find. I mean, Ice Punch doesn't deal a lot of damage. Dynamic Punch is double resisted. How much do 2 Ice Punches even knock out, or can you fully farm down with the Shadow Dusknoir?
Yeah, a little bit tough. I mean, Medicham Ice Punch doesn't have the same type of attack bonus. And that's kind of what holds it back, right? You have matchups like Clodsire, like Guzzler. Well, Guzzler not throwing Ice Punch to begin with. But yeah, just because it does have the same type of attack bonus to back up some power, a lot of Pokemon just don't fade to 2 charge stacks.
Yeah. But I mean, it's Shadow Dusknoir. It's not the bulkiest of Pokemon.
I think you hang on to 2 Ice Punch quite comfortably.
But the Psycho Cuts, they might make a difference.
And I think you can definitely take Dynamic Punch.
I think you could take 3.
Really?
I think you're fine with 3 Dynamic Punches. The question is how many Astonishes can Medicham sit through before getting knocked out there. I mean, a few Astonishes and a Shadow Punch should almost be enough. But let's look at the rest of the team, because this... What do you even have against the Dusknoir? If it gets going, it's even tough for your Guzzlord if it gets some energy advantage.
A Dynamic Punch doesn't take out Guzzlord in one charge stack, but it would put it very low. So yeah, Dusknoir is probably always coming out for Jocks. And yeah, maybe you need to bring out Guzzlord or just try to tackle it neutrally. Like Shadow Talonflame is okay into it, Togekiss is okay, pace is quicker, right? So it's not like exactly helpless for him, but yeah, Shadow Dusknoir. Look, Leo, something that I have for Pokemon GO PvP players, general advice with team building, you don't always need to hard counter everything. Yeah. You don't need to always block everything off. As long as you can have a game plan or you're not overrun like 5 or 6 times by a scissor, you probably have an okay team, right?
That is true.
So yeah, of course, if you have 3 normal types and a dark type, you're pretty fine into Dusknoir, but protecting yourself a lot against one Pokemon means you open yourself up for other weaknesses. So
that would be fire type.
Just be a little bit more open-minded, Leo. Just be
okay, I'm going to. I'm trying to. Actually, I think the team that I played in Lille had 5 weaknesses to Cradley.
And did you face any? Wasn't it like top meta there?
Every single time, yeah. But I also had Empoleon.
Right, so you had one counter.
See, I had one hard counter, which wasn't as hard as I thought. Otherwise, I would have beaten Tomahawk.
See, if you have, you did actually. If you have an opponent who knows what they're doing, they know that if they have one Pokemon that beats 5 out of yours, that your one Pokemon that does beat that other Pokemon, it will always come out. So you can really team reads what someone will bring in a Show 6 format. And that's what I like about Show 6, right? We play the Go Battle League just in the game as well, Blind 3 format, but the Show 6 format really adds some depth in it, where you also have to respectfully think about what you play and how you play it.
That's something I struggle with, and that is also thinking, but also, of course, reading teams and picking the right Pokemon, because sometimes it's hard, right? You want to take risks during team building as well. You want to take risks during the matches as well. For example, if you're playing versus someone like a Paman or an Inadequence, and you think, hey, I'm a decent player, but I think those trainers have an edge against me, you might want to take some risks. But at which point is it too many risks, too high of a risk?
It kind of just depends on what kind of Pokemon you face as well. At a challenge, for example, I played Bastiodon and Toedscruel, and that just really forced my... very creative, right? That really just forces my my opponents to make a good call, right? They have to predict on how I play it. So when I played against Triptundo, for example, in that final game, his Shadow Quagsire comes out, and you basically see him like, please be Bastiodon, please be Bastiodon. And I was like, Toedscruel, baby.
Well, you got revenge for that match where he beat you with the Swirlix, huh? So I think that our players are soon to be ready here. Might be the same leads or the same teams exactly for that rematch that was just granted. I want to say 2 Jocks, but in real,
it's a little bit iffy because, of course, all Pokemon are revealed. You kind of know a little bit of the strategies, but at least we have a fresh new game here. It's going to be Togekiss into Lapras again, though. I believe these are the same teams pretty much, because I do not see that Guzzlord, even though in that initial game Jocks had revealed the Shadow Dusknoir.
Yep, and now Jocks knows that his Shadow Dusknoir is kind of unchecked on his opposing team. There is no Guzzlord, which is really, really nice for him. So if he wants to try and catch an Aura Sphere, that's way less risky.
I'm curious if both trainers are going to play it out the same way this time. We saw Jocks shield the first attack in the previous game, and also Jocks tried to catch an Aura Sphere. This time he's actually letting it go.
Yeah, I think if you know that there's no Guzzlord in the back, you can safely just lose switch and actually go for some... Okay, we actually get to throw the Sparkling Area here before Stone Collection decides to throw another attack. Goes through. That's a good trade.
Yeah, let's see. Do you get the back down here? Oh. Yes, now you come out with a lot of energy. But the thing is, can you even launch both of them? I don't think so, because the Astonish going through is going to knock out this Dusknoir.
Oh, Stone Collection hoping to get a farm down with the packed Togekiss. Oh, that is not even a lot of damage, but this should be Aqua Tail range relatively soon.
Let's see. Aqua Tail is almost being launched by this Shadow Quagsire. Someone help Stone Collection!
I mean, he got all the fast attacks through in the last game, so someone needs to Someone needs to have an advantage this time. Now a shield being put up, and there is so much energy on that Shadow Dust Noir.
The Shadow Punch will be enough, I think, to knock out the Shadow Quagsire. Stone Collection needs to use a Protection because he has Metagame in the back. That won't have any play here at all. I mean, we do see Florges in the back. Metagame isn't really going to have a lot of play. And this is kind of the adaptation that Jocks had for this rematch here. He knew that there was Metagame in the back, so he was never going to catch this time.
Yep, that is true. I mean, knowing that there is just targets for your Florges in the back of Stone Collection, except your Lapras was the only Pokemon that Metagame could beat. So if you're having your Lapras in the lead against something else,
just
you're
let
like,
Lapras go.
I let it go. Your Metagame can go nowhere, and I have this Shadow Dust Noir anyways. So just having the full information about the team, really good for Jocks in this matchup.
Even though in the spirit of good sportsmanship, the trainers are playing out the same way. This is kind of the scenario where you're like, okay, if you do play the same teams, you have that backline knowledge already. Now the opponent who can kind of take advantage of that, well, he will make advantage of that. This is kind of what Jocks did here. Knowing that Medi was in the back for Stone Collection, you're just gonna stay in with Lapras, keep that Dust Noir and Florges in the back.
And because Stone Collection didn't want to throw, he got so low after the Sparkling area.
That Togekiss was just helpless.
He was down a shield, he lost one full charge attack due to the Astonish damage. That was really, really tough for him, even though he won Switch, basically. But what does Switch help you with if you have a Medicham against a Florges and a Shadow Dust Noir?
It really doesn't. I mean, Stone Collection still will likely argue that he could have played this a little bit differently. I believe that before his second Aura Sphere, he wanted to, or before the second Sparkling Aura, he wanted to throw his Aura Sphere again and was unable to. So might be arguing, or perhaps he could be saying, yeah, I don't think it mattered on backline. But yeah, maybe both trainers just need to be looking at different teams in general, because, you know, even though, like I said, in the spirit of good sportsmanship, with that backline knowledge, I think it just really sets Stone Collection behind. I mean, having that rematch is not fun for either competitor, no matter how you see it.
That's true. Also, maybe that is the reason why the game is not working properly here, because it's just the lines, right? But let's see. We're gonna have again a rematch. So I wonder if there's any adaptations made or no. Let's see, but I know that Stone Collection is a really good sportsman.
If a change is made, I think you have to bring Guzzlord. You have to protect yourself somehow from this Dusknoir, and that's exactly where Florges is going to strike.
Yeah, that's true. Florges is really, really strong. Also, Chilling Water is just such a good attack. I'm questioning, why is there no Alolan Ninetales anywhere with Chilling Water?
Excellent question. The problem with Chilling Water Alolan Ninetales is that you are entirely walled by other water-type Pokemon, and that kind of sets it behind. I mean, I still think it's a fine Pokemon to use, but, you know, you're looking at the meta, Leo, and you see Fortress and Empoleon. I don't think that's exactly appealing to bring Alolan Ninetales to begin with, and Dazzling Gleam just covers a little bit better, especially in a Medicham meta where you could actually take it out in one charge stack almost. So
it's
that's
not
probably
helping with
Empoleon
or Fortress.
Yeah, not with either of those. Chilling Water maybe a little bit into Fortress, but you're not going to win that.
Definitely not, and I think that the Fortress is going to be extremely healthy as well when it beats your Ninetales. Can then swap out if you don't have a Fire type, just clearing debuffs left and right. Fortress is really a good Pokemon in this tournament, I want to say.
What a surprise. That's why it's top usage, and so many of these trainers have it. We saw Tomac UK with the fast attack Bug Bite, and I think that was actually looking just about as good as Volt Switch. Maybe it just kind of comes down to what you want to cover. All right, let's take a look. Chat, ignore the last two games. We're going into fresh game number 1 here. Stone Collection on the left, Jocks on the right. Are we going to see the same leads? No, this time it's a fresh match, but that doesn't help Stone Collection either!
Florges into the Guzzlord, about the worst lead that you could get. Safe swap into the Quagsire.
No! Not again! Not again!
Well, I think Stone Collection has quite the advantage when it comes to energy here. But yeah, Jocks is a little behind there.
Yeah, let's take a look at how far both trains are going to take it. Florges, the roots are just kind of stuck, you know.
Oh, that was a fairy wind.
Oh, yeah. You know how trees are like stuck next to the roads? They're not walking for a reason. It's because they're stuck. And we see Florges here, not a tree, but a flower is also stuck. That's the only way I can explain this.
Yeah, it do be like that sometimes. That is just how that goes. I wonder if we are having some other solutions. I think that people in the back are working working vigorously to up players immediately going in for the top left on the side of Stone Collection. So I think we're going to try some solutions to find out if we can finish.
Yeah, well, at least we didn't play out the entire match there, so now we can analyze another time. Shadow Dust Noir. Okay, let's bring it back a little bit if we have to fill up the time anyway. Welcome to the Martijn Leo show while we are getting the stage back set up so these trainers can just have a good time again.
Yeah.
What about Dusclops? Where did Dusclops go?
Okay, so I think Dusclops is just lacking a lot of damage. Yeah, right. There's so many Pokemon in this meta that can debuff you fast. It doesn't really help you with Dusclops that your Shadow Punches are so fast. They just tickle anyways, and then they tickle even less.
What if you run Poltergeist? Have you thought of that?
I've been caught off guard by that. But then again, all the debuffers, they are so fast, except for Forretress. You're going to be debuffed before you throw your Poltergeist.
I mean, just switch out and, you know, just cook with it.
Yeah, but then again, there's also Wigglytuff as the most used Pokemon, and that's maybe another argument. If there's no Wigglytuff on the team, unless you're Zizwilos, there's going to be a Licky or
yeah,
a
but that's
Furret.
just, like I said, you need open your mind a little bit here, Leo. Like, everything is going to get hard countered. What's going to stop you from running Astonish Exploit? Like, tell me, you can run that Pokemon. It probably targets something.
Yeah, it might target Corsola.
Exactly.
And
so
Corsola actually
counter.
just won Houston. So that's pretty nice. In the main series games, it has the ability Scrappy. So
what's that do?
Normal damage, normal type attacks work versus ghost types.
Yes.
So I think that Explout is a designated Galarian Corsola counter.
Really? Yeah, maybe it's a sign to use that Pokemon at some point. I mean, it also has the charge stack Boom Burst.
Yeah.
And that just hits so hard.
Yeah.
Incredible charge stack. Some Pokemon have it. I know a friend of mine is such a big fan of that charge stack, they even named themselves after it. Do you remember Lurgan Rocket?
Yeah.
His name is Boom Burst now.
Well, that's very nice. Shoutouts to Boomburst at home. But a Pokemon that has Boomburst and that has also been buffed this season is Shadow Flygon. And I love this Pokemon so much. I'm wondering, Martijn, why is it nowhere to be found?
Yeah, I think even though I think it has Twister now, or at least
it does have Twister and it has Sand Tomb as well.
So you don't need Dragon Claw as much anymore. I just think that the typing might hold it back a little bit. Dragon and Ground doesn't really have the resistances that it's looking for here. I mean, yes, you can take down Fortress, I hope, but what does Flygon exactly add that like other dragons might not? Because you still have the same weakness, that is the Wigglytuff, and also a double weakness to ice types, right? Water types, you're actually neutral against them. Why are you looking at me like that?
Rude. Flygon adds so much to teams, like incredible pacing,
I've never
cool
seen you
design.
run it. I've never seen you run it. So prove me wrong.
Well, yeah, I didn't get to compete when it got Twister.
What a shame. He would have
I would have definitely brought a Shadow Flygon if I could. Right now I'm trying to make Raikou work.
Yeah.
It is going okay-ish. If you face me in the Go Battle League, there is a high chance that you're going to see a Raikou, so...
Spoiler alert.
Why do I say this?
Yeah, I saw you play against Tomo UK yesterday. That did not go super well. He had a Gliscor. Why is that Pokemon nowhere, actually? Acrobatics hits like a truck. And you have Sandtomb as well. Wait, I would have run that Pokemon maybe I was competing. How does it pair with Giratina?
I mean, you have double ice weakness in this one, so I think that is not the best pair.
But no one's running ice.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, Wigglytuff has Icy Wind.
Piloswine is not real. Wigglytuff is slow. Just be open-minded, Leo.
I mean, you keep saying that, but I just can't get over myself to just see all the visions that you have with the Shadow Gliscor Giratina team there. Which Pokemon do you like better right now? Is it Altered or Origin?
Yeah, tough one. I mean, Altered just...
I don't know which one is which, by the way.
Dragon Claw is just so nice to have, but I've been playing Giratina Origin a little bit as well in the Go Battle League, and having Ominous Wind just as a cheaper charge attack, like, it really helps a lot. Shadow Ball is so incredibly efficient right now. I've actually been running it with Dragon Balls because everyone keeps swapping Licky into my Giratina. Like, knock it off, please. But Dragon Balls have been very nice as well, so I think... I don't know yet. I'm kind of undecided. I feel like the coverage on Giratina Origin might be a little bit better, but Giratina Alter's bulk is helpful. Yeah. I've been liking Asian Power in the past as well, but also Giratina Altered against Empoleon. If you have Shadow Sneak, you destroy Empoleon. Empoleon will not be laughing after that match.
I mean, I really like about Giratina altered that you can also run Dragon Breath. So in some metas where, for example, Diggersby is a really strong Pokemon, people swap their Diggersby onto your Giratina altered, you might surprise them with the good old Dragon Breath into the Dragon Claw combination.
None of you have opened team sheets.
Well, they might not read it. That happened to me a couple of times. In my first special championship, I played versus the Ginger Ninja, and he...
he runs Spice.
Yeah, he runs Spice. So
he likes crawl downs all over.
His Poliwrath had a Mudshot, which I did not know it was counter meta, and then his Shadow Ball Mandibus surprised me on a Pokemon that I did not want to see a Shadow Ball.
What did Shadow Ball hit hard and that Foul Play doesn't? Hoopa? Actually, that was super effective on both.
Something. It was definitely something. I just don't remember. It was Hakamo.
Ah, you have Air Ace for that.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Okay, it was something. You know what? I brought something, and then he threw a Shadow Ball, and I was like, oh my goodness, no. I do not want this to be Shadow Ball.
Let's play a little game here, Leo. I want to test your knowledge on Charge Security tie. Which Pokemon will win the Charge Security tie between Wigglytuff and Gourgeist? Do you know, chat? Do you know better than Leo?
That depends on the appraisal of the Pokemon, of course. No, it's Wigglytuff that wins.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you think that?
Because it has higher attack.
Thinking of a counter argument here. Okay, fine. Wigglytuff has like this amount of higher attack.
Yeah, that's why I said it depends on the appraisal, right? But of course, we are right now looking into the issue of fixing those connection problems that the players have experienced. So we have a little video going for you guys, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Hi there, trainers. Welcome to this video, where we will be talking about status-changing charged attacks. My name is Martijn. You may also know me as Inadequance. You may have seen them before in the Go Battle League or in the Show 6 Bring 3 format in the Pokémon GO Championship series. Charged attacks that alter the attack or defense stage of a Pokemon. What makes these attacks so good, and how can you use them to your advantage? To start off, how do you know if a charged attack can change the attack or defense? You can find this by selecting a Pokemon in your Pokemon storage and scrolling down to the fast and charged attacks that this Pokemon has. If you select trainer battles here, you can see not only the damage per attack, but also if there is a chance of changing the attack or defense of the opponent. In some cases, this is even guaranteed. Generally, these attacks are not strong in terms of damage, but they can be key to flipping a battle in your favor. Let's take a look at Dugong, for example. Dugong is a Pokemon that wins a lot of neutral battles, and that's mostly because it relies on the charge attack Icy Wind. When used, Icy Wind drops the attack stage of the opponent by one stage. This makes Dugong excellent in a battle that takes longer. You could even come out of the battle with another Icy Wind loaded to weaken the next Pokemon that is brought onto the battlefield. Having a Pokemon that can lower the attack or defense of the opponent is a strong and safe option to lead in your battles. There are also attacks that lower your own status upon using. The best example here is Deoxys defense form. It can learn the efficient low energy cost charge attack Psycho Boost, but this will drop the user's attack by 2 stages. Now you're wondering, is my Pokemon stuck with this attack debuff for the remainder of the battle? The answer is no. Status changes are cleared upon switching out of the battle. What you will see many players do is launch the Psycho Boost quickly into the opponent and swap into the next Pokemon to clear the attack debuff for when Deoxys defense comes back into battle later. There are also charge attacks that can boost your own attack or defense. Poliwrath, for example, can win the mirror matchup with Power Up Punch. This is not a strong charge attack, but it's low in energy cost and it raises the attack stats of the user by 1 stage. One last thing, not all status changing attacks are guaranteed. Some only have a chance to trigger the effect. Examples are Crunch, Scald and Zap Cannon. It's worth getting familiar with these attacks as they can aid you in building a strategy for your battles. Go to Pokemon.com/play to check out the latest news on nearby events, and hey, give it a try!
I see a Shadow Poliwrath, I'm sold. Where is Poliwrath in this tournament? I have heard from other people in this community that are very well respected that it's the absolute best Pokemon right now. Jocks.
I don't know, I haven't seen Jocks win a championship.
Well, he was top 4 in the Netherlands once.
Yeah, 5 years ago.
Yeah,
okay,
he hasn't competed so much afterwards. Maybe he would have gone top 4 again.
Okay, well maybe you should ask like Patoman. like Jonkers will know a lot, but maybe put it in a show 6 format and then see. I like to see it before I believe it. That's the kind of person I am.
Okay, but I know that you have a lot of theoretical knowledge about the game as well. Why is Poliwrath not performing right now? Because it does have this super fast pacing. It paces to an Icy Wind in 5 mud shots. And of course it also, just like Medicham, has the fantastic dynamic punch coverage. It seems to me like it should be a better Medicham because Icy Wind, Ice Punch.
Okay, a question. What holds Medicham back in the matchups it loses? It lacks fast attack pressure. And you're suggesting Mudshot Poliwrath?
Yep.
That hits even less? You know what hits really well with fast attacks? Lock on Registeel, if you look at that kind of damage.
But
like, what
I mean, Medicham is still being played. Medicham is still being played.
It's bulky! Poliwrath is not!
Poliwrath is almost the same bulk as Medicham.
No.
It is.
No, I will prove you wrong later.
Okay.
Because you do realize I've played at Worlds with Poliwrath, right? And I've also played with Medicham at Worlds.
It's really hard to argue against that. All right, okay, Medicham is way bulkier than Poliwrath, but you get artificial bulk with the Icy Wind, and that's what it's all about in those matchups sometimes, right?
All right, next tournament you're competing and you're running Poliwrath and Flagwell. No take-backsies.
I don't know about both. I do like Poliwrath. I've played quite a bunch of it, but right now the Pokemon I'm really obsessed with is Politoed. I love Politoed. It is so cool. I love the design.
It looks derpy, but in a different way, right?
Yeah.
We see Quagsire going like this all the time, but Politoed is more like this, like a smile, you know?
Politoed is
just having a good time. It's just hoping that both trainers have fun.
I mean, Quagsire constantly looks like it's completely unaware, for the VG players here, of the situation, but Politoed, he's got this little smirk going, right? I think Politoed is up to something, and then before you know it, it weather balls your face.
Yeah. I mean, the matchup that we are going to look up soon again is going to be the one we were at earlier. Stone Cold Action is the Seattle Regional Champion. And he did that with that Shadow Scissor, a Pokemon we don't see as much anymore. Bullet Punch has been nerfed. And that means that for metas to come, like Metagross and Master Premier is also not exactly that great anymore. And tell us about this derp Pokemon, Leo.
Well, Quagsire is incredibly fast with Mudshot, has Aqua Tail, and here it says Stone Edge, but this tournament we have seen that so many players are playing Mud Bomb, because Mud Bomb actually takes out a Wigglytuff in 2 hits. It takes out Shadow Fortress in 2 hits, while Aqua Tail does not quite cut it there. So even though Mud Bomb was nerfed a little bit, actually the damage increase on it really does help it out.
That's because what holds Quagsire back is that in many matchups where Pokemon are a little bit bulkier than the average Pokemon, they can take 2 Aqua Tail, and Mudshot doesn't add up. But when you have a charge deck that charges quickly, and you do actually knock out in 2 charge decks, like Mudbomb in this case,
that's good.
Is actually very helpful for Quagsire. You think Mudbomb has been nerfed, maybe it has been a slight buff for Quagsire.
It was just a change after all.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen less and less Stunfisk
Who
now.
said it was a nerf, actually? Who said that?
I just did, but I think that's not really true. But we have seen barely any Stunfisk now. Why is that? Because, you know, initially I thought, okay, you know, Shadow Caesar, a primary target for Stunfisk, is gone, but also Mudslap has been nerfed, so we don't see Gastro and Marowak around as much. Where's Stunfisk?
If you just look at the meta, like there's Quagsire everywhere, right? Look at Stone Collections team. I mean, this is like one of the very few matches where we don't see Quagsire on both sides. And that just makes Stunfisk a little bit more difficult to use.
Yeah.
You think of like the likes of Clodsire, you relied on Mudbomb being fast. Now it is not fast. And on top of that, Discharge for Stunfisk is just not the most efficient charge stack. So, you know, that's why Stunfisk might just be a Pokemon that only really excels when the opposing Pokemon takes super effective damage. Otherwise, it's just going to be like Luster.
Yep, agreed. What about Galarian Stunfisk? I mean, we are in the
very interesting Pokemon, actually, right? We haven't seen that in a while. I remember it was prevalent during 2023 Worlds. A very bulky Pokemon. Steel is always a very good defensive typing, and I think it's actually a very legit Pokemon. Good call by yourself. Like, if you just compare it to the team of Stone Collection, right? Fortress, great matchup. You double resist Electric. Of course, Fortress does have Sand Tomb, so there's a chance that when shields are up, it might get a little bit tedious for Stunfisk. Guzzlord, great matchup. Togekiss, a little bit iffy, actually, because your Mudshot doesn't really add up. Metagame, we don't talk about that. But there's just so many matchups where Galarian Stunfisk would have played. The question is, does it have more play than other Pokemon? And I think, I haven't really looked in depth into this. The answer is probably no. That's why no one's bringing it.
I think the meta is a little bit oversaturated with good steel types in Corviknight and Forretress that most of the time even find themselves on the same team.
Wait, you know why it hasn't been used yet?
Tell me.
Because Nighttime Clash and Out of Pocket haven't run it, and they define the meta.
That is true. They just find some picks and then all of a sudden everyone plays them. But I think the players finally are ready again. Let's
Alright, game number 1, I mean, Fortress into Shadow Dusknoir. A very neutral matchup here. I think that Shadow Dusknoir takes this just based on the same type attack bonus attacks that it has, and it just paces much quicker. Do not underestimate Fortress here, though. It does have way better bulk, and going for the harder hitting charge attack here. Interesting choice, because you think the Stone Collection will shield here, and he does, because the charge attacks after the Rock Tomb debuff will do less damage, but swapping into the Florges immediately, rather. Interesting choice by Jocks here, and I think the reason why is because he wants to keep Protect Shields for later. Now Fortress is expending energy here.
Yeah, but now I think the Fortress kind of has to stay in there. The Florges is such a huge threat to the backline of Stone Collection. You don't want to bring in the Guzzlord.
But you can bring in the Quagsire. There's no Trollace.
Yeah, but you're behind on energy. You're gonna get immediately debuffed from the Chilling Water. I mean, you can do it now after the first one.
Yes.
But you're still going to get outpaced.
To Chilling Water.
Yeah.
And Chilling Water's coming through now. It's not going to deal a lot of damage. Moonblast definitely would hit like a truck on this Quagsire, but Jocks didn't even build to it, so Stone Collection knows. He doesn't have to use a second Protect Shield just yet. With this debuff, doesn't Akuto even knock out? I think it will get really close.
I think Florges is fragile enough to be knocked out by this, but you
it's
might
debuffed.
be right. If it's really defensive,
it barely knocks out.
Very, very close though, but now we are seeing a Guzzlord against the debuffed Quagsire. That is an interesting bait, because you are debuffed. The chances of your opponent shielding a debuffed attack.
No, immediate no-shoot, because Jocks is keeping the shields for Dusknoir. And he might need that, because if you expect a Guzzlord in the back, you probably want to keep your shields for the brutal swings from that Guzzlord. Stonish comes in, Jocks still doesn't care really. Might be expecting a Togekiss in the back. In comes opposing Guzzlord, but I'm not sure if this energy is well spent. The problem is that Dynamic Punch does way more anyway, and your fast attacks don't add up. So Dusknoir is still gonna need to let a full Dynamic Punch here, unless you stay in, which he actually does, but I don't think you get there. He still has a brutal swing though.
Oh, tried to go for the next Sludge Bomb, wasn't able to find it, and now Brutal Swing is already threatening a knockout. You get one each 3 Dragon Tails, so the fast pacing of Guzzlord is really coming in clutch already at the second one that is gonna take away the next shield.
In fact, I think that Guzzlord could even use a Protect Shield and go for another one. I would expect Jocks to go for a Shadow Punch bait here, but it probably doesn't even matter. If you look at the backline of Stone Collection, there's still 2 Pokemon that have their health in the yellow, so this is looking very, very good for the Seattle Regional Champion on the left.
Forretress is also still chilling with a little bit of energy. You also do have the Quagsire, not the best matchup versus Guzzlord, but if the Guzzlord is very low, I think an Aqua Tail that is non-debuffed might knock out at some point. Now Stone Collection is here in the mirror match. There's also one more Dragon Tail to victory. Stone Collection takes game 1.
All right, the game that Stone Collection wins here, that's really an interesting one, because I feel like Guzzlord is similar to Azumarill when you think of what kind of attack you want to run. In my experience, when I play Azumarill, I never have the charge stack that I want. Like, I'll face a Fire type or something, and I'm like, where's my Hydro Pump? I play Play Rough and Hydro Pump, and I face like an Altaria. I want Ice Beam, and I don't have it. And then I'm like, okay, well, there's no Water type Pokemon, so I'll play Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, and I face Blastoise. I'm like, what is going on here? And that's the same with this Guzzlord situation, because if Jocks had Dragon Claw there, he easily, wouldn't even be close, wins that game with his Guzzlord. But because you have to make that offset here between, do I cover Fairy type Pokemon or do I go for the hard hitting Dragon Claw, he has Sludge Bomb instead. But this time there was no Togekiss, and Stone Collection, with the experience from those previous matches, he is anticipating Guzzlord much more now.
The Guzzlord has been looking quite clean on both sides, right? But Jocks has always brought the Florges, and now we're going to see Forretress versus Lapras. And Forretress, especially now with the Volt Switch, is looking strong in this matchup. Save swaps the Florges, but Florges is so unanswered by the team of Stone Collection.
kind of an interesting switch here. Jocks is going to throw a Charge Attack immediately. I would expect Stone Collection to throw a Charge Attack and then dip into likely the Quagsire. He actually doesn't and swaps it immediately. I also like this because Quagsire's spacing allows it to throw a Charge Attack before you get debuffed again by the Florges. 2 Octo would definitely knock out, but I would not be surprised if Jocks is going to full send a Moonblast here. That would almost knock out the Shadow Quagsire.
Yep. I mean, the thing is, do you even shield here now? The Florges is already so low. Stone Collection knows if he shields this, the next Aqua Tail is gonna knock out. No matter what happens.
It doesn't knock out, but it gets close. Now you flip the switch advantage here, which could be nice for the Dusknoir. It will avoid Guzzlord in the back. Looks like Jocks is going to put up a Protect Shield. Stone Collection is probably thinking, okay, as long as my Guzzlord is not on his Florges, I'm probably fine. So I'll just go for the switch advantage, the shield advantage, and Fortress with energy is going to be good anyway.
Yeah, and I think the Guzzlord on the side of Stone Collection, it is looking supreme right now with shields up.
Oh, swaps immediately though?
Because there is going to be some Psywaves. Oh, immediately shield up, swapping the Guzzlord into this Shadow Dusknoir. That looks good. You're even outpacing now. That is so big for Stone Collection.
This is looking so difficult for Jocks here. How do you come back from this right here? You will get outpaced by this Guzzlord, so not sure if you had to shield there. Now you have 2 Shadow Punch. The problem is Guzzlord is already at another Charge Attack, so there's absolutely no risk for Stone Collection to use a Protect Shield here. He probably knows that the next Charge Attack cannot even be Dynamic Punch if he throws immediately here, but Jocks goes for the Charge Attack Purity Tie. And I think if Stone Collection had been counting, he knows this is a Shadow Punch.
Oh, he really needs...
Whoa, he shields that!
He puts up the shield, shakes his head, knows, ah man, I could have known that, but wanted to be better safe than sorry. However, this is going to connect, and now this might make the matchup versus Lapras a little bit dicey, because Lapras has the Ice Beam.
Is this going to matter as much? Guzzlord will be able to get to a Charge Attack here, and I think Jocks predicted that Stone Collection would switch and try to catch a Charge Attack, but that didn't happen at all. Stone Collection staying in, he's going for a Sludge Bomb, and keep in mind that Fortress is absolutely loaded with energy.
Oh, the Rock Tomb is going to connect, and it's going to deal super effective damage. The question is, can you reach a Sand Tomb now as the second attack to knock out this Lapras? Yes, after one more Volt Switch, is the next one going to be enough, or are you knocking out immediately?
Yeah, kind of rough for Jocks here. He went really weak to Fortress, and Stone Collection is punishing him full time with it. Doesn't even get to another Sparkling Aria here. Florges, I believe, has the Chilling Water, but Guzzlord is way too healthy. Jocks is not going to even try. Stone Collection wins by 2-0.
Yeah, I like that Jocks just did not throw the Chilling Water there to not get his Florges farmed down by a Guzzlord to lose the match.
That would be in a very embarrassing moment.
Yeah, going on his own terms there. Stone Collection advancing again to another day 2. His 33rd one in the books.
So many accomplishments by Stone Collection, and I believe that might mean he is advancing to day 2, as the winners finals will be played tomorrow. So a big congratulations to Stone Collection, continuing his consistent performance in the Championship Series. This might just be the season of Stone Collection.
The question is, can he now also win a tournament in Europe? He has been close already. He has been in finals versus, for example, PvP David in Stuttgart once. Can he do it again? He's still lacking that title in Europe.
It's like Nighttime Clasher and North America.
Yeah.
He just does not win in his own continent. He wins LAIC, he wins Liverpool, but own continent, Nighttime Clasher has not won one of yet one of those. If you compete everywhere, you probably will win now and then.
At some point, yeah. But let's see. This was an incredibly tough matchup for Stone Collection that he overcame eventually. The floor just looked so good. But then in the end, he just made some nice reads.
Guzzlord seemed to be the way. The thing is, Guzzlord is hard to run when the opponent has Fairy-type Pokemon. And just kind of the key there, it sounds really lame what I'm going to say, Leo, but just don't have Guzzlord on Florges or Wigglytuff, and it's probably pretty good.
Yeah, that sounds great, Martin.
I don't know. This will probably help like no one, but it's the essence of when Guzzlord is closing out a game. And even if you get like a farm down, only then Guzzlord can at least hit a little bit back into Fairy-type Pokemon, because no Guzzlord is ever going to stay against a Wigglytuff or a Florges otherwise.
I mean, the thing is, also another tip if you're playing something like Shadow Quagsire, if your opponent has a Grass-type Pokemon on their team, just don't have the Shadow Quagsire against the Grass-type Pokemon. If you're playing Aqua Tail and Mud Bomb Quagsire and your opponent has an Altaria on their team,
just
you know it.
You
know it. Okay. Say it.
No, I'm not saying it.
Follow us for more pro trainer tips here. But another pro trainer, of course, is Stone Collection. He has been everywhere already. You see him on every stream because he always performs so well. And another day 2 in the books here, even without the Shadow Caesar.
Alignment can just really be key in those kind of matchups. And, you know, we're joking about not having this Pokemon on that and you probably win, yeah, duh. But you also have to make the reads, right? Yeah. You have to know where is your opponent going to place that exact Pokemon you want to avoid. And one of the things that I always keep in mind is 2 things. Which of my opponent's Pokemon is like their best or safest safe switch? If I don't know my opponent, I usually go for like, okay, this is their safest strategy. I'm going to expect that. You always need to expect something. If you are thrown off by what your opponent is doing, you are probably losing that game because you are giving them a window of opportunity to flip the script. You wrote the script. You cannot have the opponent overtake that. That is something you have to keep in mind. But the second thing is, if you play against like a Paman, he's probably like, okay, my opponent's expecting this, so I'm expecting this, but they're expecting that, so I do this. And it becomes a big mind game, right? So it's not just like, yeah, don't have Talonflame on Bastion, you win. No, it goes a little bit deeper than that.
Yeah, I mean, some of these matchups, they are much closer, but then they're flipped by just seconds or half seconds. We have seen earlier in basically the winners round 1, I think it was, Loudons versus Marcy. That would have been won by Loudons if he had 1/2 turn, so 1/2 second more, 1 turn, 1/2 second on the Medicham to get to the charge attack. So if you surprise your opponent, you get a little bit of time out of them because they need to think through their actions. They were like, okay, well, my opponent just swapped in a Blastoise. Now, what do I answer this swap with? Do I stay in here and throw a move and then go out, or do I go out immediately? By that time, they have had 3 rollouts, and then maybe your matchups are flipped. If you have a good answer, like a Raikou for the Blastoise, if you give them 3 rollouts, that might not be the best matchup anymore.
Right, especially when the Pokemon is fragile. I don't know why you're running that.
I think it's cool.
That I don't argue with. But are you going to win with it?
Probably not too much, but
it's like you see with Shadow Magnezone, as to take an example, right? And I think Raikou is a little bit less excessive, like, because Raikou actually can defeat Corviknight probably, but you look at Shadow Magnezone, and some of its good matchups are not that good, actually. Yeah. For example, Fortress. You resist the Volt Switch, Electric, and then Sentu almost knocks you out because your opponent has no bulk. You look at Shadow Magnezone against Corviknight. Yes, I'm going to zap this burst. No, Scent Attack is somehow going to hurt this Steel and Electric type Pokemon.
Yeah, and if you throw a Wild Charge and they shield it, they're just farming you down completely. But I want to say, Raikou versus Fortress, a Sandtomb doesn't even do half.
Really?
I was so proud of my Raikou.
I still think you get farmed down the 2-shield scenario. Let's take a look at this match that we have right here. Paulasha, trainer from Spain as well. We haven't seen her. Actually, she did quite well at EUIC, if I remember correctly. And on the right, we have Nessa Beaton, also a trainer who did well at EUIC, but 3 seasons ago. He got 2nd place, actually.
Now, that is some spice in this matchup. We have another Piloswine.
Yes.
And we have the Skeledirge that we have seen before.
We haven't seen much Gourgeist,
that is true. Gourgeist is also a fantastic Pokemon right now. With the Incinerate, some fire damage is always useful in a meta full of fairy types and steel types, of course. But the Skeledirge has Disarming Voice. Why do you think that is? Is that mainly for something like Guzzlord?
Has to be for Guzzlord. I mean, you already told me that earlier, and you just want me to repeat after what you said, probably. Yes,
no,
Disarming Voice,
nobody
Leo.
would have known. Nobody would have known.
Disarming Voice, Leo, you're right. Likely for Guzzlord.
Nobody would have known.
Look, but also, though, it's the same thing with the Azurill thing where you want 3 charge stacks. If Nessa Beaton in that specific battle had Torch Song for Corviknight, he probably would have won that game. But now he didn't have a fire attack to hit for super effective on Corviknight. And Corviknight is probably the Pokemon that he needs to look out for here. Because even though it's a Steel-type Pokemon, it also has Ground-type Fast Attack and Sand Attack, and it has Payback. If you look at Skeledirge, it defeats Gourgeist, it defeats Medicham, it defeats Wigglytuff, Corviknight, and Piloswine. Paulasha has only 1 answer for this Pokemon, so I think you kind of always have to expect something like Corviknight plus Feraligatr. I think from Nessa Beaton, you have to play like a Fortress Skeledirge core.
Yeah, that sounds phenomenal, actually. the Feraligatr plus Corviknight. Nice offensive threat on the side of Feraligatr. We haven't seen too much Feraligatr so far in this tournament. I don't think we have seen one at all. but it is a pretty strong Pokemon. It can always come back, dominates neutral matchups when it wins the charge attack priority. And now we're going to see a rather, again, neutral matchup with Gourgeist versus the Bullet Seed Cradle, actually.
What a bold strategy from Palasha here, going super weak to Skeledirge. If she led into Skeledirge, this was going to look very tough, but she has her Skeledirge answer in the back, and so does she. Feraligatr is actually looking really good in the back in general.
Yep. Feraligatr also versus Azumarill, if it is in neutral matchups, but as soon as you use shields for your Feraligatr to block a Play Rough or something, then you're actually going to get so well out of that matchup. Shadow Claws just do add up, and there is some bulk to Feraligatr.
I kind of like this play from Nessa Beaston. He lets everything go here, right? And you're like, what are you doing, pal? You just got nothing out of this Great Dilly. What are you going to do as Palasha? Are you going to... Yep, she is actually going to swap. Okay, that's not what I anticipated, actually. Because you basically cannot give up switch advantage if you want Feraligatr on Skeledirge. Nessa Beaton has to know that there is Feraligatr in the back. There's no way that he's swapping out of here.
I mean, Feraligatr in general looks so good against Nessa Beaton. It's not only a Skeledirge answer, it just looks like a strong Pokemon. Here, Nessa Beaton now putting up a Protect Shield. No, Skeledirge is his win condition, but shields up, and Air Cutter swaps out into the Azumarill. Timers are severely misaligned. The thing is, if you bring back in your Gourgeist to get some value out of it,
I don't know. I mean, yeah, because Incinerate is not going to add up, really. The timer is almost up here, but it allows Azumarill to farm up energy a lot. But I think Palasha... Ooh, I thought maybe she was going to keep the energy here, because it would still be good into Skeledirge later.
Thing is, do you just try to bubble down this Corviknight, or do you expect a swap out kind of soon? Because, oh, that is an attack boost you would have to throw after one bubble. I think that the Nessa Beaton is just trying to either fully farm down, or when the timer is up, just go back into the Skeledirge to soak up some damage.
Interesting.
We're going to farm up even more. No, throws the Ice Beam now before it is way too much. Now keeps almost another Ice Beam loaded for the next Pokemon that is coming in. But I can see a Feraligatr coming in here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm not surprised per se. Is she going for a catch here? No, because if you go for a catch here, you will probably give Skeledirge the room to farm up energy, which is probably what you don't want, Palasha. Palasha knows that Skeledirge energy does way more, so she does not put a protection here. In comes Skeledirge, but it's behind too much here, and there's still a protection on both Pokemon. This Hydro Cannon is going to knock out here. I think you have to hope it's an Ice Beam, but of course, Palasha's never going to throw an Ice Beam here.
Yeah, that would make absolutely no sense against any Pokemon that Nessa Beaton could bring. Is going to get a Disarming Voice through, but there is still this Protect Shield from Palasha. She keeps it for the Feraligatr, and as we said, Feraligatr is a great answer to Skeledirge, but it is also just so good into the rest of the team of Nessa Beaton.
And not even doing a Shadow Claw. Palasha wants to get rid of this Skeledirge immediately. She knows that Azumarill hardly has any energy, and even if it would take care of this Feraligatr, Gourgeist in the back could still get to another Charge Sack here. Feraligator's back, baby! Here we go to Gator Town! Palasha, the queen of PvP, takes game number 1 against Nessa Beaton.
Hydro Cannon spam once again coming in for the victory here. Palasha bringing the Johto first partner Pokemon to the table as an answer to Skeledirge, but not only that, it's just going rampant through the opposing
It's a really
team.
good neutral Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
And you look at the teams here, Nessa Beaton has one normal type to resist the ghost type damage output from Feraligatr. It's Diggersby.
Yeah.
The problem is, Diggersby does take Super Effect from Hydro Cannon, so it's not exactly clean in that matchup either. Feraligatr has play into all Pokemon here. Now, we haven't seen the movesets here, but Fortress has Volt Switch as the fast attack, and that might make it the best answer to Feraligatr for Nessa Beaton. And that's why I kind of expected Nessa Beaton to bring Bolt, Skeledirge, and Fortress, because they cover the entire team of Palasha.
The cool thing for Feraligatr, by the way, is it's not Shadow. So you deal 50% with a Hydro Cannon on Wigglytuff, and you deal a bit more than 50% on the Diggersby, so you always do it. You can use it as a safe swap and at least get shield advantage.
And you have a bit more bulk, so that's really helpful. We're probably going to see 2 Gators again very shortly, but now we see Corviknight into Azumarill. Palasha likes to bring both Corviknight and Feraligatr, and look at that. This time, previous match, she went super weak to Talonflame. This time, she went super weak to Fortress in the lead. The thing is, she's not facing those bad leads, so Palasha might just be in a very fine spot here. This match is really dependent on when Corviknight gets those Air Cutter boosts, and there it is. This might just be Palasha's day.
That is the best case scenario for the Corviknight. Every single attack is gonna deal more damage. Now every single air cutter is gonna hurt a little bit more. Nesabithan does not love that. Obviously he wants to keep switch because Feraligatr on Skeledirge is a nightmare. But Gourgeist onto your Fortress, it's a catastrophe.
It's even worse. Even worse. So switch advantage is going to be very important here. I do think that Skeledirge has a little bit more play with that shield advantage. Should Palasha use a Protect Shield simply because Shadow Ball just hits so hard neutrally. But yeah, if you have Fortress on the Gourgeist, it is... do you know Jover? That will be Jover.
I mean, also the Feraligatr, it can withstand a Shadow Ball after Incinerate because it is non-Shadow. It does not take as much damage, so you're still gonna get to all of those Hydro Cannons that you need. Now, of course, Palasha is reaching for this air cutter. If Nesabithan decides to put up a Protect Shield to bubble down here, does that change anything for him? But he kind of needs the switch here.
I like this play, but how does Palasha respond? I think the best thing you could do is go for a farm down with Gourgeist. And Palasha brings in Gourgeist because she knows that if there is going to be the... Oh, lets it go though is interesting because this is a lot of damage that you take here. But if there's Skeledirge in the back and you can land a Shadow Ball, it will take it out. Oh, but actually takes a Charge Stick, now swaps into Feraligatr. Interesting choice of play here.
Okay, so we're not going to see any Gourgeist on Fortress action here
Not
as well.
yet.
Yeah, that's true. First Hydro Cannon is being no-shielded, of course, by Nesabithan. He is going to let it go through here. He wants to later on shield. Oh, I like this. Going in for a Centipede. He's not trying to debuff, but is trying to maybe get a farm down with fast attacks.
Yeah, I think with the Incinerates. I think farming down with Incinerate is going to be the key to win this. If you use a Protect Shield here, you leave your Skeledirge open to a Shadow Ball from Gourgeist. Ooh, Nesabithan is actually putting up the final Protect Shield.
The question is, can you fully farm down this Feraligatr? Yes, you absolutely can. And you can throw a Rock Tomb into this.
Oh, does it though?
Don't even need to. Swaps in immediately. Wants to deal some more damage. Can you actually win this game there?
Does this take out the Skeledirge? Shadow Ball is being charged up for the Skeledirge. Here it goes. Boom! Takes out Skeledirge. But the thing is, now that you didn't team up with the Rock Tomb, the problem is that Shadow Ball knocked out and your Incinerates will still do all the damage here. And oh, you come out with 2 Incinerates. Palasha has a Seed Bomb, but this is double resistant. Will this knock out Palasha? Oh, she had the Shadow Ball. She had the Shadow Ball and didn't throw it. Nesabithan knocks out the Gourgeist. Huh? What just happened?
The Shadow Fortress with the Shadow bonus on the damage is overcoming the resisted Grass type damage there. This is so big for Nesabithan. We will have to go through the endgame again afterwards. This is something
I don't
to
think
analyze.
Palasha would want us to do that. If she had a Charge Stick there, you throw the Seed Bomb or you throw the Shadow Ball. Important detail about Shadow Ball. Previously, you needed 3 Incinerates and then 3 for the next one as well. Now, you need 3 Incinerates for the first Shadow Ball and 2 for the second. She threw only 1 Charge Stack, 1 Shadow Ball. So the next one, the next Charge Stack, whatever she was going to have, was always going to be 2 Incinerates. So you throw Shadow Ball there, no matter what. She got the perfect farm down. And on the other hand, if that Azumarill didn't get 2 bubbles in, then I think the Volt Switch would not have knocked out. So like, I felt like there was almost no loss there. But yeah, it's kind of tough to estimate the HP of your opponent, I guess. Maybe she was thinking, okay, I have to Seed Bomb only. This won't knock out double resistant on the Fortress, so I have to go for Incinerate. And then you see the Fortress come in with that HP, and you're like, oh man, I had that easy collapse.
That would have definitely been enough, especially since it's Shadow Fortress. That's even more damage, quote-unquote, on the Seed Bomb, even though it's double resisted. So everything really had to come together for Nesabithan. Sometimes you need that little bit of luck.
But also, if Nesabithan just threw the Rock Tomb into that Gourgeist, I don't think Shadow Ball would have taken out Skeledirge by so much health. So like, I don't know how to phrase this properly, but like, it's like ball trainers try to throw the victory to another.
This is like a baseball match, right?
Yes, exactly. No, you have it. We want to have a game 3 here.
One throw after another. Sometimes even the best trainers in the world do make mistakes. High pressure in those matchups. You're in the winner semis. It's Palasha versus Nesabithan. None of these trainers is one that you want to sit across from when it comes to making day 2.
Here comes the punishment! Gourgeist into Skeledirge is exactly where Palasha doesn't want it, but swaps into... Oh, the blind switch though from Nesabithan as well. This might actually be an opportunity for Paula to flip switch advantage. What is going on here?
I think she wants a boost again. Nessa Beathan has Bullet Seed, which makes the matchup a little bit better because you're pacing faster. Another instant buff here. Paulasha's Corviknight really wants to get this victory.
I think Nessa Beathan was predicting that Palasha would swap in Feraligatr and then was a little bit spooked out when this Corviknight came in. I think that Palasha, like I said, is considering Corviknight as kind of a neutral matchup. Goes for the payback here. The big question, will an Air Cutter knock out after this?
I mean, you are not boosted anymore because of the Rock Tomb. I think it's getting really, really close, but I don't think it knocks out.
There's
So
no fast attack pressure though,
Yeah.
right? Because Bullet Seed, just like Acid, is double resisted, but Bullet Seed is even slower, so it will deal less damage than Acid normally did. Yeah, an Air Cutter won't knock out just yet, but I think as Palasha, you have to go for switch advantage. There's no in between. You cannot have Gourgeist on this Skeletors. You want your Feraligatr on it.
This is one stage debuffed Air Cutter. Barely does any damage. Another debuff, of course, so you're going to
Buff,
get
actually.
the farm down. Oh, buff. You're gonna get the farm down at least if you shield this. No, Palasha lets this go.
No?
Thinks maybe she can go for some energy advantage on the Gourgeist or Feraligatr that looks so good into the rest of the team of Nessa Beathan. But can actually go for a sweep here. Has 2 Shadow Claws advantage. I've seen Feraligatr sweep with less.
What have you expected, Fortress? You would have just... Okay, anyway, here we go. We have Feraligatr against Diggersby. I think the goal of Palasha here is to again get shields down, but the problem is that Skeletors already has 1 Incinerate, Gourgeist has 0, so you kind of have to get to that energy advantage at some point as well once you get shields down.
Yep. Nessa Beathan with a Scorching Sands here, puts up the shield first. There's a debuff chance on Scorching Sands as well. Maybe gets this, and then this won't be a 2-hit knockout. No debuff on the side of Nessa Beathan. That luck is purely on the side of Paula.
Fire Punch. This is just a Fire Punch. I think Nessa Beathan just tried to throw it on Skeletors. I just want to correct myself from earlier, by the way. Skeletors does not have an Incinerate because Nessa Beathan went for a blind swap earlier. But I think Gourgeist, with an energy advantage, or sorry, with a shield advantage, it might be able to get the 2 charge stacks against Skeletors. Let's take a look here. I think, is this the point where you swap in? No, going to... for another Hydro Cannon on Charge Pretty Tie. The problem is, 1 Incinerate isn't going to knock out this this Feraligatr, so I think Feraligatr from Palasha is going to be able to get to another Hydro Cannon and strip the last shield from Nessa Beathan.
Or is it? Or it actually does get to the next attack as well after 4 Shadow Claws. Perfect timing before the damage registers. Another shield has to be put up. Nessa Beathan, head in his hand. He is not happy about how this game is going after that fantastic lead in the beginning. Now it's going to throw another Shadow Ball, but we have seen 2 shields on the side of Gourgeist. We've seen how much a Shadow Ball does to this Skeletor, and Paulasha is winning, advancing to day 2.
Weak to Skeletors? It doesn't matter. Gourgeist is here. A spooky Pokemon. Shadow Balls, another ghost type Pokemon. Palasha takes game number 3. And she was looking at the camera, being a little bit cheeky there with, look guys, I'm pressing the Shadow Ball. I'm doing it this time. And yeah, usually, Leo, what I say after you throw a game, I say, you get punished for this in the next game. That's literally what I told our co-caster Marcus at EUIC when he threw an Aqua Tail to Superior. I told him, you get punished for this in game 3. And she almost got punished. But the thing what Nessa Beathan did there was the blind swap. This is something you need to be very careful with. Because if you don't get that Pokemon that you expect, like we saw there, it's going to be very dicey. Nessa Beathan expected Feraligatr to come in, Corviknight came in instead.
But that is a problem of Incinerate using Pokemon, right? Because if you win the lead, you have a Talonflame, you have a Skeletor, you have Typhlosion. Your opponent has a Pokemon like the Gourgeist in the lead, right? If you tap your phone, if you want to go for the Incinerate, your opponent swaps in a safe swap like a Feraligatr. Feraligatr immediately has 2 Shadow Claws advantage onto your next Pokemon, and then it's so hard to catch up to keep the switch. So sometimes you have to make those reads with your Incinerate users, and then the reads go wrong and you're sitting there like
the alternative that you have is just wait, just a second, right? Just to see what your opponent is doing before doing a full... look at this. Nessa Beathan comes in with Azumarill here, and then she gets 2 Incinerates, exactly enough for another Charge Stack. She comes out with the Charge Stack, but I think she didn't see that she had the Shadow Ball there, and then she tried to do an Incinerate, but the Volt Switch lands first, and Gourgeist went down there. Oh, and that feels silly, and this time she's like, yes, I got it, guys, I did it. This time I succeeded. This was the challenge I couldn't overcome in game 2, tapping the Shadow Ball, and yeah, that's how she won the game, chat.
Keeping 2 really nice shields. Also very interesting that Nessa Beathan was so hard forcing the switch, because how is the matchup of Diggersby versus Gourgeist, really, because it's neutral damage from Gourgeist with the fast attacks. Seed Bomb is not the strongest attack. Fire Punch is also super effective. How important was switching that
I
matchup?
wouldn't be surprised if Diggersby could win the 2-shield scenario. Now, do keep in mind that Fire Punch does not hit the hardest, but maybe the matchups add up enough. I generally, like, my first impression would be that I don't think so.
Same.
Just because Gourgeist hits neutral with Incinerate, super effective with Seed Bomb, and it's just that Diggersby does have some very deceiving matchups, such as Corviknight, for example. You're like, okay, Mudshaller quick attacks resisted, surely the bird takes this. No, you actually annihilate Corviknight with Diggersby.
Yeah, Corviknight has no damage.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Diggersby doesn't either with fast attacks, but that's what I'm saying, that Diggersby has such deceiving matchups sometimes, just because sheer bulk can be so good in this game. Normally, you think of Pokemon like Kyogre, like right here, or Mewtwo, strong Pokemon, big attacks, boom, boom, boom. But it's actually Pokemon like Umbreon, Diggersby, Azumarill, Cresselia. Those are, like, neutrally speaking, the strongest Pokemon that we have in PvP.
It's not about how hard you can hit with your charge attacks, but it is about how often you can throw charge attacks and then get those little advantages out of that. So if you want to participate in those tournaments, get yourself some bulky Pokemon. Of course, sometimes the fragile ones with incredible movesets or good typings, they can help you too. But bulk generally is really strong. So if you want to participate in future events, that is a good shout, I want to say. Also, the next event is just around the corner. We're going to be in Prague.
Yeah, that's going to be in April indeed. I mean, if you're watching from North or South America as well, there will be regional championships coming up. I believe Orlando next weekend already in North America. Yeah, make sure that you bring Pokemon that don't do boom, 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 because those are apparently better. Like Pokemon that don't hit hard, they have good bulk.
But I mean, sometimes boom, boom, boom is good, right? We have just seen Paulasha win the game there. She was the first person to really go through everything with Shadow Magnezone. I mean, you made it top 4 with it, right? Before everyone else played it.
Top 3, actually.
Top 3. Okay, well, sorry, sir, in Lille.
It was when Arrow told me that it's a really good Pokemon. I told him, no, it's really bad, and then I ran it.
and it worked out.
Yes.
But then Paulasha, she just won a championship with Shadow Magnezone. Then Colin 6 won one with Shadow Magnezone. Sometimes those nice typings, especially Steel typing defensively, they can just elevate Pokemon that are very much non-bulky.
Let's take a look at our next matchup here. On the left, we have Dublade. And yeah, pretty standard team kind of here with that double weakness to Wigglytuff, but also Shadow Drapion and Politoed to cover it. I mean, there's no Mudslap user, so these Pokemon are very safe to use nowadays as a ground weakness. On the right side, we have Strange TOP. And that's both trainers are from Spain, but Strange TOP, I remember, also played in Stuttgart. He had Lapras there. One of his favorite Pokemon. He was wearing a Lapras sweater even, not this time, but yeah, it's like their grassroots team, right? That they're wearing there. I saw earlier some trainers with it as well, and the trainers after this will be wearing it too. There's many of them here.
The Ravens is all the rage this weekend, especially here in Seville, of course.
A Steel Raven,
that is
maybe?
True, yeah. That does make sense indeed. But now that he's not running his favorite Lapras, why is that? We have seen Lapras earlier from Jocks. It is very much a viable Pokemon here. Why would you not run a Lapras for a tournament like this?
Probably because of Fortress and Strange TOP, who's, yeah, pretty smart player, really pretty good player, knows that, so he's not taking any of those chances. He's going with double birds instead with Corviknight and Altaria. I mean, Altaria has been a staple for a long time, and that Pokemon is just going to be very useful as well. I think it has play into the team of Dublade, but you have to be careful of Wigglytuff here. What I do think is definitely coming is going to be Shadow Quagsire on both sides, really. Was that a mirror team? I feel like that was almost a mirror team. It was a yeah, Strange TOP has Fortress and Dublade has Empoleon. Everything else is the same here, so maybe these trainers have been building a team together.
But they're bringing vastly different Pokemon. Here, Dublade is reaching
just
for
Quagsire
that
on both sides,
Stone
right?
Edge immediately. We have seen that triple Aqua Tail does knock out a Corviknight.
But maybe double Stone Edge will also do the trick.
Oh, that's a good shout, I think.
Yeah, there you go. It's a very efficient charge stack, and it's not super effective because Corviknight also has the Steel typing, which generally resists that. And this is a great shield call because Payback costs a lot of energy. Now you have to start all over again. But it looks like Strange 2P doesn't really have the patience to do that, so he switches in his Shadow Quagsire.
I like Quagsire as an answer to Quagsire. Sometimes it soaks up 2 Aqua Tails, you know? So the energy that has been put on by Dublade is not really the most efficient. Swaps in the Wigglytuff though.
We saw Strange 2P wait just a little bit there, and that's why another Charm snuck through, because he didn't go for it immediately. But this is actually pretty good for Strange 2P. If you look at the backline, he has Altaria in the back, going for the Stone Edge, and this makes perfect sense. You only get to one charge stack, so you may as well. I think Deathblow probably knows that. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Protect Shield. No, he lets it go! This will do a lot of damage!
Oh, but Wigglytuff hangs on and is trying to charm down! Does not get the charm down. He really wanted to keep that energy around. Now gets one mud shot at least for his troubles. Now, Shadow Quagsire, it does threaten a really heavy hitting Stone Edge.
Oh no, Quagsire is stuck! Oh, there it goes. Going for the Stone Edge, actually. I felt like this is the most obvious bait ever, but he actually full sense it. Does Strange 2P get the chance to use a Protect Shield? I don't think so, actually. Oh, he is trying.
I think we're misaligning a little bit here, but the Stone Edge, of course, was shielded. Now the Altaria is going to outpace to the next Stone Edge. Sky Attack, there is no damage on this Altaria. Look at the HP bar. You really want to connect the Stone Edge at some point.
Let's take a look here. Swapping into Shadow Drapion, but looks like it's a simultaneous switch. Corviknight comes in. It has the Steel typing to double resist poison here, so those are not going to add up. Shadow Drapion is really going to rely on fast attack pressure, and this is where you don't throw payback. You just go straight Air Cutter, and it comes out really fast as well.
I mean, if you're throwing the payback against the Shadow Drapion, what are you even doing, right? The damage is half basically because it is resisted. Air Cutter also wants to boost up your Sand Attack, so you're even ramping up more. Never mind, we're letting it go, putting it all on the back of the Altaria, which is such an incredible typing, incredibly bulky Pokemon. Takes a crunch like nothing.
I love this no shield because the Stone Edge does way more. So why would you use a protection here? And especially, let's say you shielded that crunch. Now the Stone Edge, then the Stone Edge would have definitely knocked out after that defense drop.
Yep, and Strange DOP knew there was almost another crunch there, so really, really strong hit to throw. Tried to farm down, didn't quite get it, but now it is Quagsire with very little HP. I think that is a bait that you will have to throw here. There is going to be Aqua Tail, but is it going to be shielded or is it connecting? It is going to be shielded. He is at double Aqua Tail now, but does not throw it. Wants to go to the Stone Edge. Sky Attack is going to connect and take out the Shadow Quagsire. Strange TOP again with one leg in day 2.
Wow, that was a very close game there. I'm not sure if any fast attacks were missed during that match. I mean, it could have been decisive, right? If Quagsire had a few more mud shots, it could get to the Stone Edge. So, yeah, very close game there, and we'll see what the trainers are going to say.
Yeah, I think that our judge sitting there is looking into the topic, already discussing. I think he might have counted when we saw that. We seen that Quagsire caught up. We had some animation issues there, but then again, it had a lot of energy, and I think that might have been...
Look, I know this judge, and I know he knows the game, like, to the point. Like, probably knows even more than us. So, yeah, he probably has seen most of this. And if he'll say it's a rematch, it's a rematch. If it's not a rematch, it's not a rematch. So, you know, we can trust our guy at the table there. Both trainers are still going to talk through this. Yeah, I mean, if you would have a mud shot, it could have been decisive. If not, I mean, Strange 2P also farmed up a little bit over with Dragon Breath. So, could be arguments for both sides.
That is true. But now we're just checking this out. But for the moment, let's just discuss those teams. Almost a mirror team. And then I find it really interesting, you know, when you are building your teams.
Oh, yeah, friends.
Yeah, sometimes it's really hard to find a 6th Pokemon. And then sometimes it's very easy to find a 6th Pokemon because that Pokemon just fills the role perfectly. If you have your team of 5, what are the changes here? We have Empoleon and Fortress on the other side.
And I think Fortress actually looking quite good, but the problem with Fortress is, and I don't feel like Empoleon has this problem as well, Quagsire. Like, Fortress does not have a fun Quagsire matchup. No. Empoleon is okay with it, because most Quagsire run Aqua Tail and Stone Edge, which is resisted by Empoleon. So Empoleon actually has okay play into Quagsire. We've also seen, however, some Quagsire with Mud Bomb. So do not be deceived by this derpy looking Pokemon. It might just fade away your Empoleon just like that.
Yeah, that's true. The enormous amounts of damage against Empoleon, because it's also, quite frankly, not that bulky. And Shadow Quagsire, even though it's a Shadow Pokemon, it is going to take a Hydro Cannon, and the Metal Sounds really do not add up. If you're running Waterfall, that's a different story, but then you get outpaced.
That's what I'm saying. Waterfall, I think, is the way. Because you Core Break, Shadow Quagsire and Wigglytuff core, and that core is pretty much everywhere. Like you have the waterfalls, and you see damage. Doesn't damage make you happy? Dealing damage make you happy?
I think damage is kind of nice to be.
Yeah,
quite
I
honest.
think that's what I try to do when I play PvP. I try to deal damage. And
so you like to go for boom boom boom. You play boom 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 Pokemon. You deceived us.
No. Wait. I make a mix of the boom boom boom. Let's stop saying that. I think it's too goofy. And the Pokemon that don't like to deal damage. Like I remember our colleague from North America, Speediest Chief, right? When Mantine was meta, he was saying, yeah, if you don't like to knock out Pokemon, you run Mantine. Because it's a Pokemon that just doesn't deal a lot of damage, but it has such a good typing. Only really weak to Electric and Rock, which were hardly around in the meta during that time. But you just soak up damage from like Lickitung at the time, which had like normal and grass type damage output. So Mantine, not a fun Pokemon to watch probably, but it did what it had to do.
Yeah, and then at some point, you know, people stopped even playing Bubble Beam. Because that
stopped or started?
They stopped. You know, they wanted to deal some damage, so they added Ice Beam to the Mantine.
Imagine the Pokemon's already being known not fun to watch because it doesn't do a lot of damage, and you run Bubble Beam just to drag it out even more.
Bubble Beam Aerial Ace. That was...
You're just a hater then.
The timer was also at 60 seconds back then. So it was just a lot of Bubble Beaming then. Mantine just looking at you funny. This is one of those Pokemon that is... It's almost impossible to play against when you're in a typing disadvantage. Offensively, right? So if you're having a grass-type Pokemon, all of a sudden the Mantine, it just also does damage.
Yeah. Grass-type Pokemon, we haven't seen those in a long time, have we?
It's true.
It's like, because previously we had Skarmory being good, and Skarmory as a Steel and Flying type demolishes all these grass-type Pokemon. Now we have Corviknight. Yes, you have resisted Sand Attack into Grass-type Pokemon. Doesn't mean I want to bring back my Venusaur or anything. It's still gonna get annihilated by the Flying type.
For Venusaur, Venusaur has great coverage against most Pokemon. Against Corviknight, it's actually both double resisted Poison and Grass-type damage. I consider Chestnut with Thunder Punch. However, Air Cutter is double super effective against
Hey,
Chestnut.
but you resist Sand Attack.
So all of a sudden the matchup is great again. No, because Thunder Punch also doesn't deal too much damage. It is super effective, but it is not the same type attack bonus boosted. Corviknight is super bulky. It's really tough to bring grass types, especially since Fortress is also around.
All right, so our professional judge, they just told us really what happened earlier, and I think US chat want to know as well. Altaria got one extra Dragon Breath apparently, but it didn't impact the outcome of the match. There is no appeal. Deathblood understands, Strange TOP understands. We're gonna go into game number 2.
I understand.
Strange TOP, even Leo understands. Strange TOP takes the first game. So we're basically moving on from where we were. There won't be 5 rematches.
Fantastic. So what do you think are we going to see? Is there going to be any changes? Are we going to see finally the Empoleon or the Fortress? I mean, both of these trainers, this is the point where they disagreed in team building. Are we going to see some Empoleon? Because quite frankly, it's a decent answer into the Shadow Quagsire. It's okay against Corsola. You have play against everything, and you haven't seen the Fortress, which is an uncomfortable matchup, but even in the zero shield scenario, you know, if there is no shadow on both sides, you are living a Sand Tomb with a few Volt Switches, so you get to 2 Hydro Cannons.
Yeah, also I'm looking at the Shadow Drapion. I feel like Shadow Drapion has a little bit more play into Fortress than into Empoleon, because you can actually win like the zero shield scenario. But yeah, if Fortress starts using shields, it just comes out with like 50% health. Good luck getting rid of that, honestly. Like, because we already know from Stunfisk 2 years ago that ground and rock typing coverage is just so good. I mean, the only Pokemon to really resist that is like Torterra and Chestnut. Well, we haven't seen many of those, if any.
Actually, the reason why Chestnut was a little bit of fringe meta for quite some time when people were spamming Unova Stunfisk, Galarian Stunfisk. Actually, it's good against both Stunfisk.
Yeah.
Chestnut is the Stunfisk Slayer.
Maybe grass types are something. Look, I just want to correct myself from previously because chat is roasting me right now. But there are actually some grass type Pokemon like Gourgeist and Cradilly that we actually saw like 1 or 2 battles ago, but we're a little bit cooked. So
Where's Abomasnow, by the way? Where's Abomasnow?
Right. Well, Potman got second place with it in Birmingham, so it's somewhere.
He got me one with Abomasnow
Make me look
as well.
even worse.
Yeah, I played against this Abomasnow as well. That cooked me. And Hikami won.
No, I mean that there's even more grass type
I know. But where is it in this tournament? And would you run Powder Snow, which is fantastic, or Leafage, which is equally fantastic?
Yeah, I mean, I think Ice type coverage is always a little bit better offensively.
Yeah.
It's just defensively, Ice is not good. It only has one resistance, and it takes super effective from like what? Fighting, Rock, Steel, Fire. That's
Bug.
4 weakness. Bug?
Oh no, it's Ice.
Ice.
I mean, Abomasnow. I'm also a little bit
You're
cooked
really
now
cooked,
after.
yeah. Holy moly.
You know, Abomasnow takes Bug super effective damage and all the grass. Abomasnow basically takes super effective damage from everything.
Exactly. That's why I think Ice defensively is very tough to always use. And like the only types that do well with it, I feel like is either Steel or Water, because those are already really good typings by themselves, and you just rely on those resistances rather. But both trains are getting ready for game number 2 here, Leo.
And we're seeing, Empoleon is already here versus the Shadow Quagsire. Shadow Quagsire this time around with a Stone Edge. So let's see how that matchup plays out. It actually does look a little bit like Mudshot would do damage.
Right? And man, imagine you had Waterfall here. Would have been pretty cool, right?
That would completely cook the Quagsire. I think you would be able to absolutely farm down after the first Hydro Cannon. We would be almost there already. Now Aqua Tail. 2 Aqua Tails. Can they knock out an Empoleon?
I think you need an Aqua Tail and a Stone Edge. Fun fact, both Pokemon plays equally fast to Aqua Tail plus Stone Edge here. Both Pokemon would need 10 fast attacks, but looks like Strange 2P is not having any of that. He takes the damage rather on this Corviknight.
And it is going to swap out immediately. No, we're taking a few more Air Cutters. Now, we are already in Air Cutter knockout range on the side. Farms up for a full Hydro Cannon and now brings in the Shadow Drapion. Now the energy assembled by Strange TOP is not as oppressive anymore because you have to send Air Cutters.
This is kind of tough. This is not exactly a great match for Shadow Drapion. At least you can take the damage here a little bit, because if you swapped in Galarian Corsola, you have to play like the bait game. Do they throw the payback or do they not? You don't want to do that either. Timer's almost up for Strange TOP. You can almost swap out, and another Air Cutter comes in. It just comes out so fast here. Deathblow is using a Protect Shield. I don't think Strange TOP has a Charge Sack just yet, but he's very close to it.
Does it ever feel good to shield an Air Cutter if you're not Chestnut? Now, the thing is, you can still capitalize. Even if you are overfarming a little bit too much and your opponent gets to throw a charge attack, you can capitalize on that. Just go, hey, I'm going to throw a few more Poison Sticks, and now I'm at double crunch, so I can also work with my energy that I have. Brings in the Altaria!
Oh no, it loses the charge attack! He went for another Poison Sting. The Dragon Breath knocked out, and I think if you got that crunch off, you probably would have been in a fine spot here, because Galarian Corsola is such a really good generalist, plus you have a Hydro Cannon stored, but now this Altaria is like almost full health.
Yep, that is so tough now, because there's also one more shield on the side of Strange TOP. Nightshade dealing a decent amount of damage, of course, preventing a catch here. If you throw a Power Gem and it gets caught on the Shadow Quagsire, that could be something that Strange TOP would use to win the game really heavily, even though I still think he's in an advantageous position.
Skytex coming through. This won't knock out Galarian Corsola just yet. You have some time to build up some energy still, and you get to the attack here. Oh, but the charge attack priority catch. This is so awkward, and this is like the highest level play that you can make in PvP. What a excellente play from Strange TOP.
I am in absolute awe about this play. This was phenomenal. We have seen this very few times in those tournaments, and now of course the Empoleon is racing towards double charged attack, but you need way more than that, because Altaria is healthy and there is a shield. Dragon Breath down on the Empoleon. Strange TOP is looking so strong. It's a charge attack priority event even.
Empoleon has a higher attack, that's why it would win that, but there was a shield on Strange TOP's side. Altaria is gonna tear through the rest of this line. Galarian Corsola is bulky, but it doesn't have enough here to get to another charge attack. And Strange TOP, with that amazing play from earlier, he takes game number 2, he moves on to day 2.
In dominant fashion with a charge attack priority catch. Phenomenal, knowing when your opponent is going to throw. And if you have a one-turn fast attack like Dragon Breath from Altaria, you can just swap in a turn before your opponent would throw the attack to catch it, and then press on your own attack, get the Aqua Tail off, soak the damage. Perfection.
Look at this guy just being full of confidence, blowing a kiss to the camera, because you know what, Leo? He know what he just did. He know the kind of play. I don't know if it was necessary, let that be clear, but it was a sight to see. And if you understand these kind of mechanics, like if you can pull this rabbit out of the hat, this is really game-changing for your performance in the championship series. If you can hold on to these kind of mechanics, like maybe we see Strange TOP in the finals tomorrow.
I mean, we have seen him in day 2 already in this season in Stuttgart, where he performed very well as well with this Lapras. And now this time around, he's playing a more meta team. But it is looking really, really strong. We have a really dense metagame right now. We don't have as many spice picks per team as we had before, but sometimes that is for some players, they feel more comfortable if they are playing the matchups that they know. If they know what your opponent is going to bring, that can be beneficial for trainers.
Right, yeah, we saw here that Quagsire, just a very important Pokemon with the coverage, but Altaria is just a little bit too strong in the first game. In the second game, though, that pivotal moment where Altaria got that Dragon Breath down on Shadow Drapion before the crunch was launched. I think if you get that crunch off as Deathbloid, you would have won that game.
Yeah, I mean, at least then Strange TOP would have needed to get this Charge Attack priority catch there. That would have been absolutely necessary, which would have made it way cooler. Even that would have been absolutely crazy there, even though it was already really cool. I like the Altaria Corviknight teams. I'm gonna be honest, I find that really cool with the double flying type, because there's also so many players in this tournament still who are running Aqua Tail and Mud Bomb on their Shadow Quagsire. It's a really, really good call, because there is not too much Altaria around. If you have an Altaria on your team, all of a sudden you have a hard answer for your opponent's Shadow Quagsire, which we see almost every game from every player. So this is something, the Altaria on the team for day 2 could be something beneficial.
Ground-type Pokemon are just so interesting. We saw earlier today Shadow Quagsire with Mud Bomb and Aqua Tail. Like, those really don't want to face Altaria. Like, obviously, Altaria is decent into Shadow Quagsire, but Quagsire can fight back with Stone Edge. One of my friends, the Spurs Life, you might know him. He really likes Hippowdon, and this Pokemon has access to Ice Fang, Fire Fang, Thunder Fang, Sand Attack. How many? It's like the Claydol of Monotype, Ground-type attacks. When is this Pokemon going to be meta? What do you think?
Next season.
Next
I think
season.
we're gonna have a Sand Attack buff with +2 damage.
Oh, that much?
That is going to be it for Hippowdon.
It's gonna be like Incinerate, crazy, but a 1-turn fast attack.
Yeah, exactly.
That's your prediction.
That's really nice. Or it is going to be Metal Sound that deals double damage.
And what do I get if this is not true? You cannot just say these kind of things, Leo.
You're gonna get a really honest handshake from me, and that's gonna feel fantastic. But I do like Hippowdon. It has it's one of the only Pokemon in the game that paces so fast to Rock-type coverage. Weather Ball Rock is already a really good attack. Pacing to it in 9 Sand Attacks is really, really strong. So I think there has to be some play for Hippowdon, even now.
Well, Marcus is ready for an interview with Strange TOP. I would love to hear his thoughts behind that Charge Attack priority catch. That was an insane play. Take it away, Marcus.
A lot of terrible suggestions from the caster desk, but we have someone with a great and clear mind here with me, and it's Strange Top. How are you feeling after that great win?
Thank you very much, Marcus. I'm feeling very satisfied and very relieved after finishing for the day, and knowing that I'm in day 2 from the winner side, from maybe it's my 3rd time, encouraged me to finally try to chase my first top 8 and maybe keep going.
Yeah, because you have been on the winner side a few times, but obviously coming a bit short, even though on the winner side. Have you planned to do something different than the previous times that you've been on winner side, or are you going to trust your strategy and keep moving at the same pace as before?
That's a really good question that I didn't think about yet. So
sorry.
No, it's fine because now you make me think so. Definitely I need to talk with people who are like good with the mind and mind games, and people that have been in this situation before. I will try to find some, maybe Narek ones, but probably not. Probably Chris or Pato with the Spanish friends. I will ask them what they do in the evening from today, how they prepare, if they do, and if they sleep, how many hours, and I will try to ask for those little details.
That's a great strategy, because I think that you guys are teammates, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
But do you like practice together? Do you team build together? Because you're not running the same team as they are. How can you tell us a little bit about like how you prepare for this tournament?
Yeah, so probably it's an all-time low this time. This preparation is the least time and the least games I practice in the season. This is my 4th tournament of the season and my last one because my wife is having a baby mid-May.
Congratulations!
Thank you very much.
My wife too.
Congratulations,
Yeah.
Marcus.
Incredible.
Yeah, that's great. So yeah, like after this, I'm gonna be focused on her. But game-wise, I didn't practice much. Only a couple cap and challenge at my local stores in Spain. So shout out to the organizer, Manu, who's here also in TCG. And that was my practice. And then I kind of follow the way that Leo practices, which is he doesn't practice at all, or that's what he says to me. He just thinks about the team the day before or maybe the week before and then performs. So it's been going like that for me this time.
I mean, when you're one of the best, it comes easy, I guess. And
I guess
that's what we try to recreate, all the rest of us. Thank you so much for taking your time and talking to me, and congratulations on day 2.
Thank you very much, Marcus.
And I'll see you guys back at the desk.
Thank you so much, Marcus. I am now joined by the superior Dutch speaker, Gaines. How are you doing?
Dutch speaker correctly, but Flemish person in general. But I'm doing pretty great, man. Great tournament so far, great battles. Having lots of fun here in Seville.
Yeah. It is a great tournament so far. What was your favorite battle?
My favorite battle was when the Metachamps I got down the Guzzlord. I think that was my favorite.
Yeah, that is true. 1 damage, even though considering how little defense Guzzlord has and how much HP, this might have been 20 damage, it just looked like 1. But very, very close battles overall. We're going to see some more Spanish players in the next matchup. We're going to have Bestiamax versus Andres. Andres has been part of a legendary final back in the day in the Special Championship in Turin versus Paulasha, and Bestiamax is actually also a community gem. We have seen him before as well. What is striking you about those teams?
Striking is, I see a Melamar on Andres' side. Melamar, we haven't seen much yet. We have seen it on Chris's team as a Shadow Melamar. We haven't seen it played yet, so this is really nice to see. We also see a Togekiss. Togekiss with Peck, Aursphere, and Psyshock. Great coverage, great Pokemon, as we can see here. But it's a regular Melamar, not the Shadow one. We got the Shadow Fortress and some other Metamons we have seen so far already.
Quite curious to see the Malamar in this matchup. I mean, the Fortress sounds like a nightmare matchup, but if it's not running the Bug Bite, then of course it is something that you can easily play. Malamar is such a good lead. You can throw a Superpower or a hard-hitting Foul Play because it has quite the high offensive stat, and then swap out. I'm quite curious to see if it is going to be dominating this matchup. Well, that's a Quagsire. What do you think of that?
Well, I've seen it before, and this one runs Aqua Tail. Stone Edge is like the more common move. Sometimes we see a Mud Bomb for a little surprise attack there. But I'm quite curious. Togekiss, I like Togekiss a lot, especially when it gets energy. I think it's a very, very strong Pokemon in this meta. Again, we see also both trainers have a Shadow Fortress, and we see the Medicham. Medicham being very strong. But Togekiss into Medicham, I think it's not that great for Togekiss either, even though Peck is super effective, but like Psyshock, non-stab on a Medicham, neutral damage, Medicham and Ice Punches, they hurt.
I think Medicham at least has play in this matchup because you are outpacing with the Ice Punches, so you get the super effective damage of first, you're way bulkier, but I do think that Psycho Cuts plus 1 Ice Punch do not knock out. However, they're on the same team, so that won't happen. That's a huge lead for Andres.
Andres wants to see the Medicham, obviously, right? Andres running Chilling Water and Trailblaze on their floor, just no Disarmor Voice. We got a charge attack priority here. Trailblaze and Bestiamax goes for a Ice Punch, but Trailblaze goes first.
Trailblaze actually not even trying to debuff here. Andres knowing full well, okay, my opponent is not going to come out of this matchup here. I am going to come out of this matchup victorious. So if you go for another Trailblaze with those boosted Fairy Winds, you might actually be able to knock out immediately, although the Ice Punch, of course, hits first. You can overfarm here massively. Oh, puts up a shield. Andres just knows how valuable this Florges is, already boosted one stage.
Yeah, this is matchup knowledge by Andrews throwing a Trailblaze first, doing more damage here because it's Trailblaze. So he goes for the Chilling Water. Chilling Water definitely knocks out the Metagame. I wonder if they're going to put up the shield here. Andrews putting both. Oh, actually goes for the shield, but it's a charge attack priority here. So I don't know if it's going to let it go. It might actually hang on to the Ice Punch.
Yeah, that is so well played by Andrews. You would think, hey, if they let it go, you want to have this Trailblaze, but knowing there might be an Ice Punch, you are at one more charge attack than your opponent. You're going to get out with one boosted attack, not down a shield. This is so good. Throws the Chilling Water immediately.
Chilling Water going into the Fortress here. Immediately debuffing the Fortress. Fortress going for a Volt Switch down, but this is a boosted Chilling Water. Chilling Water actually does a tremendous amount of damage here on the Fortress. Let's see what it comes in. It comes in with the Quagsire, met by a Togekiss, and there is a Fortress in the back with super effective Volt Switches.
Yeah, this debuffing is usually the domain of Fortress. Now an Aura Sphere is going to be thrown into the Shadow Fortress of Andres. I think you can consider shielding this and then throwing the debuff here, because you're never going to get hit this hard ever again in this matchup.
Yeah, if Andrews gets rid of this Togekiss and the only Pokemon is left on BestDMX side is Fortress, she can constantly debuff the Fortress, and he can't unclear debuffs anymore because it's his last Pokemon. Yeah. So here comes another Aura Sphere for the Fortress. This is not nearly gonna knock out since it was debuffed by the Rock Tomb.
Now there is a win condition for BestDMX to catch the next Rock Tomb on his own Fortress, but I don't know how good that even is going to be. Throws a Sand Tomb here just to get a little bit of damage off there. Does that even knock out?
There's no way this knocks out. No, it's double resist on the Togekiss. Here comes in with the Fortress, but there's a Quagsire, very healthy here. 2 Aqua Tails. 1 Aqua Tail won't be enough, but maybe 1 Stone Edge might be the play here to take out this Fortress. First, a Sand Tomb though, to debuff the Quagsire.
I really like the Sand Tomb earlier from Andres' side, because that is going to guarantee a farm down from Quagsire on the Togekiss if necessary. Goes to throw an Aqua Tail here to be a double charge attack, but does that knock out? This might barely knock out, but barely not. Actually, another Sand Tomb is coming through.
Yeah, this Aqua Tail will knock out the Fortress. There's some Togekiss left, not much though. I don't think it can be much shut down. Maybe the Togekiss is so low in health, but we see there's some energy, but the Aqua Tail gets reached. And the only win con here was to the Togekiss farm down the Quagsire, through a move at the Fortress, but it was already over.
Yeah, that was way, way, way too much HP on the Quagsire to be ever farmed down by this Togekiss. I think you could have much shot it down realistically there, actually. But yeah, good game for Andres there. I mean, if you lead Florges into Metagame, your opponent is forced to play it out.
Yeah, I mean, well played by Andres there. First the Trailblaze, and then making sure the Florges keeps boosted and able to throw a Chilling Water at the next Pokemon. Also a boosted Chilling Water, doing more damage and debuffing that Fortress. Was a great game. Like, by then, like, there's only 1.5 Pokemon is already knocked out, and you still have to deal with 2 Pokemon back. And Andres has, like, switch advantage at that point, so that was really, really tough for BestDMX.
Yep, really tough to get back from this, and as well, the alignment was bad in the end. Fortress on the Togekiss is already tough, but your own Fortress against the Shadow Quagsire is, I want to say, even tougher. So there was really not that much that BestDMX could do. This is a classic scenario of RPS, as we call it, rock, paper, scissors, where you find the right lead and then your opponent also has negative matchups in the back.
I don't see much play for Malamar for Andres. We see the Togekiss. Togekiss resists both charge attacks. Yeah. We see Fortress, you can always go for the chip and dip with the superpower and dip out, but there's a Corviknight resisted the side waves, Guzzlord resists the side waves, even though superpower would do a good amount of damage. And then as well there is Medicham. I get Medicham, Malamar is like more like a neutral matchup, since Dynamic Punch steals so much damage, right? 2 Dynamic Punches would knock out a Malamar for sure.
Yep, 2 definitely, but I think you're at least resisting the Psycho Cut, so I think there is some wiggle room for Malamar, but I do agree with you that it wouldn't be on my list of highest priorities in this matchup. I do like the Florges a lot here. Corviknight is not the worst matchup. Medicham is a fantastic matchup. Guzzlord is a fantastic matchup. Quagsire is fantastic. The only issue you might encounter is the Fortress, and even that is not the worst.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, Fortress seems a little bit freer, and also enters Obstacle and Trailblaze, which almost one-shots Quagsire from full health. So, I mean, Florges seems like the Pokemon she has to go with to pick in the next game as well, because it looks like kind of free. Like, it needs to wiggle around very hard to take down the Florges.
Yeah, Florges can also debuff the Fortress. Yes, you are resisting those Fairy Winds, but you're gonna be debuffed in no time. And actually, those debuffs really do stack up if you're throwing Chilling Water after Chilling Water. So Andres in a superior position there. BestDMX does not look too happy about the matchup. Also, playing versus Andres is never easy. Game 2 is about to start, and we are seeing the Shadow Fortress versus Florges matchup.
I guess this is where the Fortress wants to see the Florges here. So we're going with the Florges. Probably going to debuff first. Great pacing here. Only 5 for the first Chilling Water. Going to debuff the Fortress. Fortress can easily let this go. But now the Fortress is debuffed.
Yep, and I want to see how much damage this Rock Tomb does. I think it swapping out into the Shadow Quagsire, trying to catch one of those. Is going to get Sandtomb now.
Sandtomb will defense drop the Quagsire. He goes into his own Quagsire. Some Quagsire on Quagsire action going on right now. First Aqua Tail is going to land on BestiaMax Quagsire here, but this Quagsire is debuffed in Sandtomb, so I don't think an Aqua Tail will knock out still. It still might have to drop 2 moves, but we have to see here. Going for the charge attack priority, but BestiaMax wins the charge attack priority. Let's see. Is Aqua Tail knocks out?
I think it barely doesn't, because it is defense debuffed. Andres is not taking any risks here. Putting up a shield when you throw on charge attack priority never feels too great, but getting a shield back in response is then, of course, also a little bit better there. The thing is now the Fortress has used some of its energy already, so if Florges goes back into that matchup, it is again faster pacing.
Great counting by BestiaMax, going for the charge attack priority, which he knows he wins, so he can overload and maximize on energy. Now has a lot of energy on his Quagsire. Comes in with the Florges again. Florges takes his Aqua Tail pretty comfortably, and Quagsire almost is in Chilling Water range, so she can even opt to throw a Chilling Water in case he get caught. If she other choice on Trailblaze.
And now at this point, the Florges is so low on the HP that even Guzzlord doesn't have too many problems with it anymore, because Fairy Wind doesn't deal that much damage. The charge attacks don't really deal a lot of damage, and you knock out with 1 Brutal Swing soon.
This is the issue when you have Florges with no Fairy type. I mean, we're gonna get catch here. We get the caught on the Rock Tomb. I mean, this is still gonna debuff the Fortress, so I assume the Guzzlord is coming in right now on the Fortress, and which he does.
That's a great position for BestiaMax to be in now as well. With the timing to throw, you can easily throw after 5 Dragon Tails there. Doesn't opt to throw immediately. Rock Tomb can now debuff the Guzzlord 1 stage. However, there's no fast attack pressure from Andres.
Yeah, exactly. The Volt Switch is being heavily resisted here. Goes for the first Brutal Swing, 1 Dragon Tail and 1 Brutal Swing on perfect timing. Does she survive this Brutal Swing? Always have to shield up. She lets it go. I assume she will survive this. She does, and she might get to a Sand Tomb or maybe Rock Tomb mode, but goes for another Brutal Swing here. Doesn't want to take another move from Fortress.
Is going to knock it out, definitely. Now you can bring in your Florges, but I do not think that you're going to be able to farm this all the way down. Actually, if you put up a shield, if you're throwing your Trailblaze, you might be able to farm it down, but would you even no shield? A Trailblaze brings in the Shadow Fortress to have some of this Volt Switch damage. No shields again on the side of BestiaMax. I think he has this game in the bag.
Yeah, BestiaMax still has a shield. The Chilling Water doesn't do enough damage to take out the Fortress. The only thing he needs is a Volt Switch to take out the Florges, and BestiaMax ties the score 1-1.
Oh, this is the play-in for Day 2 for both of these trainers. Of course, if you lose, you are not out of the tournament yet. There is still a good chance to get into Day 2 because you got so far in the tournament. But who's it gonna be? Who secures the spot on the winner's side in Day 2? Who gets to the group finals, which will be played tomorrow? BestiaMax or Andres, with very similar teams. Actually, the teams are not that similar, but they have Shadow Quagsire and Shadow Fortress.
Like most trainers in this
that's
event. But we see the Florges. I mean, against the Guzzlord, like the Fairy Wind doing double super effective damage. It's just like such a low damage output move. And then the Trailblaze and Chilling Water being resisted, it doesn't really help Florges as much. If Guzzlord is stuck in the matchup, it's not that bad. I mean, also,
that's true.
The Guzzlord has Sludge Bomb, right? So
yeah. If your shield's up and you have a lot of HP on that Guzzlord, I think you can do some things there in this matchup, because Sludge Bomb does a lot of damage if it deals like 40% to an Azumarill. Just imagine how much damage it deals to a Florges. But I think you generally still try to avoid the Fairy types with your Guzzlord.
Exactly. Let's see if these trainers gonna change their tactics, maybe swap something out. But I feel like BestiaMax having the Florges on his Fortress was quite lucky there as well, making that call, knowing that, okay, this is my best matchup I can have against this Florges. Like, whatever's in the back, I don't really mind.
And even that was not the worst one for Andres.
Yeah.
Getting a lot of damage in there because of this Shadow Fortress with this Chilling Water in the beginning that really impressed me from the Fairy-type Pokemon, might even consider playing this out, because once you swap out against something like a Fortress, you're gonna get debuffed on the next Pokemon, which is gonna make the game significantly harder, because then you're locked in with a debuff.
Yeah, it's either you get debuffed on the attack or defense, either or. It's always good to have a Fortress having debuffing the next Pokemon that comes in, and it's locked in the matchup as well, making it very difficult. But it seems like the trainers have locked in their teams ready for game number 3. And we see Altaria versus the Guzzlord of Bestiamax.
That is usually a decent matchup for the Guzzlord, also depending on how defensive the Guzzlord is. If it has high defense and it takes 1 Dragon Breath damage or less per fast attack, it's really good for Guzzlord. If it has Dragon Claw, it's always good for Guzzlord. Not the case here.
Yeah, in this case, it's all about like fast move damage. We see Sky Attack and Brutal Swing are neutrally damaged moves. They don't do super effective damage. Sky Attack does a little bit more than Brutal Swing. We see here the Guzzlord putting up the shield, protecting his Guzzlord right now. Sky Attack will put it probably in Dragon Breath farmdown range.
I like it because Sky Attack is always a high investment. Oh, what a catch of the Florges with a Fairy Wind Sneak. Whatever you swap in is going to be 1 turn behind now, 1 fast attack.
This was an amazing catch by Andres, and here we see the Fortress. But Andres like, okay, this is fine. Maybe I can beat out the Fortress here and debuff the Fortress. Chilling Water after Chilling Water after Chilling Water. This is actually a good position for Andres, to be honest.
But she has the Shadow Fortress in the back herself with a Shadow Quagsire on the other side. However, Altaria is still relatively healthy, so that one could take on the Quagsire in the end if you get to Determine Switch. Andres now putting up a shield too. Was 1 shield up from the previous Dragon matchup.
Yeah, her shielding the floor just may seem like she wants to get out of this matchup, dance around, show Chilling Water after Chilling Water, maybe get out with some energy and maybe use it later here. But we see another Chilling Water. I mean, she needs 1 more. I don't think the 3rd one will even knock out. Bestiamax opts for a Sand Tomb here. If she's counting, she might not even shield this, and she doesn't.
Oh, now that is going to cause the Volt Switches to deal a little bit more damage, but how important is that really? It's so hard to catch when you're playing the Fortress yourself. Andres perfect counting there as well. Knows if I throw this Chilling Water now, I'm not even going to take that damage from those Volt Switches. So if I preserve this Florges, I might be able to get to another charge attack versus the Guzzlord. Gets to the charge attack versus the Shadow Quagsire. Throws a Trailblaze here. Forces a shield.
Yeah, she threw the Trailblaze. I mean, it's really hard to call this because if she threw the Chilling Water, I mean, you have to chill here because Trailblaze will almost knock it out. And here comes Altaria with some energy, gets to the Sky Attack. Quagsire is not at the Stone Edge yet, and it's definitely, Altaria is definitely not in Aqua Tail range. This will be actually very, very close.
Yep. And Bestiamax will have to throw something soon against the Altaria because this is still ramping up some damage. Goes to throw the Aqua Tail. There is a shield on the side of Andrews. Opts to no shield this. I think you're gonna hang out, but then Bestiamax has the option to swap in the Guzzlord to Dragon Tail down. Does he get it? Yes, with 1 Dragon Tail. Has some energy here already against the Fortress now.
But we see Fortress having a shield up, Dragon Tail being resisted, Brutal Swing, not the strongest move. And Guzzlord is actually in Rock Tomb range, maybe even in Sand Tomb range after a few Volt Switches, but I think Rock Tomb is a safer play here. Once you get to Rock Tomb, we'll definitely knock out the Guzzlord, and she can keep the shield if she wants to.
Yep, keep the shield, and now you can throw after 2 Volt Switches for perfect timing because the Guzzlord just barely got to this charge attack. Then you're going to come out with 1 full Rock Tomb, does not want to risk it. It's easier for us that we can see all the energy. Goes to throw the Sand Tomb. Does this knock out? Yes, absolutely. Guzzlord falls to it, and there is 1 charge attack already loaded on this Shadow Quagsire. Does Andres have enough damage to knock it out with the Rock Tomb?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, she needs to get to the Rock Tomb to do some more damage, but oh, this is going to be a Sand Tomb, but Sand Tomb won't be enough. Maybe she can combo play with the Florges to take down the Quagsire here, but Sand Tomb connects, and it's not enough to take down the Quagsire. Trying to get to the Aqua Tail on the, but the Volt Switch actually enough to take down the Quagsire. Andres wins the game.
That is huge. The defense debuff of Sand Tomb actually knocked out the Quagsire with the Volt Switch. Resisted Volt Switch, as we in Pokemon GO don't have immunities. Electric type damage can be single stage resisted by a Shadow Quagsire. Takes the win there with the Sand Tomb. Absolutely massive. So well played by Andres, just dancing around with all of those debuffs.
This was definitely the Fortress show. Fortress on Fortress, constantly battling. Who puts the debuff first? We're gonna show Rock Tomb, Sand Tomb. Like, I mean, Andres played this perfectly to her win condition in the end there.
Florges as well. I think that was the pivotal moment in the game when Andres and her Florges played the matchup versus the Fortress. Then put out a smart shield, basically lived this on 5% HP and actually got to throw a Trailblaze into the Shadow Quagsire, forcing out a shield with a double debuffed Florges that was at 5% HP. How much more value can you get out of a Pokemon? That was crazy.
Yeah, she got lots of value out of a Florges. Very, very, very smart plays of her. The Fortress, having to throw energy all the time, sometimes to debuff the opponent. Like, when we saw that Santum landing on the Quagsire, I mean, the Volt Switch knocking out right there perfectly show like how strong Fortress can be in this meta. We see her Quagsire versus Togekiss. We saw some Togekiss. Togekiss didn't do as much as BestMX wanted to in game 1, so that's why he probably decided to bench it for the next games.
And the next game went into his favor. It was also rather close, but of course, also getting in with the good lead of Shadow Fortress versus the Florges. But that is another advantage that we're seeing from Shadow Fortress, and this is going to come to nobody's surprise, but it just deals more damage in the end. It got to farm down in this nasty scenario. When you know that you're playing versus many Shadow Quagsires, you want to be able to sometimes just deal a little bit more damage.
After seeing this gameplay, would you opt to run Disarming Voice on Florges, or would you keep the standard moveset of the Water, Chilling Water, and Trailblaze?
Oh, I think it heavily depends on the rest of your team, right? If you're having big problems with Dark-type Pokemon, with something like a Galarian Moltres or a Guzzlord, of course, or Medicham is a big problem. I think with Medicham, Trailblaze is still absolutely fine.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just need that Disarming Voice pressure or a Moonblast even. But I think in general, if your team doesn't have the biggest weaknesses to a Guzzlord, just Trailblaze it.
Yeah, so lots of also plays you have to make and think like, is my opponent gonna debuff me with a Chilling Water, or is he gonna throw like the super effective move?
Yeah.
Like, because like it's all about like gambling at that point of like, when do you throw what move? Because like, is my opponent gonna shield? If he's gonna shield, he's gonna shield a Chilling Water. I'm like, oh no, I'm debuffed, right?
You always go, oh no, they outsmarted me. It feels like a 50-50, but in the end you always feel bad for thinking that your opponent just played this way smarter than you when you actually get baited in those situations. But I think that having Trailblaze is just so huge for Shadow Quagsire right now. I know that Wigglytuff is the most played Pokemon, but it feels like Shadow Quagsire just appears in every single game. I want to actually see the day 2 usage that we are going to have soon. With the Shadow Quagsire, there's so many of them, and if you have Florges, you have a Fairy-type Pokemon that actually just has the ability to one-shot the Shadow Quagsire. Yes, you're getting outpaced a little bit, but one Aqua Tail is never threatening you, so you actually, I do think you have a hard counter in this Pokemon.
And you can always throw, if you really want to, instead of a Trailblaze, a Chilling Water, knowing that your opponent will shield anyways. Just throw the Chilling Water and you're gonna debuff them, so like even a better spot. But like also knowing the matchups, the knowledge of like when to throw a Trailblaze, let's say like in a Medicham. Like knowing, okay, I have to throw a Trailblaze first and then Chilling Waters later.
Yeah,
it's just like knowing your matchups, knowing what you have to do.
You can go for the greedy play. If you think, okay, my opponent is playing this out and they are going to no-shield the second attack as well, you of course want to throw the Trailblaze, right? You definitely want to throw it because you're dealing more damage. You are, of course, also double boosted then, and the next matchup is going to be even easier for you. But if you're saying, okay, my opponent is going to shield this, I can actually, without going down another shield, win the zero shield scenario and come out with a whole charge attack. So that was brilliantly played and in-depth matchup knowledge from Andres to go for the counterintuitive play of throwing the debuffing attack while knocking out potentially a Pokemon.
Yeah, also the buff on Santum this season. So this is the first European season with the new season, with all the moves that we have changed. Santum being buffed actually does help so many matchups that prior it would be so bad.
Yep, Santum always felt horrible when you landed it and your opponent did not just
they just
shield
laugh.
it.
They just laugh at you like, oh, Santum.
Exactly. In some matchups, like basically when you played versus a Stunfisk in the last meta and they no-shielded the Santum, it was even super effective. It still didn't feel that great. And your opponent always knew that you were going to throw a Santum with something like Empoleon as well. If you wanted to win those matchups with Forretress, you had to go 2 shields down. That was very important there because then at some point it does add up, right? But your opponent always had such an easy time just no-shielding it if the Rock Tomb was resisted. And now it is decent damage. It doesn't feel horrible to land a Santum anymore because then it's going to be even easier to farm down.
It actually feels like a charge move this time. Like actually, not like a fast move. But here we see Pablo Dinas versus Markstar here. And again, we see, bro, I don't know what's going on with the Pillow Swines. Like, it is crazy. Another Piloswine on our screen. What's going on?
So we talked with Zizwalos earlier about the Piloswine from his team, and he said that the team of Elam, which is basically all of the Pokemon, really lost to Piloswine. Also, there is a way in which you can really, I don't want to say dominate the Quagsire matchup, but if you have some energy advantage, you can actually play it out quite nicely without having to throw multiple charge attacks. And actually we are seeing no Stone Edge on the Piloswine, it's high horsepower.
High horsepower, a heavy ground type attack. Great move, but it takes a while to get there. But I mean, it's Shadow Piloswine, Icicle Spear, 5-2 Icicle Spear does also actually a good amount of damage. Icicle Spear, a great move. And here we see we see a Shadow Kanto Ninetales. I love Ninetales. Shadow variant even cooler. Also has Energy Ball, which is a Community Day move that we recently got. And this time we also see Quagsire with Stone Edge and another Guzzlord and Corviknight core.
You know what? I don't want to be a hater, but I did not think that Energy Ball on Ninetales would see play.
Me neither. To be honest, me neither. I haven't seen one land though. I haven't seen one land. I want to see one land on Quagsire and I'll be happy. Today, I'll be happy.
That's true. I mean, the matchup, it's shadow on shadow damage. If most of the Quagsire, let's be real, are shadow. So I think a Shadow Aqua Tail is going to be very close to knocking out the Ninetales as well, especially with the shadow boosted super effective mud shots as well. But if you land the Energy Ball in the shields down scenario, that could be absolutely crucial. Even though I want to say, an Overheat also would deal a lot of damage.
Overheat would do a tremendous amount of damage. Ninetales also has access to Solar Beam, which probably would be a little bit too much, but like if it lands on, let's say, an Azumarill, that would be really fun to watch. But Energy Ball being a little bit better move, easier to get to, very more cheap. And let's see what these trainers are going to cook here. Hopefully we're going to see some Shadow Piloswine action, and it seems like the trainers have locked in their teams. And we see Charjabug on Kanto Ninetales.
Oh, that is so tough. Not really a real answer on the team of Pablo. Swaps in the Licky might be the best answer here. And Marstar is going to throw a Weather Ball here on to the Licky, possibly swapping out afterwards, because I think you want to keep this Pokemon for the Charjabug, throwing in the Corviknight, saying, hey, you know what? Corviknight is avoiding the Charjabug. We'll take a W when we see one.
Yeah, the few Embers plus the Weather Ball might put the Licky into Sand Attack payback range, which would be a great play here. As you can see, the Licky, very bulky Pokemon. He can show Shadow Balls after Shadow Ball. Payback, I don't think it will knock out. Comes very close, or might just knock out. And then Corviknight cleanly wins this matchup. But this also leaves some farm for the Charjabug.
Yeah, that is true, but you also get some farm here on that Corviknight, so I think there might be a world in which we actually get to send an Air Cutter onto the Charjabug, which might always swap into the Charjabug immediately. Very well played, knowing the timer isn't up yet, so the Alolan, or the Kanto Ninetales, is actually at least threatened a little bit by a Discharge.
Yeah, Discharge coming through from Charjabug. It won't do a lot of damage, but Kanto Ninetales, the Shadow version, is not that bulky, but let's see, they don't put up a shield. Discharge does a good amount of damage, but we have super effective Embers here, plus super effective Weather Ball. It shows a Weather Ball. I don't know if this is gonna knock out Charjabug, kind of bulky, but this might knock out, and Pablo actually puts up a shield here on the Charjabug.
I mean, Weather Ball has been buffed recently, right? It deals a little more damage, but I think that Pablo Dinas just says, hey, you know what? Volt Switch deals so much damage, I think I might want to just... I mean, Ember is super effective, but it doesn't deal a lot of damage. You might just want to farm this down.
Great move timing from Marstar, showing one end the move. Charjabug actually gonna put up his shield, maybe because to try for the farm out here, or he comes in with the Florges Marstar, which is a really good play here. Trying to get to debuff first on the Chilling Water, but does get to the Discharge first before Florges get to a Chilling Water and debuff the Charjabug.
Oh, Marstar really has all the alignment in the back. There is a Medicham waiting, and if you have your Florges, that is of course a tremendously strong matchup. Throws a Chilling Water here. Charjabug is kinda bulky. Chilling Water is not the strongest attack in terms of damage. No same type attack bonus. Are you getting to another attack? Yes, you might actually go for it, but swaps it out first.
Now goes into the Medicham, goes for the Trailblaze, which you've talked about earlier. So Trailblaze first, and then going Chilling Water after Chilling Water, doing more Fairy Wind damage, plus more Chilling Water damage. Here we can see the Medicham reaching for an Ice Punch. Gonna throw the Ice Punch here on the Florges. Florges easily survives this since the Medicham has been debuffed.
I think Marstar really needs to find the perfect timing to throw on charge attack priority with the Trailblazer to maximize the Fairy Wind damage here. Goes with maximum energy into the next matchup that he can have here. Trailblaze is going to knock out here. No reason with no Protect Shields to throw the Chilling Water here. Oh, does not knock out!
Yeah, I was about to say this probably just not knocks out. Medicham is so bulky. This Ice Punch will definitely knock out the Florges. Oh, might survive 1 HP? I don't think so. No, there goes Florges. And there's still a Medicham left. There's some Pokemon left. Oh, that's the move, but Ninetales snipes with the Ember.
Pablondina swaps in the Charger Bug aggressively, takes the Ember damage, and now does not get a rollout of Embers down everything there. If he just waited, let the Medicham be farmed down and then throw a discharge, that would have been his game, but Marstar takes this one, farming down the entire team. All 3 Pokemon on 1 HP for Pablondinas.
He cut the Ember. I don't think that was his plan, but I mean, he lost a complete charge on the discharge X-Scissor. If, like you said, like maybe if he just waited through the discharge, he would have won the game. But like when you're in the moments when you're playing the game, so many things going through your head right there. But great energy management by Pablo there. A great energy management by his Charger Bug. He loves his Charger Bug in his matchup so much. He kept protecting it, keep energy on it. I like to see that. But the Kanto Ninetales, man, the Kanto Ninetales won a game.
It was so strong here in the matchup versus Charger Bug, but I was genuinely just so impressed with how Pablondinas played it up until the last second, because he identified, hey, if I get some energy on your Corviknight, I land a discharge against your Kanto Ninetales, it is Shadow, so I'm going to actually just be able to farm it down with Volt Switches and then use that energy later on. But then again, of course, swapped with a half-second timer on the swap, of course, registering the Ember damage. Maybe he also thought that the Charger Bug had a little bit more HP, but that was definitely not the case.
No, and I'm not sure we're not going to see a Piloswine. I don't think so. We saw Kanto Ninetales, we saw a Florges, access to Chilling Water and Trailblaze, double super effective moves like from both sides. So like, I don't think we're going to see a Piloswine here, to be honest. It would be cool. But the Licky did a good amount of damage for Pablo. Did a lot of work there, being so bulky as well. So it's like a good generalist mon. And since there's no Medicham on Markstar's team, it's not that bad to use the Licky here. But Kanto Ninetales, I want to see an Energy Ball land on something that is super effective, but Azumarill takes it so well. There's no Quagsire on Pablo's team. He opted for another ground type, Piloswine. But Charger Bug was really strong for Pablo, so we're probably going to see return.
You know, yes, Azumarill takes Energy Ball really well for a water type, but I still do think that 2 Energy Ball from a Shadow Ninetales might knock out, and you don't have super effective charge attacks to hit back the Alolan Ninetales, so I think you're either forced to shield your Azumarill, or there is a decent chance that you're actually losing the zero shield scenario versus a Ninetales.
Yeah, Azumarill only having Ice Beam and Play Rough. I mean, we saw Hydro Pump earlier, but from Tomahawk, but that I don't know about that one. But I mean, yeah, the Ice Beam and the Play Rough, the only thing we have super effective is the Bubble, so Ninetales, Kanto Ninetales actually will be fine in that matchup, pacing pretty quickly to those Energy Balls. So yeah, I assume we're gonna see probably another pairing of Charger Bug and Licky from Pablo, maybe like different third this time, but let's see what they cook. I want to see Kanto Ninetales back again, and these trainers say good luck to each other. They might have lucked in their teams, and they have. We see Charger Bug into Kanto Ninetales yet again. Is this a rematch of game 1-1?
Let's run it back, baby. There is, of course, the same backlines as well, so Markstar knows how to play this matchup. Is gonna go for the Weather Ball immediately here. That's a little bit of a rollout sneak there. Usually for Ember is the perfect timing, but there was, of course, half a second to swap. But if you want to throw the Ember before there is a Body Slam coming your way, that is the perfect timing. Goes into the Corviknight. So far, looks good for Markstar.
This is a replay of game number 1, it seems. So with the Shuttle Ball is going to land on the Corviknight tanks this. Just needs a payback and some sand attacks, just like we've seen in game number 1.
I like that a lot, though, from Markstar now, that he doesn't throw the payback first, because he can overfarm, install the timer a little bit, just so he doesn't get into this scenario again, like in the first game, where he's actually gonna get almost farmed down by the Charger Bug.
Yeah, definitely change up his game. And we see a shield from Licky, knowing that maybe I need to do something, and he's gonna force swap himself into the Charger Bug, but doesn't it open up the path for Kanto Ninetales?
Yeah, that is true. That is only one Volt Switch that was snuck there, and you're down a shield. Markstar even throwing on Charge Attack priority, losing this to the Charger Bug. So Charger Bug is gonna be no shielded here. Markstar knows where he wants to put his shields, and that is the Florges.
Yeah, Corviknight did lose lots and lots of energy right there. So much energy down the drain. Here comes a Weather Ball. Again, we see a shield up a Charge Back. He loves his Charge Back so much. He knows, like, okay, I can get pacing on a lot of energy here, so maybe it is worth for me to shield my Charge Back here. And here comes another Discharge. Ninetales actually shields, but this is a great opportunity for Pablo to maybe swap out here.
Now, I think he might still be locked. No, he actually isn't. He can swap it out, but he's locked into the Volt Switch, of course. And then, before the damage of the Volt Switch lands, the Weather Ball is gonna knock out the Charger Bug. You're actually kinda close to another attack here, but swapping into the Florges always seems to be the right play.
This is a Florges with a shield up. Shields the first move, which makes sense because the next one's will be debuffed. But
yeah.
I mean, there's still a Licky on the side of Pablo, so Pablo has lots and lots of HP left on his Pokemon. But we see a debuff Pokemon like Florges showing Chilling Water after Chilling Water on this Medicham, but Medicham can actually swap out to Licky and clear a debuff himself.
That's true. In the first game, Marstar got less Fairy Wind damage onto the Medicham, but started off with a Trailblaze, so he was boosted immediately. Pablondinas now is debuffed. Yes, you said he can clear it, but how much energy is on the... Oh, that is actually a full Shadow Ball, and I do not think that this Chilling Water is gonna knock out. This could be crucial, but the question is, does Marstar have the option to catch here? Are we going to see a catch? No! Pablondinas is just going to throw, lives the 2 Fairy Winds here on 1 HP with the Licky and deals a tremendous amount of damage.
For just surviving the Shadow Ball, there's still a Medicham left. Gets the front. Who gets to the charge move first? I don't know. It's gonna be the Medicham, but the Medicham is dry. But like, I don't know. The Trailblaze is not like a knockout, but maybe with some Fairy Winds after, the Florges will take out the Medicham.
Oh, but also Psycho Cut could take out this Florges. That is a big discrepancy in HP. Pablondinas was almost giving up there, but now he realized he has the win condition and he has the game.
He is back. What a great game there. Like, the Psycho Cut versus Fairy Wind, boosted Fairy Wind at that point. Like, knowing what his win con was, farming down the Florges, get out with a move and take down the Ninetales. Perfectly executed. And again, his Charger Bug constantly shielding it and protecting it. It helped in this game again.
He already put down the headphone. He was like, yeah, this is over. Oh, wait a second. Psycho Cut has been buffed this season. 1 more damage per fast attack, taking out the Florges there. Medicham keeps surprising us this tournament. We knew it was good, but how good is it really? Just constantly living attacks on 1 HP, just clutching out those big games.
Yeah, this seemed like a replay from game 1. And Marstar adjusting also his Corviknight gameplay, like throwing the payback a little bit later, but lost lots of energy with the snipe of the Charger Bug, that Volt Switch, and all the energy down the drain. I think he definitely needed the energy, but Pablo, I mean, even though like it was not favorable for him, he turned it all the way around.
Yeah. The thing is also that Marstar... I did not know that Ninetales loses Charge Attack priority to Charger Bug. I think that was very important in this matchup.
Me neither, to be honest. I mean, they're both bulky mons, but like Charger Bug seems like the more bulkier of the two.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Charger Bug actually wins Charge Attack priority.
I mean, one is a majestic, magical fox-type Pokemon, right?
Beautiful,
and the other
beautiful.
one is just a little critter.
It is, yeah.
I would have said Ninetales has more attack, but then again, I am happy to be corrected by Pablondinas, who I want to say won the game on the back of this Charger Bug that was in a bad matchup all along, but really clutched it out, took out the Corviknight, swapping in and out. Fantastic plays by Pablondinas, who has gone so far in so many tournaments already.
Yeah, Ninetales definitely has more aura than the Charger Bug. But let's see. I don't think we're not going to see the Piloswine again. Again, there was a Ninetales, there was a Florges. Really hard to bring Piloswine for Pablo. Licky is best mon, basically. And also, he puts up the shield in the previous game against the Corviknight, keeping it healthy, knowing that if I keep my Licky healthy, I can always get to charge move because it goes so quick. You can spam those body slams. You have Shadow Ball for super effective damage. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, keeping his Licky is so important, but it seems like the trainers have locked in for game number 3. Who's gonna win this matchup? We see Licky versus Empoleon.
It's a change-up. Finally, there's also still the Shadow Kanto Ninetales in the back, so that is really cool. But we're going to see this play out first. Of course, rollout is resisted, but that doesn't make the matchup worse for Licky because 2 Shadow Balls easily knock out an Empoleon.
Yeah, rollout being resisted here on the steel typing of Empoleon. First Shadow Ball is gonna connect on the Empoleon here. Let's see if they're gonna throw a Hurricane in 1 Metal Sound and the Hydro Cannon. I think Licky Licky feints to 2 Hydro Cannons with the Metal Sounds. It's gonna be very close. Licky Licky being so bulky. Here we see some over farming from Empoleon. Actually showing on different timing here, but we get a shield from Pablo.
Yeah, Pablo really wants to keep around this Licky Licky. You said it earlier that the matchup is just so... It's so strong in this entire matchup that you want to keep it around. Has to throw in suboptimal timing now, because otherwise the Empoleon would outpace easily here. And Marstar just says, I'm gonna let it go. I want to win with my Alolan Ninetales, so I'm gonna do that instead.
Here comes Quagsire. Rollouts being also resisted here from the ground typing from Quagsire. Here comes the Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball, neutrally, very strong move. Quagsire, Shadow Quagsire doesn't like to take big moves like that. Yeah, puts up the shield, makes sense. But it gets so much value out of it. Licky but he swaps out into a Scorponite, trying to soak all of this energy.
Now Marstar says, hey, you know what? I mean, Ninetales is good against Charger Bug, but it's also good against your Corviknight. Ember doesn't do too much, but Weather Ball is so strong and so fast as well.
Even though Corviknight has Sand Attack, Sand Attack doesn't do much damage, no same type attack bonus. Very weak move here, but we see the payback trying to connect on the Ninetales. I don't know if he's going to put up a shield, gonna let it go. Ninetales bring fairly bulky here, but let's see what's gonna happen. He was gonna race to the move because they'll get the Water Ball first before the Air Cutter.
Ninetales is just chilling in this game. That is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the Open Great League, and a Weather Ball, almost a bait attack, deals so much damage to it. It is looking fantastic. Of course, you have a lot of energy on your Quagsire. You get to another Weather Ball, and then you can swap in the Quagsire and see if it gets you to win the game.
Yeah, Pablo putting up a shield here, knowing that Weather Ball from Ninetales does more than Aqua Tails from Quagsire. But look at all the energy from both Pokemon. Quagsire almost has 3 Aqua Tails. Medicham already has a Dynamic Punch. This is going to be very close.
Yep, and I think there's one more Protect Shield on the side of Marstar, but keep in mind, there's almost a Shadow Ball loaded on this Licky Licky, but how much damage does it really do? I think you need to definitely connect 2 Aqua Tails into this Medicham.
Yeah, Dynamic Punch being the heavy hitter move, so like puts up the shield versus Dynamic Punch, which is very smart. 2 Aqua Tails are definitely needed to take down the Medicham, but you also need energy to take down the Licky Licky. So close to a Shadow Ball. Look at his damage. He's gonna try it. No, go for Aqua Tail. Okay, so this Medicham is going to knock out, but like I don't know if Licky Licky can like get to two moves on his Quagsire, man.
Yeah, I think this screams for double body slam from a Licky Licky, and you need to reach that first because an Aqua Tail is gonna knock out. Marstar is going to reach it, take out the Licky Licky, and advance to day 2, making losers finals.
Kanto Ninetales, baby, taking the W here over Pablo. Great showing of Kanto Ninetales. So fast with his Weather Ball. So much damage. This was great gameplay from Kanto Ninetales. I'm really happy to see me played here.
And again, Shadow Quagsire just shows how good it is as well, right? With almost 3 Aqua Tails there, just keeps on spamming those charge attacks. Medicham is also a fast Pokemon, but it looked like Quagsire is just laughing at it.
Yeah, I've seen so many trainers having a Pokemon with so much energy. Sometimes they lose all that energy by the other opponent like sniping it with a fast move, and then you lose all the energy. But now we've seen like if you have lots of energy on your Quagsire, you're able to spam, stall the timer in the same time as well, dance around your opponent. There's great energy management by Marstar.
Yeah, definitely. Energy management is key in those metas, which is why trainers like Nighttime Clasher, for example, are dominating the circus. He is perfect.
Oh, Nighttime. Yeah. I've heard about him. Yeah. Sometimes.
He's just perfection with energy management. If you can precisely tell when your opponent is going to reach the next charge deck, you can, of course, maximize your own energy, and every single second of energy that you can get is needed in this game.
As you can see, the Medicham for the Florges. I mean, Medicham into Florges with Psycut. Medicham used to run counter. Psycut now a way better move, having sometimes better options against the Fairy types here. But we see here, there was a great play by Pablo, farming down with the Psycut and landing a Dynamic Punch on the Kanto Ninetales for the win. But Kanto Ninetales said, no, I'll be back for game number 3.
Yep, it's such a majestic Pokemon. It looked so strong in this matchup, but unfortunately we did not get to see an Energy Ball land on something super effective. However, we have seen super effective Weather Balls, and that is also pretty cool.
That is true. I really wanted to see an Energy Ball land on a Water type, but maybe not now. Maybe the next game, maybe we see a Piloswine action today. I've seen it once, I think. I've seen once from Polasha. I've seen Piloswine once. So far, I haven't seen it again.
Did she use it?
She used it game 1-1. Yeah, I remember. She used it game number 1. She won. She was very weak to Talonflame that game, but she was like, I want to play Piloswine. I'm just going to play it and use it, and it did so much damage.
I mean, Piloswine doesn't necessarily scream, I'm an answer to Talonflame. That is rather tough. If you land a Stone Edge,
maybe
think
perhaps
you're fine.
yeah. If you're lucky to land a Stone Edge, if you even get there, Incinerates do so much damage.
I think
against
Shadow
Piloswine.
on Shadow, you barely get there. I think you can hang on 2 or 3 Incinerates. Actually, can you?
I think you can. You're a Piloswine. Lots of hair, lots of coverage,
Yeah.
you know.
So 0 shield scenario, great for Piloswine. So I think it's an answer, confirmed. But of course, we have plenty of more battles today. We have so many players who are already qualified for Day 2, but there are more to come. V-Tenacity versus Marcy 4-5-4. We have seen Marcy today on his debut already. Winners round 1 versus Laurens. Little callback. With a very hard meta team. I think that was the Houston team of Nighttime Clash.
There was top 16 for sure, yeah. Interviewed Marcy earlier today. He was like, he tried some different things. He also said he talked about like Wheezing, Galarian Wheezing, use it with Brutal Swing and Overheat. But it felt a little bit like not too great in the meta, so like he did shit. I would have loved to see Galarian Weezing, not gonna lie, but maybe it's not this place in this tournament. And we see here Gourgeist. Gourgeist, very interesting Pokemon.
Yeah.
C-Bomb, Shadow Ball, both stab moves, same type attack bonus, and we see Incinerate getting to the charge move very, very quickly. And now with the charge moves being different this season, right? Updated, and you have to give him Shadow Ball, like give him back it up twice. Like you have back-to-back Shadow Ball, which is truly amazing. And we see Clefable. Clefable we haven't seen much yet, which is very fun Pokemon. Meteor Mash, 5-2 Meteor Mash, that's pretty quick.
We've seen Judith play this also in one of the first rounds, but also what we are seeing is the Feraligatr Gourgeist core, which has been crucial in previous games for Paulasha. There's Marcy's team, very hard meta, but that doesn't make it any less strong, let me tell you, because you have the double steal of Corviknight and Fortress, which pairs so well versus Shadow Quagsire. However, that core is broken up by Gourgeist.
Yeah, Gourgeist is very, very, like I said, very interesting Pokemon. One C-Bomb takes out the Quagsire, you have Shadow Ball for the Medicham, even against Wigglytuff is not that bad, Incinerate being neutral, against Corviknight, you know, like even though like it has Air Cutter and Payback, still the Incinerate plus Shadow Ball does so much damage, and Fortress doesn't want to see Incinerate at all, being so weak to fire types.
But there is the Guzzlord. That is a hard answer to that Gourgeist. So there is a little bit of a risk in bringing it. But maybe this is something that V-Tenacity is very much aware of and knows, hey, I can just leave the Gourgeist at home and bring a team that is prepared for the Guzzlord.
These trainers saying good luck. It seem like they've locked in at the end. They have it's Medicham into Corviknight. A rather like neutralist matchup right here.
Yeah, there is super effective damage on one side, however, the matchup is still neutral, and I think that Clefable in the back of Venacity is just very happy to see the Corviknight somewhere else.
Oh, look at the Clefable. He wants to see the Guzzlord for sure, but here comes the first Air Cutter from Marcy here. Air Cutter not doing much damage. Maybe he gets the buff, but he doesn't get the buff here for more Air Cutter damage. Here comes the first Dynamic Punch, doing a good amount of neutral damage. 2 Dynamic Punches plus an Ice Punch is enough to take down the Corviknight.
Yeah, but I think you're getting massively outpaced to this. However, you are living 2 Air Cutters. Actually gets to throw the second Dynamic Punch as well, which is already putting the Corviknight in a very comfortable farm down range. So you either take Switch if your opponent tries to swap out after the first matchup, or swaps in his own Corviknight trying to catch a possible Air Cutter. But that is going to be answered by the Fortress, another Steel type that is baited out, baited away from the Clefable.
Very smart play here, honestly. The Payback still does a good amount of damage on Fortress, but Volt Switch being super effective. Doesn't get to the Rock Tomb first, but look at this Payback damage. And here comes the first Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb is going to be neutral. It's going to lower the defense, lower the attack, of the Corviknight. Rock Tomb connects here, but I'm not sure here if the Fortress can Volt Switch this Corviknight down all the way before it gets to another Payback.
I think you're actually just forcing your opponent to not overfarm as much if you're going up to a Payback, and then you can swap in your Medicham, which is a good answer to Fortress as well. But now V-Tenacity is going for that first Air Cutter. Would reach another one, so Marcy is still forced to throw a Rock Tomb, and now Clefable in the back. It's smiling, it's grinning. It is looking so strong, especially against the Guzzlord. Marcy might be hoping for a Gourgeist in the back, but that is not what awaits him.
The Fable on Guzzlord action very soon. Here we see the first Sand Tomb on the Medicham, doing a little bit of chip damage here. The Medicham only has to get out this Fortress out of the way, and it's going to be pretty happy because the Fable is going to run for free in the back.
Yep, there is of course the chance that there is something else, but you baited out 2 Steel types. What is the likeliness of another answer for Clefable in the back? It is very low, let me tell you. There's a lot of energy still on this Corviknight, but Corviknight doesn't deal a lot of damage with charge attacks against the Clefable. This might be a huge farm down.
The thing is, what is Clefable gonna shield? Oh, but he swaps out in the Guzzlord. Hello. I'm gonna eat you for breakfast. This is free, but the Sludge Bomb's still super effective though. But if he knows, I'm gonna just shield the Sludge Bomb, which will be the most heavy hitting move here because Air Cutter doesn't do as much damage here. But we see the first Meteor Mash. Clefable pays into those Meteor Mashes really quickly as well.
I think you can almost two-shield farm down, especially if you shield one of those Sludge Bombs. Then Fairy Winds do add up massively. But you can, of course, also keep on forcing shields with your Meteor Mashes. Tenacity is going to throw another Meteor Mash. And I think at this point, Marcy, do you even need to shield this? No. It's okay. This one is locked up. Let's focus on game 2.
Marcy knows Clefable is a little bit too strong for me here. Gets farmed down, Fairy Winded down the Corviknight, but the Clefable on the Guzzlord, rather uncomfortable, obviously, for the Guzzlord there, but Marcy thinks like, I need to change up my game plan here. What went wrong?
Huge Clefable performance there. I mean, of course, sometimes you just have a fantastic matchup, right? Your opponent is 4 times weak to your Pokemon. That doesn't make Clefable great, right? Everyone can beat their hard counter, but what would happen if the Clefable went on any other Pokemon? Like the Corviknight or the Fortress. Is that like an auto-lose matchup, or do you have some play there?
Yeah, Clefable, I mean, Meteor Mash still does so much damage. Moonblast also a really good move. But the thing is, having those 2 steel types, like you said, the Corviknight and the Fortress, being able to debuff you as well in the long run is not that great. But like, besides that, Clefable looks really strong into Medicham, into the Guzzlord, even in Quagsire and Wigglytuff, obviously the Meteor Mash. So I think Clefable either is a good Pokemon to bring or a great bench Pokemon as well to have.
The thing is also that with the timer that is now so quick, I think you can spam some Meteor Mashes and then swap out. Like Fortress and Corviknight, they don't have the heaviest hitting attacks against you. They're not going to threaten knockouts very fast, but that is a good lead for Tenacity. But how good is it really? Because there is plenty of super effective damage on the side of Marcy.
This lead can go both ways. This is a Grass type versus a Flying type, but the Grass type kind of has like the upper hand here because like the Incinerators do so much. Look at the health HP from the Corviknight here. The Shadow Ball not landing here is going for a Air Cutter on the Gorgeist. Air Cutter easily tank it, doesn't have to shield anything, but a Payback would do so much damage.
Oh, calls the Air Cutter, and that is huge already, but you are not at the Shadow Ball yet. Oh, Payback is going to be thrown, actually reaches that attack. Tenacity pulls up a shield, perfect counting on his side.
Very smart play here. Throwing the Air Cutter first with the bait, then the Payback. Goes for the Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball will definitely knock out the Corviknight here, and Gourgeist wins this matchup. This is crazy. A Grass type beating a Fly type so easily.
Yeah, I mean, Incinerate damage really does help, right? Swaps out into the Corviknight because it doesn't want to get farmed down by the Guzzlord. There's another Steel type in the back for Marcy. I mean, if you need to get rid of this Gourgeist before you bring in your Fortress.
Yeah, I like this play out, keeping the Gourgeist alive because knowing there's a Guzzlord, you have 2 answers in the back for the Guzzlord. Might as well bring the Corviknight here.
I think on Marcy's side, you have to swap out into your Fortress at some point, because if your Guzzlord gets knocked out and you're forced to bring in your Fortress, you know that there is a Gourgeist. Incinerate is going to deal some heavy damage.
Very risky play for Marcy, playing ABA weak to Gourgeist, having the Gourgeist in the lead, but having a Steel type and another Steel type in the back. Double super effective Incinerates. Fortress does not want to see a Gourgeist is a hard answer to Fortress here, but Marcy is thinking, I don't know what he's gonna do here. The Brutal Swing, I don't think it's even gonna knock out the Corviknight, and the Corviknight probably gets to another Air Cutter.
Yeah, the thing is now, if you knock out this Corviknight and it doesn't even get to another Air Cutter, which does happen, you bring in the Clefable, swap in the Fortress, and then there's immediately your Gourgeist with even another shield. So Tenacity really just does have the upper hand. There's no fast attack pressure on the side of Marcy, almost knocked out completely, and Tenacity is gonna make day 2 at the Special Championship in Seville.
Oh baby, these Incinerators are going really hard. Here comes Gourgeist. There's some Guzzlord left, but he knows there's a still full health Clefable in the back. One Fairy Wind will take out this Guzzlord, and it's over for Marcy.
Seed Bomb is gonna deal the rest of damage. The Gourgeist show everyone this takes out the Guzzlord. Triple KO from the Gourgeist. Boom.
What a Pokemon, dude. What a Pokemon. He played ABA Steel, and then there was a Gourgeist in the lead. Not too great. I mean, a Grass type taking down a Flying type is something you don't see often.
We've seen plenty of Gourgeist actually in this tournament. I mean, it's not one of the most used Pokemon, but I think we already have at least 2 locked up in day 2. And that is a pretty impressive set already to have there for a Pokemon that was nowhere to be seen before it got Incinerate.
Never, and then you can Incinerate and boom. It's everywhere right here. It's a great Pokemon. Also, like the Shadow Ball and C-Bomb coverage, I feel like the moveset, like it helps like in the meta. Like when Corviknight, Fortress, and Wigglytuff, and Quagsire is all in the meta in the top usage, and having those access to those C-Bomb and Shadow Ball, those moves, like help tremendously.
The thing is, if you think about it a little bit more, it feels like such an obvious choice, right? If the best core in the game is Quagsire and Corviknight and Fortress, Gourgeist is just the perfect choice, right? Because Fire-type damage is so rare, especially combined with Grass-type damage.
Yeah, Gourgeist definitely locks down Fortress completely. Here we see Clefable. And Clefable actually was also pretty strong for Tenacity, I feel like, because like Marcy brought Guzzlord twice, and there was... Unfortunately for him, it was never on the Gourgeist, this Guzzlord, only in the end here, but I mean, the Clefable definitely shut down the Guzzlord a few times.
Yeah, definitely. It was just hanging around with the Guzzlord, like they were old pals, which was definitely not mutual. I want to say the Guzzlord, I think, really wanted to hang out with his friend Gourgeist, but that couldn't happen. And Venus Tenacity, it's really well played. He knew his opponent was going to have to bring Guzzlord, because it was the only answer, basically, for the Gourgeist. But if you bring the Guzzlord, the Clefable looks so good into their team as well, so it was really, really hard to outmaneuver this. There was always a 66% chance that you just have a bad lead.
Have you seen a C-Bomb land on Quagsire yet? I don't think so.
Quagsire is avoiding all of those Grass-type attacks.
Everything. Quagsire is literally avoiding every single Grass-type in the game, even though it's double super effective. But yeah, I mean, Gourgeist, I think great pick. Fun that it got Incinerate for this season. Really, really good. Amazing. And that we get to show it on this event is truly fun, yeah.
Do you think it has the potential to win the entire tournament?
100%. More potential than Piloswine.
Yeah. Yes, it actually probably has a decent matchup into Piloswine as well, but everything hits each other for super effective damage, so you never know. But we can ask V-Tenacity now why he decided to run the Gourgeist for this tournament. Let's give it over to Marcus.
Yes, Marcus here. Thank you, Leo. No, I'm Martijn, and I'm here with the winner of our previous match, V-Tenacity. Congratulations on that victory. On the loser side of the bracket, must have been an intense run for you today, no?
Yeah, pretty intense. I dropped early to Zweilis. Pretty intense game. Like, no hard feelings there. He's an amazing player, but to make it this far, it's
Wait, how many
amazing.
wins in a row do you have now, then?
I think it's 4. This is my best run, in terms of match wins, this is my best run yet. 6 wins, so yeah, really pleased with that.
All right, well, keep that up. Let's talk a little bit about your team. Everyone here has Florges and Wigglytuff.
Yeah.
Why did you bring Clefable?
Simply because it's an amazing core breaker to both Fairy and Arc, so Guzzlord had an amazing run in Houston. I knew that people would keep that up, keep bringing it, so it seemed right, and Wigglytuff as well, very popular, so Clefable, beating both, felt good.
Okay, so you have the Clefable to basically core break Fairy type and the Guzzlord.
Yes.
Why would you not bring Tinkaton?
Because Tinkaton's not that good right now. I just don't. No, I'm not feeling it. Maybe once it gets Gigaton Hammer, could be the time for Tinkaton, but not today.
In 2 weekends, chat, don't miss out on that event as well. Maybe that'll be a good core breaker too, and respectfully will defeat Clefable as well. So maybe this is Clefable's swan song, its last dance. Yeah, again, congratulations on that victory. I just heard one of our co-casters, PokeGames, say that Gourgeist is better than Piloswine. Of course, they're not the same Pokemon, but which Pokemon do you think has a better chance of winning this tournament? Of course, you're a Gourgeist user. What is your opinion on this?
I've run into one Piloswine today. It was not brought to my team, so I'm Gourgeist all the way.
I like to hear that. Well, I guess Gaines can have this one. Again, we'll see you tomorrow. Super excited to see some more Clefable play. Make sure to follow the channel if you want to see some more V-Tenacity action. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Martijn.
We're going into some more of these loser brackets battles. Take it away, casters.
Thank you, Martin, for that interview. Marcus, welcome back. We saw some tremendous gameplay from Gourgeist earlier.
I love that Gourgeist. It was on my team when I played in Birmingham, and you know, I'm a fan. I like Incinerate users, and Gourgeist is one of them.
Yeah, it's one extra grass type that can beat down the fly type like Corviknight, which is amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise you will never see that.
No, you would never. And what a team from V-Tenacity. I love that Gator, that Feraligatr, and the Gourgeist, Clefable. It was just a really spectacular team, and obviously great pilot to drive that car all the way to day 2.
Clefable, very underrated pick, I feel like.
I think so too.
Can shut down Wigglytuff, can shut down the Guzzlord, and then Quagsire doesn't want to take any Moonblast because Moonblast does so much damage.
But there are so many steel types in this meta. There's Empoleon, there's Corviknight, there's Fortress. How would you deal with those then? Because you need answers for those steel types. So Gourgeist, not the worst into Fortress, and definitely not into Corviknight either.
Very smart pick. Pillow-Swine, we haven't seen much. We only saw it once together, remember?
Yeah,
but
I remember.
We haven't seen much Pillow-Swine yet.
I'm not convinced by Pillow-Swine.
No, I don't know. I want to say yes because I kind of like the Pokemon so much because it's so goofy looking. He's kind of a goofy guy. But I mean, Gourgeist is stealing the show in these games with perfect move coverage.
That is a goofy gal, I would say, or a spooky... spooky pumpkin, I guess. Yeah, and I think. But
I guess.
Yeah, I guess. But you know, out of all the Piloswine we've seen on the teams today, there is one in day 2 with Palasha. There's another one with Potaman, I believe, is in day 2. Yeah, it would not enjoy that Clefable. Meteor Mash would just mash it right out of there.
Yeah, I think 1 Meteor Mash. I think it will knock out the Shadow Pilot.
Yeah, with the Fairy Winds, I think so too, because that a Meteor Mash hits hard.
I was also very surprised by the Feraligatr, the normal Feraligatr that the Palasha used, and other trainers as well.
Yeah.
People have forgotten about Feraligatr, I feel like, but then she brings it back, and it feels like so strong in the meta as well.
I've been a Feraligatr connoisseur these past couple of weeks, but we have other connoisseurs here. There's a Bullet Seed Cradley coming back in on our screen, and this is Nessa that is bringing all these spicy fast attacks here with Mod Shot on the Diggersby and Bullet Seed on the I mean, great picks, all of them.
Very spicy, right? We only saw 1 Diggersby so far, 1 Skeletor. Skeletor is also a really fun pick, but we have seen that 1 Shadow Ball from the Gourgeist takes out Skeledirge. So Skeledirge is not the bulkiest mon around. We see also a Shadow Fortress and a staple of Medicham. And Azumarill, I mean we've seen some Azumarills. I mean, I guess it's just like using as a bulky Pokemon, don't have to shield anything, can soak up move after move as we're used to see. And now we see from Wolfpack, we see Shadow Malamar yet again. We've seen Shadow Malamar, I think, twice so far.
And I would say it's a very interesting Pokemon, but it's, I don't know, I think it's really good into Nessa's team because it's good into the Diggersby, it's good into the Cradley, it's fine into the Ghost type of Skeledirge. The Azumarill, it's not great. With shields up, you can still do something. So I think the Malamar might be coming here. Because Nessa doesn't even have a Bug Bite on his Fortress.
Yeah, exactly. We also see another Diggersby, so there are 2 Diggersbys on both themes. Now the Mudshot is buffed now. We don't see Quick Attack anymore. We see Mudshot on Diggersby doing a little bit more damage now. But we see, again, the Gourgeist on Wolfpack. And I want to see the Malamar actually have some gameplay here. Like you said, Malamar is actually not bad at all. Even against Azumarill, which shields up, the Psywave do so much damage. You can just go foul play after foul play. Obviously, you need the shields, but I mean, Malamar could be an interesting pick here.
I think Malamar, yeah.
As long as it avoids Azumarill, let's say, like anything else, like Skeledirge, the Cradily, the Diggersby, the Medicham, the Fortress, you can just like even throw a superpower and dip to another safe Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, I think this is looking tough for Nessa in my opinion, because that Malamar is a real threat. And Wolfpack, he's an experienced trainer as well. He's top cut so many tournaments. He finished 3rd in Leo in 2024. So this is a trainer with a lot of accolades behind him. So this is a real Titans clash.
Yeah, lots of knowledge from both trainers have been on the stage so many times, but it looks like these trainers have locked in a team. And let's see what they're gonna bring. We see Medicham into Gourgeist.
Whoa, this is not what Nessa wants to see, but he is kind of weak in the back against this Gourgeist as well. The Skeledirge, we know it cannot take a Shadow Ball, and Azumarill does not want to take those Seed Bombs.
At least we have super effective damage with the Ice Punch from Medicham. Medicham getting to Ice Punch very, very quickly. And look at the Ice Punch. 2 Ice Punch is enough to knock out the Medicham here. And there is another Ice Punch. And Wolfpack wants to show on good timing with the Incinerate, but now he's forced to shields.
And how does Nessa go about this? Because now Wolfpack, he has been pressing Seed Bomb this entire time, but now the Medicham throws up a shield against this Shadow Ball. Great shield by Nessa Beathen.
Shadow Ball gets shielded. Here comes another Shadow Ball from Gorsback. The Shadow Ball got caught on the Azumarill. I mean, it could have dropped the Seed Bomb, but Shadow Ball, I guess, is fine to catch here.
This is still going to chunk the Azumarill, and the bubbles aren't doing a whole lot, but now, how is Wolfpack handling this? He's coming in with a Cradley. This is probably fine for Nessa Beathen, because now he gets off at least some energy.
Yeah, Cradley can kind of overload on energy here. Ice Beam doesn't do nearly enough damage to take out the Cradley here. Cradley is going to overload on some energy. He has to throw on Grass Knot to knock out the Azumarill, probably just before he gets to an Ice Beam. He has got back-to-back moves, so there's no way Nessa can shield his Azumarill here.
The Medicham is quite healthy in the back, so I suspect the Medicham can still take a Grass Knot. But we see a Diggersby in the back. There's no... I mean, we expected Malamar, but that is nowhere to be seen.
No Malamar. There's Azumarill on Nissa's side. They got that knocked out. Here comes the Grass Knot on Medicham. Grass Knot not enough to take it out. And here comes another Gorgeist, but the Ice Punch has been reached. They're going to shield the Gorgeist. They're going to use it just to soak up the Ice Punch and let it go.
Will Wolfpack shield her? Yes, he will, because he wants to get rid of this Medicham. But now he lets this Skeledirge get a farm down. This is not a Shadow Ball. Has Nessa been keeping track of the energy?
Has he been counting? Does he know it's a Simba? He knows! What great counting!
Incredible counting by Nessa Beathen. And now this Diggersby, it's in a lot of trouble because it needs to land the Scorching Sands to take out the Skeledirge.
But now Diggersby has Mud Shot, using Mud Shot, no more quick attacks, so the fast is actually super effective. Scorching Sand will definitely be enough here, but Disarming Voice, not the strongest of move, no same type attack bonus. Here comes the second Disarming Voice. It looks like he needs a third one as well.
And can Wolfpack get to 2 Scorching Sands? It seems like yes, he can. How will Nessa Beathen go about this? Does he let his Skeledirge go? Yes, he does. Nessa Beathen realizing he needs his Medicham to win this game.
Let's see if Medicham has enough health or energy. There's still a shield on it. Here comes the Fire Punch, but it looks like Diggersby might get to 2 Fire Punches. I'm not sure, and there's still a Cordillea in the back.
And here comes the first Fire Punch. Nessa Beathen, can you outpace the Diggersby? Oh, but there's a catch. And now Nessa needs to undercharge this and get a farm down because he needs an Ice Punch to take out the... oh, this is perfect.
This might actually be the most perfect undercharge I've ever seen.
Oh,
he's one off. He is one off.
I think also they're both one off. They're both one off. It is perfect from Nessa.
What a perfect undercharge to take down this Diggersby. Oh man, this was actually perfectly played by Nessa Beathen, knowing that, okay, I need to undercharge, like, I don't know how much I have to undercharge, and I perfectly kept the farmer on a charge attack priority, which Medicham wins against Diggersby.
Wow, what a play by Nessa. I mean, I think he even lost track of how much energy the Diggersby had, so I think he wanted a full farm down to come out with an Ice Punch, but the Diggersby was one Mud Shot off, and Nessa could then Psycho Cut up to an Ice Punch and win the game.
Yeah, you can tell about his face. I was like, oh no, he doesn't have a move, but it was just also one short. I mean, Diggersby, a very bulky Pokemon, gets to charge moves also very quickly, those Fire Punches. Keeping track of all that energy during a game, when you have to think about so many things, is not that easy at all.
What a game again by Nessa Beathen, but I'm still so surprised we didn't see any Shadow Malamar from Wolfpack. Maybe he's noticing something we are missing. Maybe he knows the Malamar better than we do. Maybe he's not comfortable against the Fortress or Medicham, or maybe the Skeledirge is less good as we're expecting, because there is that Disarming Voice that can hit the Malamar really hard.
Yeah, and especially Shadow Malamar, so the Incinerates will do also a lot of damage into it. So one Disarming Voice plus some Incinerates will probably knock out the Malamar, so it's not the most favorable matchup, but he definitely knows something that we do not know. We did see the Azumarill of Nessa Beathen, so like maybe like he was, I don't want to face the Malamar against an Azumarill and have to double shield my lead. I'm not sure, but the Skeledirge was actually so good for Nessa Beathen there.
Yeah, the Skeledirge is incredible here. Yes, the Malamar is obviously bad, but the Gourgeist is fine, at least when you're head-on, like equal on energy. Corviknight is very good. Diggersby is playable. Azumarill, I think Skeletor's can win the Zero Shield. Oh, and Wolfpack is not happy to see this lead.
We actually call it Malamar into Azumarill. So we know this matchup, one player of just knocks out the Malamar cleanly, but Malamar can just double shield his way through here. But he tries to go for a catch, but he doesn't fall for it. Here comes Diggersby, and the Icing gets shown. This Nessa Beaten is in a really good position currently.
I'm surprised, a little bit surprised that Wolfpack did not go into his Azumarill safe swap here, but here comes Medicham, and Medicham has an incredible time against this Diggersby.
Yeah, Dynamic Punch hitting for super effective damage. Here we see a Scorching Sands. Scorching Sands has the opportunity to lower the attack of Medicham. Let's see if he gets it, and he doesn't get it. Diggersby can definitely tank a Dynamic Punch from this range still. Maybe double Ice Punch is the way.
Oh, I think this Dynamic Punch is knocking out. I mean, how tanky can this Diggersby be? Can it hang on?
Maybe it's the rank 1, and it actually does not hang on. There goes Diggersby, but here comes Azumarill. Azumarill wants to see this charge, but he's just gonna soak everything. I mean, this is perfect opportunity for Azumarill to load up energy, but I don't know if Nessa's gonna let this happen if the switch timer comes back up.
I think Nessa needs to dip out of this matchup into his own Azumarill maybe, but no, yeah, I think, oh, there's a Hydro Pump on Wolfpack's Azumarill. Is he aware? Is Nessa aware? He's double checking. He's shaking his head. Yes, he's aware. He's shielding the Hydro Pump. What value you're getting out of that? And now the foul play is threatening a knockout on the Skeletor. Wolfpack started this game so bad with a head shake and a Malamar into Azumarill. Now it's looking so great.
That energy from Malamar was so good, and then he gets sniped here. I mean, this is very unfortunate for Nessa Beaten here. Malamar having a really bad lead against the Azumarill, and then now Malamar's energy goes literally everywhere. Here comes the Dynamic Punch from Medicham. And Dynamic Punch will get close to knocking out, probably knocks out the Malamar here with a great shield. Malamar has so much energy, he can just keep overloading energy, and foul play will definitely knock out the Medicham here.
And Nessa Beaten, I think he needs to keep this Medicham alive just to deal with his Malamar, because he needs to get the shields. Oh, but there is another foul play, and Nessa Beaten is shaking his head. He knows that this Malamar is causing him so many troubles, just like you and I predicted.
We literally discussed and predicted this, man. Malamar was so good for him, and maybe he heard us somewhere. I don't know, man. But Malamar putting up a show right now. Malamar can just keep showing his moves. Saiv's a great fast move as well, doing a lot of damage to the Azumarill. Even though Azumarill is bulky, it gets to the charge move so slow, so Azumarill has to load up on so much energy, and there is still an Azumarill left on Wolfpack's side. So I think the writing is on the wall here.
Well, finally, someone is listening to the casters. Bring that Malamar, and you're bringing trouble into Nessa Beaten's team. How is he going to deal with this Malamar? He needs to bring that Medicham, and he needs to bring the Azumarill for sure to tank the energy. I think Medicham, Azumarill, and Skeledirge are the picks, but he did not find the way around it this time. Wolfpack takes game number 2, and the score is 1-1.
We got a 1-1 score here. Playing the Malamar like he played was actually so good. Just overloading energy against Azumarill, knowing it's a bad matchup. I'm just gonna keep the energy, pivot out to another Pokemon, and just use my energy later where it's actually efficient.
So that is the issue with Azumarill into, for example, Malamar. Azumarill is a Fairy type, yes, but it's a long way to get to the Fairy type damage, and the bubbles aren't doing a whole lot into the Malamar. Psywaves, they are chunking and they're charging up a lot, and if you're swapping out with a lot of energy in the back, you saw it could deal with that Medicham, the foul plays threatening the Medicham, the foul plays taking out the Skeledirge. I think how Wolfpack played that Shadow Malamar, masterclass.
Yeah, that was actually perfect gameplay.
Perfect!
Actually perfect gameplay of Shadow Malamar. I'm happy to see it here. It wasn't scary as Azumarill. It's like I'm gonna play how I'm used to play it, keep my energy, and use it later on. So like Nessa Beaten has to like maybe change his strat here, because we have 2 Incinerate users on the screen. We have a Skeledirge and a Gourgeist, but it feels like Gourgeist has the upper hand here slightly because it's not weak to a Pokemon like Quagsire or like the other water type Pokemon, even though like both have Incinerate. Skeledirge is so weak to also the bubbles from Azumarill and anything else. So like, and also the Malamar, right? The foul play. Like Sawi's plus foul play almost knocks out the Skeledirge, especially because of the Shadow Malamar. So we need to see some strat changes from Nessa Beaten here. And it looks like trainers are thinking and locking in the team here, but I'm not really sure if you're gonna see another Azumarill on the screen.
And I think Azumarill works best when it's put in the back and you can use it as a sponge, to, like in game 1 where he caught a Shadow Ball on the Azumarill instead of taking it on his Medicham. That was when his Nessa managed to get his win. And there he led his Medicham into Gourgeist with an Azumarill in the back. I think taking a risk like that might be what could pay off, because if you're too weak to the Gourgeist, it can really, really tear you apart.
Yeah, and it looks like the trainers have locked in here, and we see Fortress into, again, Malamar, or a pick mark, because Malamar a pick!
Malamar is going to town here, but can Fortress deal with it? Something needs to be taking all this damage. Malamar, I don't know, I think Malamar can win this, can it?
I guess so, like the foul play will do a good chunk of that is a lot of damage on the Fortress. We see a Santum catch up Gorgon and does Incinerate Sneak, are you kidding me?
And now this Fortress is vanishing, it got melted, almost, and it did nothing in return. Wolfpack has already taken out an entire Pokemon basically on Nessa inside. Here comes a Shadow Ball.
Yeah, there's a 1 HP Fortress left in the bank, and also this Cordelia is running Bullet Seed.
No shield?
Bullet Seed, not super effective against the Gorgai. Essa would have been slightly better here, but here comes a Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb will definitely not knock out the Gorgais. Gorgais, rather bulky Pokemon, but it puts up the shield because it probably knows how valuable his Gorgais is.
And Wolfpack, he figured out his line. The Gorgeist with his Azumarill in the back to tank all the moves that you don't want to take. Now Wolfpack is in prime position. He's shielding up his Gorgeist because he's realizing how valuable it can be. But now the Cradley is up. I mean, Nessa is up 2 shields.
He's up 2 shields, but this Gorgeist has so much energy, and he's probably gonna swap out to clear debuff, keep all his energy, because the energy is so good in the back. And Azumarill still has to show moves on the Malamar if it comes in, but he opts to stay in here, I guess, throw C-bombs. I mean, doing as much damage as it possibly can. This is the second to last Pokemon, but the Fortress is 1 HP. But you can still use it as a catch here.
And here is Wolfpack comes in with his own Azumarill. Thing is, if Nessa hadn't taken that Incinerate on his Fortress, then maybe he could have done something, but the Fortress is basically worthless. It's only a catch. That's the only value you're going to get out of it now.
Yeah, Fortress also doesn't have any energy anymore, so, and he probably faints to 1 bubble. So, and in this matchup, like when you throw your move, he's going to catch him. He needs to catch a move in order to pull something out of here. I mean, this Azumarill does run Hydro Pump. The one from Nessa runs Ice Beam to do some at least super effective against the Gorgeist.
Hold up, could Nessa actually pull this back? Because if he can get to a play rough on the Malamar, it will evaporate immediately. And if he can also get to an Ice Beam on that Gorgeist, then he will take out that too. You save the shield for the Seed Bomb from the Gorgeist, but you need to start building up energy.
He needs perfect energy management here, that's for sure. And like, he still has a catch available. Well, when do you catch? You have 3-turn versus 3-turn move, your bubble versus bubble. He comes to player up, and we got a catch on the Malamar! This is sacrificing his Malamar, I guess!
But this is kind of perfect for Nessa, because now he gets rid of the Malamar immediately. And he needs to outpace this Gorgeist. This game is not over. I'm at the edge of my seat. He has kept the shield for the Seed Bomb. If he does 3 bubbles now, he's only taking Incinerate damage.
And also, Nessa still has a catch available on the Fortress. He needs to throw an Ice Beam on the Gorgeist here. This is perfect timing from Nessa. The Gorgeist has gone, but now it's a race. Who gets to the charge move first? And then Nessa can still be able to catch a move here. There's 2 Pokemon left on his screen.
Look at this Azumarill from Nessa. When he tried to go for the catch, but Wolfpack patient enough, and now he has to play rough to seal this game. And you can hear the crowd cheer for their hero. Wolfpack is knocking out Nessa. What a game that was.
So sly and patient he was there to not throw his charge move, making sure that, okay, the only way I can lose this game if I throw my charge move on the Fortress, but he was keeping composed, kept the energy, okay, this player needs to land in Azumarill, and I win the game.
What a game that was. Wolfpack managing to sneak through that Incinerate to basically, just get rid of the Fortress when it still was healthy. And that meant the Fortress could not put in any more effort in that game. Wolfpack, really a masterclass.
That was a
timing.
Crazy catch, man.
It was
the
so crazy.
catch on the Gargeist, and then the Incinerate sneaks through. It's like, oh no!
And still, when he went in with a Gourgeist and was answered by Cradley, he double shielded that Gourgeist and went down 2 like he had 0 shields left against Nessa 2. He saved it for his Azumarill, saving 2 shields for Azumarill. Unconventional plays all over the line here.
He knew his Gourgeist was able to win him this game. This was a win con for him. You know, like, okay, I'm gonna predict it's Azumarill in the back. I'm gonna keep my Gourgeist so healthy because that sneaking of that Incinerate on the Fortress made like, okay, I have 3 Pokemon. Might as well keep all 3 of them because there's already a Fortress, like it's already gone. Like, there's only Azumarill left, so might as well keep my Gourgeist alive.
Nessa realized when the Incinerate snuck through that this game was gonna be an uphill battle, but he really fought back, and I'm very impressed by how Nessa almost managed to pull back in this game.
I'm kind of surprised. I'm kind of surprised that the Fortress actually survived that Incinerate.
Yeah,
from
that is a
Gourgeist.
bulky Fortress. Even a Shadow Fortress.
The Shadow. I was like, there's no way it survives, but it did. But I mean, the only way Wolfa could have lost this game was if he threw the Play Rough onto the Fortress and made sure it was sly, composed, patient, and threw the Play Rough on the Azu and win the game.
And when you have as much time as Wolfpack did, because Nessa was far off his own Play Rough, so he could wait and see if, or to make sure that he threw his Play Rough into the Azumarill and did not allow Nessa to make that catch.
Yeah, also knowing the amount of energy your opponent has in such a long game when there's Azumarill on Azumarill, it takes a while for that matchup, it drags out, so like making sure like you keep track of energy all the time is not that easy, not that simple, but like great composure of Wolfpack there for sure.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by both of these trainers. I mean, they were battling back and forth, but that Shadow Malamar, as we discussed, really, I think in Game 2, it just won Wolfpack the game because of that great play with storing up the energy against the Azumarill. In Game 2, it didn't do as much, apparently. It caught a Play Rough, took a Play Rough to the face immediately and just went down, but it managed to get the Fortress so low that it was basically in 1 Incinerate range. So I think Shadow Malamar, in Game 3, it didn't look that great, but it enabled the Gourgeist to win the game.
Yeah, actually perfectly executed gameplay. Like, again, like in Game 2, like he knows like, okay, I can just do like 6 bubble worth of energy here with my Malamar, just keep overloading my energy, and I just save it for later, and like, okay, later on I'm gonna use it somewhere where it's actually good, you know?
Yeah, and Malamar just charging up energy and sniping left, right, and center in that game too. That was incredible play. I love to watch games like these. Unconventional, going down 2 shields to 0 and then finding a win condition in the end game. It comes down to those moments, trainers. So yeah, I'm just blown away.
Yeah, these are like rock paper scissors matchups. These are like my opponent. Okay, how can I dance the best against this matchup? And it kept dancing.
It's so fluid.
Yeah, it went so fluid. It was okay, do this, and the timer now. It goes so quick, right? It doesn't take so long. You can swap, so you can keep building up energy, throwing moves, and now moves. A lot of Pokemon in this meta get to the move very quickly, so you can spam those out and stall the timer even more. And there's even more dancing allowed.
I love dancing.
Me too. I can't really. Maybe I don't know. I know I can dance. No, I can't. No,
yeah, you can dance.
Yeah.
You can dance.
I can salsa dance.
Oh, can you?
No, I can't. But I want to try it though.
I mean, you had me for a second there.
Okay.
Yeah. I can envision you as a salsa dancer.
Really?
Yeah. Also line dance, like the. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The slow dance.
Yes.
Or I can also see you do like a line dance with a cowboy hat. And,
Yeehaw, trainers!
Trainer.
But that was last weekend in Houston. Now we're in Seville, so we have Bestia Max.
Flamengo.
Flamengo. Sui. We got the Fry Hand versus Bestia Max right here, and we see. Oh. We see something I haven't seen yet on the streamer is Mightyena.
First, we got to take a look at Bestia Max. This is a player with a Togekiss. I love to see Togekiss, and it's the Medicham, of course, that has been performing so well this weekend. I'm excited to see what this trainer has in store for us.
Yeah, besides Togekiss, we see like the more common Pokemon. We have seen this meta so far, but Togekiss, like we said, even but against Medicham, like the pack is super effective. Psystalker is neutral, but still Medicham so bulky. Gets 2 Ice Punches, knocks out the Togekiss. So like honestly, it's not the best answer, but at least he has Aura Sphere as well for those Steel types. And we see here the spicy Pokemon, Mightyena, Sucker Punch, Crunch, and Poison Fang. Mightyena, I remember when I played Go Battle League, right? And I see Mightyena in the lead, I'm like, oh no, is this trainer gonna stay in here and fang his way through and Sucker Punch me down and win the lead? We might be able to see that as well. Mightyena is a very unique Pokemon, very unique pick, I feel like. It's so oppressive as a shadow.
Whenever I see Mightyena in the lead, I know it's going to be Wigglytuff and Steelix in the back.
Yeah, mostly this is true, yeah. But thank God, thankfully there's no Steelix and Wigglytuff here in the back. We do have Mightyena in the lead.
Yeah, the rest of the team looks perfectly fine, but the Mightyena, oh, I hate that Pokemon. I don't hate that Pokemon. But the play style.
He's a good boy. He's a really good boy.
He's a really good boy, but that play style is not a favorite of mine. Let me just put it that way. But Fryhan, he played Seville last year, but other than that, this is his second ever tournament, and this by far his best ever finish. So I think he's really excited about his Mightyena and how it has been performed for him so far.
Yeah, it's actually really exciting. Like, getting this far with such a unique pick, I mean, it must feel really great. We also see Quagsire. We've seen Quagsire left and right, but not as much. And there's also a Licky again, another safe, bulky Pokemon, which you can just, like, if you keep it healthy, you can just spam out those Body Slams and Shadow Balls for those Medicham. But these trainers, yeah. We also see a Florges again. I do think this Florges is running Chilling Water and Trailblaze, so there's no Disarming Voice or Moonblast, but maybe you don't need that.
Actually, Bestiamax has also only played one tournament before. That was also Seville last year. Both of these trainers are battling now for the best finish ever, and we see Corviknight into Quagsire. This has to be pretty good for the Steel Flying type, no?
Yeah, the Corviknight having access to Sand Attack, doing super effective damage. I mean, it is super effective, but not really.
It doesn't really look like it, no.
No, exactly. But the Quagsire does have Stone Edge, which does neutral damage. Quagsire also Poison Sting, double super resistant. But here we see a Payback Throne. They try to catch, I guess, a move. The Corviknight throws a Payback here, but the Quagsire keeps the energy for later, it seems.
I really like this play from Fryhan, actually, because now he doesn't throw the energy into the Steel Flying type. He keeps it for somewhere it might be more valuable down the line. And now Fryhan is getting out this Quagsire that could have been in the way of his Quagsire in the back.
Yeah, it's up to go through the Stone Edge. I'm not sure if it knocks out. It might knock out. Just... Oh, he actually puts up the shielding as Licky. I think he values his Licky a lot, which actually has been shown very valuable in many occasions here. He goes for the Body Slam, but Quagsire wins charge attack priority with the Aqua Tail. Aqua Tail is not going to knock out the Licky, and the Licky will hang on.
It's getting to a Body Slam here, but the Licky is getting dangerously low, and Fryhan did spend a shield to keep it healthy, and now it is very, very low.
No, Body Slam knocks out. Not enough to knock out here. Who gets the farm? He's going to go for farm out. Oh, actually gets the rollout down and gets out with a Shadow Ball. I mean, he has to throw the Shadow Ball immediately. Alright, gets maybe farmed out by a Sand Attack, and he actually risks a Sand Attack. Thank God. Sand Attack is so bad of a move sometimes, and he actually still gets to the Shadow Ball, which will do a good amount of damage right here.
Those Sand Attacks are healing this Licky, but we see now Fryhan is in a position to come in with his Florges against this Corviknight and keep the energy for the Togekiss in the back. What will he do? Yes, he comes in with the Florges. I think that was the best play he could have made.
It was definitely the best play. Corviknight doesn't have Iron Head here, which it can learn, but it just throws the Air Cutters. Doesn't do as much damage. I mean, it's a Steel Blade into a Fairy type, but he actually gets the boot on the first Air Cutter. The Chilling Water will not knock out. Chilling Water will lower the attack again from the Corviknight.
Try to boost up Corviknight. I'm boosting you right back down, says Fryhan as he throws the Chilling Water on this Corviknight. And Corviknight, can it boost right back up again?
Yeah, Fairy Wind cannot farm down this Corviknight. There's still a Togekiss in the mech versus Quagsire, but Quagsire having so much energy already. Here comes an Air Cutter again. I don't think this Air Cutter gonna knock out the
Fryhan doesn't believe it either.
No, Florges is definitely gonna hang on here, and it's all coming down to the Quagsire versus the Togekiss. But Quagsire has so much energy, gets another boost, and here comes another debuff from the Chilling Water. Is he gonna keep the Corviknight around?
Bestiamax has 2 shields remaining. He decides to invest all of them in his Togekiss.
Oh, but look at the Quagsire, almost having 2 Stone Edges already. Like, Stone Edge will do so much damage here. Almost knocks out a Togekiss, and Poison Sting is super effective. I don't know if this Togekiss can do it all.
And Togekiss, can it deal with only one Psyshock? Because Fryhan also has a shield left. And Togekiss, it's not going to enjoy these Stone Edges. Togekiss is not the tankiest of Pokemon in Great League.
No, Togekiss needs 3 Shy Socks to win this game, but there's another Stone Edge already, and it's a Chart Tech priority, and I must say this is over, like, because we have a shield, he can use the shields very safely here. Stone Edge would knock out a Togekiss, and Fryan actually wins the game here.
Yeah, I don't think even a Side Shock knocks out a bulky Quagsire from here. Fryhand coming in with his Quagsire. It looked not great in the lead, but he managed to... Oh, and there is a Side Shock. Can now... With a Side Shock, can a Sand attacks? No, the Corviknight is gone. I forgot.
Is gone.
Yep.
Corviknight is gone. Side Shock is definitely not enough here.
And the Quagsire clutched up the game for Fryan. Excellent play.
Yeah, looked pretty bad in the beginning. Corviknight into Quagsire is not that great for Quagsire, but he kept the energy and used it again, like pivot it out, use the energy for someplace else where it actually is more valuable, which he did perfectly.
He replaced the energy into the Togekiss, which was a very impressive play. And he took a payback on his Licky Licky, and then he shielded a Stone Edge, keeping the Licky Licky alive, so the Licky Licky could take care of that Quagsire, coming out with a Shadow Ball, barely getting that Shadow Ball off, and then that Corviknight was manageable for the Florges in the back. I mean, just surgical precision from Fryhand. I'm really, really impressed how he played this game.
Yeah, Fryhand, again, lots of dancing. Safe swapping is Licky Licky right there, keeping the energy. Shielding it again, use it for later was really good. I wonder if we're going to see some Mightyena gameplay. That will be fun. I mean, Mightyena doesn't want to see Togekiss, that's for sure, because one Aura Sphere will delete Mightyena so quickly.
I think the Guzzlord is also kind of iffy for Mightyena, so I'm not sure if this is Mightyena's game. But Fryan, he's proving that he's familiar with the flamenco of España, where he's just dancing around with his Quagsire and energy and finding ways to, just get the best out of Bestiamax.
Just like us, we can dance the flamenco, but here we have Fortress into Licky Licky.
And this is a pretty neutral matchup, but I believe that Licky Licky can actually win this matchup in the Zero Shield scenario.
Yeah, Shadow Ball does do a lot of damage onto the Shadow Fortress. Perfect timing here from Fryhand. And we see the Fortress here. Is he going to up to shield? Maybe he's going to shield first because he wants to apply the debuff, but no, lets the Fortress go. As you said, yeah, 2 Shadow Balls will definitely knock out the Fortress here.
And Bestiamax wants to get off this Rock Tomb to debuff this Licky Licky, but he will need more damage than this if he's going to knock out this tanky Licker.
Here comes another Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball will definitely be enough to knock out, but Fortress actually puts up the shield. He wants to keep his Fortress alive, thinking like maybe I can debuff something in the back. I think it's more valuable for me than just this Licky Licky here, but goes for a Rock Tomb. Not great timing, but once again gets rid of the Licky Licky, and that's perfectly fine.
It was annoying in game 1, but Fryhand, he wants to keep his Licky Licky because it was so good for him in game 1, and he's getting closer to a Shadow Ball, wants to get rid of this Fortress because he knows it's not easy for neither Corviknight or Florges to deal with it in the back.
Yeah, nothing can really farm this down. Maybe the Togekiss can just farm it up. I don't think so if he gets on a shot, but he actually goes into his Corviknight, and this is kind of like not so fun for Bestiamax here, because what is he going to do? He's going to go in a Corviknight of his own, being behind energy, but Togekiss, like having Aura Sphere here, does a good amount of damage, as you can see. 2 plus some pecks might knock out the Corviknight.
Yeah, I think this is fine for Bestiamax because of the double resisted Sand attacks, and Corviknight relying on a payback for hard-hitting damage means the Air Cutters, it needs to come, like there needs to be 3 of them to knock out this Togekiss, and Togekiss is currently ahead on energy.
Yeah, Togekiss heavily resisting the Sand attacks. We haven't seen a boost hit from the Corviknight. I'm not sure if it's going to do it. Probably not show another Air Cutter. There goes the Air Cutter. It will definitely not be enough yet for a Togekiss. The Togekiss is still going to hang around and may be able to clutch the game in the end as well, because I assume he's going to swap out into a Corviknight, which he does.
And now the Corviknight oh, here comes Fryan. He's swapping in his Florges, and Bestiamax just wants to get off this Air Cutter energy. Look at this Steel type struggling to deal with these Fairy types.
It is. Oh, and we see the boost on the first one, though. If you want to boost, you definitely want to boost on the first one. Doing a little bit more Sand attack. Now the boost obviously gets debuffed again by the Chilling Water, but having a little bit more damage here. But, I mean, Florges can constantly apply debuffs over debuff over debuff, but Air Cutter is so quick. It's only 9 Sand attacks for an Air Cutter.
And we see Fryan, he needs to make a decision where to apply his final shield. He has 3, oh, another boost! And Fryan just needs to keep this Corviknight down to neutral attack but the Corviknight Bestiamax, it's just has to be his favorite Pokemon. He wants to keep him winning.
Yeah, and how do you get rid of the Togekiss as well? I'm not really sure. We do know Fryhand's Corviknight has a move banked, but it's not going to be enough for either Pokemon, and Bestiamax still has a shield. There is another boost!
Again.
He keeps boosting, bro! Keeps boosting. This is crazy. Here comes our Chilling Water. This won't be enough to take down the Corviknight. I wonder where he's going to put his shield. Actually going to put the shield up on the Corviknight. I mean, he is so increasing debuff here, and here comes another Air Cutter. The
Great
Licky
catch.
is gone.
But was this, I think this Licky could have gotten to a Body Slam if it did not got taken out by the charge attack. And now Fryan, he has 2 Pokemon. Oh, but he goes for the Paman. It's a catch! It's a catch from Bestiamax. He keeps perfect track of sand attack damage, weaving in and out. What a catch by Bestiamax.
This is definitely a game-winning catch. Oh my days. Here comes an Air Cutter to take down the Florges, and Corviknight wins his game. How many boosts did he get? I think it was like 4 or 5.
I did not know that Air Cutter had 100% boost chance, but clearly it does! It was another boost!
He's like, what is going on, man?
I mean, save one more boost for the next game, or maybe you don't need to when it's 100% certain to get the boost. Bestiamax, I mean, when it's the tournament life on the line, and you get a boost on every Air Cutter, yes, that's when you start celebrating.
Bestiamax is like, please keep me some boost for tomorrow, maybe. I don't want to use all my boosts today, but these boosts are kind of crazy, kind of wild. But perfectly energy management. That catch on the Togekiss, the payback, was so beautiful. Great catch there. But yeah, but the Corviknight definitely was the best Pokemon for Bestiamax. And Togekiss, so strong, right? So strong. It's so awkward against the Corviknight because like Sand attacks are so resisted. Aerosphere is such a great move on Togekiss as well. And Air Cutter, like, it's not the greatest unless you get the boost like Bestiamax 7-8 times, potentially 10 times. I'm not sure at this point.
Maybe 150 times because there's so many Air Cutters into the Florges. And the Florges, yeah, it was debuffing the Corviknight again with his Chilling Waters, but Corviknight did not care. I want that attack up, baby, and he got it.
Crazy, so many boosts from the Corviknight. Let's see if these trainers are gonna cook up something different here. It looks like trainers have locked in there. We see Clodsire from Fryhand into the Quagsire. Oh, this is not a great lead for Clodsire, man.
This is exactly what you don't want to see if you are a Clodsire, but Quagsire really loves that matchup.
Here comes Medicham from Fryhand. Medicham really bulky, can take these Aqua Tails very easily. Let's see what he brings in. He brings actually his Corviknight. I mean, it's so chipped down the Medicham already because of the Aqua Tail and the Mud Shots that 2 Air Cutters might be enough.
I really like this play from Bestiamax because now an Air Cutter is threatening the knockout, or maybe not yet, but it will get there. And also, it will be such a struggle for the Clodsire to farm down the Corviknight afterwards. So I think, oh, no boost this time though. Disappointing from Bestiamax's Corviknight.
Yeah, I was expecting a booster. Let's see, probably gonna let go of the Dynamic Punch here. Can he farm Sand Attack down this? But he comes Mightyena! A roof in his Mightyena right now. Here comes the Air Cutter. He gets a little party gift here. Doesn't do much damage, but Mightyena is so frail.
And he still lets it go. Mightyena almost takes, 30% of his HP. But here is a Togekiss. This is what Bestiamax wanted to make sure he was not fooled by this Mightyena in the end. Togekiss would have taken a lot of damage from this Poison Fang though, shields it up.
He might be a good boy, but he is getting defeated here by this Togekiss. The Peck's doing so much damage. We see an Aura Sphere. Perfect timing, just throwing before the Poison Fang of the Mightyena. He puts up a shield though. He wants to get off his last Poison Fang of his beloved dog.
And we see here, there's a Poison Fang caught on the Quagsire. Bestiamax, he's not taking any prisoners today. He wants it all. And what is Fryan doing? Because the Quagsire will have a great time into that Clodsire of Fryan.
Man, this Quagsire is overloaded by energy. Look how much energy it has. Already 2 Aqua Tails. Here comes the first one. Clodsire can tank only 1. I think after the matchups, 2 is enough to take down this Clodsire. There's a little bit of Medicham left, but that Poison Fang catch was so good.
Oh, this is a tanky boy though. I think this Quagsire needs to... Oh yeah, it's putting on the pressure. And with the pacing, I think this Quagsire is in a really tough position right now.
There is almost another Stone Edge. I mean, there's a shield, so might as well use Stone Edge. Will probably be enough here to take down the Quagsire, but he gets up the shield. Quagsire, so overlay, here comes another Aqua Tail. Will this be enough, or might it hold on like 1 or 2 HP?
It could be holding on, but I think it's not enough to take it out. But this there's such a tough task, such a tall task for the Quagsire in the end. And here you see Quagsire smiling on Bestiamax's side. It got the best of its cousin here. No, he wants Togekiss to finish the battle, and Togekiss pecks down.
Let's go, Togekiss. We saw some Mightyena, but he wasn't strong. It wasn't in the lead, so he couldn't win the lead matchup as we're used to seeing. But man, Togekiss, Corviknight, Quagsire, and the Quagsire, what a great game.
I mean, when you have a groundwater type and 2 flying types, they make a perfect trio. And playing as, I mean, yeah, the Quagsire in the front, 2 flyers in the back. That is a sensible way to build a line for Pokemon Go.
Yeah, Bestiamax can't believe it. He boosted so many times in game number 2, made him win the game. Like, I mean, sometimes you need a little bit of luck on your side, right?
Is it luck or is it skill? I don't know. I mean, just gotta get those boosts, and the Corviknight really decided to show up for Bestiamax in that game number 2, and it put him in a position to win game number 3, and that's where he just got all the calls right. Quagsire in the front, the Mightyena in the back, keeping the Togekiss for that. I'm impressed.
Well, who would you say is like the more better flyer in this matchup? Would you say it's like a Togekiss or the Corviknight? Because the Togekiss, like, into Corviknight, really strong. It's just like the Corviknight, like the Bulkin is typing, but like the charge move and the fast move is so low damage sometimes that I feel like Togekiss is a little bit more supreme.
I actually think I prefer to beat Togekiss in that matchup against Corviknight, which sounds strange. It's a flying and fairy type against a steel type, but because of that payback that most people are running and also those sand attacks, I think I'd prefer to be Togekiss, because those Aura Spheres, it's such a great attack and it hits super hard coming from Togekiss.
Yeah, it's such a good move. Side Shock also, only 5 pecks to get to the Side Shock. Here we see the Mighty, and here again, the Poison Fang catch. What a great catch, which is resisted on the Quagsire. I mean, this was actually pristine gameplay from Bestiamax, really locked in this game.
Yeah, I knew when he saw the Quagsire into the Quagsire, the 2 cousins fighting it off in the lead. He knew he got to invest in his Quagsire, and there was just no way around it for Fryand.
Yeah, double flyer for Bestiamax takes him for the W here. Great gameplay.
Absolute peak, I would say. And I think Togekiss has impressed me today. I don't know about you, but I think it has really, it's the fighting type coverage really threatens the ice types you could possibly see, like a Piloswine, for example. It takes fighting type damage from Medicham. I don't know, that matchup is probably quite equal because Medicham has the Ice Punch, but it can also threaten, as we saw, the Corviknight and Polions it can threaten. I think Togekiss is pretty legit.
Yeah, we saw Togekiss today in this matchup. I like it more. Every time I play against a Togekiss, I'm like, oh, here we go again. It's not fun. It's never fun.
No, it's so annoying.
It's really annoying.
Yeah, the typing is kind of hard to hit.
Yeah.
If you don't resist the charge attacks or the energy from Togekiss, then it is a tough time. I use Cresselia to beat Togekiss because as a Psychic type, you resist the Psychic and the fighting type damage. But as a Psychic type, there's not a lot of them in this meta.
No.
Because it's just so hard to play it against Corviknights and Fortresses everywhere. We saw some of it earlier in the day, and just, it wasn't great, man.
At least we saw Mightyena for a bit, so I'm happy. Even though it was actually the worst matchup we probably could have faced, but at least we saw some Mightyena.
I'm not a Mightyena fan, I just gotta say that. So for me, seeing the Mightyena go down, gave me a little bit of a good feeling too.
He's a goofy guy.
But it's not for Fryand though. I mean, he picked the Pokemon that he enjoy, and if he can make it this far with the Shadow Mightyena, I gotta hand it to him. It's a real performance, and I hope he's proud of himself.
Yeah, he got really far. Should definitely should be proud of himself.
I think so. And I mean, when you sign up to these things, you never know how it's gonna turn out. There is I mean, it's quite brutal if you lose 2 in a row, you're out of the tournament. So yes, I understand there is some pressure to that. So coming to the tournament, bringing your favorite Pokemon and actually performing with them, it takes grit, it takes guts, and I mean, it takes a lot of skill too. And I'm happy for Fryan that he made it so far with his favorite Pokemon.
Yeah, me too. We've been talking a lot about Togekiss, but maybe we should let BestiMax talk about his own Togekiss and why he picked that Pokemon.
Thank you so much indeed. I am joined by our next player who qualified for Day 2, BestiMax. How are you feeling, my friend?
Well, I'm feeling excited right now. I just finished the games and a bit shaking.
Yeah, those were crazy games. What was your MVP?
Well, Corviknight boost, I don't know how many times. So, yeah. So Corviknight was really key, but also Togekiss was a very good Pokemon in the tournament in general.
Yeah, Togekiss is a bit of a...
The dragons are very, very powerful, but I feel that if you bring Wigglytuff, you are a bit RPS in a lot of games, and I think that Togekiss work too.
So when you saw the Shadow Mightyena on your opponent's team, did you think, oh, this is the moment for Togekiss?
I thought that the Togekiss have to play every game. I don't know if I'm going to win or not, but I know that was a very good Pokemon to bring.
Well, it did really well. Now, that I know that you're a veteran of the community, people know and love you for years now. What was your favorite Pokemon Go memory you've ever made?
Well, I remember 2022 Bilbao, that we cast together a tournament, so we have a lot of fun and a good remind for me too.
I enjoyed that a lot too. Now, BestiMax, one last question. Can you win the tournament tomorrow?
Well, we'll see, but we are going to do our best.
Exactly, and Corviknight is going to do its best too. Maybe we get some more boosts.
I hope so.
All right, congratulations on making Day 2. Good luck for tomorrow, and we're going back to the casters.
So tune in tomorrow, trainers, to see how many boosts BestiMax's Corviknight can get. And what do you think, Matthias, about... Oh, it's Martine! Oh
no!
I messed that up.
Yeah.
Oh, I had planned the perfect intro, and now it wasn't. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I have to deal with you.
Not
then.
like your co-caster shrunk like a whole 46.
I didn't notice.
No.
And you grew out a lot of hair really rapidly.
Yeah, that I have going for me.
Otherwise, you're one of the same. Like, I can't separate you two.
Anyway, we're getting ready for some more battles here, Marcus.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Good yapping. Our next match is going to be Wolfpack again, and he will be facing against Juninho from Poland. So two non-Spanish trainers, actually. However, Wolfpack, fun fact, he is on a Spanish grassroots team.
Yeah, and I believe he has some Spanish roots as well. I believe he speaks Spanish at least.
Oh, that's incredible. That makes you Spanish.
I would say if you speak Spanish, you're Spanish. Yo hablo un poquito español, so yo soy español también.
Right, he said I'm also Spanish.
That is what I'm saying. Thank you for translating. Wow, you're such a polyglot. Anyway.
The teams, let's talk about those.
I want to talk about that Shadow Malamar. It was so good against Nessa, but I wonder, will it be just as good in this matchup?
Well, I heard Juninho say that he was actually quite happy he's facing off against Wolfpack because Nessa had Skeledirge, and Skeledirge would defeat Metagame. It had Disarming Voice for Altaria. I mean, I'm not sure if that's going to be a favorable matchup regardless, but you still have coverage. You have the Wigglytuff, not that great into it. Talonflame, so. Fortress, let's not talk about that. So, Malamar, yeah, I think you have a little bit more coverage. Of course, that Shadow Fortress doesn't have Bug Bite, so Malamar has... doesn't take double super effective damage from Bug. It has Volt Switch instead, which is neutral. I'm not sure if Malamar is the play here, but what I always say is that Malamar players, they use Malamar.
And let's see if there's a Malamar.
Oh, man.
No, there is a Gourgeist, and Juninho, he's not looking too happy about it.
Yeah, and the back he has Metagame, which also doesn't do exactly too hard into it. He's staying in, actually. He's going for a catch attempt, potentially. Ooh. Wolfpack is going for it immediately. And this sounds weird, right? You'd be like, well, that's the easiest catch of my life. No, this is actually unpredictable because no one does this.
Everyone builds up to 3 because that's perfect timing. But the perfect timing is getting a shield, and Wolfpack, he knows he doesn't need... Okay.
Oh, he actually does respect it. Probably recognizes that if Juninho is staying in here, this Gourgeist might have some more value in the back as well. There is the get and the Incinerates!
And Juninho, he's ready. This is what he needs. He needs to make a critical play. And here comes a Azumarill.
The critical play.
This is a critical play because Juninho has a Medicham in the back for the Cradley. So now, how does this matchup end up playing out? Juninho is throwing the bravest of birds.
Yeah, and that's actually quite helpful for Wolfpack. Another shield is put up. That's his final protect shield here. And now you can actually knock out with a Play Rough. Otherwise, it would have been resisted because Wolfpack doesn't have Ice Beam. He has Hydro Pump on his Azumarill.
But now this is a fly, and now the Talonflame is completely dry. So I believe that Wolfpack now, is bubbling all the way down, keeping the energy on his Azumarill.
The energy's good in the back.
Yeah, this goes everywhere into Juninho's team. There's nothing that can take Hydro Pump or Play Roughs. And here comes Quagsire.
Somehow, I just have a weird feeling about this whole matchup, because you look at Juninho's lineup, it's so weak into Gourgeist, yet I'm looking at this right now, and I'm not even feeling that he's so bad into it. Okay, now it's looking bad, because this Medicham is not going to have a fun time here. Can you outpace the 2 Charge Stacks, though, as the Medicham? This Ice Punch, I don't think will knock out, but will get really close.
And Juninho still has a shield left. So if he can shield up, this is a great bait from Wolfpack because obviously Juninho is going to shield. If he can Psycho Cut down this Gourgeist, then maybe he can pull this game back.
Let's take a look. I think you get to one more Seed Bomb, but it's not a Shadow Ball. Juninho's looking as if he is not knowing, but what a relief that'll be if you see it's only a Seed Bomb. You get the Psycho Cut down. He's actually about to overcome one of the most difficult leads he could face because in the back is a Cradily. But first, this Azumarill comes out, is going to sponge all this energy.
And now Juninho, he's got to know that he needs to land the Stone Edge into this Medicham. And he gets there, and the Stone Edge lands. And now this Cradily.
I think this actually puts Wolfpack in a pretty fine spot because now you can get that Bullet Seed down on this Quagsire.
Is it Bullet Seed?
Yeah, oh sorry, it's Acid actually.
Acid.
Yeah, but you still have some time to build up energy here regardless. And I think if Juninho stayed in with Medicham and tried to gather energy there, it would get to the Dynamic Punch here on Cradily. So maybe this is an opportunity to get energy.
I think this is perfect for Wolfpack because as long as he can Acid down this Quagsire, before he got to 2 Stone Edges, then he's going to win. And now Wolfpack knows if this next Grass Knot can knock out the Medicham, he can win this game.
But how much energy does Medicham have? It doesn't have that much. Cradily is only 2 off. Medicham is bulky, but Grass Knot is quite powerful. Cradily might actually take out this Medicham.
Oh, it's going to be so close, but Cradily launches the Grass Knot into the low HP Medicham, and they're taking a break. Medicham, it's taking a longer break. Cradily wins that game.
Scissor is gone. Now it's Cradily's time to shine. A great call, honestly, by the Cradily users. We've seen some with Acid, and we've seen some with Bullet Seed, but it comes down that Grass-type Pokemon, they have good play, especially when you have a core that is super meta right now into Quagsire and Wigglytuff. You want core breaks for that, but the only weakness Water and Ground has is Grass, and Grass is hard to play. That's why we always see a Pokemon like Quagsire paired with Corviknight or Talonflame to defeat those annoying and pesky Grass-type Pokemon.
But here you see, Wolfpack has 2 Grass types, and Juninho still decided to bring that Quagsire. But I mean, look at Juninho's team. These are the teams that Wolfpack is prepared for. He expected a team like this with Medicham, Wigglytuff, Fortress, and the Quagsire. I think Wolfpack, I think he's not unhappy to play against a team like Juninho's either.
I'm surprised that we didn't see Altaria come out, because there's really only one hard counter to it, which is Azumarill from Wolfpack. Even Cradily is a pretty playable matchup for Altaria.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with the Altaria. I did some scrims, practice battles before this tournament, just to like get a feel of what the meta could be, and I really enjoyed Altaria. So if I was Juninho, I'd bring out the Altaria right now.
It basically beats Bird plus Quagsire. And that's a very valuable thing to bring into this tournament. We're heading into game number 2 here. We're having a Fairy-type face-off here. It's going to be Azumarill. But this Azumarill has Hydro Pump. It's up against this Wigglytuff. If Azumarill goes straight Hydro Pump, this might get a little bit awkward if Juninho starts shielding the Wigglytuff.
The Hydro Pump still is so threatening for this Wigglytuff. So I think it maybe can launch a bait here, because Azumarill still can chunk this Wigglytuff even with play roughs.
Let's find out. Going for the play rough. You could consider this a bait. Looks like Juninho is no-shooting immediately. He doesn't care about the Hydro Pump. All he wants is this Azumarill to get low because it's a core breaker for the two Pokemon in the back. Juninho wants to see Azumarill exactly here because he has Medicham and Talonflame in the back.
But Wolfpack is also happy to see the Wigglytuff here because the Malamar does not want to face off against it. So let's see how these two trainers decide to play out this game.
Can you get a farm down with any of your backline Pokemon? I don't think you can.
Oh yeah,
not without taking another charge attack though.
Oh no, I disagree. Medicham will definitely farm this down before there's another charge attack. Psycho cutting down this Azumarill.
I think barely not actually, barely not. But
I think it would. I think it would.
The Psycho Cut buff is pretty clutch here.
Absolutely. But Medicham now, so much energy, it will outpace the Malamar and the Gourgeist. So here you see, we'll see the Medicham throwing the Ice Punches into this Grass type.
Ice Punch is coming through here, which is super effective on Gourgeist. Two of them will potentially knock out here. I think it will get really close. Gourgeist has about the same bulk as Wigglytuff. As you can see, Ice Punch, I think after this Psycho Cut, Ice Punch would knock out. Do you call the Shadow Ball here? Juninho puts up his first Protect Shield of this match, but the more shields there are going down, Malamar becomes better in the back.
But Malamar also needs to...
Yeah, he also needs the shields.
Exactly. So...
Oh, let's go.
Oh, I think...
Do you hang on? I don't think so. Gourgeist goes down. Now it's all up to Shadow Malamar. Yes, it can take those Psycho Cuts easily, but once you start using shields, that Talonflame in the back, it's gonna look very, very difficult to overcome.
And now Juninho, I think he needs to just go into his Talonflame immediately because... Oh, he wants the Malamar to expend energy.
Wait, actually letting him get to another Dynamic Punch is interesting. Wolfpack may have miscounted just a little bit here by the look of his face, and this opens up the door for Talonflame. In comes Shadow Talonflame. Can Malamar get to 3 charge attacks before this Talonflame can get to 1 Brave Bird here? This regular Talonflame runs Brave Bird, not Flame Charge.
This is going to be so close. 1 foul play will not be enough, but 2 might be. Malamar wins charge attack priority, but I think
is this charge attack priority tie?
I think it is.
If this is the charge attack priority tie, then
Juninho will win. But if
it is
a charge attack priority tie. Wolfpack was 1 turn away from taking out this Talonflame and flipping this game on its head. But Juninho, he's pulling it back. Now it's 1-1.
I think just a slight miscount there earlier in that match where I think Wolfpack was trying to count this Medicham going for the Dynamic Punch and he miscounted. Suddenly Dynamic Punch comes through, you are forced to use your neck Protect Shield. If you had that shield still, perhaps with the Psywave the foul play might knock out Talonflame? Maybe?
Maybe, but yeah, if you... it's so tough because it's literally 1 Psywave that separates Wolfpack from advancing to losers finals or Juninho pulling the game back. 1 Psywave, that is a single turn, half a second, and it came down to the closest of close margins.
I know we're supposed to be the experts, but truthfully, Marcus, I only speak Shadow Talonflame nowadays. I don't speak regular Talonflame anymore. It's a foreign language.
I absolutely agree. I haven't touched regular Talonflame since, I can't even remember when was the last time. Shadow Talonflame has been the answer for so long, but now, since Quagsire is back in the meta, regular Talonflame can hang on to an Aqua Tal, and that is the main difference between the Shadow and the regular Talonflame, in my opinion, in this meta.
It will be very clutch for tomorrow, especially, I think, because from what I remember earlier this tournament, we had, I believe, 2 Quagsire that I saw from Paman and another trainer.
Without...
We had Aquatil and Mudbomb. I think it was Snork who also had it.
Yeah, without the Stone Edge.
Yes.
And that means there's no one-shot on the Talonflame, and Talonflame is pretty comfortable. The regular non-Shadow Talonflame is comfortable in that matchup then, because there's no threat of a one-hit KO.
Quagsire has been the face of the Seville Championship. It's been on pretty much every single team, if not every single matchup that we've seen on the broadcast. The thing about Quagsire that makes it so interesting is just the pacing. You get to those charge attacks so quickly. A chip and dip is so easy with Quagsire. Rock and water type damage output is very versatile, but the mud-shot damage, that is not adding up. That is the only problem that Quagsire really is facing. Only being weak to grass is so valuable as well, because there's hardly... I mean, look, this doesn't make sense right now. I wanted to say there's hardly any grass-type Pokemon, Wolfpack is pretty much the only one who, not just one grass type, but then he has 2 of them. He has half the grass types of the tournament.
He was thinking, okay, I want a grass type. Okay, but what if my opponent has a Medicham? Let me put another grass type on there as well. That can
And this is a great lead for Wolfpack, actually. He has his water type Azumarill into the fire type Talonflame. And staying in here from Juninho is interesting, but also might put Wolfpack on the wrong foot here, simply because now Wolfpack might be thinking, okay, maybe it's Medicham in the back.
Oh, but not throwing the Brave Bird went at the perfect timing, but I guess Wolfpack, he is shielding this Brave Bird. Juninho, he wanted to build up more.
Do you now switch? Yes.
And now, yeah, here comes
Swaps into Shadow Quagsire, and because he doesn't have Bullet Seed, this is such an awkward matchup for Cradilly. In fact, I think if you swap in Cradilly now, this might just be a waste of energy, because Grassot will take it on 1 charge stick anyway.
I agree, I completely agree. I think you either build up with the Azumarill here, yes.
Or he just goes for another charge stick here, trying to pull shields.
I think going for the energy here is better, because the bubbles are already doing so much into the Talonflame.
Oh, now swaps, however, going just to soak damage here. I don't hate this play per se, because it's hard to swap back in your Talonflame into Cradilly, so you kind of keep that Talonflame aligned to Azumarill for the end game probably anyway.
But now,
question mark?
The potential Wigglytuff in the back is going to be so tough to deal with for Wolfpack. Did he forget about that pesky little, I don't know, elf?
Yeah, that's going to be very tough for Joe. Oh, but he swaps in Talonflame to get the fly off. Do you want to use your final protection here? No. Wolfpack probably is going for an entire farm down here.
But yeah, now we can farm down with either Bubble or the Malamar with the Sideways, because Talonflame is 3 incinerates away from a charge attack.
Oh man, comes in with the Malamar. I like this. Can you get the entire Sidewave down? It will get very close. I think Talonflame can barely get there. Oh, but he tries to catch. But now he actually gets to a charge attack. I think otherwise you get the Sidewave down before this charge attack.
I think Wolfpack maybe outsmarted himself
fly only though. I think it was at the Brave Bird too.
He was at a Brave Bird. If Juninho would have thrown the Brave Bird, I think this game would have been signed, sealed, and delivered. But now he can still manage to pull this back. This Aqua Tail not threatening a knockout. But the Quagsire, it will hang on here.
All right, here's a question for you, chat. Do you think Malamar can pull through here? Wolfpack actually farmed up some energy here. Is he going to put up a protection? No, he's putting everything on Malamar. Juninho is looking. He might be thinking maybe Wigglytuff can close out for him, but I think 2 superpower might be enough to knock out. You might need a foul play baiting. No, Wolfpack's thinking it's over. He's not even going to try, perhaps. Yeah, there comes the foul play. I think you no-shield the first attack. And yes, Juninho calls it. What an excellent play by him.
What a call by Juninho. No shielding the foul play. And Wolfpack, resignation in his face. Juninho celebrating, and Wigglytuff seals it for Juninho, taking him into losers finals in day 2 here in Sevilla.
What a great read by Juninho here. I think he heard me. I said Malamar players, they play Malamar. If someone has Malamar on the team, they will bring it. You have 5 fairies, they play Malamar. They just do it anyway.
It's always Malamar. Malamar, Malamar, Malamar. It will wiggle its way into any lineup. But finally, someone is listening to the casters behind the desk.
And there's one better wiggler than Malamar. And that's Wigglytuff.
That's actually it.
It was kind of just a reminder of how fragile Shadow Malamar really is. Like, I thought that the Charm damage nerf may allow Shadow Malamar to get to 3 charge sticks there, but absolutely no way. Even with that energy build-up before, like, the Shadow Malamar is just way too fragile.
Way too fragile. Wigglytuff was putting on the fast attack pressure, and there was nothing Malamar could do about it. But it was a game that went back and forth.
This catch, though.
That it were 2 Incinerate users on the field at the same time.
Yeah, but I think the better thing about that was actually the Incinerate sneaking through.
Very good,
during
but still,
the catch.
Juninho managed to lose that game, so maybe the catch on the Talonflame wasn't as good as he was.
Sometimes switch advantage can be really important. I mean, it was just kind of difficult matchup to begin with because he led Shadow Quagsire into Gourgeist and had Medicham of all Pokemon in the back. Like, how do you overcome that? You cannot even safe switch your Medicham as the worst matchup there because your opponent can just line up Azumarill and wall all the energy.
Yeah, that is... I mean, Medicham has been incredible this entire weekend, but into Azumarill, I mean, you're not going anywhere with that. It's straight from the head-to-head. That's a matchup Medicham does not want to see at all.
Is Azumarill back?
Azumarill is so back. I think Azumarill is really back, and there's no reason to doubt Azumarill, in my opinion. Trust me, I've tried before.
Azumarill has been a staple for so many seasons, and it's just always that reliable Pokemon. Scizor has been nerfed. Scizor was one of the prime counters in the previous season to Azumarill, and even that matchup, honestly, in the Zero Shields
It's not even
was
that
not
bad.
even that bad. But
Yeah.
now that Scissor's out of the way, it's just like with Wigglytuff. Fairy-type Pokemon just have a little bit more play.
Yeah, but there's still a Volt Switch Fortress. And
Who?
Azumarill... Yeah, well...
I didn't
Who?
see one. I didn't see one just now.
No, they didn't bring it out. It was Incinerate users on both sides. So maybe not the best place for Fortress, but Fortress has an incredible matchup into the Azumarill, especially with Volt Switch, unless the Azumarill is on Hydro Pump. And I'm just saying, trainers, Hydro Pump is the sauce in this meta.
Really?
Yeah,
Just for Fortress?
Just not just for Fortress. There's also fire types like Skeledirge, and it just hits hard in neutral matchups as well, like against the Corviknight.
Quagsire?
Quagsire, for example. So I think for Azumarill, if you're playing Azumarill in this meta, I'm a Hydro Pump believer.
Okay, what about Ice Beam and Hydro Pump?
I
There's
think-
like not if Azumarill or other water type Pokemon are not that meta, there's no water resistance. Why not? Just for the pacing.
You know what? I don't hate it. But what?
That's like the first time you said it about something I suggest.
Yeah, but it's the first time you said something smart. So because the
You know, I'm wearing glasses today. I look extra smart.
Yeah.
Can you just be...
I mean, you could put lipstick on a bulldog, but it's still a bulldog. And I'm just gonna say that Azumarill.
I'm out.
Thank you. Azumarill, being a water type with Ice Beam and Hydro Pump, it does water type stuff and has very good coverage into everything but other water types. But as you're saying, there's not a lot of them. Hydro Pump hits hard. Speaking of water types, I see two, but none of them would hate an ice. None of them will love an Ice Beam to the face either. And here you see another case where Hydro Pump would be great.
For both on both sides, right? Although without Play Rough, you do not take out Guzzlord with one charge deck as Azumarill, and Guzzlord actually has more play into that match.
That is.
I would say that's a loss, though.
It is a loss, but Altaria, on the other hand, gets less comfortable without the
It's always
Ice
a
Beam.
trade-off. Like
It's
I
always a
said,
trade-off.
Azumarill is a kind of Pokemon you want 3 charge decks.
Oh, you always do. But here is Chris, and he's not running in Azumarill. There's actually no Azumarill here at all. And Chris, he has been one of the top trainers this season. He's number 4 on the leaderboard before this tournament, and he's now looking to make it into day 2 here in Sevilla.
Yeah, Chris had high expectations here. I know that he really... He thinks that he can win a title, and because he knows he's really good, right? He's on the loose side of the bracket now. He lost to Andres earlier on the day, and yeah, for him it's just pivotal here. That just for his confidence alone, that he wants to make to day 2.
And if there's anyone that can stop him, it's going to be that 100% boost certified Corviknight. The Corviknight, when it throws an air cutter, it really wants to boost.
I just wonder, can this Alolan Sandslash defeat Togekiss? I don't think you actually defeat Togekiss as an ice type
No,
here.
because
Aura Sphere is double super effective, just going to wipe Alolan Sandslash and one charge deck from the field.
And Alolan Sandslash is running Shadow Claw.
Yeah, so it's worse into Guzzlord as well.
It's worse into Guzzlor, it's worse into...
But better against Medicham.
It beats Medicham in the 2-shield scenario.
It does?
Medicham does not get to the third Dynamic Punch in the 2-shield.
That is actually wicked.
So I think Alolan Sandslash is definitely coming here, but the Togekiss matchup is abysmal because of that Shadow Claw. You lose charge attack priority, so the Togekiss will just knock out this Sandslash. But here, there's a Malamar.
That is also an interesting matchup. I would not be surprised if Chris stays in here. You cannot really swap in your Alolan Sandslash behind energy. Perhaps we see a catch attempt later on his floor, just potentially. Malamar does see a lot of play into the backline, so I would not be surprised if Chris tries to preserve this, but maybe just go to play this out, honestly.
I think Malamar can win this because I'm not sure. It could be coming down to charge attack priority, but Malamar... Oh, he
makes
gets
the catch!
And this energy that he's stocked up on the Malamar is going to be so valuable down the line, possibly.
That energy is going to be very good into Quagsire and Corviknight later, and the more fast attack damage you get on this Togekiss also is getting into range of foul play. Well, this Chilling Water might actually knock out as well. It's not the hardest hitting charge. Togekiss barely hangs on and keeps the charge deck. I love that. That might be so good for that Alolan Sensors later.
Yeah, because you only need 1 HP and 40 energy on that Togekiss to beat the Alolan Sandslash. I think Bestiamax, he knows that this could be a great play.
Well, he doesn't know yet that there's the Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back, so maybe Bastiamux might not exactly play to that position. But let's take a look here. It doesn't really look like he's weak to Alolan Sandslash to begin with. In comes Malamar again, which has energy to spare. Do you protect Corviknight at some point here? He lets the first foul play go.
Oh, and it does so much damage. Jeez. Now I understand why Malamar players are playing Malamar, even into Steel types, Fairy types, and a Quagsire.
There goes Corviknight. Bastiamux is keeping 2 shields for Quagsire. It's not the most powerful Pokemon, but this is not exactly what Chris wants to see. But if you look at his team, he just doesn't really have that great of an answer for the Shadow Quagsire anyway. Shields up the foul play. There's still 1 Protect Shield on both sides, however.
And he needs to throw the Aqua. Oh, perfect counting by Bastiamux. He's certainly aware of
I love it.
Oh, yes.
Muy bueno.
Muy bueno, Bastiamux. So let's take a look. There is an Alolan Sandslash in the back.
But there's an Aura Sphere stored, right? There was an Aura Sphere stored.
I think you... Oh, yeah. Double Aqua Tail here will strip the shields away from this Sandslash.
Oh, he shields though.
Shields already.
Do we now see the switch? No. Maybe I saw it wrong. There might not be an Aura Sphere, but if there is
an Aura Sphere.
Then he has this match in the back basically, unless Chris can make a crucial catch here.
I think catch or no catch, as long as you can shield up this attack and throw the Aqua Tail, depends on how
I mean,
much
you outpace anyway.
You outpace anyway, as long as their Florges does not have a charge attack in the back.
Okay, he gets the catch here on the floor. Just very nice play from Chris here.
Very important. Bastiamux needs to preserve his cool. Don't swap in the Togekiss. Let the Sandslash take out the Quagsire because, I mean, you're farming down if not. Chris knew.
I love that.
I love
Chris.
it. I love it from Chris. I love it from Bastiamux. Both of them knew what their win condition was, and they both went for it, and Bastiamux was best in this scenario.
Excellent play from Bastiamux, and very heads up by Chris there. He knew that his only win condition is Bastiamux trying to swap in that Togekiss during a Shadow Claw, because then the Shadow Claw would land before Bastiamux could launch the Aura Sphere from the Togekiss, and then you get the farm down and you can launch a Charge Attack into Quagsire. Bastiamux realized, okay, I just gotta be cool, listen to Marcus, just let him take out my Quagsire, then I won't lose a turn when my Pokemon comes in. This only happens when you switch mid-battle. If you switch when you launch a charge attack or when your Pokemon has fainted, then you will not lose a turn. You will not have a delayed switch.
And Bastiamux knew. I've experienced that so many times, trying to be clever, swap in the middle of a charge attack. Oh, my Pokemon would, with maximum energy just faints without being able to do anything. So Bastiamux kept his cool, and he went for the win.
Smart.
Very
going
smart.
For the win is the play.
Sometimes I want to be smart as well. As smart as Bastiamux, maybe.
Malamar players, what did I say?
Oh yeah, they're going to play Malamar.
They play Malamar.
Yeah.
Chris tried, but it looks like Bastiamux was very much prepared. I mean, what is Malamar even targeting here?
I mean, it targets the Medicham and the Twos, I guess.
Only so much though. Like, you take so much damage from Dynamic Punch.
You know
I don't
what?
think this is even a team you might want to play Medicham in, especially if you lose the 2-shield scenario to Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, and why
you need a bait, I think. And who baits Ice Punch into Alolan Sandslash?
And why would you play Alolan Sandslash into this team? There's the Togekiss that just one-shots. It's the Fortress that's not as good. Quagsire usually wins. That's at least not a...
It's not the worst. It's more playable for sure.
For sure, but it's not really a positive matchup. Corviknight, not a positive matchup. Ghostlord, I guess positive, but you need to land 2 Ice Punches, and you probably can't even take 2 Brutal Swings.
All right, well, if you know everything, what would you play here?
I would play Malamar, of course. I'm a Malamar player. Yes, obviously.
Which 2 Pokemon would you pick?
I would play Florges, and I would play Quagsire, and I would play Corviknight or Malamar. Malamar just because I have a Malamar.
Correct.
But how can you go
I think
wrong?
Corviknight's just a really good generalist that we've seen all over the whole weekend, right? It's probably like the best defensive typing that you can find, Steel and Flying, and it just makes sense to bring Corviknight into many of these matches.
I agree. It's just that if you go with both, and that's the thing with Florges though, it's not as bad into Fortress as a lot of the other fairies like Wigglytuff or Togekiss. So I think there's no chance Chris forgoes his Florges here. I think, at least in my opinion, that would be a mistake.
Well, we'll see.
Maybe
like
Chris is smarter than I am.
Chris already has locked in his team. His Bastiamox, who still needs a moment to think, how can he lock down this match? Chris is top 4 in Europe currently, so this is not an easy player to take down. Looks like Bastiamox has decided on 3 Pokemon here, and we are getting ready for game number 2. Is Bastiamox going to take down Chris, or is Chris going to make the comeback?
Bastiamox has the round in his hand. There is the Togekiss into Malamar. We see it again. And Chris is bringing it back. He's... I might have spoken too soon. He benched the Forges.
Man, that Fortress in the back of... not to go ahead too quickly here, but that Fortress in the back of Bastiamox looks kind of wicked.
It looks wicked as wicked gets. I think the Fortress might be in a prime position to take this game.
Let's take a look at Bastiamox over farming there. He probably wasn't expecting Chris to... I think he was expecting Chris to swap out there.
Yeah.
But so that's why he didn't throw Charge Deck. Do you expect it now? Oh, throws the Aura Sphere immediately. And Chris, like the Malamar player he is, double shields Malamar immediately.
So as he's supposed to.
Yes, that's exactly what you do.
But Bastiamox, I think he's prepared for this. But the Togekiss is getting dangerously low. And now...
Are we watching a rocket battle here?
They're both shielding the first charge attack. Throw the Aura Sphere immediately.
Win charge attack priority tie. Very smart.
Very smart. But now the Alolan Sandslash can farm this Togekiss down before it gets to an Aura Sphere. Very, very clever play by Chris, neutralizing
Can you
this
actually?
Togekiss.
Can
Yes.
Togekiss get there? No, it does not get there. You come in with a full Ice Punch. This might just be exactly what you need. Let's see what Bastiamox predicts here. Might be in the back. If he brings in Fortress, this might actually be very playable for Chris. If Bastiamox decides to bring in Quagsire, that Corviknight is going to have a very tough time. And there is the Quagsire.
And what are the players' plan? I think Bastiamox needs to go up and throw the Aqua Tail immediately. Well, I guess he might be able... Yeah, throws the Aqua Tail immediately. Just wants damage into this Alolan Sandslash, so the Fortress can maybe clean up in the endgame.
I'm not sure about keeping that Alolan Sandslash around though, because it might be able to get to another charge into the Fortress. Oh, the catch though! This is such a good play by Bastiamox. I think it was kind of risky too, because a drill run here would have lost you the game. But putting this Fortress ahead in this match might just be the key to win it all. Are you in payback range? I think that you might hang on after this Rock Tomb.
Incredible play by Bastiamox. I wonder, can he pull it back? I mean, going 2-0 against Christian, he's dreaming about it. Here comes the payback from the Corviknight. Can it knock out this Fortress with a debuff? I don't think so.
This will get really close, but Bastiamox also has the opportunity otherwise to just build up energy. It is actually barely not knocking out here. Has the Sand Tomb ready to go. The thing is, if that Alolan Sandslash can get energy, it might be able to knock out Shadow Quagsire. So let's take a look what Shadow Quagsire can do here. Oh, this is great from Bastiamox. He can actually get an energy advantage. Can he get the Mudshot down? Oh, he doesn't even throw the energy just yet. What if you threw the energy there?
I think he didn't want to take an air cutter because then he could have been knocked out.
I mean,
no, the air
what
cutter.
if Chris went through the air cutter there?
Oh, and he gets... Oh, it's a charge attack priority. And Chris is on 1 HP. Can the Volt Switch of Bastiamox knock out this Sandslash? Volt Switch, it takes 4 turns.
Yeah, but Fortress is so low. And
it's a tie! They both get knocked out at the same time.
The best / worst case scenario for both trainers there. But I think that if you had thrown the air cutter there as Chris, you may just have farmed down that Shadow Quagsire instead.
I'm very curious why Chris did not want to throw the air cutter immediately. Because when you have I think maybe he wanted... Yeah, he wanted to farm down with the Sandslash into the Fortress, but Fortress was so far away from a charge attack anyway.
And it had no health. You could probably even almost Sand attack down the Fortress, and if not, the Shadow Claws adding up would also just knock out.
And Chris is really, I think he will be upset with himself about not making it. Being able to win this game, because if he's looking back at this game, I believe he will realize that he had an opportunity to take out that Quagsire.
We'll see for game number 2. Chris, as confident as he is already locked in for the next match, and Bastiamox still is thinking just a bit there. I mean, this wasn't a loss for either trainer, so we're still at 1-0 for Bastiamox.
So, when is a tie in Pokemon Go? that game is null and void. That means it's basically as it never happened. None of the players get an additional point to their score, and it's a brand new game, and they both get to pick brand new lines and brand new teams and do whatever they think is best.
Bastiamax still needs a moment there. Do you bring that Togekiss again? I think it's just being such a solid pick here. Maybe it's Axon in Houston was onto something, because we've seen more of the Togekiss this tournament as well. Just being such a good core breaker to like Metagame and Guzzlord. I mean, so is Wigglytuff, but you also have like more neutral play into Steel type Pokemon. Togekiss does better against Empoleon, against Corviknight, and even Fortress. You can actually hit for neutral attacks with Peck and R-Sphere. Let's take a look. We're heading into game number 3 technically. However, the score is 1-0 for Bastiamax.
It's Malamar again, trainers, against the Malamar, against the Togekiss. We see Malamar into Fairies, does not matter. Malamar players will play Malamar, but there's no Corviknight this time.
Let's take a look. R-Sphere is coming through. We've seen this lead for the 3rd time now between these trainers, and every time it has played different. In the first game, Chris actually caught an attack on his Florges. Well, that you can't do that again if there's no Florges on the line. So foul play is coming in. It is resisted, but Bastiamax keeps shielding it, because if you don't shield this, Malamar can actually just use 2 shields and Psywave down this Togekiss.
I think Malamar would be awfully annoying if you're not dealing with it immediately. So I support Bastiamax's play here. Just try to get rid of the Malamar, because it could be really annoying.
And playing it out, I mean, Chris just wants to get rid of it here because he has the Alolan Sandslash in the back, and perhaps we might just see this matchup play out the exact same, because we know that Togekiss wins Charge Security tie, and then you can get the Farna with exactly 5 Shadow Claw on the Alolan Sandslash.
So Bastiamax, will he allow this Alolan Sandslash farm down this time as well? That is no, he does not. He goes immediately into his Quagsire, and Chris catches on his Quagsire, building up energy on his Alolan Sandslash.
I was about to say, if you keep Quagsire in the back, perhaps that Fortress might have a tough time later, but now you give up the Shadow Quagsire in this matchup. It really comes down to how good is Shadow Alolan Sandslash exactly into Fortress in the end game.
And this Volt Switch, Shadow Fortress, and here we see Chris's Quagsire. It's getting really low. Maybe Bastiamax wants to farm it down with this Togekiss.
The timer is also almost up, but I think Chris has to throw immediately here to prevent that. Oh, and we saw Bastiamax try to reach for the switch, but not up just yet. Now you lose your Shadow Quagsire. It's now all in the hands of Shadow Fortress. Keep in mind, Togekiss will not be able to get to a charge stack. Oh, but comes with Togekiss anyway. Bastiamax realizes he doesn't get there, so he has to go to Fortress immediately. But this Shadow Alolan Sandslash has so much energy.
And now Bastiamax, how is he going to play this? Because now the Sandslash is basically at 2 drill runs. How much does it do?
I think you have the Sand Tomb here. You have to throw. No, he don't. He tried to go for the Rock Tomb instead. This will definitely knock out the Alolan Sandslash. You need to get to the R-Sphere, but I'm pretty sure that this Togekiss won't be able to get there.
And Togekiss, 3 away, 2 away, 1 away, and Alolan Sandslash does win it for Chris. He takes it 1-1.
Who thought? Especially when Marcus said, why would you bring Alolan Sandslash here? He brought it 3 games so far.
Yeah.
He's like, you know what? I brought this Pokemon to Sevilla for a reason. I'm going to make it work now as well.
He's only won 1/3 of those games that he's brought Alolan Sandslash, so not a great stat so far. But Chris...
But 1 win and 1 draw is not terrible either.
Okay, so let's say 50-50 then. But I would say Chris he's proving why he's bringing the Alolan Sandslash. Even though it faced off against Quagsire here, he moved around with his pieces, making sure that the Sandslash got enough energy to deal with the Fortress in the back. Great play by Chris.
This man already locked in, by the way.
I mean,
he's so quick.
There's no reason to doubt yourself when you have all the answers in the world. There's going to be a Malamar and there's going to be a Sandslash.
All right, anyone in chat thinking that he leads Malamar the 4th time? Like, at some point, the opponent's going to be like, there's no way he does it again.
But what is he doing into that Malamar? Except, I guess, the Guzzlord? I mean,
that's not even a great matchup.
Oh, I think it's a great matchup.
For Malamar?
Is it not?
I don't think so.
The superpower does not knock out.
So it's good for Guzzlord.
I think it's good for Guzzlord. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's why you lead Guzzlord.
Are you listening to me or no?
No, preferably not.
I can tell.
Yeah. Well, I like the Guzzlord lead here. As long as it's not against the Forges, it's pretty fine.
Well, we're about to find out. Game number 3, and yes, there it is again. Shadow Malamar into Togekiss. What are we watching here?
I mean, guys, if you just want to play the same game all the time, then, well, this is a good time to do it, I guess.
At least the backlines are different, okay?
Yep, I noticed.
We're about to find out how they're going to play it this time. Chris has brought Florges in the back, so perhaps we see a catch attempt another time.
And this is a Trailblaze Florges. So if...
Oh, the Florges looks so good in the back as well.
If shields go down and Bestiamax does not get to Shock into the Florges after winning CMP against the Malamar, which...
The Charge Priority Tie, yes.
A Charge Priority Tie, obviously. Maybe Chris saves the foul play and catches the final Aura Sphere this time.
Let's find out. The shields are down for this Malamar because you are supposed to use your Protect Shields on this fragile Pokemon. And we see Bestiamax also double shielding again. This is Rocket Battles all over again. Let's take a look if Chris is going for the catch. He's going to attempt. And yes, there it is. Marcus was ready to call it out here. The catch comes in, resisted on Florges. How do you even answer this Pokemon? I think you have to stay in and try to go for... No, it goes into Quagsire!
I believe that Togekiss could have built up here to... a Psy Shock. And
perhaps, I mean, you also got a Fairy within even, so the Florges would outpace anyway.
You're correct.
I love this over-farming though. Trailblaze, I think, will knock out this Shadow Quagsire. Then you have energy to spare. Perhaps you come in with Togekiss to take the energy, but if you then don't get the Psycho cut down, you're debuffed for the remainder of this match as the Metagame. And you still have a foul play here as Chris as well on Shadow Malamar, so this is looking really good for Chris.
Chris loves this situation because that Malamar with a foul play, it's such a threat. It's going to do so much damage into this Metagame. Oh, and the switch timer was not up for Bestiamax. He wanted to catch on this low HP Togekiss, but no, he's taking it on the Metagame. How is he getting rid of this Malamar even?
Chris has had it with Bestiamax. He's playing so aggressively. You go with Togekiss, I'm just gonna go for the Psywave down. Where's that Metagame? Come here, Metagame!
Come here, Metagame! You're suspect to foul play, and here it's coming through. There's nothing you can do, and Malamar, just play it if you have it. It will win you games.
He's top 4 in Europe for a reason. You're not gonna knock out Chris just that easily. He takes this match after losing the first game, barely tying it up in the second one, and then he's finally able to get the reverse sweep here. Bravo to Chris here. I believe that means that all of our players to watch have made it to day 2 as well.
Great prediction by you, Martine.
By us. This was us.
Collective effort.
Collective effort, but of course, Chris, moving on to day 2, phenomenal performance, and Bestiamax, let's not forget about how far he's gotten, because we usually recognize how good trainers are by how many times we see them. If you compete in 40 tournaments and you get far in 20 of them, people might call you the GOAT. But if you play in like 5 tournaments and you get far in 3 of them, we see you 3 times in 4 years.
And even though the results are better,
yes, people might just not really remember that.
Exactly. So
as much, at least.
Chris, having competed many times this season and have had many top cuts, we recognize it. Great player with a lot of great performances, and he's just adding on to his list of incredible plays.
Right. Well, great run by Bestiamax as well. Togekiss, we've seen many times today, has been successful many times. Barely didn't make it this time. And let's be real. Who plays Shadow Malamar like Chris?
I can't think of anyone, actually.
Wolfpack got pretty close.
Yeah, but he ended up losing with the Shadow Malamar. And Chris decided, you know what? I have the Malamar, I'm going to bring it, and I'm going to
Let's not repeat that. Let's keep a Shadow Malamar around.
Exactly.
I think the chat wants to see that more.
More Shadow Malamar, please. I'm a Malamar believer, actually. I think it's really good. I prefer it over, for example, Annihilate.
I feel like if you play Shadow Malamar, you're playing the game on hard mode. Because there's just so many resistances to Psychic. And like you look at the Fairy-type Pokemon, you have Steel-type Pokemon all over the place.
Yeah, but you don't really care about the Corviknight. I think Malamar can even beat Corviknight.
That match was probably more fine. Yeah. I'm more of a Grumpig believer myself.
I love that.
However,
Grumpig.
The thing is, that one does not do well into Corviknight. A Payback does a tremendous amount of damage there.
I think Grumpy can be really good in the right positions, but yeah.
Oh, you know all about it.
I know all about it. I got smacked around by it. It was not fun, let me tell you that, trainers. But there are a lot of Pokemon that you don't need to commit to as hard as Chris committed to that Malamar. Bestiamax, he committed to his Togekiss though. It worked out in game 1 and partly in game 2 as well, but then ended up losing him the game in 3 and 4 when Chris adjusted. Still, I believe this is Bestiamax's best ever finish in Play Pokemon history.
Can we talk about those trainers? Both, every game, led Malamar against Togekiss. Every game the same lead. How do you do that?
I mean, you trust in yourself.
You're both looking at your opponent. You're like, there's no way you lead the same Pokemon again. Like, it's just you both do that at that point.
Come on, do it again, man. Do it again. I dare you. I double dare you. I triple and quadruple dare you. And they both did not flinch.
It doesn't really happen a lot. If you've not seen many battles so far, yes, the trainers are allowed to switch leads. They are allowed to do that.
They are.
These trainers just opted not to do that.
I remember a good friend of mine said that if you win the lead, no, if you lose lead game 1, but still manage to win the game, do it again.
Do it again?
Just do it again. So, and that's what... Well, Chris actually lost game 1. I'm not sure what his strategy was, but it did work out.
Your theory's a little bit wiggly here.
I said it was a friend of mine's. You're not trusting me, and that is fine. I don't need Martine's trust. I trust in myself and my friends and my Pokemon, and it's taking me... Well, it's taking me here. Well, you think you're so funny, man. You know who is your biggest fan?
Tell me.
It's yourself. And by that...
Is that bad?
No, it's good to root for yourself. I'm happy for you.
I'm hoping so that every competitor here as well is rooting for themselves, yes? That's a good thing, no? Are you rooting for someone? Are you rooting for your opponents when you play them? I'm not rooting for you when I play you, I'll tell you that.
Well, I'm always rooting for you because,
Because you're never in the tournament again.
I'm done. No, I'm done. No, of course, I don't want my opponents to lose, but I want to win myself more. And I guess that's how
it's nothing personal. It's just
absolutely
Quagsire business.
It's Quagsire business.
Yeah, it was Quagsire business. Quagsire is out of the business.
Out of the business. It's Quagsire business.
It doesn't work anymore.
Well, I've seen it do pretty well.
It was a word joke, come on.
Okay, is that like some Twitch lingo that I don't speak? I don't know. I don't speak Twitch, people, so if Twitch people can teach me to speak Twitch, then please don't.
Let's take a look at what we've seen so far. We have the day 1 usage of the tournament for those who've missed it. We showed it at the start.
Ooh.
We take a look again at what the most common Pokemon were. I mean, 5 out of 6 of the top 6 Pokemon were actually on the team of Nighttime Clash and Out of Pocket of Houston. I think
Obviously.
a lot of these trainers have taken inspiration from them.
They define a meta. Wiggly, Quag, I mean, how can you go wrong with a Fairy and Ground type when they're both so good? Corviknight protects them well against the Grass types. Fortress has been really solid so far in this tournament, but the Altaria, even though it's been so prevalent, I haven't seen a lot of it.
Which of these Pokemon did you find underwhelming at this tournament? I would say that Quagsire, in my opinion, has not exactly impressed as much, but maybe because we've only really seen it earlier on the day.
I've barely seen any Empoleon, and not anyone particularly do well either.
Yeah, I liked Waterfall on it, but
okay.
Seems only Lawrence earlier on the day had it, and everyone else running Metal Sound, because Waterfall and Empoleon is like one of the very few core breakers to Wigglytuff and Shadow Quagsire.
Yeah, because
there's no one running Mud Bomb except Paman and Snork.
That is true. Maybe Mud Bomb is picking up in usage after this tournament, though, and then Empoleon will definitely go out of fashion.
Look, our Orlando competitors are about waking up right now.
Oh,
well,
yeah?
I mean, actually, it's like almost noon there right now.
So they are basically
I hope they're awake
up.
to watch this now. But pay attention. Maybe Mud Bomb Quagsire is the sauce. And if Mud Bomb Quagsire is the sauce, you know what else is going to be very good? Altaria,
or maybe Venusaur?
Or maybe Giratina?
I'm not a believer, but I know someone is a believer in a Shadow Malamar. It is Chris. Let's hear from him.
Hello, trainers. I'm here with Chris, who just got an amazing game versus Bestiamax. Chris, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, but also a little bit tired. It's been like 6 hours here, and it was an early loss on winner's side, so I had to play a lot of matches, but yeah, feeling good that I can dispute the day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, these games get me very tiring sometimes. Why did you pick Shadow Melamore? Why Shadow Melamore?
It's my favorite Pokemon, to be honest. If I feel like in a specific meta it can be safe, I always like to bring in it. I brought it as well Frankfurt tournament, and the other ones I thought that it couldn't be that worth, so that's the main reason.
And also we saw Shadow Sandslash, very interesting, but worked very well for you. Why did you pick it? Like, were you determining how the meta would be before?
To be honest, I picked Alolan Sandslash because of someone, I don't remember the name, who played, I think he was 3rd or 4th on Curitiba's tournament on Brazil. And I thought that could be a really nice pick because it's not that weak to the Forretress. So I wanted to bring in it with Corviknight to not make it that weak to Forretress.
Yeah, we saw you lock in those games very quickly without thinking. You're like, I'm gonna lead Melamore every single time into the Togekiss. Were you afraid of the Togekiss?
I knew that he would run Togekiss lead every game because he basically wins every 2-1 or 0-0 scenario. And I saw that he played it twice in a row, so I said he's gonna play the next game, so I'm gonna bring Malamar so I can chip it, and like he can't have energy to my back, so it was the main reason as well.
Yeah, the last game you swapped out Alolan Sandslash for Florges, and it worked out perfectly for you. You were able to Trailblaze the Quagsire, able to catch a move as well from the Aura Sphere, so Florges had like a great game for you in the end.
Yeah, I tried to like do the same that I do in the first game, but chipping a little bit more the Togekiss because the first game I tried to catch too early and I think it cost the game. So I tried the same strategy, but chipping a little bit more the Togekiss, so was the reason.
So tomorrow, day 2, are you prepared? Are you going to apply any strategies or just going game by game?
I'm not gonna think a lot. As the beginning of the tournament, I didn't practice anything. I just built the team and play, so it's what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I will see maybe the matchups, 15 minutes, and that's all.
Yeah, maybe some good sleep for tomorrow will help you a lot.
Yeah, it could.
And are there any special shout-outs you can give? Maybe people you trained with, prepared for this day?
As I told you, I didn't train with anything, but I would like to shout out all my friends, especially who are here behind me, Angel, Sanjua, Davok, my girlfriend, of course, and my family. That's all.
How important is it for you to represent Spain? Because you're from Spain, and playing in Spain is, I assume, very important to win the tournament?
I don't think it's that important just because of my nationality. I just want to win and give my best.
All right, that's amazing. We're going back to the casters. Chris, congratulations again. I will see you soon.
Good to hear from Chris, right? It's not about where you win. It's about that you win. He just wants to win any tournament. If it was Seville or Utrecht or Rotterdam, where I live, like, it doesn't matter.
But you did win a tournament on your home turf, and you won in Utrecht, and you're from Rotterdam, which
yeah,
is just
but it
really
was a
close.
happy accident.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe it was happy accident, but did it mean anything extra to, like, defend your home turf?
Well, yes and no, because the year before a Spanish trainer also won, so I had to make sure that it wouldn't happen again, right? Statstein couldn't defend the home turf, so I guess Giratina had to do it. I want to talk about fairy-type Pokemon, right? It's very,
tell me about them.
Like, if you are competing next week in Orlando, or if you're playing the GO Battle League, right? You play the Great League, you probably play Wigglytuff like a real chat. But Togekiss, let's talk about Togekiss. It has such a versatile moveset. It's actually used it last week in Houston, and, you know, if a world champion uses this kind of Pokemon, it has to be good, right? And now we see players in Sevilla actually picking up it in as well. What do you think?
I think that Togekiss is amazing. It's not so easy to deal with it as it is with Wigglytuff. It doesn't have like the same weaknesses that Wigglytuff has. So the players targeting Wigglytuff might not be ready for that Togekiss. If we look at, for example, here on the key losses, Wigglytuff does not have the greatest time against Cradley. It's playable for sure, but Togekiss can also hit it hard with Aura Sphere. So even that matchup is a little bit.
You can hit back.
Yeah, you hit back against it. And here you see Dazzling Gleam as the preferred charge attack for Togekiss. But Togekiss,
I think Psyshock's also good.
I think Togekiss has several options because Psyshock is good if you're facing off against, for say, a Quagsire. Flamethrower can be used if you need it for grass types, maybe
for Fortress
or for Fortress, exactly. It also has Ancient Power if you want a better charge attack into Altaria or maybe that
for Talonflame.
Talonflame.
I actually was a believer of Ancient Power at the time that I thought Talonflame was meta, and then there was no. I was the only Talonflame user.
Oh well, then maybe Ancient Power would not have been the play.
No, I think Psyshock is just the kind of the play for neutral damage. Yeah, for efficiency.
I like it. But that's up to you, trainers. I mean, there's so many options with Togekiss, and Togekiss might struggle a little bit more into, for example, Dragon types without that Fairy type coverage. But it's so neutral and it's so fluid to play. I remember Alfie 2, he played against you in Frankfurt, I believe, where he finished second.
He had Psyshock.
He had Psyshock with his Togekiss and his Dunsparce, and I was really impressed with his Togekiss play in Frankfurt. So maybe take a note out of them, out of that book.
I mean, some of the best players that we have in the world are actually showcasing how you can play those Pokemon. You say Dragon-type Pokemon. I think the main struggle that you can have, or without this charge attack, for example, if you go for Dazzling Gleam into Sableye, and it gets shielded, Sableye can actually defeat you. But if you have Aura Sphere and Psyshock, you can only throw resisted charge attacks. I think Dark-type Pokemon can be really difficult to deal with without Dazzling Gleam at times, but also if they shield it correctly, Galarian Moltres can actually have an okay matchup as well.
And that's why picking the right moveset for Togekiss is incredibly hard. And it matters more now, maybe more than ever, because this is the 30th anniversary for Pokemon. The Worlds coming up will be the biggest Worlds that has possibly ever happened.
Championship Sunday in a massive arena.
It's going to be insane, trainers. And this is a thing you don't want to miss. Take a look at this.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm. Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite.
Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mischievous, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's home, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Siga. Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
So, what's your favorite?
Trainers, welcome back. Casters, friends, how do you feel about day one?
It was absolutely amazing, right? I mean, it always is. You get a representation of what this new meta is in Europe. We saw it last week in Houston, and now we see what the European trainers, with all the respect to the North American trainers, but we just do it spicier here.
I was just about to say the same thing. When I went into this tournament, I was a little bit apprehensive. Are we going to see Wigglytuff, Corviknight, Quagsire every matchup? We saw some of them, yes, but we also saw a lot of different variety.
But to be fair, we had the ability to watch Houston and then adapt to that meta, right? So core breakers like Piloswine or the Gourgeist, I don't think they would have come out as easily if this was the first tournament ever.
I disagree. Europe just hits different, man.
Martin, what was your favorite pick this event?
I think Gourgeist made a really good impression. It's a Pokemon that I always wanted to try. I mean, I haven't competed since it became actual meta, but it's a Pokemon that has such good coverage. You have Fire with Incinerate, you destroy Quagsire with the Seed Bomb, you have Shadow Ball for all those pesky Skeletors that think they can core break your entire team. Gourgeist definitely made a good impression here.
It's not that bad into Wigglytuff either, so check it, like, having a matchup into Wigglytuff, ruining Quagsire, ruining Corviknight,
and Medicham?
Ruining Medicham. At least you're playing really well into Medicham. Ice Punch actually 2 shots, so that's Medicham's playable. Fortress, you eat it up. I think Gourgeist might be the core breaker and the anti-meta pick for tournaments to come.
Now here's a trick question. Who wins the 1v1, Piloswine or Gourgeist?
I think it's Piloswine.
That might be, I don't know.
Actually, I believe it's a charge attack priority tie, so it's whichever has the highest
I'm gonna go with Piloswine.
Piloswine.
Same type attack, bonus power to snow, come on.
Yeah, I think it's Piloswine.
Question is, will we see Piloswine in day 2 for the upcoming matches?
There's a few of them. I know Paman has a few. He's facing off against Dianoski on
But he has
side.
Dublades.
Yeah, and Dianoski has Dublade, and that Piloswine does not want to see that Dublade. Zswalis, he's also running a Piloswine, but that is a regular Paman as a Shadow, but none of them actually brought it to any of their games as I saw.
I think Paulasha also has a Piloswine, right?
She does, actually, yes.
So 3 people already, the first 3 matches, there's gonna be a Piloswine.
On the winner's side too.
I mean, I'm not a Piloswine believer. I've seen it one time on stream today from Paulasha. Yes, it did win that game, but usually people have kept it on the bench. But Andris versus Strange Top, that's a local matchup. They are close friends and I know that they have been working together in the past. So the winner's side bracket is incredibly stacked.
They are close friends until tomorrow. Tomorrow their friendship ends. One of them is going to lose. And of course we have the lose finals competitors. They are not playing against each other. They will be waiting for the loser of one of the winners finals matches.
We are not at day 2 yet. Tomorrow, day 2 starts at 9:20 a.m. And don't forget, this weekend, tonight, the time changes to summertime. So that means 1 hour less of sleep, 1 hour less of preparation, but 1 hour faster of this regional day 2.
I'm glad there's a bright side to 1 hour less sleep.
There's less waiting time for us to get started with these battles. That winner's side bracket, oh boy, that is incredible. Paman, Zswalis, the EUIC finalist from a year ago, and then Paulasha. She's been a little bit like this season. Some good finishes, some not the best. I know she's been not as proud of her finishes here. Now she's back on the winner's side, facing off against Stone Collection, fresh off of a win in Seattle. And Andris versus Strange, the friendship battle turning into a rivalry. Winner's side, insanely stacked tournament here.
Yeah, we can already tell Seville is a great place to play battles, amazing community as well. But what other communities and places are we going to visit after Seville if we watch this season schedule right here?
So there's Prague gonna be next, of course, followed by Utrecht. Into Turin, the last regional of this season in Europe at least, then followed up by NAIC New Orleans, and of course, then going to the World Championships in San Francisco, combined with Pokemon XP for the first time.
And if you can't wait for more Pokemon action, there is also other streams we can watch on the Twitch scene right here. Martin, tell us about this a little bit.
Yeah, on Tuesday you can watch Pokemon DP Battle Dimension on Wednesday.
Love that.
That's my favorite.
I love it. I love it so much.
This show?
Oh, yeah.
Would you recommend it?
One of my...
Excellent. Marcus recommends it. You
Highest
should watch this on Tuesday and Thursday. On Wednesday, you can watch a rerun of the 2026 Pokemon Europe International Championships. And then next weekend, it's going to be time for more Pokemon Go PvP action in Orlando. All on this Twitch stream.
But guys, like, if I want to see these games and these battles, where do I watch the streams? Like, what do I follow to watch these streams?
Oh, don't you worry about it, because I've got you covered. If you follow Play Pokemon on YouTube, you could be like me. I was number 499 to follow that YouTube channel. Don't slouch on that channel, trainers. That's where all the battle action happens. And Pokemon Go on Twitch, that's where all the Pokemon Go action is.
Click that follow button now.
Yeah. You have no time to lose.
If you miss any of the action, you can just watch it back.
Yeah, you can watch it back. It will be rebroadcasted, and the VODs are out there on YouTube. So for sure, you have the opportunity to watch it back, but that's where it happens.
All right, this was an amazing day one. I can't wait for day two, what's about to happen tomorrow. I'm really hoping to see a Piloswine line an Icicle Spear on an Altaria. That would make my day. I'm pretty sure. Really hope Piloswine wins a day two regional.
I really hear some bias here. I'm just going to say that I hope Altaria wins it, just to spite against.
I've seen Altaria so many times. Let Piloswine.
But we've never seen Altaria flamethrower a Piloswine. Am I right, guys?
I want to see some flamethrower. I want to see...
I'm Team Piloswine.
I'm
with you, Gaines.
I got you.
We're anti-Piloswine.
All right. Well, I'll see how it is.
Why? 2 versus 2. Let's see who wins this battle. Guys, make sure you tune in tomorrow, 9:20 a.m. Don't forget, and we'll see you all tomorrow for day two.